are you sweating profusely, brother? Uchiha Kage looked at Senju Tobirama with a serious expression on his face, and a meaningful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. If he just wanted to test the power of his moves, there were many targets he could choose from. There was no need to find Orikimura to resurrect the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, through the Impure World reincarnation. But don't forget that Tobirama Senju is a famous master of forbidden techniques in the ninja world. Flying Thunder God Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Impure World Reincarnation, Mutual Explosive Talisman. In addition, Senju Tobirama's rich combat experience is definitely among the best in the ninja world. As long as he, as a naturally evil Uchiha brat, shows enough threat, Senju Tobirama will actively use his talents to help himself find his own weaknesses. Then he used the 8 meanings contained in the Mangekyo Sharinan to investigate. You can use the wrong question book given by Senju Tobirama to carry out targeted special training on your own weaknesses. This is simply a free senior private tutor. Instant prison shadow killing formation. There is no intention of practicing martial arts with him. After the G-team was in place, Uchiha Kage let out a low roar, frantically consuming the power of his Mangekyo Sharinan, and cast the illusion that was the prelude to the Shinya shadow killing array. Clang! In an instant, the sky seemed to darken for no reason. The pairs of radiant and dazzling Mangekyo Sharinan were so bright that they made the feeling of oppression even more intense in this slightly depressing environment. Is this an illusion? Senju Tobirama only felt that the color tone of the environment in front of him suddenly darkened. Before he knew it, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar dark battlefield. The misty drizzle on the field could not suppress the stench of blood that filled the air. The ground at my feet was covered with broken body parts, and even the soil was soaked with blood and turned dark brown. In this depressing scene, dozens of figures of robbers stood on the ruined battlefield, surrounding him. A pair of bright scarlet eyes shot out a cold light, staring at him mercilessly. Illusion, solution. Senju Tobirama frowned slightly, realizing that he had fallen into an illusion, and immediately let out a low cry. The seal disrupts the chakra in your body. But what he didn't expect was, even though he had disrupted the chakra in his body, the scene before him did not change at all. Damn it, this guy's pupil power is so strong, the Uchiha clan is indeed a huge hidden danger. Seeing this, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but curse in his heart. Even with the huge amount of chakra in his body, the disrupted fluctuations were unable to break the opponent's illusion effect. You can imagine how difficult the other party is. What made him feel even more helpless was, his current filthy body was completely incapable of feeling pain, and he couldn't even try to remove the illusion by actively causing pain to stimulate his 5 senses. Senju Tobirama had an unpleasant look on his face and was a little confused at the moment. However, the surrounding G's were not just standing there for show, and did not leave Senju Tobirama much time to think of a countermeasure. They immediately surrounded it from all directions and launched a continuous and fierce attack. Senju Tobirama's eyes were slightly stern. Faced with continuous attacks, they could only be forced to join the battle. Even though the Uchiha Kage was the master of the illusion, he was unable to direct the outcome of the battle between the two sides in the spiritual world. This is a battle of spiritual will. Even if the opponent is only a genin, as long as his will is absolutely firm and fearless, he can also rely on his indestructible will to remain invincible and break this illusion. However, under the request of Uchiha Kage, the client, the instant prison shadow killing formation devised by G's team is not only powerful in terms of illusion. The speed of time flowing in the spiritual world is different from that in reality. While the battle between the two sides in the spiritual world intensified, in reality it was just a blink of an eye. Uchiha Kage and several G's around him cooperated with each other. When several people used the illusion of Mangekyo Sharinan to guide the mind and will of Senju Tobirama, one of them turned into an illusory shadow and rushed towards Senju Tobirama at a rapid speed. The moment the two sides came into contact, the fist blade on the back of G's hand directly tore open Senju Tobirama's body, leaving behind a mark of his own Flying Thunder God technique. Then, the scene directly turned into the exclusive underworld field of Flying Thunder God technique. Before the dust on the torn wound on Senju Tobirama's filthy body could fly out, G's next attack had already landed and left. Next, Uchiha Kage and several G's at the scene ensured a stable output of illusions while continuously attacking the impure body of Senju Tobirama. The field was full of afterimages left by the fast attacks, one after another, just like Ma Chao playing the violin in Pesticide. What the hell? If he continues to inflict damage like this, he will be beaten into a scumbag. Uchiha Kage couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene where the reincarnated dust on the field couldn't even keep up with the recovery. If the immortal body of the filthy earth has such an effect, then if it were used on a living person, it would be so cruel that it would be unbearable to watch. However, there are not many people in the ninja world who are worthy of using this trick. In today's ninja world, besides the great black Zetsu, there is only Atsutsuki Asahiki who is hiding somewhere unknown, and the rival Atsutsuki Tonari who is squatting on the moon. Finally, under the continuous and rapid attack of G, The filthy body of Senju Tobirama scattered into dust all over the sky, leaving no place for him to exert force. As a result, G's attack stopped, giving dust of the filthy earth body time to recover. Oi, the second Hokage sir, could you please tell me about your personal experience and comment on how I feel about this new trick I developed? The Uchiha Kage had a smile on his face. He looked sincerely at Tobirama Senju, whose impure world body had recovered, and spoke. He was very much looking forward to the comments of the master of forbidden techniques on the fruits of his wisdom. While talking, the Uchiha Kage suddenly caught a glimpse of a G mumbling something silently out of the corner of his eye. Out of curiosity, he instinctively used the Mangekyo Sharinan to capture and investigate. What do you mean by research? This is clearly the result of our hard work day and night. The corner of Uchiha Kage's mouth twitched, and he was speechless at the thought of his own clone. What's the point of yours and mine? You are all my shadow clones, okay? As a shadow clone, shouldn't you be able to help the original person solve problems? After thinking so much, it turns out that my clone is too idle, but it seems that I have to find more work for my clone in the future. At this time, G on the opposite side also noticed the twitching of Uchiha Kage's mouth. Out of curiosity, he instinctively used his Mangekyo Sharinan to take a look. The filthy body recovered itself as the dust spread and covered it. Senju Tobirama had a stern look on his face, observing the Uchiha Kage and the surrounding G with an expressionless face. But a huge wave has already risen in my heart. Before he fell into the illusion, he noticed a strangely shaped cloud hanging right above a large tree nearby. Now his filthy earth body had been almost beaten to pieces by the opponent, and had recovered again. However, the position of the cloud hardly changed at all. In other words, he was easily defeated by his opponent in an instant. You must know that this filthy body can exert all the strength he had in his lifetime, although the lack of pain perception reduces some of the means to deal with illusions. Although we couldn't take precautions in advance due to lack of intelligence, Senju Tobirama was in no mood to answer Uchiha Kage's question. Now he just wanted to get rid of the troublesome and inherently evil Uchiha in front of him as soon as possible. Then bring Konoha back on track. Multiplying detonating talisman. After observing the surrounding environment, Tobirama Senju quickly approached the nearest G. He held a detonating talisman between his fingers and shouted in a low, cold voice. A filthy earth body also has its own advantages. The characteristics of immortality, inexhaustible chakra, and the infinite blasting technique of multiplying explosive tags. Senju Tobirama has no idea how he lost. F***CK. If you can't win, then just self-destruct, right? When G was attacked by Senju Tobirama at high speed, his expression suddenly changed. Although he is just a clone, he doesn't want to experience the feeling of being exploded continuously. As G flew backwards to distance himself from Senju Tobirama, he began to actively absorb the natural energy around him. Fine scales quickly appeared on his exposed skin. Sage mode of Ryokai Cave. G's speed suddenly increased, leaving a series of unreal and illusory afterimages in the air, and he soon distanced himself from Senju Tobirama. Without the Flying Thunder God technique mark as a stepping stone, Senju Tobirama's speed is far from catching up with G. Boom! A series of explosions echoed in the depths of the Death Forest. Trees fell one after another in the nearby dense forest. It takes a long time to stop. Hey, the explosion has to have artistic value. Uchiha Kage looked at the flames and billowing smoke from the explosion on the field, and couldn't help but pat his own smart head, with a strange light flowing in his eyes. Why didn't I think of using this trick before? Who needs to use tactical infiltration when you can cover with firepower? A direct wave of explosions swept the ground. I'll scatter all my ashes for you. Simple, angry. But the mutual detonation talisman and the clone don't go well together. Next, I still need to study more about explosion escape and find a way to figure out Patrick. The Uchiha Kage rubbed his chin and muttered softly. Think about it. Once I have mastered the ultimate art of Pydaxing with an explosion range of 10 kilometers, I will just need to leave the mark of my Flying Thunder God technique on the enemy. Then, we can continuously send out clones across thousands of mountains and rivers to bring warmth to our fellow villagers at their homes. Let your enemies appreciate Patrick's art. Well, once this trick is developed, we'll call it the technique of the little boy who grows mushrooms. Uchiha Kage nodded, full of anticipation for the future. However, we still need to continue testing the power of the moves. Using a group of Z to fight a team right from the start is really too bullying. The Uchiha Kage gave some instructions to the people around him, and then he retreated to the back and watched. The explosion lasted for a long time before it finally ended. The impure earth body of Senju Tobirama also began to recover on its own after the explosion. As soon as Senju Tobirama recovered, the members of G's team cooperated with each other and immediately performed the prelude illusion of the instant prison shadow killing array. One of the robbers took the opportunity to launch an attack. Just like the previous situation, Senju Tobirama didn't put up any resistance at all and was easily defeated. Then another person withdrew from the team. 4 people. defeated instantly. 3 people, still defeated instantly, until the two Zeds cooperated with each other to attack Senju Tobirama. Only at the critical moment was Tobirama Senju able to break the effect of the illusion and barely block the fist attack of Zed. Humph, Uchiha brat. That's it. Senju Tobirama held a kunao to block Ji's fist, and his cold eyes were filled with murderous intent. There were several opportunities to seal him, but he just had to wait for his impure body to repair itself again and again. At this point, how could he not see that the other party was deliberately using him to hone and test the power of his own moves? He had no power to resist for several times and was easily defeated by the opponent, especially since the opponent was from the inherently evil Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan that had most likely successfully launched a coup and seized Konoha. How could Senju Tobirama tolerate such a joke? Tobirama Senju burned the chakra in his body frantically, and an astonishing and terrifying power erupted from his arms. Boom, with a loud bang, knocked Ji back at a speed even faster than when he came. Oh, super strength. The Senju clan's use of their chakra to precisely control their own supernatural power has already been brought into the Uchiha family as a dowry along with Tsunade. The other one, Ji, who was responsible for casting the illusion to contain the enemy, sneered when he saw that the effect of his illusion had been broken. He popped out the fist blade on his arm, and with the same precise control, he burned the chakra in his body to unleash extraordinary power and rushed towards Senju Tobirama. As expected of the second Hokage, who was known for his calmness, wisdom and analytical ability, you found a way to counter this move so quickly. Uchiha Kage lit up a pair of brilliant Mangekyo Sharingan, sensing and exploring the thoughts in Senju Tobirama's mind, murmured softly. The reason why Tobirama Senju was able to break the illusion effect of Zed in advance this time was partly because the number of Zed who was responsible for casting illusions in the team was constantly decreasing, resulting in insufficient output of the Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power. Another reason was that Tobirama Senju found the weakness in his illusion. Instead of being busy dealing with attacks from the spiritual world, take the lead in strengthening your own will. The abilities contained in Uchiha Kage's Mangekyo Sharingan are all of an auxiliary nature. The improvement of his illusion ability is also based on the powerful pupil power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, including spiritual power. In general, there is more control than damage. However, it seems that there is no illusion in the ninja world that can directly kill the enemy. Uchiha Kage shook his head and stopped thinking about it. As a distinguished party A, you can just leave this problem to party B to solve. As expected of a strong man from the Warring States period, his rich combat experience makes even a cake maker like me, who has been beaten by the whole village since childhood, feel enlightened. In addition to his extraordinary talent in ninjutsu, his keen analytical ability, rich combat experience and skills can rank him among the top in the ninja world. This kind of growth experience gained from countless battles is far from what Uchiha Kage could achieve by just relying on the number of clones and getting beaten up in Konoha for a few years. In general, he already has the hardware qualifications to become a top powerhouse, but in terms of growth, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Make the best use of everything and make the best use of people's talents. Now that he has such a suitable tool, Uchiha Kage will naturally let Senju Tobirama fully display his value. Squeeze out its last bit of nutrients and accelerate your own growth. The body of the filthy earth will not feel tired, and does not have necessary physiological needs such as eating and rest. You can provide sparring services with G 24 hours a day, day and night, to help him quickly improve his combat experience and skills. However, Uchiha Kage did not ask himself whether he was a black-hearted capitalist who ate meat without spitting out bones and sucked the marrow out of bones. Even though Senju Tobirama is now just a tool working under him, he still needs to be given the benefits he deserves. Take a break after working 6 hours, say no to 007. Very loud, note 996 is also illegal, although this law seems to exist or not. In the remaining day, I can take him to experience the life of an Uchiha. Uchiha Kage rubbed his nose, thinking seriously. There are quite a few Sharinans kept in scrolls in the inheritance from Uchiha Madara. How about getting a pair for Senju Tobirama? After all, people always like double standards. Maybe after he uses the Sharingan a few times, he will change his prejudice? At least if we count the relationship with Tsunade, Senju Tobirama can be considered his second grandfather. If we count from the relationship with Kagaya, I can be considered the second grandfather of Senju Tobirama in the future. Hiss, my brain isn't working properly. Forget it that we already have Uchiha Tobirama anyway. This little bit of trouble won't hurt. I'll go find Orochimaru and transform Senju Tobirama's impure world body. The Uchiha Kage made the final decision. The image of Tobirama Senju's messy and collapsed look after he found out that his eyes had turned into the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, which he hated the most, appeared in his mind. If you have something to say, it will be long. If you have nothing to say, it will be short. Time passed quickly during the days when Tobirama Senju was working. When it comes to combat experience and skills, G is naturally much inferior to Senju Tobirama. Even if he uses the ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan to foresee his next move in advance, it is difficult to gain an advantage over him. But if G does not abide by the ethics of martial arts, chooses to bully the weak with his numbers and act in a group, then Senju Tobirama will be nothing more than a wronged and bullied young wife in front of him. Can't cause any waves. Inside the research base in the back mountains of Konoha. After Uchiha Kage handed over the sealed Senju Tobirama and a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan to Orochimaru, the first scientist in the ninja world, he resolutely pressed the synthesis button. It's not that he is reluctant to use better synthetic materials, it's just that Uchiha Madara's legacy is not rich enough. All of them are 3 Magatama Sharingan, those below this number are not worth collecting, and those above this number, out of stock. I had originally planned to use shadow tears to try to improve the quality of the materials, but while feeding them I thought that raising a tiger might become a threat, so I stopped the project. After a long wait, Uchiha Tobirama was born. Excellent technique, I'll get you a pair of Sharingan to play with later. Uchiha Kage looked at the results of Senju Tobirama's transformation, gave Orochimaru a thumbs up, and nodded with satisfaction. Although he didn't know why the dust of the impure world body would not cover the 3 Magatama Sharingan of Tobirama Senju, which was not the original one, professional matters should be left to professionals. There was a very good saying before the time travel, She also understands technology. Then I would like to thank Lord G for his kindness in advance. Orochimaru had a kind smile on his face. Upon hearing this, a strange light flashed in the wild snake's eyes. In the process of transforming the impure world body of Senju Tobirama, he of course had to conduct a series of detailed inspections and analyses of factors such as the activity of the 3 Magatama Sharingan. During this period, he accidentally discovered something very interesting, a kind of energy residue that was even more corrosive than the phagocytic and splitting power of Hashirama's active cells. Orochimaru immediately attached more importance to the relationship between himself and Uchiha Kage. It turns out that Ji-Jun still has some very valuable research materials left. Orochimaru's research base. The Uchiha Kage used an illusion on the Senju Tobirama whose chakra was sealed to disguise him slightly, turning him into a white-haired little loli with twin ponytails. Not long after the illusion control effect was removed, Senju Tobirama slowly woke up. Evil Uchiha. The moment Senju Tobirama opened his eyes, he glared at Uchiha Kage with his cold and stern eyes and scolded in a deep voice. He wanted to attack, but his own chakra was sealed, and the attack speed of his ordinary physical skills was so fast that Uchiha Kage could dodge it even with his eyes closed. Hey, please adapt to your current identity first. You are now also an evil Uchiha. Uchiha Kage easily dodged Senju Tobirama's weak attack, pointed to his eyes and raised his eyebrows to remind him. As he spoke, he used his chakra to condense a reflective ice mirror in front of Senju Tobirama. What on earth have you done to me? When Senju Tobirama saw his own reflection in the ice mirror, his pupils suddenly shrank and his expression turned pale with horror. Although the Sharingan has the ability to see through illusion's ability, but it is also based on the strength of his own pupil power, plus Senju Tobirama's own chakra has been sealed at this time. At this moment, in his eyes, the image of himself reflected in the ice mirror looked like a little white-haired loli with twin ponytails. Ahaha, after all, the Nidame Hokage who has been dead for many years suddenly appeared on the streets of Konoha, which is bound to cause riots. It's just a small matter, it will pass if you bear with it. The Uchiha Kage admired the scene of Senju Tobirama breaking through his defense, and did not remind him that this was the effect of an illusion. He just grinned evilly. As if insulting him like this wasn't enough, they were going to parade him through the streets of Konoha? Damn you Uchiha brat, I will absolutely kill you. Senju Tobirama hated the Uchiha Kage with gnashing teeth and shouted the following words almost word by word. Even if Senju Tobirama was unwilling in his heart, it still could not change the Uchiha Kage's decision to take him to the street. The villagers of Konoha on the street saw Uchiha Kage strolling on the street with a strange little white-haired loli with twin ponytails. After the strange eyes lingered on Senju Tobirama for a moment, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Shopping is fun. If you feel like going out shopping, it means you're in a good mood recently. The days of soap being sold out in the village are finally coming to an end. During this period, everyone was so nervous that they didn't even have an appetite for meals, for fear that they would be suddenly robbed of their invitation to a bath. But where did G kidnap that strange little white-haired loli with twin ponytails from? Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Kage were walking on the streets of Konoha. The strange looks from the passers-by around them made him feel uneasy. He, who had always been calm and wise, was so ashamed of his image at this moment that he could not control himself. He subconsciously lowered his head to avoid the sight of people around him, and only dared to observe the current situation of Konoha with his peripheral vision. Look at the roof over there. In addition to the Konoha Police Department patrolling the streets, there are now members of the Uchiha clan participating in Konoha Zumbu. There are also things like the administrative department, the interrogation department, and the education department. Hey, after investing so much effort just to make some contribution to Konoha, the Uchiha really wants to improve. Uchiha Kage pointed to Senju Tobirama at the Umbu member who was jumping and passing by from the eaves nearby. Thinking of the tremendous changes that have taken place in the Uchiha clan in the past year or so, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Yes, Uchiha really wants to improve. Since Minato Namikaze took office as the fourth Hokage, he has relaxed the policies that once targeted the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan members no longer have to stick to an urban management department that is easy to offend people, and have more career options to choose from. You can say that the Uchiha people are more arrogant, but they are also really sincere when it comes to feelings. In order to repay the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze for improving Konoha's policy against Uchiha, he naturally worked harder and made contributions to Konoha. The abilities of those Uchiha clan members who are able to enter other departments are naturally not bad. In addition, the ability of the Sharingan has unique uses in certain aspects, just like throwing a few catfish into a small pond, driving the internal personnel of these departments of Konoha to rush in. There is no doubt about Minato Namikaze's ability to handle government affairs. Since he took office, there has never been a backlog of paperwork that requires the Hokage's personal approval. Everything is reported and resolved on the same day. In such a politically clear environment where everyone is busy with internal affairs and has no time to spend on infighting and internal consumption in the village, everything in Konoha can be said to be developing towards prosperity. But Senju Tobirama couldn't see any of this. What he can see is what he wants to see. Damn it! Such an important department as the Umbu has been infiltrated by the Uchiha clan, which shows that Konoha is now completely in the hands of the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama was observing the current situation on the streets of Konoha with anger in his heart, and he only regretted that he had not been ruthless enough to completely eliminate the threat of the Uchiha clan for Konoha during his lifetime. It's a pity that now even he himself is a prisoner suffering humiliation. Uchiha Kage did not care about what was in Senju Tobirama's mind, and enthusiastically introduced him to the current development and changes of Konoha along the way. The best way to deal with a smart person who is very confident in himself is to achieve outstanding results in a way that he thinks is wrong. Slap in the face, shrimp, and pig heart. The Uchiha Kage's purpose was very clear that he took Senju Tobirama and walked along the streets of Konoha towards the Uchiha clan's territory. I want him to see with his own eyes how well the Uchiha clan is living in Konoha now. Break my defense for me. Ha ha. When he was about to enter the corner of the street of the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha Kage happened to run into Itaki, who was holding Uchiha Tobirama in his arms and was about to go out to show off to his brother. Uchiha Tobirama is now a little over 1 year old, just learning to speak. When he saw the Uchiha movie queen, his round eyes lit up obviously. Good job, Erda. Uchiha Tobirama stretched out his tender little hands like lotus roots and shouted to Uchiha Kage in a crisp voice. Itaki, who was holding him, was no longer surprised by this. Tobirama, this child has been smart since he was young. He is only 1 year old, but he already remembers all the god relatives in the clan clearly, such as the eldest uncle, the second aunt, the third uncle, the fourth aunt. Every time little Tobirama greeted him crisply, even the elder in the clan who liked to have a stern face all day and had the worst temper would immediately smile, and his old face would be as bright as a chrysanthemum. Although Itaka didn't understand the reason, he was very happy that his Ou Daudu was so popular in the tribe. Uchiha Kage saw Uchiha Tobirama's expression froze for a moment, then a bright smile soon broke out on his face. He had originally intended to watch Senju Tobirama break through the defenses, so now he didn't have to go there in person. Hello to you too, little Tobirama, where are you planning to go to play? Uchiha Kage smiled and walked forward to rub Uchiha Tobirama's delicate little head. While speaking, he looked at Senju Tobirama with a wink. Small Tobirama. When Senju Tobirama heard this name, his heart skipped a beat and his brows instantly raised. Looking at the squinting look in Uchiha Kage's eyes, how could he not understand the situation in front of him? Thinking of the 1 year old child just now who was called Uchiha Kage. Dada? These damn Uchiha, how dare they insult him in such a despicable way? Senju Tobirama's filthy body was almost collapsed by anger. He stared at Uchiha Kage with a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan that seemed to be spitting fire, and his eyes were bloodshot. His fists were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. He suddenly jumped up and attacked the Uchiha Kage from behind. I leave it to you. If you win, I'll give you a week off. Uchiha Kage took little Tobirama away from Itaka's arms and nodded to Itaki in a flat voice. After more than a year of being beaten training, Itaka's strength has improved significantly. Even if he has not yet opened the Sharingan, he is still strong enough to defeat some ordinary Chinins. However, when facing Senju Tobirama, even if Senju Tobirama's chakra was sealed, his keen analytical ability in battle and rich combat experience and skills were enough to easily make up for these gaps. However, the Uchiha Kage had never intended to give Itaki a holiday. Itaki looked at the white-haired loli with twin ponytails in front of him, and nodded seriously to the Uchiha Kage, who had retreated to the side holding the little Tobirama. A month of pain-free vacation is quite tempting for him, Seeing that the white-haired loli with twin ponytails was unarmed and had no weapons, Itake did not try to bully her and also went up to her with his bare hands. But just as he dodged a punch and was about to fight back, a fierce knee hit him in the face. So fast, Itake's pupils shrank. He did not dare to be careless at the moment. He condensed chakra in his lower limbs and used the technique of instant body movement to dodge the knee attack, thus creating some distance between himself and Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama was shocked when he saw this. The Uchiha clan is really full of geniuses. Such a young child can skillfully perform the art of instant body movement in actual combat. Seeing that the other party was still a child, he subconsciously held back some of his strength when he attacked. Isn't this just being too sentimental? You don't think that just because I can't use chakra, I'll be defeated by an Uchiha brat? Senju Tobirama looked in the direction of Uchiha Kage and sneered angrily in his heart. The other party's actions from the very beginning were to do everything possible to humiliate him, and now he was trying to let an Uchiha kid defeat him and humiliate him? Be prepared to capsize in the ditch. Can't use chakra? Itake watched the interaction between Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Kage with a calm expression, analyzing it in his mind. Are their relationships very bad? That's right, I heard from the people in the village that G likes to kidnap some beautiful female ninjas from other villages and bring them back to be his wives. It would be strange if they have a good relationship. Itake nodded, feeling that he had analyzed the situation. Itake had not yet opened his eyes. As a member of the Uchiha clan, even if Itake does not show it normally, he still cannot change the pride in his bones. Since the opponent cannot use chakra, for the sake of fairness, he won't use it either. The consequences for Itake after making this decision can be imagined. Originally, in the Uchiha Kage's idea, as long as Itake could perform normally, even if he couldn't win, he could still drag on for 5 or 10 minutes without dying. As long as the strength of the new generation of Uchiha is demonstrated, no matter how tough Senju Tobirama is, he will be envious and jealous of the current development of Uchiha in his heart. But the result? Tobirama Senju used 1A 2A 3A to quickly pass the Itake God copy without any damage, and easily subdued him and stepped on him. Remove the chakra seal from me, or I'll kill this brat. There was murderous intent in Senju Tobirama's eyes, and he threatened in a deep voice. You want to kill him? Why should I remove the seal? The Uchiha Kage was madly complaining about Itake's disgrace in his mind, but he smiled calmly with his hands spread out. Said, besides, even if I unlock your chakra seal, can you beat me? When Senju Tobirama heard this, a trace of bitterness rose in his heart. He couldn't think of any way to refute what the Uchiha Kage said. Yes. Even if the chakra seal on him was released, would he be able to defeat that group of robbers? However, he couldn't accept letting the Uchiha hostage go so easily. Unai-chan, Erda, please save Unai-chan. The moment little Tobirama saw Itake being beaten, he started calling for help, and was so anxious that tears were about to come out. But what he didn't know was that the worst beating Itake was in the hands of his dear Erdada. Children usually look cute, but once they start crying, they become a little annoying. Uchiha Kage curled his lips and picked his ears in annoyance. Remember that he never cried or made a fuss when he was a child? Just as he was about to use the Impure World Reincarnation Seal given by Orochimaru to control Senju Tobirama, he saw Shisui, dressed in umbu clothes, appear at the street corner. Seeing the scene where Tobirama Senju stepped on Itake and confronted Zed, Shisui had no time to think and immediately revealed his own pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. He launched Kota Amatsukami's powerful illusion control towards Senju Tobirama. The left and right eyes of Kota Amatsukami have different abilities. One can hypnotize the enemy unconsciously with no cooldown, the other can directly and forcibly rewrite the enemy's consciousness with a long cooldown. With the powerful Mangekyo pupil power consumed, Shisui directly used illusion to control Senju Tobirama's 5 senses and easily rescued Itake. After heaving a sigh of relief, Shisui finally had time to take in the situation in front of him. But it doesn't matter if you take a look at it. How come this white-haired loli with twin ponytails in front of me looks exactly like the second Hokage in the history of Hokage under the Mangekyo Sharingan? 2. Nidame Hokage-sama. Shisui rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After discovering that the target's image had not changed, he looked at Senju Tobirama with an expression of disbelief, with a huge wave of emotions in his heart. Why would the deceased previous Hokage appear in front of the Uchiha clan? He also attacked Itake and confronted Zed? She is the Nidame Hokage. Itake, who was standing by, heard Shisui's words and looked at Tobirama Senju, who was in the image of a white-haired loli with twin ponytails, in disbelief. He knew that the Sharingan had the ability to see through the effects of illusions, and he did not doubt what Shisui said. While the two were shocked, Tobirama Senju, who noticed something strange in his 5 senses, broke the illusion at this time. This texture. Another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Senju Tobirama frowned and looked into Shisui's eyes, feeling as uncomfortable as if he was forced to have a big meal of shit. Why was it that the Senju clan was integrated into Konoha, becoming nutrients to nourish Konoha and accelerate its growth, while the Uchiha clan, who was also the archenemy and ally of the 1,000-year-old ninja clan, became increasingly powerful in Konoha? The Uchiha clan must have grown by sucking the blood of Konoha. That's it. You are the Nidaime Hokage-sama on Shadow Rock? Shisui asked cautiously. Although the other party's current condition looks abnormal, his face is covered with cracks, and there is a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eye sockets. But that amazing amount of chakra, as vast as the ocean, is definitely not something that ordinary people can possess. Astonishing amount of chakra, and the image of the second-generation Hokage on the Shadow Rock is exactly the same. As a member of Konoha Zumbu, he has the responsibility to get to the bottom of this matter. So what? Konoha was ultimately overthrown by a group of naturally evil Uchiha. But don't get complacent too soon. The inheritance of the Will of Fire will not be extinguished so easily. Senju Tobirama frowned and shouted coldly. Even though his chakra is sealed now, even though he is powerless to resist the powerful Uchiha clan, he will not bow to them. My elder brother and the efforts he made for Konoha during his lifetime, the Will of Fire that has been passed down from generation to generation in the village. There will be a day when the whole field will be engulfed in flames. Shisui looked at Senju Tobirama seriously, and he had already begun to believe in his identity. But after all, we can't just listen to one side's opinion. In the current situation, could he really be? Shisui turned to look at the Uchiha cage beside him and asked. Although he couldn't figure out what was going on, why the second Hokage, who was supposed to be dead, would return to the world and appear here. But this matter is most likely related to robbery. You've already seen it, that's it. Uchiha Kage shrugged and said nonchalantly. He never thought of hiding this matter. As long as Senju Tobirama's sparring business continued, it would not be possible to hide it for long. If the fierce battle in the outskirts of the Death Forest only lasted for a short period of time, Konoha would not take it too seriously knowing that it was Ji who was practicing. But if this situation continued for months or even years, no matter how tolerant Konoha was, they would have to send people to find out the truth. In other words, the person in front of me is really the second Hokage. Upon hearing this, Shisui's expression became conflicted and hesitant. During the period when the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze had just taken office, the Uchiha clan organized several meetings in succession due to the news that Uchiha Madara had returned to the ninja world. During this period, the clan members complained bitterly about Konoha's long-standing targeted policies, so much so that Shisui knew quite a lot about the previous Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Many policies targeting the Uchiha clan were planned by the other party. Although Shisui was not brainwashed for a long time by Sarutobi Hiruzen as in the original work, he still firmly believed in the Will of Fire inherited by Konoha. However, compared to the previous Hokage who had passed away, he was more deeply moved by the Will of Fire of the current fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. In a person like the fourth Hokage who has no prejudice in his heart, he can truly see the hope of eliminating the barriers between clans and allowing the Will of Fire to be passed on endlessly in Konoha. I will tell the Hokage everything that happened here. Shisui struggled for a long time, but finally put away his Mangekyo Sharingan. He also had no good feelings towards the second Hokage who liked to target the Uchiha clan, so it would be better for him to suffer a little more at the hands of Ji. However, this matter must be known to the fourth Hokage eventually. Well, let's just hold it for a day or two. It takes some time to verify the authenticity of the intelligence, right? Shisui looked deeply at Uchiha Kage, nodded to Atake beside him, and then used the instant body technique to quickly disappear. Not bad, this kid is not useless. The Uchiha Kage used the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan to observe Shisui's inner thoughts and nodded secretly with satisfaction. In life, we must first understand our own position. The reasons for whitewashing in the original novel sound very noble, but how can a traitor who stands for others and treats his own blood brothers be a good person? Isn't this just like those colonists who were brainwashed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and kept bragging about foreign countries on the internet in the previous life? Despicable. Uchiha Shisui is the second person after Uchiha Madara to be called the strongest Uchiha in the clan. Except me, of course. Uchiha Kage saw Senju Tobirama looking at the direction Shisui left, and stood aside and introduced him enthusiastically. Although Itake's previous performance was that he directly pooped in his pants, Shisui's brief display of his powerful illusion talent and Mangekyo Sharingan was enough to make Senju Tobirama jealous. You have to know that whether it was the brothers Uchiha Madara and Izuna, or the brothers Senju Hashirama and Tobirama, when they were the same age as Shisui, Shisui could easily defeat them with a stack of manuscripts alone. The second strongest Uchiha after Uchiha Madara. Chien-Shou Tobirama was shocked when he heard this. He automatically ignored the second half of Uchiha Kage's sentence, which sounded like he was bragging. Taking advantage of the time when Tobirama Senju was distracted, Uchiha Kage gave Itaki, who was covered in wounds, some simple treatment, and did not miss the opportunity to increase his proficiency in the palm fairy technique. After handing little Tobirama to Itake, the Uchiha Kage took Senju Tobirama for a stroll in the Uchiha clan's territory to relax. Pay special attention to the heroic Uchiha sister in the training ground. I'm right, aren't I? All the girls in the Uchiha clan are pretty and beautiful. But the girls of our Senju clan are not bad looking either, and their advantages are even greater. Uchiha Kage carelessly embraced the pale-faced Senju Tobirama, not caring at all that he might attack at any time. With the ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan to observe his thoughts at any time, it would be no problem for him to dodge his weak physical attacks. Senju Tobirama had a sour face the whole time. Whenever a pair of Uchiha eyes fell on him, he would feel humiliated in his heart. When he suddenly heard the Uchiha Kage talking about the girls of the Senju clan, Senju Tobirama's heart skipped a beat. In the previous conversation, the other party seemed to have mentioned the name of the eldest brother's granddaughter, Tsunade Senju. Damn Uchiha. What the hell did you do to Tsuna? Chien Shao Tobima shouted coldly in anger, with a fierce light in his eyes ready to burst out. Tsunade is the eldest brother's granddaughter. When he thought of the bloody scene when his younger brother was brutally slaughtered by the Uchiha clan on the battlefield when he was a child, Senju Tobirama didn't even dare to think about what would happen to Tsunade if she fell into the hands of the Uchiha clan. Oh, so angry. The angrier you are, the happier I am. While dodging the weak attacks of Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Kage was happily enjoying the scene of his defense being broken. When he thought that Senju Tobirama was about to transform into his second grandfather, he had a stronger desire to see him break his defense. It will take a long time for me to turn things around and become his second grandfather. This is such a disadvantage. They played around jokingly for a while. Seeing that Senju Tobirama's fury was gradually weakening and difficult to provoke, the Uchiha Kage had no choice but to give up his thoughts. Afterwards, he took Senju Tobirama into his house. Ah, you kidnapped another one from outside and brought her back as your wife? Zionin, who was watering the flowers in the flowerbed, saw Uchiha Kage walking into the house with a white-haired loli with twin ponytails. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly and he complained wildly in his heart. After everyone in the yard got to know each other, the experienced sister Yukiko saw her worries, but quietly told her the water lilies that had entered the room to warm the bed were still not eaten. He didn't eat the meat in the bowl, but kept picking it up from the outside. Is this some quirk, or is he really incapable? The nature of watching the fun still applies even in the ninja world. Although Zionin's voice was very soft, it still attracted the others. A group of beautiful girls came out one after another, looking curiously at the little white-haired loli with twin ponytails brought back by Uchiha Kage. She looks petite and cute, and is indeed the type that people like at first sight. Ha ha, I would like to make her my new wife, but I have to see if she is willing. Uchiha Kage looked at Senju Tobirama's ugly face with a playful look, put his hands on his hips and laughed, with a smug look as if he was saying, I am so awesome. Oh. You speak as if they don't want to be useful. Konan, Yukito and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes at the smug look on Uchiha Kage's face. Although this guy wasn't that bad, they all agreed that he was shameless. Oh, no love. Even my own wives don't trust me, and I'm a model of morality in the ninja world. The Uchiha Kage pretended to be lonely. After saying that, he turned around and regained his spirits. Then, beautiful Senju miss, are you willing to be my wife and live with me till old age? The Uchiha Kage bowed slightly towards Senju Tobirama, and the corners of his mouth with his head lowered were harder to suppress than the recoil of an AK. That's right. This look of face is even uglier than a white knife going in and a yellow knife coming out, stabbing a shitbag. It's simply the soup base for a pot of beef shank hot pot. You're a born evil Uchiha brat. I must kill you, I must kill you. Senju Tobirama was shaking with anger, and pointed at Uchiha Kage with trembling fingers. His eyes were full of anger. This one is originally red, but that doesn't matter. The important thing is that he has never been so angry in his life as he is now. As a result, he had been dead for decades, but was called back to the world using the forbidden technique he created during his lifetime. He fell into the hands of the Uchiha Kage, the damned shameless man who tortured him to death. TMD. How could there be such a person in Uchiha? Woo 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 epsilon equals omicron asterisk, alas. I was rejected. I'm so sad. Uchiha Kage shook his head and sighed. Then, under the unsurprising contemptuous gazes of the wives, after the Uchiha Kage used the Impure World Reincarnation Seal to control Tobirama Senju, he used his shadow tentacles to carry him into his room. 2E. Look, this is a shameless guy. What do you want to do? Senju Tobirama's face, which had originally turned green due to anger, turned pale the moment the Uchiha Kage carried him into the room with his shadow tentacles and closed the door. The continuous and drastic emotional fluctuations within a day completely lost Senju Tobirama's calmness and wisdom, and his mind was filled with the scene of Uchiha Kage proposing to him. Could it be that this damn Uchiha brat really likes him? The kind that doesn't even spare the dead. Uchiha Kage has been using his Mangekyo Sharingan to observe the thoughts in Senju Tobirama's mind. Even though he knew that Senju Tobirama thought he was a perverted gay, he didn't get angry. He originally thought this was fun and wanted to scare Senju Tobirama. Of course, we should do something that will make the second Hokage unforgettable for the rest of his life. The corners of Uchiha Kage's mouth curled up into a meaningful and evil arc. The figures of several Senju Tobirama reflected in a pair of dazzling Mangekyo Sharinans were like an eight-sided cage trapping a canary, mysterious and unpredictable. Senju Tobirama looked at his own reflection in Uchiha Kage's pupils, and his heart trembled with fear. The chakra seal, the cursed seal of the filthy earth body, and the shadow tentacles that tightly locked his limbs. Isn't he just a little bird trapped in a cage, powerless to resist? Save him! Someone come and rescue him! Damn Uchiha Madara, look at what kind of perverted descendants your Uchiha clan has raised. Senju Tobirama looked at the figure that was getting closer and closer in his pupils, and his heart gradually became desperate. Sudden. Just as the evil hand rested on his shoulder, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. A moment. Senju Tobirama found himself in a cave. Looking at the evil hand still on his shoulder, Senju Tobirama analyzed the situation briefly and instantly realized the situation. Damn! Reverse psychic magic. It turned out that he wanted to take me to a different scene. I was terrified for nothing. Senju Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief. After relaxing, I began to silently look at the environment in front of me. He is a prisoner now, but he cannot be a prisoner forever. Sooner or later, he will take revenge. Master! Tien Zinshenji bowed slightly. When he saw Tobirama Senju beside Uchiha Kage, his pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a pair of wild and dangerous golden vertical pupils, and as shadows appeared on the wings of his nose. A dissatisfied snort was heard. Tien Zinshenji instantly stopped showing any signs of her transformation into a snake and returned to her youthful appearance. After a slight hesitation, he said, Master, this is. Yes, that's the one you were thinking of, the Nidaime Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Uchiha Kage stroked Tien Xinshenji's smooth jade chin with satisfaction and nodded. Tien Zinshenji remained calm on the surface, but the shock in her heart was beyond words. As one of the three sacred princesses of Ryokai Cave, her actual age is not as young as she appears to be. She has heard of all the powerful men who have ever appeared in the ninja world. Senju Tobirama is very powerful, far superior to her, and is a strong man respected by even the three holy places. But what she is more curious about now is whether Senju Tobirama has returned to the world. Is it possible that his elder brother, Hashirama Senju, will return to the world in the future? He is the ninja god who can capture powerful tailed beasts as easily as catching kittens and puppies. As the owner of Ryokai Cave, Uchiha Kage brought Senju Tobirama with ease to the original site of the temple deep inside, which is now a mansion. Tsunade and Shizun were also seen drinking, gambling, and having fun with the white snake sage and the goddess in the mansion. Tsunade, my wife, please stick to me. The moment the Uchiha Kage saw Tsunade's wife, he immediately left Senju Tobirama beside him. He suddenly rushed at Tsunade's wife, rubbed her soft cheek against hers, and did not forget to look at Senju Tobirama provocatively with a smug look. Look, Lao Deng, not only do I want to make you angry, but I will also be happily intimate with your niece's granddaughter in front of you. Hey, just play. There was fire in Senju Tobirama's eyes. Looking at the provocative look of Uchiha Kage and his intimate interaction with Tsunade, the anger in her heart was provoked again by Uchiha Kage. Ah, you really deserve to die. Faced with the Uchiha Kage's extremely warm and sweet attitude right from the start, Tsunade's attention was still completely focused on the dice cup on the table that was about to be opened. His indifferent expression was not much different from his reaction when being rubbed by Silent's pet pig, Tuntun. Just a stupid kid who's about the same age as Shizun and behaves badly. When he grows up a little bit, he will know how stupid it is to find a wife who is so much older than himself. How about finding a mother for yourself? After getting used to it, you won't care about these contacts anymore. But from the perspective of Senju Tobirama, it is completely different. There were a group of beautiful girls in the house before, and now there are several beautiful girls in this place, one of whom is the granddaughter of his eldest brother. And it's not difficult to guess from the content of their previous conversation. These women were forcibly abducted and brought back from outside by this damn evil Uchiha as his wives. Senju Tobirama gnashed his teeth as he looked at Tsunade, who was indifferent and had no intention of resisting the Uchiha Kage's forced intimate interaction, and he hated her so much that blood was dripping from his heart. My eldest brother's granddaughter was tortured like this by this damn Uchiha. Are you so depressed and hopeless that you don't even have the thought of resisting? Unnaturally evil Uchiha brat. Let go of Xiao Gang. Even though he was now a prisoner, Senju Tobirama still couldn't help but shout out in anger. Small outline? This angry shout rang out. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and her attention was diverted a little from the dice cup. However, after seeing that the other person was a cute-looking white-haired loli with twin tails, Tsunade did not think that the other person was talking about her. But apart from her, there seemed to be no one else present who could associate the name Xiao Gang with her. I guess I drank too much and heard it wrong? Little brat, is this your new wife? She's pretty cute. Tsunade shook the bottle in her hand and drank the little remaining liquor in it in one gulp. The mature face with a layer of red wine redness made him even more attractive. With a beaming brow, he looked at Senju Tobirama with interest with his hazy, drunken eyes. Puff. Uchiha Kage almost laughed out loud when he saw the devastated expression on Senju Tobirama's face, and tried hard to control his shaking shoulders. Then I'd like to trouble you too, wife Tsunade, to warm the bed together tonight? The Uchiha Kage hid the smirk on his lips and continued to speak to stimulate Senju Tobirama's fragile nerves. Xiao Gang, wake up and cheer up. You really disappoint me and my brother. Senju Tobirama glared at Tsunade, hating her for not fighting back. The cracks on Chi's filthy earth body seemed to be increasing in number. These bastards started talking about warming the bed with him for the damn evil Uchiha brat right in front of him. Second grandfather. When Tsunade heard these words, her drunken eyes cleared a little. The figure of the white-haired loli with twin ponytails in front of him gradually overlapped with the image of his deceased second grandfather, Tobirama Senju. After coming to her senses, Tsunade couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly. The hazy feeling after being drunk doesn't always bring relaxation. I see the time is almost right. Even if he was angry, he couldn't let Senju Tobirama's emotions fluctuate too drastically. The Uchiha Kage shook his head and timely cancelled the illusion camouflage effect covering him. Tsunade was distracted by the bitter memories of the past. But the white-haired loli with twin ponytails in front of him disappeared, and was replaced by the figure that he had vaguely felt was similar to the one in his mind before. 2. Second grandfather. Tsunade opened her red lips slightly and spoke in a crisp voice with an expression of disbelief. The past memories that emerged in my mind were shattered one after another. Seeing my family elders again, tears of grievance could not help but seep out of the corners of my eyes. The Senju clan was born in the early days of Konoha, but as they grew up, they watched this famous clan in the ninja world integrate into Konoha step by step, and gradually disappear all traces of their existence. The elders of the family passed away one after another, and his lover and only younger brother also died on the battlefield. The ninja world is constantly moving forward, but she has been holding on to her memories all these years, wandering and living immersed in the past. Suna, stay away from that damn bastard. Senju Tobirama also found that the illusion camouflage effect on his body had dissipated, and he stared at the Uchiha Kage with gritted teeth. The anger he endured from him today alone far exceeded all the anger he had ever experienced in his entire life. Why? Second grandpa, I say we don't want to break up a couple. Xiao Gang and I are in love with each other, our love is sincere and our relationship is stronger than gold. The Uchiha Kage grabbed Tsunade's wife's hand and shamelessly changed his words. He secretly muttered in his heart that sooner or later, Senju Tobirama would make him return the title of second grandfather. The White Snake Immortal and the Divine Princess on the side behaved as usual. From the moment Uchiha Kage appeared with Senju Tobirama, they, with their strong perception abilities, saw through the illusion and learned the true identity of Senju Tobirama. However, after receiving the signal from Uchiha Kage, he did not dare to show it. As for Shizun, who was sitting next to Tsunade, when the illusion effect was lifted and Senju Tobirama revealed his true form, her little face was stunned with shock, her mouth slightly open. Although she didn't know why Tobirama Senju returned to the world, Tsunade was filled with joy at seeing her loved ones again. Looking at the very interesting expression on Senju Tobirama's face at this moment, Tsunade couldn't help but think of the cute appearance of the white-haired loli with twin ponytails just now. It's no wonder that he was so angry when he met Uchiha Kage, a brat with such bad behavior. Stop making trouble, you are still a little bit shy. Tsunade is angry. Uchiha Kage glanced at him, pulled his hand away, and tapped his forehead unhappily. This kind of evil behavior was even committed by her second grandfather. Second grandfather, what's your situation now? Tsunade looked at Senju Tobirama and asked with some concern. There was something obviously wrong with the dusty and cracked image. The impure world reincarnation technique. I invented a dangerous forbidden technique when I was alive that can summon the dead back to the ninja world. Senju Tobirama replied in a deep voice. Suna, who is the current Hokage of Konoha, to what extent has the Uchiha brought disaster to the village? After answering Tsunade's questions, Senju Tobirama couldn't wait to start asking about the situation in Konoha, which was what he was most concerned about. This is the village that he and his elder brother worked hard to build and develop during their lifetime. They even completely integrated the Senju clan, which had been passed down for thousands of years, into it. This is their hope for peace in the ninja world. Unfortunately, the person he was questioning was Tsunade, who spent her days drinking and gambling. Her knowledge of Konoha was very one-sided, and she only knew what she saw when she briefly returned to the village a few years ago. The result was not as much as the information that Tobirama Senju observed on the street today. Stop. Senju Tobirama stopped Tsunade's useless answer in annoyance, and when he glanced at Uchiha Kage, the anger in his eyes almost condensed into substance. How many years has it been since Tsuna was out of touch with Konoha? Has he been imprisoned in this cave all these years? This damn Uchiha. Second grandfather, your eyes. Tsunade's emotions also calmed down. She looked at the three Magatama Sharingan in Senju Tobirama's eye sockets and asked after a little hesitation. She knew how much Senju Tobirama disliked the Uchiha clan, and he always called them the Uchiha clan who were born evil. How come there is a pair of Sharingan in the Uchiha clan nowadays? Senju Tobirama was speechless for a moment, and the corners of his mouth were still twitching. He glared angrily at the Uchiha cage beside him. With his naturally strong perception, he had long noticed the problem with his eyes, but he never mentioned or paid attention to the matter, pretending that he didn't know about it. It's because it's hard to accept that I've now become half a naturally evil Uchiha. Tsunade, this is my gift to marry you. Of course, Uchiha Kage didn't mind letting Senju Tobirama continue to be angry, and he immediately stepped forward and hugged Tsunade's waist intimately, looking like a couple in sweet love. Ah, let go of me. Damn you Uchiha brat, I won't agree to you and Tsuna being together. At the same time, while Uchiha Kage and Senju Tobirama were getting along very happily and friendly, there were always some dark-minded guys in the ninja world which had entered a brief period of peace. For example, a filial son. The so-called peace period in the ninja world is only relative. It's just that there is no large-scale and wide-ranging war situation like the conflict between the ninja villages of a few major countries. There are always bandits and robbers in every country. Those wandering ninjas who have mastered a few ninjutsu in their hands may be upright characters who accept mercenary missions and provide protection to their employers in the last second, but they turn around and start robbing and robbery again. There is never peace in the ninja world. The Akatsuki organization, which holds the ideal of building a peaceful world, has never stopped moving forward. A poor mountain village located on the edge of the mountainous wasteland in the land of birds. In the forest 10 miles away from this place which used to be deserted. Recently, a group of wandering ninjas came from nowhere and became bandits, occupying the forest and becoming kings of the mountains. The villagers, who were already struggling to make a living, found their lives even more difficult after their food supplies were robbed by this group of bandits. The bandits looted and then left without killing all the villagers. It was obvious that they regarded them as a sustainable source of economy. There is no need to worry that these poor villagers have the money to hire ninjas to deal with them, but what these bandits could never have imagined was, there are actually a group of idiots in this world who are willing to help these peasants solve their problems without even asking for money. Early morning. There was a gentle breeze and the moon disappeared into the clouds. A group of Akatsuki members wearing black robes with red clouds on them moved swiftly through the overgrown forest. All members are in place. The leader, Yahiko, observed the layout of the bandits' stronghold in front of him, arranged the action plan, waved his hand and shouted coldly, "Begin the action." Swish, swish. One after another, figures left quickly and sneaked into the mountain village silently, each doing their job according to the plan arranged in advance. The chirping of insects in the mountains and forests became the best cover for their actions. When the first noise of battle was unexpectedly heard in the mountain stronghold, there were only a few responses and silence soon returned. "Chief, everything has been resolved." Heidosuke walked out of the mountain village and reported to Yahiko. "The harvest in the cottage warehouse. Then notify the nearby villagers who were robbed and ask them to move away." Yahiko nodded and said, "Although the Akatsuki organization is not wealthy nowadays, their members, who are war orphans, understand the poverty and suffering of ordinary people in the ninja world best. A mouthful of rations can really keep you alive." Members of Akatsuki organization gradually withdrew from the village. Just as Yahiko was about to take them away, the cry of a baby was particularly clear among the chirping of insects in the forest. "Baby? Why is there a baby crying in the village? How could there be the sound of a baby crying in a mountain stronghold of a group of bandits? Let's go in and take a look." Yahiko frowned. He led a group of people into the village and began to search for the baby following the sound of his crying. In any case, they couldn't leave a baby alone in the forest where insects were swarming. The bloody smell left by the previous action began to spread in the village as time went by. The members of Akatsuki were busy searching for the target baby and did not pay any attention to these things. The stronghold is not very big, and there are more people in Akatsuki. After a few minutes, they searched the entire village, but unfortunately, they could only hear the baby's crying but did not see him. "No, this is a trap. I can't extract my chakra anymore, the air is poisonous." When a member of the Akatsuki organization discovered that something was wrong with his condition, he immediately warned his companions around him. "It's a mixture of toxins, I'm running out of strength." "Me too." Upon hearing this, the Akatsuki members quickly checked their own conditions and their faces turned grim. "I can't extract chakra and I can't use my strength. Aren't they now the prey that can be slaughtered at will?" But the bandits in the village had obviously been dealt with by them, so who set the trap to target them? "Let's go, get out of here." Yahiko's expression changed several times, and without having time to think, he quickly gave the order. "Continue to stay here, the poison in them will only grow deeper." But before they left the village, clusters of torches lit up around them, which were very conspicuous in the dark sky. "Ha ha ha, don't you think it's too late to leave now?" An old man with a white scarf on his head walked up from the team, looked at Yahiko and others greedily with his triangular eyes, and sneered loudly. "It's you!" Yahiko and the members of Akatsuki's pupils shrank when they saw the old man, and they all looked incredulous. At the beginning, it was the other party who came to them with a humble and pitiful attitude. Why is there this greedy face of a villain who has succeeded? Looking at the people holding torches around, they were all the villagers who were robbed by the bandits nearby. Only now, there was a hint of madness and greed in their eyes. Go, kill these ninjas. If we take away their ninjutsu heritage, we will have our own power and will no longer be bullied and robbed at will. The weathered old man tried hard to deceive the villagers behind him. A pair of eyes with a dim light were observing Nagato behind Yahiko. Kill them. Under the instigation of the vicissitudes of life, old man, these villagers, both men and women, young and old, all of whom were skinny, with sunken faces and a skinny appearance, became wildly agitated. The protruding eyeballs were filled with dense bloodshot, and the spirit seemed extremely abnormal. Holding torches, kitchen knives, rolling pins, hose, and even branches in their hands, they rushed towards the Akatsuki organization that was surrounded in front of the mountain village like crazy. Get out first. Yahiko frowned slightly, feeling that there was something wrong with these crazy villagers in front of him. However, the most urgent task is to lead the members of Akatsuki to break through the encirclement before making any other plans. After receiving orders from their leader Yahiko, members of Akatsuki also began to break out. Although these members of the Akatsuki organization are all war orphans, they have experienced the hardships of survival and suffered hardships since childhood, so they know how to work harder. Even though he is now in a very bad condition due to the effects of the poison and cannot exert his full strength, he is not someone that these ordinary villagers can easily deal with. None of the villagers who rushed in front of the Akatsuki members could survive a few more attacks from them. Like a hot knife cutting butter, the villagers' encirclement was easily torn open. Let's find a safe place to detoxify first. These villagers are not in good condition. Yahiko kicked away a villager who was approaching with a kitchen knife, looked at the encirclement in front of him that had been broken, and spoke in a deep voice to his companions. This kind of mixed toxin that can affect chakra is rare even among ninjas, and it is simply not something that these poor villagers who are almost peeing blood can get. Someone is secretly trying to deal with their Akatsuki organization. Just when the members of Akatsuki were relieved to see that the road ahead was clear, an accident still happened. Suddenly there was a roar from the ground. A river composed of many hard stones broke through the soil from underground, dragging the Akatsuki members on the ground and flowing back. Earth release, earth wave. What is going on? Be careful, there are ninjas hiding in the dark. Yahiko and the surrounding Akatsuki members became extremely solemn upon seeing this, and all of them couldn't help but have some bad thoughts in their minds. With their current physical condition, they can still deal with ordinary villagers who have no fighting experience, but if they deal with ninjas, it will definitely be terrible. The crazy villagers around them didn't give them any time to think and rushed forward again. The Akatsuki members, knowing that they were in danger, no longer had any thoughts of holding back and only wanted to get rid of these villagers as quickly as possible so that they could deal with the enemies hiding in the dark. But ever since that ninja hiding in the dark took action, a ninjutsu would suddenly appear from the darkness to attack members of the Akatsuki organization from time to time. Akatsuki began to suffer casualties, which continued to expand over time. Nagato, Habuzuk. We must find and eliminate the enemy hiding in the dark as soon as possible. Yahiko used a kunao to slit the throat of a villager in front of him, and took the opportunity to shout loudly to the two people not far away. Clear. Chief, we will find him as soon as possible. Nagato and Hagasa quickly dealt with the enemies in front of them, nodded to Yahiko from a distance, and then began to search for any suspicious targets on the scene. Given the rapid frequency of the enemy's attacks, Nagato and Heidoso quickly locked onto the target character. It was the weathered old man who had asked them for help first and then led these villagers to attack them. Sieve. Seeing that the opponent was making hand seals and preparing to perform ninjutsu, Nagato and Heidoso threw out two kunao at the first moment. Earth escape, earth flow wall. The weathered old man seemed to notice something while he was forming a seal. As soon as his ears moved, the movement of the seal changed immediately. He slapped the ground with both hands, and a tall wall made of earth and rocks quickly rose from the ground. With two clangs, the kunao shot by the two men were deflected. Earth escape, rock cannon technique. Afterwards, the weathered old man nimbly jumped onto the earth wall and opened his mouth to spit out two stones. The stones continued to grow as they were shot forward, and soon became like two solid cannonballs. Nagato and Uchiha looked at the two stones coming towards them rapidly and wanted to dodge, but the stagnant chakra in their bodies was difficult to extract. The reduced physical strength caused by the toxin also made it difficult for them to react in time. Bang, bang. Two muffled sounds were heard. The flying rocks hit the two men heavily, and the powerful inertia caused them to fly backwards and finally fall to the ground. Nagato, Habuzuk. Yahiko saw this scene and shouted in panic. He kicked away the enemy in front of him and quickly approached the two of them. But when it comes closer, Jusuk's chest had collapsed due to the impact of the stone, leaving a pool of blood under his body. His eyes, which had not yet completely closed, were lifeless and dead. Nagato was also lying on the ground with blood all over his body. The only difference was that his chest was still rising and falling slightly. Yahiko, run away. Take the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization. And fulfill your ideals. Nagato even struggled to speak, his voice coming out softly and intermittently. Escape? Don't be so naive, you little brats. Fools like you can't survive in this cruel world. Save it. The weathered old man looked at Nagato, who was breathing in more than out, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Still can't activate the power of the Samsara Eye. It seems that I need to make more efforts. Earth escape, Earth Dragon Spear. The old man shouted coldly and quickly formed seals with his hands. Suddenly, sharp rock spikes suddenly rose from the ground under Yahiko's feet and continued to attack him. Yahiko keenly sensed the danger. When the rock and earth spikes attacked, he dodged the first wave of attacks in time, but then was chased and dodged everywhere in a panic under the attacks of the rock and earth spikes that came one after another. The stagnant chakra in his body and his declining physical strength meant that Yahiko could only barely dodge the attack. Even so, his body was soon cut and covered with a large number of bloody marks. Earth escape, Earth Ridge Dumpling. The weathered old man shouted coldly. He condensed Earth Attribute Chakra to strengthen his own strength, dug out a huge rock from the forest, held it in both hands and threw it in the direction of Yahiko. Oops. Yahiko was observing the surrounding terrain and thinking about how to avoid the falling boulders, but he was suddenly hit by rocks and soil from the ground and his leg was injured. He was shocked. In this situation, he was injured in one leg, which undoubtedly meant he had been sentenced to death. Looking at the huge rock that was getting bigger and bigger in his sight, Yahiko's frightened eyes were filled with unwillingness. Nagato's breathing quickened when he saw Yahiko in danger. In a hurry, even the roaring voice became much louder. Boom! The huge rock fell, and the huge force even shook the nearby ground. The surviving members of the Akatsuki organization couldn't help but feel dazed when they saw this scene, but this moment of daze was soon followed by an attack from the crazy villagers. In a short period of time, the Akatsuki organization lost a lot of members. The few people still standing in the field could only hold on tightly in the face of the siege by the crazy and fearless villagers. Nagato lay on the ground with his head tilted to the side, staring blankly at the huge rock not far away. The pain in his body was far less than the pain in his heart. The whole world seemed to have quieted down, and even the noisy sounds of fighting around seemed unheard. Yahiko, the war orphan who was born in misery, gradually grew up to be kind, positive, optimistic and sincere. The powerful charisma that naturally suits him as a leader deeply affects these children, who are also war orphans, and makes them no longer feel inferior or lonely. They are also willing to work hard for the great vision of world peace. But he is such a positive and optimistic person who is willing to embrace this cruel world with sincerity and kindness. In the end, he died with his ideals at the hands of the people he was willing to help for free. Spiritual communication, Outer Path Golem. Nagato looked at the crazy villagers and the weathered old man around him, his painful and desperate eyes filled with deep hatred. He shouted angrily and slammed his palm down to the ground. Boom! The ground shook, and a terrifying giant hand emerged from the shattered and cracked earth and rocks. The cracks in the soil and rocks became larger and larger, and then the second giant hand appeared. Then, two giant hands supported the ground, and a strange and terrifying humanoid monster crawled out from the ground, roaring angrily towards the sky. I finally succeeded in activating the Samsara Eye. The weathered old man looked at the outer demon statue summoned by Nagato, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. The Rinnegan does not mean that it can be used after transplantation. Even the Sharingan will continue to consume chakra after being transplanted because it cannot be closed, not to mention the Rinnegan that can only be opened by fusing the chakras of Ashura and Indra. Even though Nagato is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and possesses a huge amount of chakra in his body, he is merely a transitional container qualified to nurture the Rinnegan. Now that Nagato has successfully activated the Rinnegan, as long as he continues to practice, he will be able to perform the Rinnegan technique to resurrect Uchiha Madara. But, in Nagato's current state, he can't afford the chakra required to fight with the Outer Path demon statue. The weathered old man had a gloomy look in his eyes. He quickly formed seals with his hands and began to create a sufficiently realistic illusion for Nagato. It has survived in the ninja world for so long with the ability to eat corpses, so it must have too many ninjutsu hidden in its hands. The other side. Konoha. You're a born evil Uchiha brat. I will personally eliminate you, the scourge of Konoha. Senju Tobirama folded his arms across his chest and stared at G opposite him, uttering harsh words. These weekdays when he had one-on-one training with G were the happiest days among his unhappy days. After all, this is not a group fight that he has the opportunity to use his strong analytical ability, rich combat experience and skills to strike hard at G and vent his anger. The born evil Uchiha Lao Deng. My Mangekyo Sharingan looks better than your 3 Megatama. Zed shouted, unwilling to be outdone. Specifically target the lungs of Senju Tobirama. Sure enough, this sentence from the inherently evil Uchiha Lao Deng who was talking about the 3 Megatama Sharingan directly broke the defense of Senju Tobirama. What he hates most now is the 3 Megatama Sharingan that has been transformed in his eye sockets. I don't know how Orochimaru did it, but he directly bound the Sharingan to the impure world body. Even if Senju Tobirama destroyed his eyeball himself, it would be restored by dust. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. The furious Senju Tobirama burst out with powerful chakra aura, formed seals with his hands in front of him, and performed his most proud sea release ninjutsu. It's just a water escape technique, who's afraid of who? My fucking water style, Great Shark Bullet technique. G yelled and formed seals with his hands. In order to make his ninjutsu as powerful as Tobirama Senju, he frantically consumed the chakra in his body. Men, even if it's just ninjutsu, we have to see whose is bigger. Hokage building. Shisui, who had kept the information about Senju Tobirama suppressed for 2 days, finally stepped into the Hokage's office. Shisui, is there anything you want to report to me? Minato Namikaze finished his paperwork early and tidied up the office. He was about to go for a walk on the street when he saw Shisui coming in and immediately asked in a serious tone, Hokage-sama. The second Hokage who was supposed to be dead recently appeared on the streets of Konoha. This incident must be closely related to G. Shisui carefully reported the information he knew to Minato Namikaze, and then waited quietly for him to make a decision on the matter. The second Hokage appeared on the streets of Konoha? Namikaze Minato frowned slightly. Then he seemed to have thought of something and directly used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared. In a moment of distraction, Namikaze Minato returned to the Hokage's office with the scroll of the sealed book containing Konoha's forbidden techniques in his hand. He opened the sealed book and began to examine it. Found it. The impure world reincarnation technique is a dangerous forbidden technique that can summon the dead to return to the ninja world. The cracks you saw on the second Hokage's face should be formed by the dust recorded here. Minato Namikaze closed the scroll of the Book of Seals and scratched his hair with some confusion. G took the second generation Hokage. What is the purpose of being reborn? Hiss, I see. The recent commotion in the Forest of Death was probably caused by G's training with the help of the Nidaime Hokage. This guy just likes to secretly add a generation to himself. This second generation Hokage was reborn through the impure world reincarnation, hoping to become his disciple and then become his own. Should I call him Uncle Master? The corners of Minato Namikaze's mouth twitched slightly. After a few years of getting along, he has completely adapted to G's mischievous nature, etc. In this peaceful period when Konoha as a whole is developing towards prosperity, G is the only existence that can give him a headache. Take Obito's daily beatings for example. It was so heartbreaking that anyone who saw it or heard it cried. He and Kushina couldn't stand it so much that they went to Zed and talked to him many times, but it was of no use. Obito got the beating he deserved, and the key point was that he even treated Zed after beating him. What do you call this? There was also the pit bathing incident that caused the people of Konoha village to wail and tremble in fear. He also wanted to stop G from doing this, but if Konoha really had a way to deal with G, wouldn't they have used it when he stole the Book of Seals a few years ago? The people present at the time included Itachi and Uchiha Tobirama. The illusion camouflage that G left on the second Hokage was very effective. Itachi also knew about it through our conversation. Shisui glanced at Namikaze Minato's expression and began to report. Uchiha Tobirama is also present? Hearing this, the corners of Minato Namikaze's mouth twitched even more violently. Based on his understanding of G, from the moment G brought the second Hokage back to life through the impure world reincarnation, the moment when little Tobirama called G's second dad in front of the second Hokage was an absolutely indispensable part. I will find a way to deal with this matter and tell Itachi not to let too many people know about this. Namikaze Minato looked at Shisui and nodded seriously. Afterwards, he triggered the Flying Thunder God technique seal closest to the Death Forest and disappeared from the Hokage's office in the blink of an eye. When Minato Namikaze followed the sound of fighting and came nearby, what you see is the scene where Uchiha Kage and Senju Tobirama keep calling each other the born evil Uchiha brat and the born evil Uchiha elder. No, the Uchiha clan is living well. What happened to you two? Are you getting good comments from both sides? Namikaze Minato was speechless. Hey, Minato. G, who was sitting on the sidelines watching and waiting for the next relay, waved and greeted. This. Even if you like to do whatever you want, you can't dig up the grave of the Nidaime Hokage, right? Namikaze Minato pulled a wry smile from the corner of his mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Although there won't be any bad stench if we dig up this kind of old grave, we never do such immoral things. G waved his hands and denied it firmly. Although he can't be considered a good person, he just didn't do it. If you do too many bad things, you will easily give birth to a son without an asshole. Okay, I won't talk to you about this. Let's stop the fight first. After I apologize to the Nidaime Hokage, I will cancel the impure world reincarnation technique. This forbidden technique that desecrates the souls of the dead cannot be considered a good ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato pulled the corner of his mouth and spoke. That won't do. My dear second grandfather still needs to help me train my strength. G put his arm around Minato Namikaze's shoulders and said, Second grandfather? Namikaze Minato was stunned. Can a Senju clan and an Uchiha clan have such a close relationship? However, when he thought of Ji's habit of secretly adding a generation to himself, Minato Namikaze's expression when he looked at Ji became very strange again. With a scoundrel like Ji's character, how could he be willing to be someone's grandson? Even if calculated by the age of the second Hokage, Ji is not at a disadvantage. But for someone like him, not taking advantage would be a loss. Isn't this my buddy? Bah, uncle and Xiao Gang are dating, so if he changes his name, he's the second grandfather. As Ji was talking, he suddenly realized that he was already an elder to Minato Namikaze. It was indeed inappropriate to put one's arm around another's shoulder like this, so she put her hand down, patted his shoulder gently, and acted like an elder. This is just right. Minato Namikaze looked at Ji's actions and found it a little funny, but he quickly realized what he was saying. Small outline? Wait, you mean Tsunade-senpai? Namikaze Minato's face changed drastically and he said in surprise. Although Tsunade had not returned to Konoha in the past few years, Konoha had always been paying attention to information about Tsunade's whereabouts. Until more than a year ago, Konoha completely lost track of Tsunade. Konoha sent out a large number of ninjas but could not find any clues, as if Tsunade had disappeared from the ninja world out of thin air. Thinking of the glorious history of Ji. This is fucking kidnapping Tsunade as a wife? The culprit is right next to me. Hold head high. Young people, work hard and serve the people. Ji nodded, patted Minato Namikaze's shoulder and encouraged him. Minato Namikaze was amused by Ji's old-fashioned performance again. At this time, the battle in the field also came to an end. Thanks to the excellent quality of the sacrifice, the reincarnated body of Senju Tobirama can more than just exert all of his strength in life. The immortal body of the impure world reincarnation, the infinitely restored chakra, and the three-magatama Sharingan that can further enhance his keen analytical ability in battle. The current Senju Tobirama is definitely the Pro Max Supreme enhanced version. His best C-style ninjutsu was like free money, thrown at Ji's face one after another. After the Flying Thunder God style mark was spread in the field, his speed was also without any weakness. With decades of combat experience in his previous life, his physical skills were beyond words. It can be said that apart from the ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Zed has no advantage over Tobirama Senju in a 1v1 situation. Water style, water break wave. Senju Tobirama rapidly spat out a stream of ultra-high pressure water from his mouth. Overtake the high-pressure water column was like an extremely sharp blade, rapidly attacking Ji, who was in poor physical condition and chakra, and looked a little embarrassed. Then he tore its figure into pieces with great ease, and with a bang it turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared from his sight. Snort! Evil Uchiha brat, your strength is far inferior to your tone. Senju Tobirama sneered, and a flash of strange color flashed across his sharp eyes. This is the fourth shadow clone he has killed today, and before he was transformed by Orochimaru and equipped with the three-magatama Sharingan, he had not killed even one Zed. It seems to be related to the ability of the other party's mysterious, enchanting and dazzling Mangekyo Sharingan, which can always see through his next move one step ahead. Even a sneak attack from the Flying Thunder God technique would be avoided in time by Ji. And now, the three-magatama Sharingan's motion capture ability can clearly engrave the corners of the opponent's Flying Thunder God technique left in battle into the mind. Even the slightest change in the other person's expression inadvertently cannot escape his observation and is difficult to miss. It allows him to better gauge the insignificant details in the overall battlefield and formulate more appropriate combat strategies to deal with the enemy. Further strengthen your fierce and ruthless fighting style. In the fierce battle, there is no time for Ji to react at all. Next, Senju Tobirama turned his cold eyes to look at the group of robbers watching outside the field, and shouted in a majestic voice. In fact, he wanted to appear more assertive and give more lectures. But what if that group of unsportsmanlike robbers came together and started a gang fight, bullying this elderly man who was obviously dead but was called out to dance? Then he will be in trouble. Senju Tobirama was waiting for the next training subject to come on stage. He was secretly wondering whether he should perform a fierce move right from the start, when he saw two figures coming onto the field at the same time. In addition to a robber, there was also a young man with yellow hair. The second generation, multiplying detonating talisman. Thousand Hands Tobirama showed decisiveness and ruthlessness in his attacks. He used the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly flashed in front of the two of them, holding an explosive tag and pressing it towards Minato Namikaze. Before Minato Namikaze could finish his words, cold sweat instantly rolled down his back when he saw this scene. Without taking time to think, he quickly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left the field. Boom! Thick smoke immediately billowed in the field, and continuous explosions were heard. Do you guys always train so hard? Minato Namikaze asked with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. What kind of hatred and grudge is this? Trained. Of course you have to be serious to see results. On one side is the immortal body of the impure world reincarnation, and on the other side is the shadow clone. Anyway, it doesn't matter how we fight. Ji spread his hands as a matter of course. but in his heart, he was secretly delighted at Minato Namikaze's failure. He was holding the control seal of the Impure World reincarnation technique in one hand, while using the Mangekyo Sharingan to sense the thoughts in Senju Tobirama's mind. They waited until the explosion stopped and the smoke cleared before returning to the scene. Second Hokage, please stop your training for a moment. Minato Namikaze looked at the Impure World body that was slowly recovering. Afraid that there would be no time to speak, he spoke before Senju Tobirama could fully recover. Oh, who are you? Senju Tobirama crossed his arms across his chest and spoke in a cold tone. In his eyes, how could anyone who could get along with G be a good person? Ah, me? Yandame, I am the Yandame Hokage. Namikaze Minato turned around quickly. He pointed to the cloak behind him to prove his identity to Senju Tobirama. I see. You are the Yandame Hokage after the monkey. When Senju Tobirama saw that the current Hokage of Konoha was not from the Uchiha clan, he breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. But then he thought about the fact that the Uchiha clan is now powerful in Konoha and even the Umbu directly under the Hokage is involved in the situation, and his eyes narrowed slightly when he looked at Minato Namikaze. This fourth Hokage is not qualified to be such a good Hokage. The Uchiha clan was allowed to run rampant in Konoha. Not only did the naturally evil Uchiha brat reincarnate him, the second Hokage, to humiliate him, but even his eldest brother's granddaughter Tsunade was bullied. The fourth Hokage. Why are there members of the Uchiha clan in the Umbu directly under the Hokage? I heard that the Uchiha clan also has presence in many important departments such as the administration department and the interrogation department. Senju Tobirama was filled with resentment and anger and questioned him in person. Not only is the fourth Hokage unqualified, but Monkey, the third Hokage, is also derelict in his duty. He had already made clear the danger of the Uchiha clan in his policies. If all future Hokage followed his plan and weakened the power of the Uchiha clan step by step, how could the current situation have happened? Second Hokage, please calm down first. Namikaze Minato looked at G with resentment. If he hadn't been fooling around and resurrected the second Hokage through the Impure World reincarnation, how could all these troubles have arisen? This incident happened more than a year ago. At the Five-Cage Summit after the Third Ninja World War, the legendary Shura of the Ninja World, Uchiha Madara, appeared at that Five-Cage Summit. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama was originally lamenting that 2 more Ninja World Wars had occurred in the Ninja World in the years after his death. But as the information about Uchiha Madara appeared in Minato Namikaze's words, Senju Tobirama frowned and shouted coldly, subconsciously bursting out with powerful chakra momentum. Fourth Hokage, please tell me all the information about Uchiha Madara. His existence will cause a huge crisis to the ninja world, Senju Tobirama asked. At this moment, he had no intention of paying attention to anything else. Even if it was the Uchiha Kage, whom he hated to death, he would retreat the moment Uchiha Madara really appeared. Well, Uchiha Madara only showed up once at the Five-Cage Summit, and then he went to the Sand Village in the Land of Wind with the Kaze Cage, and never appeared again. Namikaze Minato was talking about the Uchiha clan, but when he heard Senju Tobirama's question, he had to start talking about Uchiha Madara's situation. How could he still be the same as he was in his prime? And after showing up for a while, he retreated into the Sand Village and hid. Senju Tobirama's expression was unusually solemn. Having witnessed the thrilling scene when Uchiha Madara fought with his elder brother, Senju Tobirama was extremely wary of that domineering man. Uchiha Madara would never hide away so peacefully. He must be plotting something in secret. For example, Uchiha Madara's purpose during his lifetime was to unify the ninja world by force. Yandame, tell me in detail about the current situation of the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama looked at the robbery around asked with a serious expression. The Uchiha clan now has 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, one of which is an evil kid with so many shadow clones. Once these forces turn to Uchiha Madara, they will be finished. After learning that Uchiha Madara had reappeared in the ninja world, some disagreements arose within the Uchiha clan. Minato Namikaze had wanted to talk about the Uchiha clan before, and he had already prepared a speech in his mind. After a long conversation, he explained to Senju Tobirama the current situation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Call, only a dozen people left? Senju Tobirama sneered, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. When Konoha was selecting the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara was isolated by all the people and clans except the Uchiha clan. Later, when Uchiha Madara left Konoha, not even one of the Uchiha clan members was willing to follow him. Even now, there are only a dozen people willing to follow Uchiha Madara and leave Konoha. But then, Senju Tobirama's attention shifted to the surrounding G, and his face drooped again. Pooh, the Uchiha clan is a naturally evil clan, with one bad seed after another. However, the most important thing at the moment is to find out Uchiha Madara's plan as soon as possible and stop his conspiracy. As for the issue of the Uchiha clan and this damn bastard in front of them, in the face of the threat from Uchiha Madara, everything else must give way. Yoshi, fourth Hokage, we need to send people to infiltrate the Sand Village now. find out Uchiha Madara's purpose as soon as possible, and plan countermeasures in advance. Senju Tobirama looked at Namikaze Minato with a serious expression and said. Then he looked at Ji, who was standing beside him. Hey, Uchiha brat, you've heard what happened. I have some important things to deal with next. I don't have time to fool around with you. Senju Tobirama spoke. Although the Uchiha clan did not choose to follow Uchiha Madara and leave Konoha, he still could not completely trust the Uchiha clan. When it comes to dealing with Uchiha Madara, it would be safer to let his elder brother take action. Well, this requires a high-quality and pure world reincarnation sacrifice. Ji was standing by and sensed what was in Tobirama Senju's mind throughout the whole process. The whole person was speechless. When it comes to the Uchiha clan, they are inherently evil. When it comes to Uchiha Madara, it's all conspiracy and intrigue. You are really something, the evil old man from Uchiha. Hey, it's time to go to work now. Today's training mission is not over yet. Seeing that Senju Tobirama was about to leave in a menacing manner, Ji immediately communicated the control seal of the impure world reincarnation technique to control his movements. How could Ji let his training tool ruin his training plan because of such a nonsensical thing? Everything is for strength. Everything is for the sake of doing whatever you want. Evil Uchiha brat. Senju Tobirama was planning in his mind how to deal with Uchiha Madara, but his actions were suddenly stopped and he lost all his thoughts in an instant. Seeing this, the robbers around him immediately flew forward. While releasing the control of the curse seal, he did not care about the consumption of his own chakra at all, and strived to make every ninjutsu he released at least one step beyond the scale of Tobirama Senju. Go, Minato. I'm not saying anything to you, uncle, that you are the village's Hokage now. Don't you know how to deal with these strategies? Second grandpa has been retired from the position of Hokage for many years. That he should just exercise every day and wait for his nephew to hold his grandchildren. Why are you worrying about this? Ji, who was beside Minato Namikaze, said earnestly, pulled his arm and walked out. The scene on the field returned to the same state as when he first came here, with people calling each other evil Uchiha brat and evil Uchiha old man. Minato Namikaze was alone, disheveled in the wind. All the events that Uchiha Madara might be plotting in secret were the responsibility of Minato Namikaze. Senju Tobirama still couldn't escape the clutches of Uchiha Kage and was busy working a 24-hour shift with 6 days on and 1 day off. Uchiha Kage was also in a good mood. This is shown based on the memories synchronized back by Zed, who was also a part-time worker like Tobirama Senju. Senju Tobirama, the inventor of the Flying Thunder God technique, was also very troubled by the Flying Thunder God technique and had been secretly pondering on a method to target the space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha Kage was looking forward to this. When Senju Tobirama figures out something, he can just go and pick fruits and learn from him. Everyone knows. There are no royalties for weapons. I won't give it to you even if I have it. If you have something to say, it will be long. If you have nothing to say, it will be short. Time passes quietly in this ordinary daily life. Before he knew it, Uchiha Kage had already entered his 13th year in the ninja world. He grew from a cute and innocent child into a handsome young man with a handsome look in his brows. Of course, the premise of all these adjectives is that there is no evil curve at the corner of his mouth. Just based on that evil arc that can make people's hearts skip a beat and can be interpreted in 100 or 80 different ways, it is destined that he will never be sunny and cheerful. But beauty is justice. As the childishness on his face faded away with time, the sparsely populated ninja tool shop opened by Uchiha Kage at the street corner in front of the clan's territory also welcomed its peak period. Even though he never puts down the blushing and spit-inducing book of Liu Bei, there is still an endless stream of customers every day, even though they didn't buy anything. In the house, Uchiha Kage was lying on a lounge chair next to the flower bed, basking in the sun leisurely in the yard. As for his wives, they went out together for shopping early in the morning. Second dad. A crisp voice came from outside the door, and a figure immediately trotted up to Uchiha Kage. Second dad, look what I brought? Let's go set off firecrackers together. Uchiha Tobirama proudly raised a handful of firecrackers in his hand, with a smile still on his rosy little face. Okay. Uchiha Kage nodded, sat up from the recliner, and stretched comfortably. He has a large group of clones to help him practice. Life is really easy. Find something to do and do some activity is not bad. Compared to Uchiha Fugaku, who always had a serious face, the little Tobirama got along with him much more naturally and was happy to come and play with him. After taking half of the firecrackers from Uchiha Tobirama, Uchiha Kage followed him out. Unexpectedly, before the two of them had even turned a corner, they ran into Obito, who looked a little disheveled. So it was you who did it. Ah, you are so abominable, it is simply unforgivable. Obito looked at the firecrackers in Uchiha Kage's hand and his eyes turned red instantly. He didn't care whether he was strong enough to win or not, and he pounced on him with his fangs and claws bared. What the hell? It stinks, this son of a bitch is so young and already knows how to find someone to take the blame. What will happen when he grows up? Uchiha Kage easily shook off Kenji with the Flying Thunder God technique, and after stroking his chin and thinking for a while, he figured out the cause and effect of the matter. That's too much shit. I wasn't called when the manure pit was blown up, and now it's your turn to take the blame and you think of me? Although I have a lot of debts and don't have to worry about this, if you do this, don't blame me. He. The Uchiha Kage had a smirk on his face, but he was thinking secretly in his heart. I clearly used to blow up manure pits and cow dung when I was a child in my previous life before I traveled through time. How come I forgot about the tradition after traveling through time and only know how to invite people to take a bath? When a person is most relaxed, there is suddenly a thunderclap, followed by a huge wave. Isn't this more stimulating than simply taking a bath? Hiss, could it be that this time travel and rebirth has made my brain stupid? A hint of worry flashed across the Uchiha Kage's face, but quickly disappeared. Forget it, it's just a little wisdom. It's more important to teach the son of a bitch a lesson first. That night, the Uchiha clan leader's residence. The Uchiha Kage transformed into a shadow and blended into the night, sneaking into the room silently and leaving the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique on the sleeping Uchiha Tobirama. Then he left the room and waited quietly under the wall in the yard. Here we come. Hearing the faint sound coming from behind the wall, Uchiha Kage immediately threw a detonator as thick as a baby's arm into the hole that had been dug in advance using the earth escape technique. Boom! There was a noticeable tremor coming from the ground. There was a faint sound of water behind the wall, and even outside the yard a thick yellow-brown substance gushed out, accompanied by a foul smell that came with the wind. The Uchiha Kage's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he appeared at the crime scene with the awakened and sleepy Uchiha Tobirama. They left quickly when he didn't notice, leaving some scraps of materials for making detonators at his feet. HMM.it stinks. This is. Uchiha Tobirama smelled the stench and couldn't help but frown and pinch his nose, and then he discovered the scraps of materials at his feet. One of the parts seems to be very similar to the fuse on a firecracker. Tobirama, did you do this? You're not sleeping in the middle of the night, that's just ridiculous. You've learned this from your crazy second father. Uchiha Fugaku came to the yard in his pajamas. Looking at the horrific crime scene covered in mud and soup, his brows were raised, especially when he saw Uchiha Tobirama at the scene and the fuse in his hand. The black lines on his face solidified. This youngest son seems to be useless, let's create a new account. Uchiha Tobirama followed Uchiha Fugaku's line of sight and looked at the fuse in his hand, and opened his mouth in confusion. He remembered that he slept soundly and knew nothing. What do you mean? You made Itake fly out of the bathroom. Uchiha Fugaku glared at Uchiha Tobirama and shouted angrily. He walked out of the room as soon as he heard the noise, and saw his eldest son flying out of the bathroom, holding his butt, and drawing a graceful arc in the air. There was a slowly receding light in the dim, horrible bathroom. If I don't teach my youngest son a lesson, he might just be sent away by his brother next time? Damn robbery. It's bad enough that he acted foolishly himself, but he also taught his little son to be like this. Father, I'm fine. Itake walked over with weak legs, holding onto the wall, and shook his head at Uchiha Fugaku. When he looked at his own Oyudaru, his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Oyudaru was such a cute child. Why did he become like this when he grew up? Wow, I didn't do this. Uchiha Tobirama opened his mouth and burst into tears. He doesn't want to be hated by his favorite Unii-chan. The detonator is quite powerful, but it is still far inferior to the explosive escape. The Uchiha Kage smirked. If there is an enemy that he dislikes again in the future, he will be in big trouble. The explosive release alone is powerful, but if you add these mental damages. Well, Hinata-chan's class will start school next week. Uchiha Kage lay on the bed, his thoughts wandering. This time, because of his existence, Konoha did not fall into weakness as a result of the Nine Tails Night, nor did the Hidden Cloud Village sneak into Konoha and kidnap Hinata in order to obtain the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. And Hinata Hayashi was wary of him as if he were a thief, fearing that he would abduct his little girl. However, they were repairing the plank road in the open while marching through Chenkang in secret. He had contacted Hinata several times using his real identity. Although the reputation of this Uchiha Kage Lubaisha masterpiece is not very good, but beauty is justice. Without the heroic scenes of saving the beauty and secretly falling in love with the girl in the original novel, is it possible that he still can't eat meat? Anyway, the sacks have been prepared long ago. As he was thinking, Uchiha Kage fell asleep in Tsunede's arms. Monday, April 6th, good for making friends. Uchiha Kage put down his pen, satisfied he nodded and closed the new almanac he had written. God is still on my side. However, he is no longer a student of the ninja school, so he still needs to create opportunities for contact himself. Let's open a hot pot restaurant in front of the school. The Uchiha Kage clapped his hands and happily made the decision. There is no need to learn any specific cooking skills, that you just need to prepare a standard hot pot base and use whatever ingredients you have. Simple, easy, and delicious. Yes, as he grew older, Uchiha Kage's tastes gradually changed. Compared to his love of sweets when he was a child, Uchiha Kage now eats both meat and vegetables, and is willing to eat anything, sweet, sour, bitter and spicy. Of course, the premise is that they are delicious. That morning, the wealthy Uchiha Kage had already booked the store, and the preparation of the hot pot base was also simple, mainly spicy. As long as it's fragrant and spicy enough, it's delicious even if it's eaten as a shoe stew. The Uchiha Kage has a strong relationship with the people of Konoha, as he knows most of them. Thursday, April 9th, pray for blessings, repair houses, build stoves, and open markets, everything goes well. After arranging the almanac for today, Uchiha Kage cut the red ribbon in front of the store with a single stroke, and a freshly made hot pot restaurant was opened in the ninja world. Because the store is relatively close to the ninja school, there is no annoying noise bombardment or firecrackers for blessing. They simply hung a red ribbon representing festivity on the plaque in front of the store and hung a banner offering discounts to customers. The same can be said of the shops on the streets near the school. Except for the peak hours in the morning when school starts and in the evening when school ends, there are few customers entering the store most of the time. Uchiha Kage's newly opened hot pot restaurant naturally cannot escape this law. But, for him, making money comes second. A double-boiled pot of mushroom soup and butter, 1 portion of fatty beef, 1 portion of fatty lamb, meatballs, potatoes, lettuce, mushrooms. Uchiha Kage quickly ticked the menu and handed it to the waiter in the store. In order to restore the taste of the soup base from his previous life as much as possible, his clones have been eating so much seasoning these days that their taste buds have lost all sense, okay? After putting in such tremendous effort, of course I have to be the one to win the first prize for the new store's grand opening. The hot pot dishes ordered by Uchiha Ying were quickly served. Afterwards, the waiter brought a brass-simmered pot and placed it on the small stove in the middle of the table. Hiss, hot, so fragrant, so spicy. Uchiha Kage picked up a large piece of boiled beef and put it into his mouth. The spicy and fresh aroma at the bottom of the pot perfectly soaks into the rich taste of the beef. Uchiha Kage is so delicious that he doesn't care about the burning sensation on the tip of his tongue and wishes he could swallow his tongue directly into his stomach. Uchiha Kage's forehead was sweating from the spicy smell, but his hands never stopped shoveling food into his mouth. Woo woo woo, after so many years, I finally got to taste this again. The efforts of my clone were not in vain. But why didn't I think of developing my culinary skills to satisfy my appetite before? Could it be? Has this time travel and rebirth really affected my wisdom? Afternoon, 4 o'clock. The bell for the end of class at the ninja school rang on time. The students chattered and swarmed towards the school gate. The normal age for admission to the ninja school is 5 years old, but due to limited educational resources, it is normal for some civilian students with poor qualifications to delay admission for 2 or 3 years. This also resulted in a very funny scene when, after school, a group of little kids squeezed in with the senior students who entered school later. Crayon Shinchan goes to work. JPG, babies always look so cute when they are young. Uchiha Kage leaned against the door, observing from afar the few cute and bouncy little girls among the freshmen. It's so small, I really want to sit on it and die. Turn the heat up on the pot, turn the fan to high. The Uchiha Kage turned around and shouted into the store. After hearing the order, the workers in the kitchen immediately started cooking the pot base over high heat, turned the fan to the maximum setting, and blew it hard towards the wide open doors and windows. This is the same as the barbecue stall downstairs in summer. As soon as the charcoal is burned and the ingredients are sprinkled, the aroma comes out immediately. If the fan blows towards the street, the fragrance will make people feel dizzy even from a few blocks away, and they will follow the smell. This is indeed the case. My, Chinetsu, let's go quickly, I need to deliver a love letter today. Ah, Chana, you're going too far, I was the first to notice it. In front of the ninja school, several young and beautiful senior female students were making a fuss. Wait. Do you smell it? Something smells so good. Suddenly, a girl with short hair stopped fighting. Her small and delicate nose moved slightly in the wind, and the fragrance that hit her nose made her throat roll subconsciously. Sniff, sniff, ah, it smells really good. Let's go and look for it. The charming aroma that they had never experienced before made them salivate. Completely forgetting the original purpose, I began to follow the aroma to find the source of this mouth-watering delicacy. They are not the only ones doing this. Soon, Uchiha Kage's newly opened hot pot restaurant welcomed a large wave of diners. With the warm hospitality of the store clerks, small stoves were lit, and the rich aroma of spicy and fresh food filled the entire store. However, none of the little lolies that Uchiha Kage wanted to contact came. It smells so good, shouldn't it? Uchiha Kage looked out the door, muttering to himself. But there is still a long way to go. At least he made money today, right? This is for you. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped in front of Uchiha Kage. A short-haired girl's face was red as if blood was dripping, and the redness spread all the way to her earlobes. She nervously grasped an envelope with her fingers and handed it to him. Thank you, the red oil on your mouth is not wiped clean. Uchiha Kage reached out to take the envelope and blurted out the words before he could even think. By the time he realized that what he said was inappropriate, the short-haired girl in front of him had already run away in embarrassment. The Uchiha Kage blinked and turned to look at the front desk. Did she pay the bill? The next day, through word of mouth from diners who visited the restaurant on the first day, Uchiha Kage's newly opened hot pot restaurant has already gained quite a reputation in Konoha. As a delicacy that has been carefully selected by 1.4 billion people before the time travel, the spicy and fragrant taste of hot pot can naturally easily win the taste buds of most people in the ninja world. The teachers at the ninja school don't teach the new students too much in class from the beginning. Their current focus is still on making more friends and adapting to school life. In the world of these cubs, besides playing with each other, good friends brag about their parents and families, and their experiences, commonly known as showing off. My Uchiha-chan is a genius of the Uchiha clan. He graduated from the ninja school when he was 7 years old, and now he has opened the bloodline limit of our Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. Uchiha Tobirama talked about his own Uchiha-chan, with his hands on his hips and his little face raised with great pride. Naturally, his remarks caused the group of youngsters in the class to exclaim in surprise. Wow, too strong. He graduated from ninja school at the age of 7, I can't believe it. The exclamations of the classmates in the class also made Uchiha Tobirama's face even more proud. Tobi Hati. Uchiha Tobirama and Naruto were face to face, shouting each other's names, as the reincarnation of Indra and Azura in this life. In just a few days after the new students started school, their relationship had reached the point where they were at loggerheads with each other and were competing with each other in everything. The cause of all this can be traced back to the first day of school for freshmen. When Naruto was called by the teacher to stand up and answer a question, Uchiha Tobirama moved his chair away, making him embarrassed in front of the whole class on the first day. However, conflicts between children come and go quickly. I don't know how the topic turned, but it finally came to the head of the little fat boy Akimichi Chuji. Why isn't school over yet? I'm starving and I really want to eat hot pot soon. Hey, compared to the hot pot I had yesterday, the potato chips seem bland. Chew, chew, chew. Akimichi Koji was lying on the table, looking listless. Although he said it was tasteless, he kept stuffing fried potato chips into his mouth at the same speed. Is it really that delicious? I don't believe it. Really, the hot pot tastes really good. When my dad took me there yesterday, it was already packed. If you are not active in eating, there is something wrong with your brain. As soon as the topic turned to food, all the cubs in the class joined in, even the timid and shy Hinata couldn't help but secretly prick up her ears in the background. Naruto and Uchiha Tobirama looked up at each other, with lightning flashing in their eyes. I must eat the hot pot before Naruto, Tobirama, and then show off in front of him. As soon as the ninja school was over, Uchiha Kage's hot pot restaurant was packed again. Some diners who arrived late could only shake their heads and leave, but there were also some gourmets like the father and son of Akimichi Choza who patiently waited for the guests to leave. After a day of word-of-mouth publicity, the store finally welcomed a little loli, Yamanaka Ino, whom Uchiha Kage was interested in contacting. Uchiha Kage brought a fruit plate, praised the little loli for her cuteness, and took the opportunity to rub her little head. The simple contact made the little girl's face turn red, and she kept poking her fingers below. It will take a lot of effort to trick her into becoming your wife when she grows up. However, there is still a long way to go. It's not like he doesn't have a sack. As time went by, more and more little lolis came into the store, and everything was progressing in an orderly manner according to Uchiha Kage's plan. Today is another weekend. Senju Tobirama, the most diligent and hard-working worker under Uchiha Kage, finally has his vacation. As usual, his chakra was sealed, and as usual, a layer of illusion camouflage was cast on him. However, compared to a few years ago when he was so angry at the Uchiha Kage that he was furious, Senju Tobirama has now gradually gotten used to these things. I can only say that time is indeed the antidote for everything in the world. Senju Tobirama walked down the street with a gloomy face and quickly headed towards the Hokage's office. Even though several years had passed, Uchiha Madara still hadn't caused any trouble in the ninja world. This made Senju Tobirama's vigilance towards him reach its highest point. The evil Uchiha Madara is definitely secretly plotting a shocking conspiracy that will subvert the ninja world. Damn you Uchiha brat! Senju Tobirama couldn't stop cursing in his heart. He had explained to G many times how big a threat Uchiha Madara posed to the ninja world and to Konoha, but G just wouldn't give him the chance to deal with Uchiha Madara. Even when he had no choice but to secretly make the decision on behalf of his elder brother to agree to the other party in Xiao Gang's relationship, he still didn't get what he wanted, and he was so angry that he was jumping up and down. Is there any progress in handing this matter over to the fourth Hokage? It has been a few years, and the information we have is that Uchiha Madara is still staying safely in the Sand Village, assisting the 5th Kazekage in developing the village. Don't I know whether Uchiha Madara is so stable, and assist the 5th Kazekage? In my opinion, Uchiha Madara has used the Sharingan to control the 5th Kazekage and stole the Sand Village without bloodshed. How much do they look down on the Sand Village? They don't even have the desire to take action. They are still as domineering as ever. Tobi Hati, who is calling me? Senju Tobirama was thinking about something when he suddenly heard someone calling his name nearby. He immediately looked in the direction of the voice. It didn't matter what he saw, his face suddenly turned dark. It's this inherently evil Uchiha brat named Tobirama. Senju Tobirama looked at the scene where Uchiha Tobirama was running in front with a smirk on his face, as if he had succeeded in playing a prank, and Naruto was chasing him closely with a red face, and his expression turned unfriendly. He never does any good thing, but he does all kinds of bad things, such as blowing up manure pits and using ink to make up the faces of cats and dogs on the roadside. Who knows what kind of damage this bastard will do to his name in the future. In the past, when the name Tobirama was mentioned in the ninja world, everyone's first impression was that he was the calm, heroic, and wise second Hokage. Whenever the name Tobirama is mentioned in the future, the first impression people have of him will probably be this bastard in front of them, right? He is being chased by someone now. Needless to say, he is going to do something bad again. A hint of coldness appeared on Senju Tobirama's face. When Uchiha Tobirama passed by him, his toes stretched out inconspicuously. Ouch! Uchiha Tobirama, who was turning back to make faces at Naruto, didn't pay attention to his feet at all. He was tripped and screamed in panic, and his body fell directly to the ground. Tobi, hot mom, I'm going to give you your moves now. The secret of Konoha's physical technique, no diarrhea for 1,000 years. Ming is chasing closely behind when he saw Uchiha Tobirama fall. His eyes lit up and his movements suddenly quickened. He quickly formed seals with his hands, aimed at Uchiha Tobirama's weak spot, and rushed forward to stab him. Uchiha Tobirama's eyes widened and he cried out in pain. He covered his injured part and jumped up. Senju Tobirama's eyes twitched as he watched. Are kids these days playing so hard? However, when he saw Uchiha Tobirama covering his buttocks with a flushed face, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but smile. That was a really stunning kick just now. It is his duty to help punish the inherently evil Uchiha brat. Senju Tobirama looked at Naruto and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, Konoha's new generation still has a lot of hope. Ha ha ha, Tobi's hot mom. When I visited the Sand Village before, I had the Hyuga clan's ninjas observe in secret. I didn't find any signs of the 5th Kazekage being controlled by illusions. Konoha and the Sand Village are now allies. If we rashly increase the scale of espionage activities, it will easily affect the cooperation between the two sides. Inside the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze looked at the visiting Senju Tobirama with a helpless expression. At the beginning, deep down he was willing to believe the judgment made by Tobirama Senju. After all, in many books and works in the ninja world, it is clearly stated that the source of the final battle between the Shadame Hokage and Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End was Uchiha Madara's attempt to destroy Konoha. As the 4th Hokage of Konoha, he has the responsibility and obligation to eliminate these dangers that may endanger Konoha in advance. He did indeed follow the strategy set by Senju Tobirama and sent people to infiltrate the Sand Village to gather information on Uchiha Madara's activities in the Sand Village. But all the information sent back to Konoha showed that Uchiha Madara was staying surprisingly well in the Sand Village, and most of the time he acted with the 5th Kazekage. Under the serious suspicion and disbelief of Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato had to recall the intelligence personnel he had sent out and hand them over to the interrogation department to check whether they had any signs of being controlled by illusions. After checking and finding no problems with these intelligence personnel, Namikaze Minato followed Senju Tobirama's instructions and led a team to visit the Sand Village. This happened again and again. Whenever he had time, he would come to him to plan strategies to deal with Uchiha Madara. This made Minato Namikaze very confused. He now began to suspect that everything recorded in the books was false and that Uchiha Madara might be a good person. As for the prejudice of the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, against the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Madara, Minato Namikaze could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Uchiha Madara is really patient. Yandame, you don't know Uchiha Madara. He is the most dangerous person in the ninja world so far, Senju Tobirama said in a muffled voice. Being a meticulous person, he naturally noticed the change in Minato Namikaze's attitude, but he still insisted on his own judgment. Uchiha Madara would never be so peaceful. He must be plotting something in secret. If we want to deal with Uchiha Madara, the current defensive strength is far from enough. After leaving the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama felt that he must make some backup preparations. He turned and walked towards the back mountain of Konoha. At the same time, inside the experimental base in the back mountain, this power is so beautiful. Orochimaru raised a vessel containing a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan towards the light above his head with fanatical eyes, and washed his face over and over with his tongue. Now he has gradually paid attention to the power of the Sharingan. Both Ji and Uchiha Shisui have demonstrated the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan with facts. Ji Jun, we will be best friends. Orochimaru put down the utensils in his hand, looked at Ji in front of him and said seriously. He has used the powerful vitality in the outer path golem's broken limbs to cultivate a strong body for himself that contains a large number of Hashirama cells. Coupled with this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, as long as he changes his body, he can possess the powerful strength of both the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru, do you think that after the body is swapped, the Sunborn will still be yours? Ji looked at the young body that Orochimaru was preparing for himself in Karaka, touched his chin, and asked seriously. Lord Ji, reproduction is indeed an important meaning engraved into the genes of life, but from a broader and deeper perspective, the meaning of life is far more than that. Orochimaru pursed his lips nonchalantly and chuckled. Okay, you can start your performance. Ji spread his hands indifferently. He wasn't here to discuss the meaning of life with Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled, opened the glass container, and performed a minor operation to replace the body's original eyes with the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Afterwards, the chakra in both hands gathered together to emit a bright light, sensing and exploring the situation inside the body. Sure enough, the process of integrating the power of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan went very smoothly. A flash of joy flashed across Orochimaru's face. He said in a low voice, I'm going to start. Immediately, a spiritual power burst out from Orochimaru's body, and Orochimaru's body quickly softened like a snake shedding its skin and fell to the ground, while the spiritual power quickly flew into the body on the operating table. This is the forbidden technique that allows Orochimaru to gain eternal life. Reincarnation without corpse. Oh, is this my new body? It feels really good. The body on the operating table opened its eyes. Orochimaru let out a few slightly dry sounds from his throat before slowly returning to his normal voice. Feeling the powerful strength in his new body, Orochimaru's eyes couldn't help but light up. He now feels stronger than ever before. Let's go, let's try outside. Ji sensed what Orochimaru was thinking at the moment and nodded. Just as he walked to the door of the laboratory, his brows suddenly raised. Wait, Orochimaru, something fun is about to happen. The corners of Ji's mouth curved slightly. Ji-Jun really has a bad taste. Orochimaru felt a little confused. But soon, he sensed someone approaching, and he understood instantly. The two looked at each other and smiled. Even though his own chakra was sealed, Senju Tobirama's speed was still not slow. Soon they arrived at Orochimaru's research base in the back mountains of Konoha. Ding, ding. Senju Tobirama raised his hand and knocked on the door of the laboratory. Although he had a very bad impression of Orochimaru because of the Uchiha cage, but considering the master-disciple relationship, the other party was at least his disciple, right? It wouldn't be too much to do him a small favor and find a higher quality sacrifice for his reincarnation, right? Senju Tobirama thought to himself. As long as the eldest brother is resurrected, he will be able to exert 80% to 90% of the strength he had before he was born. Let's not talk about Uchiha Madara, who is secretly plotting some conspiracy. At least the inherently evil Uchiha kid in front of him can forget about jumping around in front of him. He even dared to ignore such an important matter as dealing with Uchiha Madara, treating him as a sparring partner who could be exploited at will every day, and calling him an inherently evil Uchiha Laodang. As Senju Tobirama's heart was full of anticipation, the door of the laboratory slowly opened from the inside. It's you, you're a born evil Uchiha brat. When Senju Tobirama saw Ji's figure through the crack in the door, his face suddenly became gloomy. He didn't want the other party to know about this at all. Yo, isn't this the naturally evil Uchiha, Laodang? Why are you here instead of going shopping during your holiday? Ji curled his lips and replied without showing any weakness. All of Senju Tobirama's little thoughts have been exposed to his eyes ever since he was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. Humph, I don't need to report to you wherever I want to go, Senju Tobirama said with a straight face. Today, he won't be broken so easily. That's right, this illusion disguise is very suitable for entering the women's bathhouse or toilet. It doesn't feel out of place at all. You're a born evil Uchiha brat. After a friendly exchange, the daily meeting process between the two was completed. I have prepared a big surprise for you this time. Ji gently patted Senju Tobirama's shoulder. As he spoke, he also removed the chakra seal on his body. Senju Tobirama's eyelids twitched when he saw this. After several years of understanding this naturally evil Uchiha brat, he knew that the seal on him would only be released during weekdays when they were sparring. Could the so-called big surprise be taking back his free time on his days off? Seicheish, don't ask. Just sense what's in the lab. Ji placed a finger in front of his mouth and gestured in the direction of the laboratory. Senju Tobirama looked at Ji with suspicion, but it didn't take much effort to sense it, so he tried to sense it inside the laboratory. Just this once. Senju Tobirama's brows were tightly furrowed. His expression suddenly became complicated, and his face turned blue and purple. There was the aura of my eldest brother's body cells, and it was very powerful, but the chakra aura was a bit messy, with a cold aura of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, and a strange. This made Senju Tobirama think of himself. Now the chakra aura on his body was also tainted with the cold aura of the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Could it be that? Thinking of this, Tobirama Senju rushed directly into the laboratory and saw Hashirama Senju standing in front of the operating table with a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Brother, you also got a pair of Sharinans transformed by these bastards. Senju Tobirama looked at Senju Hashirama in front of him in disbelief and said in a trembling voice. It took him several years to accept that he had a pair of Sharinan, and now his eldest brother has also been given a pair? Senju Tobirama's expression was very complicated. The scene before him made Senju Tobirama, who hated and even despised the Uchiha clan, not know what expression to use to look at his eldest brother. Long time no see, Tobirama. Is this the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharinan? It feels pretty good hahaha. Senju Hashirama greeted Senju Tobirama. He looked around his surroundings as if he was adapting to his Mangekyo Sharinan, and then he touched the back of his head with a naive smile on his face. Senju Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the familiar and honest smile of Senju Hashirama. Immediately, his expression became unusually serious and he told him about Uchiha Madara. Brother, please be normal. Now is not the time to talk about this. Uchiha Madara is still alive, and who knows what conspiracy he is plotting in secret. We must stop all his plots, Senju Tobirama said solemnly. Oh, Uchiha Madara is still alive. I remember that year in the Valley of the End, I killed him with my own hands. Senju Hashirama said with a frown. A trace of doubt flashed across Senju Tobirama's mind. Given the eldest brother's personality, shouldn't his first reaction be to be happy that Uchiha Madara is still alive and not killed by his own hands? And there is no momentum in his speech to say motor. Thinking of this, while Senju Hashirama was still speaking, Senju Tobirama used a flash body technique to instantly rush in front of him. Chakra cyclones of various colors appeared on the 5 fingers, and they were imprinted decisively on the abdomen of Senju Hashirama. What, Tobirama, what are you doing? The moment Senju Hashirama sensed something was wrong, he immediately burst out with amazing chakra momentum, causing Senju Tobirama to stagger back a few steps. But before he retreated, the sealing seal had already been engraved into the abdomen of Senju Hashirama. Oh, a fake will always be a fake. That you are not even 1/10,000th as good as my big brother, Senju Tobirama sneered. He looked at the man in front of him who was pretending to be his elder brother and spoke. Tisk, Orochimaru, your acting is terrible. I've already told you that the relationship between the Shodaime Hokage and Uchiha Madara is special, just like the good friends Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, they really appreciate each other. Zed appeared at the right moment and clicked his tongue. He stepped forward and removed the illusion effects and sealing techniques on Orochimaru. Jikun, I have never met the Shodaime and Uchiha Madara. Moreover, the relationship between the teacher and Danzo. As Orochimaru was speaking, his pair of wild snake eyes froze in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen married and had children, Shimura Danzo never married because he could not get love, the first Hokage also married and had children, Uchiha Madara also. Could it be that the Shodaime and Uchiha Madara became enemies, and there was some hidden story behind the battle at the Valley of the End? Hiss, is the Hokage circle so chaotic? You farted. The relationship between my brother and Uchiha Madara is one of lifelong rivals and close friends. It has nothing in common with the two of them, Monkey and Danzo. Upon hearing this, Chienshao Tobirama shouted angrily. In the past few years, he also learned about the cause of Monkey's death from Minato Namikaze, right? Such a sad and unspeakable cause of death. How dare he insult his elder brother in front of him? Senju Tobirama instantly burst out with powerful chakra momentum. The utensils and materials in the laboratory were blown everywhere, making a clanging sound. What a strong chakra aura. Ji-Jun, I won't bother you to help me test my strength, but I would like you to help me change the venue. Orochimaru spoke, looking at Senju Tobirama eagerly. He felt that his current configuration was ridiculously strong. All right, Zed said calmly. He looked at Orochimaru with pity. I didn't expect that you, Orochimaru, would also be infected with the sunny weather and no rain syndrome one day. Senju Tobirama is now also the poor Max Supreme Enhanced version, right? Isn't it better than a pony like yours with a big saddle? Orochimaru and Senju Tobirama stood opposite each other in the middle of the field, while Zed was on the periphery watching the show. Young man, it seems that this body has made you overconfident about your own strength. Senju Tobirama stared at Orochimaru's young body with a cold curve at the corner of his mouth. If he still had a glimmer of hope for his granddisciple before. So when he dared to pretend to be his elder brother and stood together with the evil Uchiha brats to tease him, he had already equated himself with the Uchiha in his mind. Sir, let me see your strength. Orochimaru chuckled, his tongue licking the corner of his mouth absent-mindedly. His current physical qualifications are a scientific masterpiece that combines the power of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. He was even confident that he could hold his own against the legendary ninja god and the Shura of the ninja world, whom he had never met before. Snort, water release water crush wave. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly and stopped talking nonsense, and instantly clasped his hands together. In an instant, a stream of water that continued to rotate and rise like a tornado appeared out of nowhere in front of Orochimaru. It was so powerful that it easily destroyed and swept away large tracts of trees around it. So fast. Orochimaru's pupils couldn't help but shrink as he looked at the tornado that appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Only then did he vaguely realize that these legendary strong men who were famous in the ninja world seemed to be much more powerful than he had imagined. The tornado's water flow quickly submerged Orochimaru's figure completely, and after raging in the same place for a while, the rising water flow fell down like a waterfall. As the water flowed into the ground like a river, the ground behind Senju Tobirama suddenly exploded into a ball of dust. Orochimaru's figure suddenly jumped out from the ground, and his slender 5 fingers instantly extended out long wooden thorns and attacked Senju Tobirama's back through the air. Would release, piercing technique. What? Senju Tobirama noticed the movement behind him and exclaimed, but he only had time to turn his head. The size of the wooden thorns grew wildly in an instant, piercing through the back of Senju Tobirama in an instant and emerging from his chest. Afterwards, the long thorns continued to split and grow inside his body, and then pierced out from various parts of his body surface, completely turning Senju Tobirama into a hedgehog and hanging him in midair. Naidame-sama, it's not unfair for you to be defeated by the power of the legendary ninja god. Orochimaru chuckled. Seeing that he was now able to defeat the Naidame Hokage easily, he began to have some doubts. However, the abundant chakra that would release draws from the opponent's body cannot be faked. I couldn't help but put away my previous random thoughts, and at the same time a new idea lingered in my mind. With my current powerful strength, can I find an opportunity to talk to Ji about cooperation again? The stump in his hand contained amazing life force, but it was useless if he used it a little bit less. There was also the mysterious energy that could stimulate the evolution of the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Ji, who was watching the show on the side, suddenly raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes slightly. In the field, Tobirama Senju, who was stuck in midair by the long thorns of a wooden bramble, looked at Orochimaru with a look of surprise. Feeling that the chakra in his body could no longer be maintained after being absorbed by the wood release, before it dissipated, the surprise on his face faded away and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. When Orochimaru saw the sarcastic curve on Senju Tobirama's face, a bad thought arose in his mind. Before he could take any countermeasures, a hand suddenly stretched out from the ground beneath his feet and tightly grabbed his ankle, followed by a hand holding a detonating talisman. Orochimaru's snake pupils shrank instantly, and cold sweat instantly soaked the back of his clothes. Multiplying detonating talisman. As a low shout from Senju Tobirama was heard, a flash of fire lit up on the field, and then it was out of control. Boom! The roar of the explosion finally stopped after a long time. When the thick smoke on the scene dissipated, a huge monster with a little bit of burnt smoke coming out of its body fell to the ground with blood all over its body. Damn Orochimaru! Wan Chi's jaw opened and closed weakly, and wisps of black smoke came out as he spoke. When it was being summoned, it was still thinking about how many sacrifices it should ask Orochimaru, but who knew that as soon as it came out, it would be greeted by a series of explosions and flames. How many years of trust? No love anymore, ahem. You go back first, Wan Chi. Orochimaru crawled out of the mouth of the snake in a miserable state. One of his legs was completely missing, the wound was charred black, and the rotten flesh and blood hung on the skin that had not yet been broken. Afterwards, the spiritualism technique was cancelled without any explanation. Wan Chi no longer has the qualifications to make demands in front of him and act like a boss. It is an honor to witness Naidame-sama's strength. Orochimaru looked at Senju Tobirama and spoke. The humility on his face also showed a little more sincerity than before. Powerful chakra energy gathered at the wound on the missing calf, emitting a green fluorescent light, and the broken limb recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Do you want to continue? Senju Tobirama folded his arms across his chest, looked at Orochimaru with contempt, and said in a disdainful voice. After a short battle, he saw the other party's selfish nature. This undoubtedly runs counter to the spirit of selfless dedication of Konoha's fire will, and the other party is actually Monkey's disciple, the Hokage's disciple, and his grandson. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen's score in his heart even worse. Of course, Orochimaru said humbly, but his expression became extremely fierce in the next second. At the same time, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes emitted a very enchanting red light. Clang! Amaterasu! Orochimaru growled coldly. Black flame the void appeared and burned across space towards the location where Tobirama Senju was. However, Tobirama Senju was alert the moment Orochimaru activated the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he realized that Orochimaru would sneak underground, he not only left behind a clone to attract attention and hide his real body, but also placed many of his own Flying Thunder God technique marks around. Amaterasu's black flames burned into the sky and fell on the empty and deserted ground, and Orochimaru's vision dimmed at the same time. The art of darkness. Several sharp sounds of breaking wind followed, coming from different directions. Swish, swish, swish. One kunao after another shot into Orochimaru's body. But in the next second, Orochimaru's body turned into mud and broke into pieces, dripping onto the ground. Bang! Before Orochimaru could react, Tobirama Senju attacked Orochimaru's vital abdomen with lightning speed. Decisive, ruthless, and ruthless, this is Senju Tobirama's fighting style. Tisk tisk, Ji, who was watching the show on the side, was amazed and even wanted to applaud the two for their wonderful fight. His daily training with Senju Tobirama does not produce such scenes. Possessing the ability of 8 senses that can see through other people's inner thoughts, his fighting style has determined that there will not be too many strategic calculations. Bigger, stronger, faster is the way to go. Humph, you fool who overestimates your own abilities. Senju Tobirama looked at Orochimaru, who was lying on the ground and had lost his breath, and snorted coldly. Even if it was an Uchiha other than Uchiha Madara and that group of robbers, he would not kill so decisively. He actually dared to pretend and even insult his elder brother, who was the Hokage's disciple in his lineage, but was such a selfish person, he was just cleaning up the house. The invisible brother control freak Tobirama Senju thought secretly. If nothing else, I'll leave first. Senju Tobirama glanced indifferently at Ji, who was watching the show. About to leave. Ji had already activated the Flying Thunder God technique mark engraved on his body and placed his hand on his shoulder. Looking at the various cyclones lingering on Ji's hand, Senju Tobirama's eyelids twitched, but he did not resist. He was not afraid, but there was no point in saying anything more to someone who had no martial ethics. Shortly after Senju Tobirama left, a hole suddenly appeared in the ground, and Orochimaru crawled out of the mouth of a snake as thick as a bucket, all wet. Is this the strong man who walked out of the Warring States period? His strength is really amazing. Orochimaru stroked the wound on his chest that had not yet fully healed. He was breathing heavily, looking exhausted. During the battle with Senju Tobirama, he felt that all his thoughts were exposed nakedly in Senju Tobirama's eyes. Any action was within the opponent's expectations and would not work. The attack was so decisive and brutal that if he hadn't used his snake shed to fake his death and escape at the last moment, Senju Tobirama would never have stopped. It's just average strength. Ji patted Orochimaru's shoulder and pursed his lips. Good. The beating from Senju Tobirama made Orochimaru's eyes clear. There are no more unrealistic ideas. You have to change the direction of your research on immortality. There is something wrong with your forbidden technique of reincarnation. Your spiritual strength has weakened a lot. Kanaha. In a loft in the administration department, Mito N and Utane Koharu, 2 former senior advisors from the Sandaime Hokage era, met here and sat opposite each other. Compared to the great power they held during the reign of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, their power plummeted after Namikaze Minato became the 4th Hokage. Although they are still the main persons in charge of the 2 important departments, the administrative department and the medical department, their status as senior consultants has also been maintained. But under the current rule of Minato Namikaze, they have no actual advisory power at all and cannot influence the policies issued by Konoha. Isn't this just like giving them a position and letting them retire? Having enjoyed the feeling of being in power, how can they accept the current situation with peace of mind? Over the years, they also tried to go to the Hokage's office to confront Minato Namikaze about some policy issues. For example, the question about the Uchiha clan. However, Minato Namikaze was either extremely firm in his attitude and refused to give in, or he had completed the paperwork so early that he didn't need their opinions at all. What their senior consultant did was a complete failure. Under the rule of Minato Namikaze, they could no longer feel the satisfaction and sense of accomplishment they once had from being recognized and respected, and from influencing or even deciding the fate of others. Danzo was too impatient at the time. But why didn't he discuss things with us? He had to act on impulse and do such a thing. Alas, all the people of Konoha missed the time when Hiruzen was on the throne. After Mito N and Utane Koharu expressed their nostalgia for the glorious days of the past, the topic got back on track. In order to win over the Uchiha clan, Minato completely ignored the policy left by his teacher and allowed the Uchiha clan to interfere in important departments of Konoha. He is truly unworthy of being the Hokage of Konoha. Mito Yen set the tone in a muffled voice. The loose nasolabial folds trembled as he spoke. My people have done some statistics in the village that the people do not have much opinion on Shumen's governance. We can only start from the aspect of personal morality. Utane Koharu shook her head. If we were to ask who of the 2 wanted to defeat Minato Namikaze the most, she would undoubtedly be at the top. During this peaceful period, the medical department she was mainly in charge of was of less importance than Mito Yan's administrative department, and she lost her substantive rights as a consultant, which was more painful to her than killing her. Private morality? Mitaman N pushed up his glasses and looked at Utane Koharu. Yes, my people have been observing the movements of the Hokage building. In the past few years, every weekend, a young white-haired girl would enter the Hokage building and stay there for at least an hour. Utane Koharu picked up the water cup and pursed her lips. A faint light flashed. The girl doesn't look very old, and seems to have just graduated from the ninja school. Minato he. What a beast. Mizuto Minion took a deep breath and shook his head after a long time before uttering the next few words. Are you a little son of Konoha? That's at least an hour. 1 Mizuman is equal to at least 20 Midaman yen? Why? It's a pity that Danzo is gone, that if he had the help of the Umbu, this handle would have easily been enough to bring down Minato. Mizuto Minion couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Just think about how powerful he and Utain Kohara were back then. Whether you choose to stand on the side of Danzo or Sarutobi Hiruzen, it can play a decisive role. It's okay, as long as we stop the girl on her way to the Hokage building next time and interrogate her in front of all the residents of Konoha. Tear off Minato's true face in front of everyone. Then let's see if he still has the nerve to continue sitting in the position of Hokage. Utain Kohara said with a cold smile. A person with tainted personal morality will not be respected by everyone and will not be able to become Hokage. In the years of love and hatred between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, they did not play the role of naive people. By the way, call Kushina when the time comes. As long as you master the power of the Nine Tails, no matter who becomes the Hokage, they will inevitably ask for our opinions. As soon as the holiday came, Senju Tobirama set off for the Hokage building as usual. Now that Minato Namikaze's attitude has changed, he should take more initiative to supervise and deal with all matters concerning Uchiha Madara. Otherwise Minato Namikaze would take this matter to heart and eventually miss the opportunity. Why? Poor him, the former Hokage who only cared about Konoha. Even after death, we will still worry about the unpromising descendants in the village. Senju Tobirama shook his head and lamented his good intentions. But when passing the road where the graceful step took place last time, his pace slowed down unconsciously. I kind of want to revisit the feeling when I punished the inherently evil Uchiha brat. It took Senju Tobirama 7 or 8 minutes to walk a distance of more than 10 meters, but in the end he still failed to see the Uchiha kid he had been thinking about. Senju Tobirama pursed his lips, feeling a little disappointed. I always feel like there's a part of happiness missing from my life. However, Senju Tobirama quickly calmed himself down. Before the extremely important task of dealing with Uchiha Madara, educating the naturally evil Uchiha brats were just trivial matters. Senju Tobirama's feet returned to their previous speed, but before he crossed the two intersections, he felt something was wrong with the surrounding environment. There were no ordinary people among the pedestrians around him. Each person's demeanor, stride, and the bulge behind his waist revealed their identity. And every once in a while, these people's eyes would inadvertently fall on him. A kunai was quietly put on Senju Tobirama's fingers. Although he appeared normal on the surface, he was extremely uneasy inside. How dare someone do such a thing in broad daylight, on the streets of Konoha? Is he a spy from another village who infiltrated Konoha, or has Minato Namikaze already controlled the village to such an extent, or? Senju Tobirama was furious. When he and his elder brother were in power, such a thing had never happened in Konoha. When approaching a disguised passerby, Senju Tobirama's figure shot out and attacked instantly. The kunai in Senju Tobirama's hand easily pierced into the target's chest. When it was pulled out, a column of blood spurted out, and then he decisively attacked the next target. Even if he can't use chakra, he is not someone that just any trash can come and mess with him. How dare you kill someone? Go, catch her. Amid the noisy shouting, passers-by around all took off their disguises. They either took out the kunai from their waists or pulled out the daggers from their legs, and rushed towards the white-haired loli with twin ponytails that was surrounded. In their opinion, there was no need to mobilize such a large force and clear out an entire street to deal with a girl whose childishness had not yet completely faded from her face. But they were just following orders. But it was not until they actually got started that they realized this idea was far more difficult than they had imagined. A person was facing the siege of several people in the front row of their encirclement. In close combat, he was decisive and ruthless, not caring at all whether he would get hurt or not, and his attacks would go straight for the vital points. The fight had just started when several lifeless people were lying on the ground. Water style, water in a hara. Wind style, aerial cannon. Lightning release, 4-pillar binding technique. Seeing that he was completely crushed in close combat, these people began to cooperate with each other, performing various ninjutsu from a distance to restrain Senju Tobirama's actions. I have to say, this trick really works. Under the harassment of various terrain-destroying ninjutsu, Senju Tobirama was unable to concentrate on fighting the enemy, and the enemies in the front who were fighting with him also took the opportunity to retreat when they saw this. After leaving behind several corpses in the process, these people successfully isolated and surrounded Senju Tobirama. Water style, water binding rope. Lightning release, lightning binding technique. After a few more binding ninjutsu, the dignified second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was eventually tied up by a group of miscellaneous soldiers. In the chaos, some people with dirty hands took the opportunity to touch him a few times. Damn you Uchiha brat. Senju Tobirama said hatefully in his heart. My back teeth are almost broken. If his chakra had not been sealed by the other party, he would not have ended up like this. If it were not for the illusion camouflage effect left on his body by the other party, he would not have been insulted by such a dirty grope. Damn it. Senju Tobirama was still cursing in his heart, but the people on the street parted ways at this moment. Soon, with the sound of footsteps, two figures walked over from behind the crowd. Men Yan, Xiaochun. Senju Tobirama looked at the two people who were approaching with great surprise and couldn't help but shout out. When he asked Minato Namikaze about the cause of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, he naturally also asked about the current situation of several of his disciples. However, what he was most concerned about in recent years was the issue of Uchiha Madara. It was obvious that both the administrative department and the medical department were of no help in this matter, so he didn't take it seriously. But why did he meet Midaman N and Yutain Kohara here? What do they have to do with what just happened? Pa, too, are you worthy of calling me by my name? Do you know how to respect your elders? The man in front of him slapped Senju Tobirama on the head and scolded him angrily. He turned around and approached Mito Kato Yan and Yutain Kohara with a flattering look on his face, nodded and lowered his eyebrows and said, Lord Kato Yan, Lord Koharu, fortunately we have fulfilled our mission and successfully captured this man. Well, you did a good job. Midaman N and Yutain Kohara nodded in satisfaction. The so-called grasping of power. Isn't it just about being respected and having the power to decide the fate of others? Afterwards, the two of them looked at the white-haired loli with twin ponytails who was tied up beside them with frosty faces. She is just a little girl, yet she dares to call them by their names. Is she so inflated by the reputation of being the Hokage, Minato Namikaze, that she doesn't even know who she is? Wow! 3 Megatama Sharinan, this person is from the Uchiha clan. Oh, Midaman N and Yutain Kohara both sneered. No wonder Minato ignored the policy left by his teacher and insisted on winning over the Uchiha clan, that he is really indulging in the land of pleasure. Senju Tobirama was already stunned by a slap in the head from an unknown person. After this slap from Yutain Koharu, Senju Tobirama was completely stunned. Who? Me? I'm going to seduce the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Senju Tobirama stared at Yutain Kohara with his round eyes and opened his mouth silently. It felt like there was a raging fire in his chest, and he was so angry that he couldn't even speak. In the eyes of Mito Kato N and Yutain Koharu, his behavior was like being speechless after his true identity was exposed. Why bother talking to her so much? Business matters are more important. Mizuto Minion spoke calmly, but you can clearly see the joy on his face. As long as they can use this opportunity to overthrow Minato Namikaze, they can support an obedient 5th Hokage to take the throne, and the power of speech in their hands may even exceed that during the reign of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Take her to the square. Yutain Kohara nodded and spoke to the men who were holding Senju Tobirama aside. Then he gave a few instructions to the people around him. Let him go to Minato Namikaze's house to invite Kushina to meet him in the square in front of the Hokage building. Minion, Xiaochun.um. Just as Senju Tobirama was about to open his mouth to explain, his mouth was blocked by someone next to him. Pa, you don't have a good memory, you can't call the two adults by their names. At Minato Namikaze's house, Kushina was wearing an apron and preparing lunch for the family in the kitchen. With Minato Namikaze's habit of handling government affairs, he would usually finish all the day's affairs before the morning and would not miss the time to go home for dinner. Ding, ding. Naruto, go open the door. Kushina poked her head out of the kitchen and called out to Naruto, who was watching TV in the living room. Here I come. Naruto obediently stood up and went to open the door. When the door opened, a strange man who I didn't recognize came in. Uncle, who are you looking for? Naruto asked in a clear voice, tilting his head. Little boy, is your mother home? The strange man gave a self-proclaimed kind smile and reached out to touch Naruto's head, but Naruto dodged it by shrinking his body and could only forcefully pull the corners of his mouth into an arc. Mom, someone's looking for you. Naruto shouted towards the house. Let him wait a moment. A shout was heard from the kitchen, mixed with the clang of a spatula colliding with an iron pot. No one knew what excuse the man used, but Kushina ended up leaving with Naruto. The square in front of the Hokage building. The medical department provided free medical treatment to the villagers of Konoha, and soon a large number of people gathered in front of the square and formed a long line. Minato, who was working in the Hokage's office, heard the noise outside and went out to take a look. After learning the reason, he fully agreed with the medical department's decision and then returned to the office to continue his work. At the same time, after a man came to Kohara Yutain and whispered a few words. Kohara Yutain stood up and waved his hand, and several platforms set up for the free clinic were quickly removed one after another. Afterwards, a white-haired loli with twin ponytails was escorted to the raised platform in the square. Everyone be quiet first. The free clinic team will continue to be here at the square for a few days, but now we need to publicly deal with something with everyone. The queue of villagers waiting for the free medical consultation suddenly became noisy and dissatisfied. However, after Mito Kato N and Yutain Koharu, two of Konoha's senior advisory elders, stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere quickly quieted down. After taking control of the situation, Midaman N and Yutain Kohara looked at each other and began the public trial. It's this very young-looking girl standing on the stage. During the years when Namikaze Minato was the fourth Hokage, he would go into the Hokage building every weekend and stay there for at least an hour each time. Sometimes I stay there for a whole day, Mizuto Minion said loudly with a solemn expression. Wow! The villagers gathered in the square became excited when they heard this. Oh my god, that girl looked so young. A few years ago. Hiss, I didn't expect the fourth Hokage to look so sunny, but I didn't expect him to do such a thing. He still has a wife and children. Mizuto Minion clenched his fist to his mouth and coughed lightly. Seeing the people in front of the square looking at him again, a trace of heaviness appeared on his solemn face, and he continued, everyone can see Minato's work ability, there is nothing to say about it, but the Hokage represents the overall image of Konoha and is the one that everyone in the village hopes for. A man who cheats on his wife at home, lives a dissolute life outside, and has poor personal ethics cannot represent the image of our Konoha as a whole. A lot of blah blah. In an instant, the direction of the people's opinions in front of the square was firmly grasped by Mightyman An and Utane Koharu. Seeing that everyone's emotions were expressed just right, Mightyman An and Utane Koharu smiled at each other. He cast his sights on the gagged and tied-up white-haired lowly with twin ponytails. Next, they can sweep in at will with the overwhelming voice of the people of Konoha. With this witness, he confronted Minato Namikaze face to face and completely overthrew Minato Namikaze. The noisy noise in the square also attracted Minato Namikaze's attention. Minato Namikaze couldn't help but frown, not understanding why the free clinic caused such a big commotion. He quickly finished the paperwork at hand and got up and walked outside. When Minato Namikaze came outside, the first thing he saw was the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who was tied up on the stage. Senior Minion, Senior Xiaochan, please let go. Namikaze Minato's pupils suddenly dilated and he shouted quickly. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a sharp shout from Utane Koharu. Shut up, Minaton. Are you panicking now, or are you heartbroken seeing her tied up here? Utane Koharu pointed her finger at the white-haired lowly with twin ponytails on the stage and shouted angrily, are you doing this for Kushina? Minato Namikaze was completely stunned by what Utane Koharu said. What is going on? How come I don't know what I've done to offend Kushina? At this time, Kushina and Naruto also followed the man to the square. Seeing this scene from afar, my head was buzzing. As the wife of the Hokage, she would occasionally go to the Hokage building to find Minato Namikaze. Over the years, she was naturally familiar with Tobirama Senju, who often went to the Hokage's office. Oh my god! Who tied up the second Hokage and showed him off to the public? Such a large scene in the square naturally did not escape the sight of Uchiha Kage. Long before Mightyman An and Utane Koharu led their men to create trouble in front of the square, the Uchiha Kage knew all their thoughts through the ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan. These two old fools are really something. Either you dive deep or you won't find them, or I'll just jump out and give you a big shit. Uchiha Kage couldn't help but sigh. That was the case when I watched the drama before I traveled through time. Whenever there is a conflict between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, these two people will jump out and frantically try to make themselves noticed. Whenever something really happens in Konoha, these two guys either stay in the background and act as a background, or simply disappear from the face of the earth and cannot be found. However, seeing as this was such an interesting thing happening, of course he chose to watch the show quietly from the side. Ha 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 ha, this is a big laugh, it's. Uchiha Kage mingled at the periphery of the crowd, his shoulders shaking as he tried to hold back his laughter. The key point is that the expression on Senju Tobirama's face at this moment is not much less interesting than the cockroach generation 2 he saw when chasing the drama. In his heart, he has labeled both Mito Kato An and Utane Koharu as born evil. I might as well add some fuel to the fire to liven up the fun, haha. Uchiha Kage looked at the performance of Mito Kato An and the other on the pedestal, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Then, quietly cancelled the illusion camouflage effect on Senju Tobirama. On the pedestal in front of the square, Mitokaze An and Utane Koharu both denounced Namikaze Minato's personal behavior issues with righteous voices, and they really enjoyed the feeling of being the popular choice at this moment. In the past, only Sarutobi Hiruzen was qualified to enjoy this treatment. Minato Namikaze looked at the people gathered in front of the square that he had no intention of confronting the two men. His figure flashed and he quickly rushed towards the platform. He couldn't bear to see the second Hokage continue to be scrutinized by the people of Konoha. Snort! Minato, under the eyes of all the people of Konoha, you still choose to make mistakes again and again? Mightyman An and Utane Koharu snorted coldly. Although his face was stern, he couldn't help feeling happy in his heart. I didn't expect Minato Namikaze to be so restless. This would prove in front of everyone that what they had said before was true. Stop him. The two of them winked at their own people around them. He then looked towards the Umbu members in front of the Hokage building and shouted. I thought that when the Hokage, Minato Namikaze, became so insane and immoral in the village, the Umbu directly under the Hokage would recognize the situation and choose to obey the orders of their two senior advisors. But who knew that no one among the Umbu members would pay any attention to them? and the people they controlled could not pose any obstacle to Minato Namikaze at all. In the blink of an eye, Minato Namikaze appeared on the platform. He began to untie the restraints on Senju Tobirama. Mitokaze-en and Utane Kohara watched as Minato Namikaze broke through the crowd's obstruction in the blink of an eye and approached them in an instant, pointing at his panicked feet and stepping back repeatedly. If we say that Sarutobi Hiruzen had been guarding the rear of Konoha after the death of Senju Tobirama, he rarely stayed on the front line of the battlefield. These two guys are not that good. They are birds of a feather. Although they had heard of the name of the yellow flash created by Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique, the two of them had never actually seen it with their own eyes, as they had been hiding in the rear and accepting the training of the young man. In the eyes of both of them, Minato Namikaze has always been just a relatively outstanding junior. Seeing this speed at this time, I was suddenly shocked. My mind couldn't help but recall the youthful years when I followed my teacher to fight. But then, they were annoyed by Minato Namikaze's arrogant attitude. Even when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power, he never ignored them like this. Minato Utane Kohara was about to use her qualifications to scold Namikaze Minato, but the words in her mouth were immediately stuck in her throat. His eyes, which were originally narrowed into a slit, were almost popping out of their sockets. Mizuto Manin standing by wasn't in much better condition either. The frame of his glasses fell off his face and he stood there in a daze. Teacher. That person looks like the Nidaime Hokage on the Hokage rock statue, as if they were carved from the same mold. It's the second Hokage, I won't remember it wrongly. I once secretly sent a love letter to the second Hokage. Grandma, my grandpa is still standing next to us. What are you afraid of? Your grandfather is hard of hearing. The people gathered in front of the square were instantly excited. Stand on the side of the Uchiha clan, who were hated, prejudiced, and targeted by Senju Tobirama. The reputation of the second Hokage undoubtedly contains too many complaints. But if we put ourselves in the shoes of ordinary people in Konoha, that Senju Tobirama was a wise, brave, and respected previous Hokage. Apart from anything else, just the fact that Senju Tobirama used his personal actions until his death to implement the will of fire of sacrificing and dedicating himself to the young generations of the village. He is worthy of his status as Hokage. Disperse the people gathered in front of the square. Minato Namikaze, who was untying Senju Tobirama, watched as the illusion camouflage effect on his body suddenly disappeared, revealing Senju Tobirama's true appearance. As his hand moved, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately turned around and shouted at the Umbu ninja in front of the Hokage building. The Umbu ninjas quickly took action after receiving the order. However, the people gathered in the square were really curious about the fact that the second Hokage, who was supposed to have passed away, had returned to Konoha. Not only was the dispersal effect very slow, but villagers in the distance were still gathering towards the square. There was no other choice. Minato Namikaze had to take his men and leave this vortex of social death first. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was very solemn and everyone was silent. Senju Tobirama sat on a chair, staring at Mitamon-en and Utane Kohara, who were kneeling below. His face turned blue and purple. This time he has brought shame upon himself and the village. Being caught and tried in public by his own disciples in front of thousands of people, what the hell is this? He finally got used to the camouflage effect of the white-haired loli with twin ponytails, and for this reason he specifically asked Minato Namikaze not to tell anyone. Good job. Now everyone in the village knows that he, the second-generation Hokage, likes to go out in the image of a white-haired loli with twin ponytails. This is really like yellow mud falling down the crotch. He is a pervert if not a pervert. And the illusion camouflage effect on him suddenly disappeared. Damn evil Uchiha brat. I'm going to kill you. 1,000 times is not enough. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth. I wish I could grind G's bones directly on my back teeth. Who gave you the right to ignore the Hokage and act privately with your men on the streets of Konoha? Senju Tobirama temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart. He slapped the table heavily, stared at Mitamon-en and Utane Kohara with cold eyes, and questioned them. At this moment, he really had the idea of killing the two people. It is absolutely a taboo for those in power when the people below break the rules. Such a situation had never occurred in the village during the time when he and his elder brother were in power, and he had never imagined that such a thing would happen to his own disciple. Once the village is in a state of disunity and struggle for power, it will be the beginning of internal friction and a sign that one side is gradually declining. Faced with this situation, we must strike with lightning speed, cut the Gordian knot, and eradicate this matter completely. And he never lacks these cruel means. Teacher. We accidentally discovered that you often enter the Hokage building. We are worried that this matter will damage Konoha's external image if it gets out. Mitamon-en and Utane Kohara knelt obediently on the ground and explained in trembling voices. They really didn't expect things to turn out to this point. Catching an adulterer on his own teacher is unheard of. Bang! Another loud bang interrupted their explanation. Don't try to evade the main point and change the subject. What about those people who acted according to your orders? When Senju Tobirama said this, he couldn't help but recall the slaps and groping he had received before he looked at the two of them with murderous intent in his eyes. Teacher, they. Sweat was pouring down the faces of Midaman N and Utane Koharu. He hesitated for a long time but couldn't explain it clearly. Whether it is from the administrative department and medical department they are in charge of, or from the ninja clan, they should not be able to mobilize these forces. The teacher wouldn't be so lenient with them like Hiruzen was. Okay, let's go ahead. Senju Tobirama waved his hand impatiently. The Umbu ninja at the side stepped forward and escorted the two out. Although neither of them said it explicitly, as a meticulous person like him, he could roughly guess these things, including their purposes. I thought that my two disciples could be in charge of two important departments of Konoha, which was a good achievement in their lives. I didn't expect. Perhaps even these two departments have some nostalgic feelings on the part of the monkeys? Sarutobi Hiruzen's already pitiful score in Senju Tobirama's heart suffered another heavy blow. Yandame, as Hokage you are responsible for the entire village. After the two were taken away, Senju Tobirama looked at Namikaze Minato again. Being nostalgic is not a trait a Hokage should have. Mr. Nidame Hokage, the two seniors have done a very good job in their respective duties. Minato Namikaze pulled a wry smile from the corner of his mouth. Given his personality, as long as the other party does not go too far and does not endanger the safety of Konoha, it would be difficult for him to deal with the problem without mercy. However, seeing that Senju Tobirama was still serious, Namikaze Minato could only nod and say, I will try my best to be a good Hokage. Senju Tobirama hugged his shoulders and nodded. After a moment of silence, he said angrily, the problem with G has reached a point where it must be dealt with, but we can't let him continue to act recklessly like this. Second Hokage, do you have any good ideas? Namikaze Minato asked hesitantly. Faced with countless numbers of robbers whose real ones were difficult to distinguish, he really had no way to deal with them. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, to be bullied by the robbers. It's a great thing that they have no ill will towards Konoha. Resurrect my elder brother, the first Hokage, through the impure world reincarnation. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes and said with a serious expression. He could no longer tolerate the inherently evil Uchiha brat's nonsense towards him. It's simply mental torture. I need you to prepare a high-quality sacrifice, so that after my brother's reincarnation, he can exert his pre-birth strength as much as possible. What a farce. This gave the people of Konoha more things to talk about before bed and after meals. The life story of the second Hokage has also been dug up by some interested people and has become the hottest topic in Konoha village in recent days. Even in Uchiha Kage's hot pot restaurant, one could hear topics related to Senju Tobirama everywhere, which made him feel extremely annoyed. And all these emotions were eventually successfully fed back to Senju Tobirama. Especially with the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Tobirama Senju's idea of summoning his elder brother to avenge him was completely exposed to G's eyes. So, the unethical 1v fights every day became the normal training for Senju Tobirama to get beaten. Although Senju Tobirama's reincarnated body has no sense of pain, being blocked by the Uchiha brat he hates the most and being killed by him is a very insulting yuppie. Endure. I will endure. Be patient. When I bring my big brother back to life, I'll see how you, a naturally evil Uchiha brat, can still be so proud. Senju Tobirama clenched his teeth, his chest filled with resentment. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Red Bean and Pear, who just returned to the village after completing the task, Yuta and the other sat side by side, while Uchiha Kage sat on the opposite seat to keep the guests company. The power of time is indeed immense. According to Uchiha Kage's observation, Red Bean has now grown into a bean-in, while the younger Rika is slightly weaker, with only the strength of an ain-in. Xiaoying, this hot pot restaurant you opened is so delicious, chew chew chew. I never thought that my favorite glutinous rice balls would taste so good with the spicy taste that I hate the most. Chew chew chew. Hungda stuffed several glutinous rice balls into her mouth, but it still couldn't fill her mouth. In the entire hot pot restaurant, the only foods that suit her taste are the cut fruit plates and glutinous rice balls, but she's here to show her support. Xiaoying, your hot pot restaurant is doing much better than the previous ninja tool shop. I was afraid that you would starve to death with your shop. Li Ge chuckled as she observed the busy store. This girl who used to have some low self-esteem has now become much more cheerful and has a bright smile on her face. Eat, let's eat meat. I didn't know glutinous rice balls could taste good with meat. As the Uchiha Kage spoke, he put a piece of fatty beef covered with sauce on each of their plates. Put the meal money in my second dad's account, pack up the rest for me. Uchiha Tobirama stood in front of the cash register with his arms folded. He held his head high with a cocky look on his face, and a group of little rascals followed behind him. The last time his family came here to eat, he accidentally saw his second father's high-end operation of eating and taking at the same time, and a seed took root in his young mind. So, Uchiha Tobirama and his group of companions are preparing to replicate this high-end operation. The title of second dad is very useful in Konoha. Whenever he was caught teasing cats and dogs by adults, he would always be safe as long as he mentioned his second father's name. I'm very sorry, I don't have the authority to keep accounts. The front desk clerk said sorry. His body moved outwards, and his eyes became alert when he looked at Uchiha Tobirama and his group. What if a bunch of little rascals like this ate a free meal and then ran away? That would be a huge disgrace to him. Tisk, Tobi, get out of the way and watch me. Naruto scoffed, pushed aside Uchiha Tobirama, and looked up at the cashier at the front desk. My father is the fourth Hokage of the village. This meal will be paid for in my father's name. Don't fight for bread, fight for face. He always felt that Uchiha Tobirama, this clown who only knew how to play pranks, had attracted all the attention in the class that should have belonged to him, the son of the fourth Hokage. His father is the Hokage respected by all the residents of Konoha. His title is definitely better than Tobi's second father. As expected, when the Yondaime Hokage was mentioned, the cashier's face turned hesitant. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but look at Uchiha Tobirama with a smug look on his face. You are the son of the six-path sage, but you can't even keep track of today's meal expenses. Go to the kitchen and wash the dishes. Just then, a voice came from a booth nearby. In his two hands, Uchiha Kage held Shikamaru, who had been quietly moving towards the door since the beginning, and Uchiha Tobirama, who turned around and ran when he saw the situation was not good but bumped into his hands. His eyes swept across the group of unhappy little rascals in front of him, and finally fell on the two ringleaders. You are so young, but you don't learn from others and eat like a freeloader. If you do that again, I will cut off your little dicks. The Uchiha Kage frowned and made a scissors gesture with his fingers in front of the two of them. The two were so scared that their faces turned pale and they both covered their lower bodies with their hands. The Uchiha Kage secretly found it somewhat amusing, but at the same time, a sense of alert arose in his heart. When I have a child in the future, I will never let him play with Uchiha Tobirama. Look at little Naruto, he was such a good kid, but after such a short time, he has become a bad kid. I don't know how Fugaku taught his children. Fugaku, come on, I want to tell you something. He counted the days by counting on his fingers. After enduring several days of mental torture day and night, Senju Tobirama finally had his rare day off. When he walked onto the streets of Konoha with the thought of summoning his elder brother to teach the naturally evil Uchiha brat a lesson, he was ready to go to the Hokage building to inquire about the preparations for the sacrifice by Minato Namikaze. The pedestrians on the street were instantly excited. It's the Nidaime Hokage-sama. I saw him from a distance in front of the square before. The second Hokage likes to go out in disguise like this. It looks so cute. Twin tails. White hair. Lolita, I didn't expect that the second Hokage and I have the same preferences. The pedestrians on the street gathered together in an instant and surrounded Senju Tobirama tightly. People kept coming out of the houses nearby, and even shadows of people could be seen in the distance. The extremely high popularity of the previous Hokage was fully demonstrated at this moment. Except for the Uchiha clan, no villager could refuse to get close to the highly skilled second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Of course, the Uchiha here does not include Uchiha Kage, the court changer. On the street, surrounded by Konoha residents in 3 layers, Senju Tobirama felt uncomfortably digging the ground with his toes, and felt as if ants were crawling all over his body. I was so absorbed in my emotions that I even forgot that this extremely shameful image had been exposed in the village. I should let Minato Namikaze come to find me. No, I can't continue to be stuck here and die. Senju Tobirama quickly observed the surrounding environment. Just as I had decided on a plan of action to use the trash bin next to the electric pole as a stepping stone, leap onto the roof and then leave, a long earthen stick suddenly rose up from the ground next to my feet. This is... Senju Tobirama's eyes flashed, and anger suddenly rose in his heart. How did Minato Namikaze become the fourth Hokage? In addition to the inherently evil Midaman An and Utain Koharu, there are actually people in the village who disregard the safety of pedestrians and dare to perform ninjutsu in the street? But just as the anger in his chest was born, a powerful spiritual force crossed the space and invaded him, and his consciousness sank immediately. In the sight of the Konoha people near the front row, the twin-tailed white-haired loli suddenly disappeared and returned to the true image of the second Hokage. The second Hokage suddenly placed one hand on the long earth pillar that rose beside him and smiled at them. Immediately, along with some coquettish gestures, a voice that they couldn't understand but had a lot of charm came out. Recalling those days, my tears never dry up. Colorful building hydrangea with good marriage. Ping, we surrendered the Red Mane War. The people gathered in front looked at the scene before them and fell silent instantly. After a while, someone in the crowd hesitated and slowly said, "Second Hokage, are you going to what show do you have for us?" After this voice, the people in the front row instantly came to their senses and applauded Senju Tobirama for his hard work, even though they couldn't read or hear it. But this is the second Hokage's kindness to everyone. The people behind who couldn't see saw the people in front clapping, so they started clapping too. Oh my god. Ga. The singing of Tobirama Senju, who was twisting his butt back and forth around the earthen pole, suddenly stopped. Tisk, you can only control it for less than a minute. The Uchiha Kage, who was mixed in the crowd, curled his lips helplessly. His control over the forbidden power of shadow tears has now approached 90%. The spiritual secret technique he displayed couldn't even touch the level of Shisui's Kodaama Tsukami. You should know that Hashirama Senju, the god of the ninja world who is the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra, is directly immune to the illusion effects of the Uchiha clan. I guess the spiritual secrets that use Yin-Tun Chakra are similar. Uchiha Kage murmured in his heart. Even if the god of ninja was in person, he would not be a good boy. Act recklessly and do whatever you want. This is what he pursues. Glancing at Tobirama Senju, who had a stiff face and was completely standing there in the crowd, the Uchiha Kage smiled and silently left the crowd. The onlookers applauded loudly. However, Senju Tobirama on the field had been stuck in one position for some time. Gradually, people also discovered this problem. Is this show over? One more. Naidame Sama Hokage, one more. The people in the front row clapped their hands vigorously, and some even shouted that they hadn't seen enough. After all, they had never seen such strange dance moves and such novel tunes before. Senju Tobirama had a wooden face and did not move. He could no longer hear any sounds around him. He knows. The glorious image I once left in the village is gone, completely gone. Woo, damn Uchiha brat. Uchiha Kage was completely transparent to Tobirama Senju's desire to resurrect his elder brother, Hashirama Senju, through the impure world reincarnation and summon him back to the world of the living. But he had no intention of stopping this. He provided free 24-hour training service to Tobirama Senju for several years. Uchiha Kage's abilities in combat skills and battle strategy analysis, cross this out, have skyrocketed, and are in no way inferior to those powerful men who have been indulging in this art for many years. The sparring with Senju Tobirama has helped to improve his strength to some extent, but the progress is actually very slow. Now its greater role is to provide him with some emotional value and unknown skills that may yield results no matter when. Even if Tobirama Senju had no intention of resurrecting Hashirama Senju, he would have done it himself in the near future. Of course, all this is based on the premise that he is fully prepared. After all, in the original drama, it took place during the Fourth Ninja World War. When Hashirama Senju faced the big scene where Naruto plus Edo Tensei Minato plus Yin-Yang Ninetales distributed their chakra to the allied shinobi forces, the words that came out of his mouth were actually comparable to his chakra. Listen, does this sound like something a human would say? As the reincarnation of Ashura, Naruto's own chakra amount is ridiculously high. Add to that the Ninetales, the favorite of the Six-Paths Sage, and the impure world reincarnation of Minato. And the very outrageous immortal technique would release True Thousand Hands, Buddha on the top, Uchiha Madara plus the Ninetales' majestic outfit, Susanoo, would probably have to jump in front of it to reach the knees of the Buddha. In short, try not to treat Hashirama Senju as a human being. Although he knew that the sacrifices that Senju Tobirama could find could not unleash the strength that Hashirama had when he was alive, it would never be a wrong thing to make more preparations. Patrick, the ultimate art of explosion release that Uchiha Kage had long been attracted to, is naturally one of them. Combined with the Flying Thunder God technique and his own clone, G, it can perfectly automatically track and locate DF missiles. However, Hashirama's defensive ability is also strong and elegant. Skills like summoning 5-layer Rashomon and would release ranking technique can easily withstand the attack of Uchiha Madara's powerful Susanoo, which can affect a radius of several kilometers. The ninja world is not about fighting and killing, it's about the ways of the world. The Uchiha Kage rested his chin on his hands. After pondering for a moment, an idea finally came to my mind. It's been a while since I explored new avenues. Let's go find some relatives. Land of Earth, Uegakur Village. After walking through this village built between high mountains and rocks, G's footsteps can be said to have traveled to the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world. Live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the water, eat by the water. The Uegakur village is full of buildings built with rocks as their foundation. There are very few green plants in the village, and at a glance, almost all of it is the thick, mottled color of rocks. The variety of goods sold in the street stalls and shops is also very scarce, which shows that supplies in the village are relatively scarce. It is the second to last ninja village in terms of wealth among the 5 major ninja villages. However, the Sand Village has developed very smoothly in recent years, and the Uegakur village can also be promoted to the last one. This may be due to the natural barrier of rocky mountains surrounding the village. The Uegakur village didn't take the village's defense seriously, but Zed actually walked right in through the main gate. Can you believe it? Just like returning home. From today on, Uegakur village is also his home. Zed silently surveyed his territory around him and made a unilateral announcement. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion suddenly sounded at the foot of the mountain not far away. From G's perspective, he could even see the roof slates of a residential house rising directly into the sky accompanied by smoke and flames, at least 10 meters high. Oh, I thought my son Tobirama was invincible just by firing cannons and blowing shit up, but I didn't expect there was someone braver than him. There are so many damn troubles in the ninja world. G couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The Uegakur village is so fucking poor, and they still have troubles blowing up houses for fun. They are simply inhumane. G's brows suddenly raised. Fleeing in panic as the crowd looked over, a little yellow-haired kid with his hands on his hips and a smug smile on his face appeared in his sight. Deidara? G's frown relaxed. He took out a battery that he had prepared in advance from the small scroll he carried with him and put it on his back. Ziz ziz, he connected several positive and negative circuits in series and watched the electric light on the splint. G looked at the smug little yellow-haired kid in his sight and couldn't help but reveal a compassionate smile on his face. Lightning King Yang Yanzin appears for a limited time. Bow down to the art of science. Ha ha. The distance was not far, and G walked against the flow of people for about 2 minutes and arrived at Deidara's crime scene. Do you also think that the explosion just now was wonderful? The art I pursue is the sublimation of that moment. Ha. Deidara saw someone who not only did not run away, but walked against the flow of people. He seemed to have finally found his confidant and was very excited. No, I'm here to talk to you about art, an art called science. Zed looked at Deidara with a smile and spoke. If he can't turn this yellow-haired kid into a breakdance king this time, then this kid has no talent for dancing. As Deidara spoke, a crazy smile suddenly appeared on his face. One hand flung forward several balls of white explosive clay, while the other hand formed a seal on his chest. Art is explosion. Drink. Boom. The flash of explosion immediately appeared before my eyes. The explosion in front of him was reflected in Deidara's blue pupils, and his face, which was laughing crazily, had a somewhat morbid flush. Hey, are you okay? How's my art? Deidara held his face in his hands, feeling intoxicated, and shouted excitedly towards the fire. This was the first time someone was willing to communicate about art with him. It's okay, let me show you my art too. Without knowing when, Zed had appeared behind Deidara. As he spoke, the electrified iron rod in his hand poked directly into his lower back. Deidara heard the voice behind him, and without even turning his head, he felt a strong burning pain like a tingling sensation in his body. Zzz. Ugh, Deidara's body was unable to move under the electric current, and his brain went blank in an instant, unable to think. A head of yellow hair stood up, and the numb and powerless limbs twitched and spasmed. The tongues and the mouths on his face and hands were also swinging back and forth with the spasms of his body, just like a person in the midst of epilepsy. Sorry, I accidentally turned up the current. G saw a wisp of black smoke coming out of Deidara's hair due to the electric shock, and quickly took away the iron rod in his hand. Sure enough, the immortal body reborn from the impure world reincarnation is strong. In the original drama, Deidara didn't have such a big reaction when he was electrocuted by the samurai Mifune with a battery. Huff. Deidara supported himself with his hands, breathing heavily. The brief blankness in his brain and the heavy panic in his chest when he was hit by the electric current were feelings he had never experienced before. After panting for a long time, Deidara finally calmed down. Looking up at G, who was busy fiddling with the battery, he felt that his art was being despised. Don't underestimate my art, you bastard. Deidara yelled in anger. He grabbed the clay from the bag at his waist and began to chew it in his mouth, mixing chakra into it. Then, he rolled the prepared explosive clay into a ball and threw it directly at G. Exploding clay and explosive bombs. Drink. Deidara formed a seal with his fingers and shouted softly, ready to detonate the explosive clay he had thrown. But the explosion he imagined did not occur as he wished. Dud? The battery is priced at 50,000 taels of silver. G shook off the spent detonating clay from the iron rod. He leaned sideways to show Delata the battery on his back and spoke in a flat voice. Thinking about Deidara in the original drama, he is both funny and somewhat pathetic. The powerful explosion ninjutsu that he had been obsessed with studying for more than 10 years, which was able to blow up the powerful three-tailed Isabu, was ultimately defeated by a tiny battery. All we can say is that Orochimaru's scientific ninja way is the everlasting truth. Price, 50,000 taels. Deidara was completely stunned, with this sentence filling his mind. The art of explosion that he pursued turned out to be so worthless in the face of a mere 50,000 taels? Deidara stared blankly at the ball of explosive clay that was thrown to the ground and had become useless. There was a hint of struggle in his eyes. No, my art is the best. Art is sublimated in that moment. Deidara had lost his composure when it came to the art he pursued. He looked a little crazy, and reached into the clay bag at his waist to fumble around. You can use batteries to deal with a bunch of explosive clay, but what if the amount of explosive clay is too much to handle? He was going to use a large piece of C1 clay spider to deal with the guy in front of him who dared to despise his art. Just as he took his hand out of the bag at his waist, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, ZZ. After a familiar burning and stinging experience, the large number of explosive clay spiders that Deodara had just created in his hand were all scrapped under the action of the electric current. Born evil. Ugh. Child, do you feel the sweet breath of science? G had a compassionate smile on his face and spoke in a gentle voice. I almost said it off the cuff. Damn it. Deodara gritted his teeth and glared at G with great unwillingness. It seemed that all the emotions had accumulated to the right level, and a sudden flash of inspiration came to Deodara's mind. Yes. Ketu, then can't I just not use the explosive clay attack? Deodara had an idea in his mind and immediately put it into action. There is no need to use the mouths on both hands. Just condense chakra on your hands and punch out in a similar way to Bakutun Mind Fist. When G saw Deodara's changing attack moves, he immediately let go of the iron rod in his hand. Explosive chakra also condensed on his fist, and he met the attack with a tit-for-tat force. Boom! There was a loud explosion at close range. Deodara's body was swept away by the shock wave caused by the explosion. With a bang, it fell to the ground. Bounced up and down on the ground again, it rolled for a distance before stopping. Tisk tisk. G couldn't help but marvel at this perfect parabola. The compassionate smile on his face remained unchanged. He walked closer, and a ball of chakra light appeared on his palm and imprinted on Deodara. Don't miss out on the materials for mastering medical ninjutsu. With the treatment of the palm fairy technique, Deodara's injuries quickly recovered. Ahem, you can also use explosion release. Don't you think that moment of sublimation is the most wonderful art in the world? Deodara coughed out a stream of black smoke. He asked anxiously as he looked at Zed with a shocked expression. He really hopes that the people of his kind in front of him can recognize the art he pursues. Art, you big-headed ghost, art. Zed became a little impatient with the question and slapped Deodara on the head. He came to bully. Bah, how can a teacher who teaches problem children have the mood to discuss the art of explosion with him? And the art that is most recognized by the general public is those license plates like IPX 750, HND 723, IPX 992. Deodara gritted his teeth and glared at G. The last thing he could allow was anyone despising his art. An explosion near the outskirts of the village naturally would not attract too much attention. Moreover, this is not the first time that Deodara has caused a terrorist incident in the village. The villagers of the Uegakure village are also very troubled by that Tsuchikage, an apprentice with extraordinary talent but a very unusual personality. Soon, several strange-looking Uegakure ninjas arrived. After giving a certain amount of compensation to the owner of the house and using Earth-style ninjutsu to rebuild a new house on the original site, the matter was handled in a perfunctory manner. Tsuchikage building. Bang! This Deodara, what is he doing all day long? The tiny Oniki sat on the chair with his feet off the ground. Listening to the ninjas below reporting that his apprentice Deodara was causing another terrorist incident in the village, he couldn't help but show a bit of anger on his face. His disciple's talent in ninjutsu is absolutely beyond doubt. He also placed high hopes on Deodara, expecting him to take over his position as Tsuchikage in the future. But if Deodara continues to cause trouble in the village like this, not to mention whether he can succeed that Tsuchikage, the villagers will drown him with a spit on him. But this guy just doesn't listen to his instructions. Why? Uniki sighed helplessly. Grandfather. Brother, he is disobedient, most likely because he deserves a beating. I think it would be effective if you catch him and give him a good beating, then lock him up for a few days. Haitu on the side raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with expectant eyes. Now she has short black hair and wears a fitted vest and shorts. She looks more like a handsome boy. If you add in the confident, generous and enthusiastic temperament that he displays, it would be even more like him. Oniki glanced at his granddaughter who was watching the fun inside. He has tried everything he could, but his apprentice was so devoted to his art that he refused to come out. Why? Onoki shook his head helplessly and jumped off the chair. Click. My waist hurts so much. Onoki opened his mouth wide and held his sprained waist. Really? Haitu pinched his eyebrows and shook his head helplessly. She didn't know how many times she had seen such a scene. It took a long time to relax. Uniki put his hands behind his back and slowly moved towards the toilet. At the same time, two figures were hiding stealthily behind the Tsuchikage building. Senior, isn't this a bit too tacky? Deodara hesitated for a long time, and finally asked what was on his mind. In his heart, art is not always elegant or sacred, but it must have its own wonderful aspects that can be expressed, right? Why does the art taught to me by my predecessors feel so derogatory? Just tell me if you have a feeling of anticipation in your heart now. G pouted. A man remains a boy until he dies. If there is shit, fry it. If there is no shit, fry fish. At the very least, you have to find a dog bull. Who would blow up someone else's house? Deodara fell silent upon hearing this. Just thinking about the scene after the explosion, he felt eager to try it out. It seems. Is it indeed more exciting than bombing the house before? Senior, can we start now? Deidara asked as he carefully took in his surroundings. Well, this stealing feeling is also part of the excitement. Yes, yes, G nodded in satisfaction. Looking at Deidara, the teachable kid in front of him, his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He saved a young man who had gone astray. After getting permission, Deidara rubbed his face excitedly. He formed a seal with his fingers in front of him and let out a low cry. Drink! As Deidara detonated the explosive clay creature that drilled into the ground along the sewer pipe, a somewhat dull roar accompanied by a slight vibration sounded. Boom! Ah, is this the end? Deidara looked around at the unremarkable surroundings, his face looking somewhat lost. Isn't this completely different from the result you imagined? The Uegakure village was built between the rocks of the mountains. The foundation was very solid, and you were too weak, so the noise you made was not significant, Zed concluded, rubbing his chin. The next second, G suddenly sensed a floating breath approaching. He looked at Deidara with pity, and then his figure turned into a shadow and disappeared into the shadows. Take care, poor child. Senior, wait. When Deidara saw Zed leaving, he tried to stop him. Just then, Oniki's angry voice came from above. Deidara. So it's you, this evil disciple. Deidara looked up following the sound. His pupils contracted instantly and his face became extremely terrified. I saw Onoki wrapped in a thick layer of magic armor with a built-in range attack, flying towards him rapidly. Teacher. Wait, teacher. Deidara ran backwards with a look of horror on his face. He shouted loudly, trying to awaken the little kindness in Oniki's heart. He had never been so afraid of his teacher. Meanwhile, G had already quietly slipped into the Tsuchikage building. Although I don't know the internal structure of the Tsuchikage building, but according to the Kaze Cage building and the Hokage building, which are both members of the 5 major ninja villages, the office of the cage of a village is usually located on the top floor. This is to facilitate reaching the platform also set up on the high floor for some pre-war mobilization or village celebrations and other activities. Come to the top floor. At a glance, G saw Haitu, who was leaning against the wall in the corridor, looking towards the window with a look of fear on his face. There was a string of filth on the floor of the corridor, stretching from a room with an open door to the window. As for how he recognized at a glance that the little guy in front of him who looked more like a boy with a more delicate appearance was the future leg shadow Haitu, then we have to talk about the average appearance of the Uegakure village, which is so beautiful that it can make men speechless and women cry. Except for Deidara and Kurotsuki. The other ninjas in the Hidden Rock village cannot ask if they are good looking, they have to ask if they are ugly. Okay, that's a very good answer. Young Black Soil, will you marry me or be my wife? G joked from a distance, pinching his nose and not getting closer. Although he often dealt with filth left on the ground in Konoha, he still had to maintain a good distance. After all, the smell is really strong. Who are you? When Haitu heard G's joke, he turned around with a vigilant look and asked. Unlike Deidara, the first thing Haitu paid attention to when he saw G was his identity. She often went in and out of the Tsuchikage building, but she had never seen the stranger named G before. He just looked at her with a smile on his face and put one hand on his waist. When Haitu saw this, his face turned pale instantly. Oops, did she meet a perverted goldfish guy? G pulled it outward swiftly and reached into his treasure bag with his other hand. After searching for a while, he pulled out a wrinkled sack from the treasure bag. This thing has been out of use for a while. You are the rumored robbery. He likes to kidnap good girls from all over the ninja world, and uses his unique bloodline ability to sneak into bathhouses, hot springs, and private homes, wandering around in the woods, country roads, and other romantic places. Haitu's face changed and he clung tightly to the wall. As her little mouth spoke out the information she had learned, her body trembled constantly. Some of this information she had heard from her grandfather, the Tsuchikage, and some was compiled from rumors she had heard among the villagers, even out of curiosity. She also read a book whose contents made her blush and difficult to talk about. Jiraiya, yes, it is the work of my lecherous sage. G heard Haitu's little mouth chattering non-stop. His fingers gripping the sack were clasped together tightly and the corners of his mouth twitched. He admitted to the kidnapping. Bathhouses, hot springs, private homes, woods, country roads. Aren't these routine plot templates that often appear in Jiraiya's works? Okay, let's play it this way, okay? If you dare to use me as the protagonist of your novel, I will also use you as the protagonist of my novel. The female lead first introduces you to a pure little apprentice sister, Aunt Snake, and then the aloof master, Hiruzen, and the sinister, Yandere, T-class apprentice, Danzo. Let's hurt each other. G gritted his teeth and thought hatefully. Suppressing the unhappy emotions in his heart, G used the ability of the Mangekyo Sharinan to vaguely sense what Xiao Haitu was thinking at the moment. Well, now the little girl is just filled with fear and terror. Jiraiya, who was born evil, actually secretly destroyed my reputation in the ninja world. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps came from behind. Haitu's clear childish voice also rang out. Father, save me. Zed, what are you trying to do here? A very strong Huangtu appeared in the corridor. Seeing Ji holding a sack in his hand and Haitu, who was pale with fear and calling for help behind him, an angry look suddenly appeared on his honest face. He rushed over as soon as he heard the noise from the Tsuchikage building. When he saw the scene in front of him, he naturally thought that all this was the work of Ji now. The purpose is to kidnap his daughter Haitu. Hey, it's my father-in-law. Ji waved and greeted shamelessly, while stuffing the sack in his hand back into his treasure bag. His intention from the beginning was just to tease Haitu. After all, he didn't want to open a kindergarten at home. Where's the old man? Huang Tu suppressed the restlessness in his heart and asked calmly. The distance between Kurotsuki and Ji is closer than him, and Ji's speed is also mentioned in the Riwegakure village's intelligence system. He was not sure he could save Haitu before the disaster, so the best option right now was to understand the current situation first. Grandpa just broke open the door and flew out of the toilet, wrapped in ugh. And flew out from the window. Kurotsuki answered. It seemed that he thought of the scene he saw at that time, and he retched a few times while holding the wall with one hand. Old man. Huang Tu looked solemnly at the filth left on the floor in the corridor. Combined with the description from my daughter, the horrific scene at that time can already emerge in my mind. When he looked at Ji again, there was a hint of complicated emotions in his eyes. According to the news sent back by the spies lurking in Konoha, Konoha's soap has been sold out twice. They could still treat it as a joke before, but now, this disaster has already arrived at their Iwegakure village. A country as big as Konoha could endure it, but what about his own daughter? No. The unyielding, tenacious and indomitable will of stone of the Uegakure village will not surrender so easily. As soon as the Lois on this side strengthened his will of stone, the robbery on the other side took the first action. Ji leaned his body gently against the wall. The Mangekyo Sharinon flickered slightly, and a red light flashed, suddenly shooting out its own powerful mental power at a high speed. Huang Tu's consciousness also sank and he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, there was a simple smile in his eyes that was different from before. The figure flashed, jumped over the body leaning against the wall and came in front of Haitu. Father! When Haitu saw his father appear in front of him, his face lit up with joy. With someone to rely on around me, the panic and fear in my heart also dissipated. Well, my dear daughter, a slight smile appeared on Huang Tu's lips. Both hands immediately climbed onto Haitu's pretty and tender little face, pinching, rubbing, and fiddling with it. You, not the father. When Haitu saw such an abnormal scene, his face changed immediately. She struggled to get free, but her face was still in those big hands, being manipulated by them. In a hurry, the white, tender and straight calf kicked upwards with all its strength. Crotch kick. The arc of Huang Tu's mouth corner is even stronger. As my eyelids slightly closed, my hands also lost strength. Bang! Ugh! Along with the chaos, a cry of pain was rang out. Huang Tu widened his eyes in pain. She pressed her legs together tightly and covered her painful area with her hands. His mind was blank at this moment. Didn't I just strengthen my indomitable and unyielding will of stone? HOW.IT broke. Father. Black soil looks at the yellow earth in front of me looked painful, and I hesitated, not knowing whether I should go forward. But out of the corner of his eye he suddenly saw Ji hiding behind him with a smirk on his face, and his brows instantly tightened. It was you who did this just now, wasn't it? Haitu gritted his teeth, no longer caring about being afraid, and asked in a crisp voice. Haitu. Get behind me. Huang Tu endured the critical damage from his weak spot and stood up on his knees. He stretched out his hand and pulled Haitu behind him, then looked at Ji with a serious expression. He didn't even realize how he got hit by what just happened, which shows how difficult it is to deal with Ji. And this is the Tsuchikage building, the very center of the village. But fortunately, my daughter is behind me now. Huang Tu breathed a sigh of relief. Earth release rock fist. Huang Tu's body suddenly rushed out. Ji slightly turned sideways to easily avoid Huang Tu's rock fist blow and chuckled. The figure flashed and appeared next to Kurotsuki again, taking her to the rooftop of the Tsuchikage building. He didn't want to look at the filth in the corridor anymore. Huang Tu's sturdy body followed closely behind and soon caught up. Stop for a moment. Ji caught Haitu's crotch-kicking kick and pushed her towards the yellow earth. He turned his head and looked at the black spot approaching rapidly in the distant sky. As the distance gets closer, the black spot in the sky gradually becomes clearer. It was Onoki, who was covered in thick filth, and he was holding Deidara, a problematic boy who was also covered in filth and looked like he had lost all hope in life. Old man, grandpa, senior brother. Huang Tu and Haitu both shouted. But looking at the terrible and smelly appearance of Onoki and Deidara at this moment, not only did he not dare to get close, but he also shrank back a few steps. Je, what are you doing in Iwegakure? It seemed that Onoki had already vented his emotions outside, and his expression was slightly calmer. However, after seeing Zed standing beside him, his eyes suddenly became suspicious, and his gaze looked wildly between Zed and Deidara. After all, he also knew about G's masterpieces in Konoha, and there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity with his experience today. And G also appeared in the Uegakure village at this time. Senior. Deidara looked at G with resentment. You actually left him behind when you ran away. Isn't that too unethical of you, Senior? As a result, he suffered a double critical hit from physical and magical attacks. The physical pain is bearable, but the severe mental trauma must have made him unable to eat for a month and rely on pills to survive, right? Deidara's call of Senior made Oniki instantly confirm that Zed must be involved in this matter. Robbery. Uegakure is not Konoha. It's not a place where you can mess around. Onoki clenched his fists tightly, veins popping out on his forehead, and shouted angrily. Can you guys take care of your personal hygiene before talking to me? I came to the Hidden Rock village with good intentions. If you are unwilling to accept my kindness. G pinched his nose and fanned the air in front of him, grinning and chuckling. Then I will settle down in Uegakure village. Uniki's eyes twitched when he heard that. He has just arrived and he has already been given a big job. If he settles down in the village, he will have to live 10 years less. So he could only suppress the anger in his heart and snorted angrily. He picked up Deidara and turned away. Bathhouse owner and guests, don't come over here. 2 hours later. Inside the newly renovated Tsuchikage office, Onoki sat on the chair with a dark face. I don't know if it's a psychological reason. He asked the bathhouse master to rub his body 7 or 8 times, and a layer of skin was rubbed off, but he still felt that there was still a lingering smell on his body. Tell me, what brings you to the Uegakure village? Uniki asked coldly as he stared at Zed. I came here to become a relative of Uegakure because I thought I could have more friends and more opportunities. I think your granddaughter and I are a good match. As for the dowry, you can first take a dust release original world separation technique as a token of your appreciation. If there's anything I want in the back, I'll come back and get it from you. G snapped his fingers and spoke shamelessly. Bang! I'll give you my position as the Tsuchikage as well. Onoki slapped the table and said coldly with a gloomy face. He had never seen such a shameless person. Still want to be his grandson-in-law? How old is his granddaughter? How about using the dust release original world separation technique first? This is a bloody elimination technique that surpasses the bloodline limit developed by his teacher, the second-generation Tsuchikage Mu. It is a powerful ninjutsu that can directly separate the target into atomic state and annihilate it into ashes. That's fine too. G pretended not to hear Oniki's sarcasm and nodded, saying, my clone will stay here as Tsuchikage for a few years. When Kuratsuka grows up, I will hand over the Tsuchikage to her. Oniki was choked by G's shameless words. At the same time, his heart was speechless for a moment, and his eyes regained some clarity. Clone. Even though G's current strength has made him one of the few people standing at the top of the ninja world, his most troublesome thing is still his countless clones. It was like the blood-eliminating dust release in his hand that surpassed the bloodline limit. No matter how powerful the opponent is, he can use dust escape to separate him into atomic state and turn him into ashes. I believe G is no exception. However, it was always his clone that was acting outside, and the information about his real body has always been a secret in the ninja world. If you are unable to deal with G's true form, once you provoke him, you will face endless troubles. But the other party has already stepped on the head of their Uegakure village and bullied them. Oniki's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound. Let's go out and have a fight. According to the rules of the ninja world, speak with your fists. G peeked into the old man's unwilling heart and grinned. Maybe Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konoha ninjas had the same attitude towards him back then? Good. Onomu's body flew up from the chair, staring at G and saying seriously, if you lose, you are not allowed to set foot in the land of Earth again. Make a deal. G agreed immediately. Not to mention the progress he made in the past few years under the sparring of Tobirama Senju, just the inside ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan's 8 meanings plus the extreme speed of the Flying Thunder God technique. Don't even think about using the dust release that Oniki has, which requires a casting bar to prepare. As for those powerful Earth-style ninjutsu, they can be added to his ninjutsu database. G turned into a shadow and flew out of the window at a high speed, heading towards the deep mountains behind the Yin village. Oniki also flew in the sky, following closely behind. A deep mountain with many ravines and rugged terrain. Let the battle begin. G looked at Oniki hovering in the air and nodded slightly. It is very difficult to analyze and copy this unmarried ninjutsu just by observing the changes in Oniki's aura when he performed the super light and heavy rock technique with the Sharingan. Well, I'll add it to Haitu's dowry when the time comes. Dust release original realm separation technique. Onoki was also completely unceremonious. After hearing the message that the battle had begun, he immediately put his hands together and flew quickly towards G. A square transparent barrier opened between the clasped palms, and in the blink of an eye it crossed the space and imprisoned the place where G was. After a huge explosion occurred in the transparent barrier, everything within the coverage was separated into atomic state and turned into ashes. There were just signs of smugness showing on Onaki's face. A tentacle shot out from the shadow below him at high speed, soaring into the sky and pulling towards his waist. It was clearly just a small crisp sound. However, under the stimulation of pain, Onoki instinctively tightened his core muscles in his lower back, and a crisp crack sound came from the joints in his waist. Ah, it hurts. My waist. Onoki fell directly from mid-air. He lay on the ground with his mouth wide open, holding his old waist with a look of pain on his face. Hey, old man, are you going to admit defeat? I'm not serious yet. G squatted in front of Onoki, who had been struggling for a long time, and joked. After all, we are relatives now, and it would be bad if we were too harsh. This is a good way to attack the weak points and break their toughness. If you hit him once, this old guy will be stiff for a long time, as if he is under control. Well, it's quite fun. Don't underestimate me, Zed. I'm the Tsuchikage. When Onoki heard Zed's teasing, he immediately looked up and shouted angrily. He endured the pain in his waist, released his hands, quickly formed seals, and then slammed them heavily on the ground beneath his feet. Earth-style, gangly-style technique. As Onoki poured chakra into the ground, the rocks shook instantly. A giant monster made entirely of rock broke out of the ground, and two giant paws stretched out one after another, grabbing towards G. Earth-style, gangly-style technique. Zed's Mangekyo Sheri-non glowed brightly. After jumping back to avoid the attack from the giant rock palm, he immediately followed suit and formed seals with his hands, pouring earth attribute chakra into the ground. Followed by another shock. A giant monster also made of rock emerged from the ground, and the two rock giants then wrestled with each other. Sheri-non, Onoki didn't find the scene in front of him strange. After all, the ability of the Sheri-non to copy ninjutsu was no secret in the ninja world. In an emergency, take temporary measures. Onoki didn't care about his back pain at the moment, and used the super light and heavy rock technique to fly into the sky. He used the earth escape and rock fist technique to transform his right hand into a giant hard rock fist and flew towards G at a rapid speed. Earth-style, heavy rock technique. Onoki swung his giant rock fist and smashed it out heavily. At the same time, he shouted loudly to increase the weight and strength of his attack. Oh! Looking at the giant rock fist that was getting bigger and bigger in front of him, a light smile appeared on G's face. Just as the giant rock fist was about to hit him, G's figure suddenly turned into a thin cloud of smoke, which dissipated along with the strong wind created by Onoki's fist. Nanny, when is it? Onoki realized that his attack had missed. His expression changed slightly, and he heard a familiar noise behind him. Not good. Although his brain realized that the situation was not good, Onoki's body had no time to react. Bang! Click! Ah, it hurts so much. My waist. The familiar scene is played out again. Onoki lay on the ground, his eyes wide open. He covered his aching waist and cold sweat broke out. Young people have no martial ethics. To deceive and attack him, a 60-year-old comrade, and to keep staring at his old waist that often suffers from old problems. Give up, old man. Why bother saving face and suffering? G was still squatting in front of Onoki with a pair of bright eyes. With a satisfied smile on his face, he spoke. Morality is only used to restrain others. As a moral bottom line, it can be flexible and changeable. He had no psychological burden at all when it came to punching the Nanshan nursing home and kicking the Bihai kindergarten. Just kick the lame man's good leg hard. Impossible. I'm the Tsuchikage. I, who have inherited the will of stone, which symbolizes perseverance and immovability, will not give in. The two words surrender seemed to have some special magical power in Onoki's eyes. Onoki instantly raised his head and perked up. As he spoke, his expression became more and more determined. Onoki clasped his hands together instantly. When he opened his hands again, a cone-shaped transparent body appeared between his palms. Dust release, original realm separation technique. Accompanied by a light shout from Onoki. The cone between the palms instantly shot out an extremely dazzling white beam of light, completely annihilating the figure in front of him and turning it into ashes. What a pity, old man. Not only is your waist bad because of your age, but even your aim is bad, tisk tisk. At this moment, G's voice suddenly sounded from behind Onoki. Onoki's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. However, what made him feel a little relieved was that the familiar sound of breaking wind did not appear this time. Wait, that's not right. Just as Onoki turned around and looked back to find the location of G, the familiar voice coming from behind him sounded in his ears again. Bang, click. Ah, it hurts. My waist. Late, but here we are. Give up, old man. Impossible. I'm the Tsuchikage. Bang. It's still the deep mountain with many ravines and rugged mountains. Well, I won this battle, but you didn't lose either. How's it going, old man? G looked helplessly at Onoki, who was lying on the ground, holding his waist and breathing heavily, and spoke. In this condition, he has already received treatment several times. What should this little old man say? I have a very stubborn personality. His level of tough talk is comparable to when he and Obito were in a state of battle every day. but what he has here is his true self. If he continued to fight, he might really be beaten to death. Snort. I haven't lost yet. Why should I consider you the winner? It can only be considered a draw. Uniki panted and looked at G stubbornly. Hey you old man. G was so angry that he laughed at Oniki's answer. He stood up and waved his hand, saying, okay, just wait for me, I'll get everyone to move in right away, etc. When Oniki heard G's threatening remarks about moving in, he immediately held out his Urkang hand. He wanted to live a few more years. If he allowed these troubles to move into the Uegakure village, who knows how much trouble would be waiting for him every day. Just thinking about Kanaha selling out of soap is chilling. Given the scarcity of supplies in the Hidden Rock village, they could not afford such a brutal attack. You win. Uniki looked a little lonely and said with a sigh. I can teach you the dust release original realm separation technique now, but Kuratsuki is still young. Don't worry, I'm not some pervert, I just came here to arrange the wedding in advance. G patted his chest. He looks like a gentleman. Uniki looked at G and sighed inwardly again. He had no choice but to do this. The current G is obviously stronger than his performance during the Third Ninja World War. Such a group of clones with amazing strength and countless numbers are completely rampant in the ninja world, and his poor granddaughter was targeted by the other party. Dust release is a fusion of the three attributes of wind, earth, and fire. It is a bloodline elimination that transcends the bloodline limit. If you want to learn it, you must also possess these three chakra attributes. The order of fusion is. The ratio of the three chakras is. Oniki began teaching dust release at the training ground in the back mountains of Uegakure village. Zed's Mangekyo Sharinan was unusually bright and dazzling. The powerful mental power perfectly controlled his own chakra and integrated it according to the method and proportion taught by Onoki. Soon, a transparent spot of light appeared between the palms in front of him. Is that so? Zed looked at Oniki and asked. Perhaps because he was only fusing the dust release chakra and did not perform any related ninjutsu, this transparent spot of light had no shape. You! Oniki's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he stared at the spot of light between Zed's palms. When he was learning dust release under the instruction of his teacher, the time it took to successfully fuse the three types of chakra together for the first time was measured in years. Perhaps. No. G will definitely be the existence standing at the pinnacle of the entire era. Uniki's heart was pounding. It doesn't seem like it's a completely bad thing that your granddaughter is being targeted for robbery, as long as he doesn't rush into the Hidden Rock village and helps out when the village needs it. Thinking of this, Onoki paid more attention to the teaching process. G had just mentioned the super light and heavy rock technique, and before he could finish his words, Oniki had already explained the principles and hand seals of the technique. Good girl. Good girl, let's go. G pinched Haitu's soft little face. Noticing the unfriendly looks from Wang Tu and Onoki, he changed his words angrily. In front of the authentic product, he, the fake one, should find another opportunity to brag later. Asshole, let me go. Haitu glared at G with gritted teeth, and kicked out with his calf with all his strength. I don't know how this bastard convinced my grandfather, and my grandfather went on to convince my father, but she would never agree. Before Haitu kicked the target, G cancelled his clone first. With a bang, it turned into light smoke and disappeared. Snort! Haitu stomped his feet in dissatisfaction. He snorted coldly at Onoki and Huangtu beside him, turned his head and left. Old man, this. Huangtu stretched out his hand and looked at his daughter's back as she left. He wanted to say something but couldn't. Do you think we have the right to choose this matter? Onoki rubbed his old waist. He spoke lightly. Don't forget, before this, robbery would just kidnap people. Kanaha. At the same time when G disappeared, Uchiha Cage also received the memory information synchronized back. Dust escape, the attack method is somewhat monotonous. Uchiha Cage supported his chin with one hand, thinking secretly in his heart. Needless to say, the power of dust release is so great that it can separate the target directly into atomic state and turn it into ashes. It only has one obvious weakness, which is the sealing technique of the Rinnegan that absorbs the target. The Tao-seeking jade that possesses all attributes and characteristics should also be counted. However, as long as you add the fairy chakra, you don't have to worry about the problem of seeking the truth jade in the later stage. Do you want to develop new ninjutsu? The Uchiha Cage scratched his hair, which showed no trace of intelligence. He felt that he had no extra talent in this area, and the same was true for G, his clone. In that case, just go back to the old way of following the bloodline limit of escape technique. In terms of ninjutsu, in many cases, if you master one method, you can master everything. For example, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique, and Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique, Earth Array Wall, and Water Flow Wall. They are not only similar in form, the principles of the techniques are basically the same, and the difference is only based on the different properties of chakra attributes. After I have integrated the process of fusing dust release chakra into the instinct of my blood, You can then use the changes in the properties of the dust release chakra and insert the more similar formula into your own ninjutsu database. Let's not talk about the distant things. Raise-non is a great all-purpose basic formula. Do it when you think of it. Uchiha Kage quickly assigned this task to his subordinate, G, to complete. As an excellent boss who stands firmly behind his employees, what he needs to do is to use his unique strategic vision to make the right choice. Yes, yes. Alas, except at the beginning, this thing has never been full. Uchiha Kage took a sip of Shadow's tears to moisten his lips, and shook the black box in his hand. The Shadow tears inside were once again running out. The concentration of natural energy in Longdi Cave has decreased a lot over the years, and although it is still stronger than the outside world, it is still a bit different. The situation in the Wet Bone Forest is similar now. After all, with his personality, how could he just sit there and wait for the treasure to be discovered? While learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade, he controlled her to perform reverse summoning and occupied that barren land. If the Wet Bone Forest hadn't taken over the years, the natural energy of the Dragon Cave would have been drained by him long ago. Once G finishes the work at hand, there will be new things waiting for them to do. Since the last social death experience, Senju Tobirama then took the opportunity to reach an agreement with Minato Namikaze. On every holiday, Minato Namikaze would go to the back mountain and take Tobirama Senju to the Hokage building. After avoiding the sight of Zed, he would remove the seal on him. When he leaves, put the seal back on. Of course, G, who had the ability to see through things, saw all of their little actions. However, G was preparing for the battle with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, so their little tricks were just minor matters, so he just let them go. This day, in the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama has his holiday again and reunites with Namikaze Minato. Yandame, quickly bring up the offerings for the impure world reincarnation that you prepared. After the seal on himself was removed, Senju Tobirama spoke impatiently. Not only because he would soon be able to punish that damned, inherently evil Uchiha brat. What's more, there is the excitement of seeing my elder brother again soon. He is also an invisible brother complex that is most easily overlooked. Hokage-sama Naidame, wait a moment. Namikaze Minato nodded. The figure disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, there were two burly men with samurai hairstyles beside him. Warrior? Senju Tobirama frowned and looked at Namikaze Minato. These two idiotic-looking guys don't seem like qualified sacrifices. What if the big brother who was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation was not as strong as himself? That would be a huge joke. Although these two brothers, the Wind God and the Thunder God, seem to be simple-minded, they are born with superpowers. When they go crazy, even ordinary jonin will find it difficult to subdue them. Namikaze Minato explained. Senju Tobirama nodded when he heard this and looked at the brothers Wind God and Thunder God. He walked forward and grabbed the shackles on the two men. A powerful force burst out from his hands and he tore them off with a clang. You guys, attack me. Senju Tobirama stared at the two of them and spoke in a flat voice. It would be difficult for him to feel at ease unless he personally tested the quality of the sacrifice used to resurrect his eldest brother. Brother, this idiot seems to want us to beat him up? The God of Thunder looked at the God of Wind beside him in confusion and asked. You heard me right, Thor. The God of Wind nodded to the God of Thunder and then turned to look at Senju Tobirama. If you want us to obey and beat you, you have to give us food first, otherwise we will beat you. Eat, bring us some food. The two brothers, the Wind God and the Thunder God, waved their big arms and threatened Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama glanced at Namikaze Minato speechlessly. Where did these two idiot brothers come from? The two brothers, Wind God and Thunder God, saw that Senju Tobirama ignored their requests. The brain, which was not even as big as a sesame seed, instantly burst out from his nostrils along with anger. Eat. Come here and fill our Wind God and Thunder God brothers' stomachs. The God of Wind and Thunder growled with an angry look on his face. He swung his big arms and grabbed the Senju Tobirama in front of him. Bang, bang. The two loud noises overlapped at one point. The God of Wind and the God of Thunder were immediately smashed into the wall of the Hokage's office by the counterattack of Tobirama Senju's strange power. The fourth Hokage is really good. Senju Tobirama nodded with satisfaction to Namikaze Minato standing beside him. Although the brothers Wind God and Thunder God were knocked into the wall by his extraordinary power explosion, this does not mean that the extraordinary power they were born with was weak. The source of his extraordinary power comes from the Senju clan's precise control of their own chakra. The powerful airflow that bursts out from the burning can easily shatter walls. To put it simply, this is a technical application of chakra. However, these two simple-minded, strong-limbed idiot brothers in front of him truly rely solely on their recklessness. Although the quality is still not as good as the sacrifice that is resurrected from the impure world reincarnation, it is also very rare. A stream of water spurted out of Senju Tobirama's mouth. A water rope was used to tie up the two brothers, the God of Wind and the God of Thunder. Yandame, I'm leaving for a moment. Senju Tobirama put a layer of disguise on his image and nodded to Namikaze Minato. Just as he was about to leave, he was interrupted by Minato Namikaze. Wait, Naidame-sama Hokage. A few years ago, Konoha conducted research experiments to reproduce the first generation's would escape technique. The results of the experiment. The flesh and blood materials of the first generation should now be sealed in the medical department. Namikaze Minato explained with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face. The research on wood release has never been a secret in the village. At that time, Konoha also mobilized the entire village and publicly recruited a large number of adults who volunteered to be experimental subjects. In the end, due to the heavy sacrifices, it was forced to stop the research plan. This kind of thing is always difficult to talk about in front of relatives. I don't know if Tsunade's departure from Konoha has anything to do with this incident. Yandame, what did you say? Senju Tobirama immediately lost control of his expression, and an incredibly astonishing chakra aura burst out from his whole body. Monkey, how dare they? That was the body of his elder brother, and even he was reluctant to destroy it. At most, he just secretly hid Uchiha Madara's body in the back mountain and planned to find an opportunity to study the secret of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, but in the end he hid it in vain. Find the research materials from that time. Senju Tobirama clenched his fists and said with a stern face. Then he turned and left. It happened very quickly. In just 10 minutes, the two of them returned to the Hokage's office. Tobirama Senju was not in a hurry to resurrect his elder brother through the impure world reincarnation, but took the lead in picking up the sealed research materials that Minato Namikaze had found. As soon as he turned the first page, Senju Tobirama's expression couldn't hold back any longer. If you want to subdue the tailed beasts, Sharingan and wood release are essential. So you're going to study my eldest brother's corpse? The Uchiha clan is placed there. Are you not allowed to study it or something? You are bullying us because there are only a few members of the Senju clan left after they merged into Konoha, right? How did the other villages subdue the tailed beasts without the Sharingan and wood release? Senju Tobirama was so angry that he slapped the research materials on the table. At that time, when Xiaogang's classmate sensed the breath of his elder brother on his body, he was a little confused and thought that it might be the illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan that affected his perception. Now I understand everything. Senju Tobirama sentenced the two people in prison to death in his heart, and looked at the two brothers, the god of wind and the god of thunder, with a gloomy gaze. You dare to dig up my eldest brother's grave? Just wait for me. Senju Tobirama went out again with anger in his heart. The grave of Sarutobi Hiruzen was dug up and some of the flesh and blood was taken from it. As for Danzo, he thought that guy was so disgusting, he didn't even dare to think about that kind of thing, but Danzo actually did it. What kind of monsters are these disciples of mine? Immortal reincarnation technique. Senju Tobirama stood in front of the arranged ritual, shouted softly, and slapped his palms on the ground. Suddenly, there were screams of pain from the brothers god of wind and god of thunder. Dust quickly gathered from all directions and covered the bodies of the two people. Very quickly, two tall and burly men were strangely transformed into a 1.85 meter tall upright man and a 1.6 meter tall old man under the cover of dust. Then, two figures slowly opened their eyes. Teacher, Tobirama, I am. Senju Hashirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen said in surprise. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen. He only remembered that he had spent a wonderful night in a drunken state, and then fell into a deep sleep, but this was. Why did he suddenly get angry? And was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. Brother, long time no see. I used the impure world reincarnation technique to summon you back to the living world. Senju Tobirama ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen and explained. Ha, is that so? Tobirama, there are living people. Brother, this is what I'm going to say next. Senju Tobirama nodded seriously and said, there is now an evil Uchiha kid in Konoha. But before he could finish his words, Hashirama Senju discovered his blind spot again. Hey, Tobirama, why did you change your eyes? Shut up, bro. Senju Tobirama's eyebrows twitched and he said in a low growl. Although this pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan is indeed useful, he doesn't like others to focus on his eyes. Oh. Senju Hashirama immediately lowered his head and responded honestly. Until Senju Tobirama finally finished telling Senju Hashirama the story of the naturally evil Uchiha brat. The topic about Uchiha Madara had just begun when Senju Hashirama jumped up again. Oh, Madara. Back then, he actually tricked me by faking his own death. Madara is truly amazing, ha ha ha. Senju Hashirama put his hands on his hips and laughed. At that time, he was still depressed about killing Uchiha Madara, his old enemy and best friend, with his own hands. In this way, the depression in my heart can finally dissipate. Brother. Senju Tobirama glared at Senju Hashirama, but didn't say much. After all, he also knew that in the eyes of his elder brother, his position might not be as important as Uchiha Madara. After a lot of effort, Senju Tobirama finally finished telling the whole story. Brother, Uchiha Madara is now plotting something in secret, we must be careful and cautious, Senju Tobirama said with a serious expression. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Tobirama, Madara is not as bad as you think. Senju Hashirama put one hand on Senju Tobirama's shoulder and spoke casually. Even though there were differences between him and Uchiha Madara, their ultimate goal was undoubtedly peace in the ninja world. Shodame-sama, teacher, Minato, I want to ask what my current situation is? Sarutobi Hiruzen finally got the chance to speak and immediately asked about the doubts in his mind. How could he, the Saname Hokage of Konoha, die in such a confusing way, and why did he only know the news after he was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation? Knowing the situation, Tobirama Senju immediately looked over with disgust. Even Minato Namikaze couldn't stop scratching his head, looking like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Headache. How can one describe this kind of death? Click. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked when he saw the strange expressions on the two people's faces. Could it be that? Did I die in my belly? Although he was still confused, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer dared to ask any further. But he doesn't dare, there are many people who dare. Oh, you're a monkey, it's been so long since the ninja world was established. Tobirama, and that Minato, tell me how he died. Senju Hashirama asked with a smile on his face. Just by looking at the two people's strange expressions, he couldn't help but feel curious about this matter. Senju Tobirama made a tisk sound. He turned his face away with disgust. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also his disciple, and the third Hokage appointed by him personally. This way of dying is so fucking embarrassing for him. The Saname Hokage drank some wine in the village at night and was poisoned by a special hallucinogenic toxin. Afterwards, Namikaze Minato looked at Tobirama Senju who was silent beside him. He then looked at Hashirama Senju who had a curious look on his face and Sarutobi Hiruzen who secretly pricked up his ears, and he could only scratch his head and laugh, then began to speak with a sullen look on his face. Following the narration of Minato Namikaze, Senju Hashirama's jaw dropped in shock and his face was dazed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was listening very attentively with his ears perked up, was trembling all over. If my current body was not a body of reincarnation from the impure world reincarnation, I don't know how much cold sweat I would break out in, and I don't know if my liver and gall would vomit out of my mouth. Impossible. Danzo is not that kind of person. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept muttering in a state of mental breakdown. He thought that he might die on his belly, but he never expected that he would die on Danzo's belly. That wonderful night was actually given to him by Danzo? Senju Hashirama was awakened by the mumbling sound coming from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. His soul shuddered with disgust, and he immediately took a small step away without leaving a trace. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a victim of this incident, but why? I still can't accept it in my heart. Deep in the forest of death, the group left the Hokage's office and hid behind a bunch of bushes. Tobirama, isn't it inappropriate for a group of us to bully an Uchiha Jr.? Senju Hashirama scratched his head and said hesitantly. He had promised Madara that he would take care of the Uchiha clan. Now it is somewhat embarrassing for these generations of Hokage from Konoha to team up to bully a younger generation of the Uchiha clan who likes to make trouble. When I meet Madara later, I don't know how he will mock and ridicule me. Brother. This inherently evil Uchiha brat forced Tsuna to be his wife. Not only Tsuna, he also kidnapped many girls from other ninja villages in the ninja world. Senju Tobirama frowned and said harshly. Xiao Gang. Really? As soon as these words were spoken, Hashirama Senju's expression immediately became serious. He actually dared to bully his granddaughter and kidnapped many girls from the ninja world. He is indeed the one, Tobirama said. Ugh, evil Uchiha brat. It actually ruined the reputation of the Uchiha clan that Madara belongs to. Senju Tobirama, big brother, what exactly are you focusing on? After dealing with his elder brother, Senju Tobirama laid out a detailed strategic plan. The ultimate goal of the plan is also simple. Let him get rid of the mental torture of the inherently evil Uchiha brat, so that he can free his hands to deal with the affairs of Uchiha Madara. It's not that Senju Tobirama doesn't want to get more, it's just that G's clone is too difficult to deal with. The information about the main body is completely unknown in the ninja world, and there is no one to target even if we want to. So damn cunning. After arranging the three people, Senju Tobirama took the lead in looking for G's figure. First, let the front wolf pretend to sleep to lure the enemy. Sandaime Hokage-sama, do you think we can succeed? Namikaze Minato asked. He had no hope for Senju Tobirama's idea. Even if the Sandaime Hokage temporarily stopped G's mischievous behavior, given a chance, the robbery will come back again. You know, G is a very persistent person, and he has been beating Obito for many years. Then why don't you tell him in person? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Namikaze Minato calmly. Minato Namikaze remained silent and did not answer. In the past few years, Senju Tobirama has suffered enough from G. How can you be content if you don't try? Because the control seal of the impure world reincarnation is still on his body. Senju Tobirama had no intention of launching a sneak attack, and he just walked through the woods openly. Soon, Senju Tobirama found Ji's figure by following the noise caused by the training in the Forest of Death. Hey, the evil old man from Uchiha, is he going to work early? Ji on the field naturally sensed the approaching aura of Senju Tobirama in advance. A pair of scarlet eyes looked towards the direction of Senju Tobirama, and their thoughts were unknowingly completely exposed to Ji's eyes. Is this the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, finally being reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation? But it's useless no matter who comes. There was still a hint of comfort and ease on Ji's face. In the past few days, his enhanced version has been officially updated and launched. Snort, water style, water break wave. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly. Without saying much, he started to quickly form seals with his hands. Then, he spat out a straight column of ultra-high pressure water from his mouth, sweeping towards the figure of Ji on the field. However, when Ji was about to form the seals for Senju Tobirama, he already understood his thoughts one step ahead. As soon as the ultra-high pressure straight water column flashed a ray of water in Senju Tobirama's mouth, Ji on the field had already performed the super light and heavy rock technique on himself. He quickly climbed into the air and dodged it easily. The secret ninjutsu of the hidden rock village. Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows, but he didn't really care. During the years of negotiations, he had seen too many surprising things in Ji. With Ji's ability, it is easy for him to learn a secret ninjutsu. Didn't you see that he had secretly learned the secret family techniques of the Konoha ninja clan? Water release, water crush wave, water escape, water formation wall. After a few seals on his hands, Senju Tobirama released two large-scale water-style ninjutsu in succession. In the blink of an eye, the field was filled with surging water. The player on the field was flying in the air, twisting and turning to avoid the tornado that was rushing up into the sky. The Mangekyo Sharinan, which was like broken glass, lit up with an incomparably bright and brilliant light, reflecting all the thoughts and calculations in the heart of Tobirama Senju, who was shrouded in the water curtain. Then let me play with you first. Ji's figure turned and quickly landed on a dry and waterless open space in the distance. He pressed one hand on the ground and madly poured the Earth Escape chakra into the ground. Earth Escape, Earthquake Core, boom boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the ground suddenly cracked. In the area covered by the water curtain, a huge earth pillar rose from the ground, breaking through the water flow like a hot knife through butter, and rising into the sky carrying Senju Tobirama, who had just dived into the ground. Dust release, Raisin Shuriken. On the way that Senju Tobirama was lifted into the air by the earth pillar. A huge sphere with an extremely dazzling center and a transparent halo like a star ring surrounding it directly spanned the void and instantly annihilated the rising earth pillars. Flying Thunder God Slash. At this moment, Senju Tobirama, holding a kunao emitting a sharp cold light, attacked his lower back rapidly in the blind spot of Ji's vision. Here we go again. Ji suddenly moved sideways and accurately avoided the attack from Senju Tobirama. When the two sides passed each other and their eyes met, the red light of the Mangekyo Sharinan in his eye sockets trembled slightly, and a powerful illusion instantly invaded Senju Tobirama's consciousness. Then he quickly moved closer and kicked Senju Tobirama in the abdomen. As he fell to the ground, two short sticks formed by earth-style chakras shot out from his hands rapidly. Swish, swish. The first short stick was pierced into the majestic head of Senju Tobirama in the blink of an eye. But when the second one was about to hit him, Senju Tobirama had already lifted the effect of the illusion, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tisk, you react pretty quickly. Ji pouted in dissatisfaction. Knowing that his reaction speed was not enough to intercept Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique like Uchiha Madara, he deliberately added an illusion in the middle, but still failed to replicate the famous scene of the second generation of cockroach. From this we can also see that even a strong man like Senju Tobirama, there is still an insurmountable gap between the legendary god of Ninja World, Hashirama Senju, and the Shura of Ninja World, Uchiha Madara, and he dared to allow Senju Tobirama to resurrect Senju Hashirama through the impure world reincarnation. On the one hand, under the influence of the sacrifice, Hashirama Senju's strength is definitely not as strong as that of White Zetsu, who was strengthened by Hashirama's cells during the Fourth Ninja World War and was reborn through the impure world reincarnation as a sacrifice in the original work. On the other hand, there is also a difference in the fighting styles between Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. When facing Tobirama Senju, an opponent who had a lot of ninjutsu that could restrain the Uchiha clan and had maxed out flexibility, he did not dare to use the relatively cumbersome third power, Susanoo. The battle scenes between the two men were almost all about using various ninjutsu to test each other and seize the initiative. Then he watched as his opponent used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear in a flash, beginning the next round of testing. The battle basically ends with the exhaustion of Ji's chakra bladder. Otherwise, Tobirama Senju would not have considered how to restrain the Flying Thunder God technique. However, Hashirama Senju is completely different. He plays Gundam duels. Except for a dark illusion technique that had no effect on him, the ninjutsu in his hands were mostly based on frontal attack and defense. Isn't this much more interesting than playing a round-by-round battle with Tobirama Senju, who has an open hand but insists on playing tricks? Swish, swish, swish. Senju Tobirama pulled out the earth pillars on the corners of the giant's head and shot out several kunao at the same time. Zed dodged several attacks. When I thought of the passionate Gundam battle, I lost the mood to continue with Senju Tobirama. In an instant, several figures surrounded Senju Tobirama from all sides. Both Mangekyo Sherinan lit up with a terrifying red light. Oh no, when Senju Tobirama saw this, his face couldn't help but tighten. He was already very familiar with this kind of scene, that this was an unethical beating of an old comrade like him. There was no time at all for Senju Tobirama to react. The powerful spiritual force stimulated the power of the Mangekyo Sherinan, and in an instant pulled the soul consciousness of Senju Tobirama into the illusion battlefield of the spiritual world that he had painstakingly constructed. In the outside world, illusory figures flickered back and forth. The cracked body of the impure world reincarnation of Senju Tobirama was soon covered in dense sealing spells and curses, turning it into a pitch-black mass. At first glance, he looks just like a debiao, and you can't tell his true appearance at all. Tisk tisk tisk. Very good, it looks very big. G looked at his graffiti work with satisfaction. What a bullshit gossip seal. With the density of the seals in my sealing technique, I can seal a whole nest of Karama. That's a lot to talk about. But from the time G performed the prelude illusion of the instant prison shadow killing array to the end, only a few seconds passed. At this moment, something strange happened on the field. The thick and gnarled tree roots violently struggled out from the ground, easily breaking through the soil and rocks along the way. A part of the tree roots blocked Senju Tobirama's body and protected him behind him, while the other part attacked G on the field from all directions. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Faced with the thick tree roots that were spreading and overwhelming from all directions, the robberies on the field released their seals one after another and spit out large pieces of surging sea of fire from their mouths. The extremely high temperature of the flames instantly ignited the tree roots. A more intense fire ignited, spreading along the roots and sweeping away. As the flames spread, the twisted tree roots gradually stopped their momentum. Uchiha Jr., stop right now, I don't want to kill you. Senju Hashirama stood on a tree root protruding from the ground and said with a serious expression. Although he was very dissatisfied with the behavior of G in front of him that ruined the reputation of the Uchiha clan to which Madara belonged, he was a descendant of the Uchiha clan after all. Since Madara didn't come forward to educate him, he couldn't take any harsh measures. You mean you can kill me at any time? G raised his eyebrows and blurted out instinctively. No, I. Senju Hashirama paused and swallowed the rest of his words. Scratching head. No, why does this line sound so familiar? It's just that the person on the other side is wrong. In that case, would style, would dragon technique, Zed is not Madara after all. Senju Hashirama had finished his words here and had no intention of continuing the conversation. He quickly formed seals with his hands in front of him. Suddenly, a wooden dragon with a long hooked nose and huge barbs all over its body was summoned out from the roots of the tree under Hashirama Senju's feet, and flew ferociously towards G in front of him. He's so ugly. Would style, would dragon technique. G looked at the flying wooden dragon and grumbled lightly. He immediately used his Mangekyo Sherinan to observe and sense the chakra fluctuations and hand seal sequence of Senju Hashirama when he performed the wood dragon technique, and replicated it perfectly. Suddenly, a powerful and agile wooden dragon with flying scales and claws rose up and rushed towards the flying long-hooked nose wooden dragon. Chow! G cursed inwardly and quickly dodged. The wood dragon he summoned with so much would release chakra was not even one-third the size of Hashirama Senju's long hook-nosed wood dragon. It's just like a silver gun with a wax tip. It looks good but is useless. But, I am obviously much stronger than Yamato's would release, right? Boom! The huge body of the long hook-nosed wooden dragon suppressed the wooden dragon summoned by G the entire time, and smashed directly into the ground from the air. Not only is he inferior in size, but he is also inferior in the ability to absorb chakra through wood release. In just a moment, the wooden dragon turned into an ordinary piece of wood. It was completely silent. Whispering sound, dissolving escape, dissolving monster technique. G curled his lips. It opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of sticky and highly corrosive acid. In an instant, the long hook-nosed wooden dragon that fell to the ground was wrapped up. The wooden dragon was dissolved under the corrosion of strong acid, and strong smoke came out. And the first moment after G spit out the dissolving acid, he then cooperated with the clones around him and performed an illusion as a prelude to the instant prison shadow-killing array. Under the output of pupil power, pairs of Mangekyo Sherinan lit up with dazzling red light, invading Hashirama Senju's spiritual will from all directions across space. As expected, being immune to the Sharingan's pupil power illusion is a really rogue ability. Ji looked at Hashirama Senju, who was completely unmoved in the field and couldn't help but mutter. As the saying goes, if children are not harmonious, it is mostly because the elders are immoral. The old bastard six-paths sage has really had enough. Hang, all for Ashura, Chakra, the bulk of it for the nine tails. In that case, let's get straight into the exciting Gundam battle. Gaia, Ji roared in his heart. With the crazy output of the Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power, more than a dozen tall and complete Susanos soon appeared on the field. Moreover, the appearance of Ji's Susanoo was also very different from that of others. While the entire thing was as black as ink, he also deliberately controlled his pupil power to shape Susanoo's head into an evil Buddha with a compassionate smile. The background is composed of wildly dancing, hideous and twisted shadow tentacles. It's really oppressive. This is the complete form of Susanoo. Senju Hashirama looked at the Susanoo appearing around him and his face was shocked. In terms of individual body size, the eye power of these complete forms of Susanoo is not as strong as Madara's. But even Madara can't release so many perfect Susanoo at the same time, right? Being able to sustain such a huge consumption. The amount of chakra in the opponent's body is probably comparable to that when he was alive, right? The born evil Uchiha brat. Senju Tobirama clenched his fists tightly. Looking up at the Susanoo around him with a compassionate smile tinged with evil intent on his face, he couldn't help but have a bad premonition in his heart. Brother. Will it be? Can't cover him? Minato, this. Why don't we persuade the teacher together? Not far away. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared in amazement at the dozen or so oppressive Susanos that suddenly rose up in the forest, and spoke to Namikaze Minato, who was standing beside him. He is the one who has the most say on how difficult Ji is. Back when he could kill a monster with one punch, he mobilized the entire Konoha village to carry out regional isolation and blanket clearance. In the end, neither of them was able to completely defeat the other. Now the other party has completely grown up. Living in the village, not having the idea of becoming their enemy and flattening Konoha was already giving them face. During the Ninja World War, they could also spend money to hire the other party to help Konoha fight. Isn't this much different from having half of their own people? It's just some mischief, just bear with it. Minato Namikaze scratched his head and laughed without answering. Although he thought so, he had witnessed the social death of the second Hokage with his own eyes, and he really couldn't say it in front of the victim. What can he do? He couldn't even solve the problem of his students getting beaten every day. Wood style, woodman technique. On the court, Senju Hashirama quickly formed seals in front of him. Using the huge amount of chakra, he instantly created a huge and powerful wooden arhat, with a long hook-nosed wooden dragon clinging to its strong arms. A majestic dragon head emerges from the wooden man's shoulder. However, the movements of the wooden arhat he summoned were not slow at all. He raised his giant palm and slammed heavily into the Susanoo in front of him. The wooden dragon with a long hooked nose coiled on the wooden arhat also stretched out half of its body covered with barbs. Wait for the right time to act. And Ji, who was standing in front of Senju Hashirama, was not afraid at all. The dancing shadow tentacles all over his body quickly clambered over Susanoo's arms, and finally twisted into a strange-looking giant spiral sword in his hands. Then, a layer of brightly colored scorching chakra rose from the spiral giant sword. With Susanoo's powerful swing, it chopped heavily at the wooden man arhat controlled by Hashirama Senju. Boom dash. A loud roar. Hashirama Senju controlled the wooden man arhat and put his hands together to block the giant spiral sword that was cut down by Susanoo. Arhat's giant palm ignited a strong white mist under the extremely high temperature of the burning chakra, but he did not let go. The long hook-nosed wooden dragon that had poked its head out from the shoulder also flew out, its body covered with barbs tightly wrapped around Susanoo's neck, absorbing chakra to strengthen itself. 12-1, don't call me mean. After all, you are the legendary god of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju. Ji, who was in the Susanoo space, paid no attention to the wooden dragon that was entangled with him. Looking at Hashirama Senju above the wooden arhat's head, a slight smile appeared on his face. Then, the surrounding Susanos raised their colorful spiral giant swords almost at the same time, or used the boiling chakra or the misty magnetic chakra. Boom, boom, boom. The field was suddenly filled with brilliant atmosphere lights, with colorful lights flickering continuously in the thick smoke and dust. The Susanoo in front was also able to break free from the wooden dragon's entanglement and join in the fight, swinging the giant sword in his hand heavily again. Wind style, typhoon passes. A strong wind instantly cleared away the thick smoke and dust on the field. The situation on the scene is clearly displayed in front of your eyes. Would release, ranking technique. Ji looked at the square wooden shield below that looked like the fangs of a ghost's face, and he was not surprised at all. In the battle at the Valley of the End in the original drama, Hashirama Senju relied on this technique to withstand the attack of the powerful Susanoo. Even now, it looks unusually mottled and dilapidated under the attacks of various bloodline limit escape techniques. The densely packed deep pits corroded by the highly corrosive mucus of the dissolving release were still recovering and healing slowly visibly under the continuous output of the wood release chakra. In that case, dust release, raisin shuriken, G shouted coldly. A sphere wrapped in a transparent star ring and flashing an extremely dazzling white light quickly flew out of his hand and flew towards the wooden shield with ghost faces and fangs below. It's not that he doesn't want to use more attack methods containing dust release chakra. Rather, the nature of dust release chakra is not stable enough. Apart from the universal ninjutsu formula of Raiznan, only a few high-level ninjutsu with rapid attacks such as water style, Heaven's Cry can be applied. Among these ninjutsu, only the Raiznan can cover the range of attack. Boom! Unsurprisingly, this dust release attack easily broke through the wood release ranking technique's ghost face and fang shield, along with a large area of land underneath it. It turned into a pit several meters deep. The scene was so clean that there was not even a trace of debris except for a pile of dust from the slowly recovering impure world reincarnation body. Oi, the naturally evil Uchiha Lao Deng. Why did the helper you invited pull it like this? Ji looked down at Tobirama Senju, who had been affected by the aftermath of the previous battle and whose impure world body had now recovered, and spoke with a smile. Although group fights are somewhat unethical, but the opponent is the legendary god of ninja world, Senju Hashirama. Then, Ji glanced in the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato outside the field. I'm so sorry, Sandame-sama Hokage. That day, when Master Danzo was drunk, he told me very sincerely about his deep feelings for you and begged me to help him change his body, just to get you. I was moved by his sincerity and agreed, but I didn't expect. Anyway, I'm so sorry, Zed said with a sincere look of apology. There was an obvious curve at the corner of his mouth, and anyone could see the gloating taste in it. Ahem, Danzo is not that kind of person. It's you. What did you do to Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed. He stared at Ji intently and shouted sternly. You will never feel the pain until it happens to you. It turned out that Ji was responsible for his unspeakable death, which made his attitude towards Ji take a 180-degree turn in an instant. The teacher is right. This inherently evil Uchiha must be taught a lesson and punished. Tisk, look, I've told Danzo that you actually have him in your heart, and there's no need to go to that extent, but your response was too hidden, he couldn't see it. Alas, love turns to hate. Ji looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, shook his head and sighed. After experiencing this kind of thing, his first reaction was to care about Danzo's problem. It really makes me feel itchy all over. Senju Tobirama had originally suspected the role that Ji played in this matter based on Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. But after Ji opened his mouth, and then carefully savored what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his concern for Danzo was almost beyond words. Convex, fuck dish fuck. What victims? It turns out that they are two old friends who committed suicide for love and hatred? The more he thought about it, the more Senju Tobirama felt that this was the truth. After all, whether it was the years since he was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation or Xiang Bofang Shiman asked about things that happened earlier, and it was revealed that Ji had never killed anyone in Konoha. Not to mention the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Hokage Shinura Danzo who assisted the two? Robbery. Don't spread rumors to confuse the public. Danzo and I are just close friends who have been classmates for many years. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also extremely angry. Several thin mists suddenly appeared, and 4 shadow clones appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Afterwards, the main body and the shadow clone each quickly formed hand seals in front of them, and spit out compound ninjutsu of different attributes from their mouths to attack a Susanoo. 5 escape techniques, Great Linking Bullet Technique. Facing 5 compound ninjutsu attacks of different attributes, Ji controlled Susanoo and raised the spiral giant sword in his hand, slashing down fiercely with the force of a needle against wheat. Boom dash. Chakras of various attributes suddenly collided with the giant sword. Thick smoke filled the scene. The energy overflowing from the surroundings hit the ground with a crackling sound, causing large amounts of flying sand and rocks. Those who can become Hokage are really something. Ji quickly strengthened the chakra output of the shadow tentacles that were twisted into a giant sword, and couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement at the power of Sarutobi Hiruzen's compound ninjutsu. Although its power is not as strong as the blood elimination dust release which annihilates the target into atoms, but it is definitely superior to the other jutsu bloodline limits. Of course, the consumption of chakra by this 5 elements Great Link technique is absolutely huge. If it were Sarutobi Hiruzen's condition before his death, one wave would probably consume more than half of his chakra. Just as this Susanoo was fighting against Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hashirama Senju's impure earth body also recovered as the dust covered and spread. After seeing Ji's strength, Senju Hashirama also became serious. He clapped his palms together 11 times, and the eyeshadow mask of Sage Mode instantly appeared on his face. Immortal Technique, Ming Shenmen. Senju Hashirama shouted softly and quickly formed seals with his hands in front of him. Suddenly, red torii gates fell from the sky. He suppressed the Susanoo that appeared on the field. As he is currently unable to perform at his peak, it is still very difficult for him to face so many complete Susanoos on the field. The only way is to suppress and divide them, and reduce the number of the opponent first. Unfortunately, Ji has great respect for Hashirama Senju, who is known as the god of the ninja world, always paying attention to his movements. The moment he formed a seal and lowered the Mingshan gate, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge ahead of him. Boom, boom, boom. Huge red torii gates fell from the sky and crashed heavily into the ground. The result was that loneliness was completely suppressed. Would release Kaibukuro no Jutsu. Senju Hashirama's resolute expression remained unchanged, but he quickly formed seals with his hands and slapped them to the ground. With the injection of massive amounts of chakra, countless giant wooden hands emerged from the surrounding ground in the blink of an eye. Under the control of Hashirama Senju, they grabbed the Susanoo on the field in an elusive manner. Hiss, dash dash. As expected, if you are rich, you will have more firepower. The Z on the field controlled Susanoo and waved the huge wings behind him, rising from the ground to avoid the numerous giant wooden hands on the ground. Just to create this amount of greenery with this trick, Yamato would have to work for a year without eating or drinking. There is no place to stay. Would release, Flower Tree World arrives. Senju Hashirama shouted again. There was a sudden rumbling sound on the field, and the trees sleeping underground began to grow rapidly. The ferocious branches that rose from the ground easily cut through the mountains and passed through the rocks. In an instant, they covered every inch of soil below. Huge flower buds grew and bloomed rapidly from the branches one after another. In an instant, the field was covered with poisonous pollen that was like a mist visible to the naked eye. At the same time, countless ferocious tree branches rose into the air and swung wildly after Susanoo. Squeak! Susanoo swung the giant sword in his hand and cut off the vines and branches that were swinging towards him. Ji's brow furrowed slightly. Sensing the speed at which his own pupil power was being consumed, he exchanged a tacit look with his companions on the field. Hashi hot mom. The Uchiha clan's signature laugh of satisfaction appeared on the faces of the Ji standing in the Susanoo space. Ignore the massive wooden hands and thick branches that are controlling the situation on the ground. He controlled Susanoo to flap the huge wings behind him and pounce down. We can gang up on and attack Hash Hot Mama once more. Senju Hashirama felt a little bit embarrassed when he saw this. This body of his that was reborn from the impure world is simply incapable of unleashing the ultimate moves of immortal arts. Hashirama Senju quickly formed seals with his hands in front of him, and several physical wooden clones split out from behind him. Afterwards, the clones also began to form seals. Wood style, woodman technique. One by one, wooden arhats, which were smaller in size than the original ones, were summoned from the branches on the ground. However, after they crawled out of the body and raised their giant hands to meet the oncoming Susanoo, the target in front of them disappeared, leaving only the figure of Ji in the space of Susanoo. My pupil power is exhausted. Seeing this, Hashirama Senju couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, unless he can use thousands of hands now. If Madara knew that he had met with embarrassment at the hands of a junior of the Uchiha clan, who knows how he would laugh at him. When entering the temple, let your hands drop. The word Zo appeared on the palm of Hashirama Senju. He controlled the wooden branches to fly out, hypnotically suppressing Ji's figure. However, before the wooden branches came close to him, the robbery in front of him rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. How could there be any signs of excessive consumption? The other robbers disappeared in a flash. Senju Hashirama's eyebrows moved, and the corners of his mouth slightly pursed into a straight line. Is the opponent going to have a 1v1 physical duel with him? As expected of a descendant of the Uchiha clan, to which Madara belongs, he is full of courage. The Uchiha's descendant. A ninja is never great just because of his strength, but because of his own beliefs. Senju Hashirama controlled his own chakra and burst out with astonishing momentum. With a slight smile on his face, he spoke earnestly. If Madara could help a misguided Uchiha Jr. get back on the right track, he would definitely feel very happy when he knew about it, right? Just the next second, the figures of Ji who had disappeared before appeared again behind Ji who was approaching. One hand was placed on the shoulder of the companion in front of him, and at his side, a giant shadow claw condensed with chakra was firmly grasping the edge of a concrete platform. Because there was not enough space between them, the cement stone platforms collided. In the sunlight, drops of golden luster are stirred up. What's this? Senju Hashirama frowned slightly, looking confused. Not good. Standing on a thick branch in the distance, Minato Namikaze was shocked to death when he saw several familiar cement stone platforms suddenly appear in the scene. It's not safe to stand here and watch the show. He. The next second after Minato Namikaze used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the spot, a blindingly bright white light suddenly appeared in the scene. The high temperature generated by the explosion displaced the air and created impact ripples visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it spread to cover a large area of the death forest. Fuck, come into the house with me. The Uchiha Kage, who was lying in a rocking chair and enjoying the breeze, suddenly jumped up. He pulled Zionin, who was still tidying up the flower beds in the yard, and ran straight into the house. Damn it, I miscalculated. The power of Patrick's explosion was so great that everything he had prepared was sublimated, and the clones behind him became duds without even a chance to explode. Almost at the same time, all the people in Konoha seemed to have sensed something, and they all looked up towards the direction of the Forest of Death. All they saw was an extremely dazzling white light that suddenly grew larger in everyone's sight. Then, a strong wind with residual heat swept in. The dust raised by the wind made people subconsciously raise their arms to cover their eyes. Before people realized what was happening, a deafening roar finally echoed in my ears. Boom dash. The residents of Konoha were collectively deaf for several minutes before some of them slowly came to their senses. Damn. What happened in the Death Forest? Was that an explosion just now? The residents' hair stood on end. Their faces were filled with shock and helplessness. If the place where the horrific explosion just now happened was in the center of Konoha, they would probably have become acquaintances by now, right? It was at this time. It instantly sublimated and vaporized in the high temperature at the center of the explosion, rising and gathering to condense into thick fog and haze. Again, misty rain fell from the sky. It fell down along with the dust left in the wind. Is it raining? A resident touched the cold air on his face and murmured softly. A resident nearby felt a slight chill on his lips, pursed his lips subconsciously, and frowned. Pa, why does this rain have an indescribable stench? Death Forest scene. The once lush jungle is now reduced to a dilapidated ruin. Because of the previous horrific explosion, all the chakra in the air was expelled. By the time the drizzling rain stopped, the three people who had been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation within the explosion range had only half of their bodies covered with dust. A figure suddenly appeared on the scene. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose recovery speed was obviously faster than the other two impure world bodies, and even a small part of his upper body had been recovered, G couldn't help laughing out loud. The picture is really joyful. He is worthy of being rated as the strongest Hokage. He embodies the essence. Even recovery is faster than the other two. G's hands moved quickly. Soon, the seal of the sealing technique was engraved on the bodies of the three people who were slowly recovering under the dust, creating 3 Adebiao. You. What's next? At this time, Minato Namikaze also returned to the scene. He looked at G and asked. Looking at Adebiao created by G, he did not dare to make any unnecessary moves. The previous disaster was enough to give him a headache, and now there is this terrifying explosion with astonishing power. It is even more of a powder keg that cannot be touched. If he is unhappy, the whole village of Konoha will be in ruins? In other words, G's behavior has always been limited to the scope of nonsense. It was a bit too much for a small number of people, but no one was killed in the village, otherwise he had no other choice. I can only bear with it. G is a good person, isn't he? You've already brought my would-release ninjutsu sparring teacher to my door, so of course I'll bring my whole family to your house to eat for free. G10 spread his hands and said as if it was a matter of course. As he possesses the ability of the Mangekyo Sharinan, he naturally knows what Minato Namikaze is thinking, and can also understand his dilemma of being caught between himself and Tobirama Senju. On the one hand, he knew that Konoha's ability was not enough to deal with him, and on the other hand, he couldn't say anything in front of the victim Senju Tobirama. Since I've helped Senju Tobirama, I'll have to sacrifice your wallet, my good brother. Bare ruins and wastelands are always ugly. Fortunately, G has another worker under his command who is doing landscaping. With a clap of his hands, the disappeared dense jungle quickly recovered, and it was even more lush and tall than the previous forest. And the main sparring partner of G has also changed from Tobi's mom to Hash's mom. The same 24-hour work system, the same 6 days on and 1 day off. With the dedicated sparring of Hashirama Senju, G's progress in physical combat skills and wood-style ninjutsu abilities once again entered the fast lane. However, there is one thing that is difficult for G to accept. Compared to Tobirama Senju, who always called the Uchiha brat an innately evil one, Hashirama Senju kept preaching as a family elder and close friend. It's so annoying. Soon, time came to Hashirama Senju's first vacation. Like Senju Tobirama, G is also an Ida feminine illusion camouflage effect was left on the body. Well, the kind that can fascinate Madara at first sight. Wow, hahaha. Konoha has actually developed to this point. I really want to show Madara the village we built together. Hashirama Senju looked left and right along the way, and exclaimed from time to time. Konoha's current development is much better than he had imagined. Whether it was the hawking of street vendors or the running and playing of children, they were all the beautiful vision that he and Uchiha Madara had once hoped for. The only pity is, there has been no peace in the ninja world yet, and it has only been a few years since the last ninja war. Uchiha's descendants, your Uchiha clans then leader Madara and I jointly established Konoha with the hope of restoring peace to the ninja world. There won't be so many sacrifices, and there won't be so many children dying. Senju Hashirama looked at the children playing with each other in the distance and said slowly, the future of the ninja world still depends on the efforts of you young people. Well, if you don't actively look for a wife when you are young, you won't be able to find one when you are older. For the future of all mankind, we should marry more and have more children. Ji nodded seriously and spoke. Like Danzo Shinmura, or Uchiha Madara. These are all bloody examples right before our eyes. Don't we have to work harder to make up for these lost households? The crops in the village are growing well. This year will be another bumper year. I remember when I was a kid, my family often didn't have enough to eat. Senju Hashirama looked at the green farmland in the distance. A smile appeared on his face. Oh, yes, I applied fertilizer to the village last week. Ji nodded nonchalantly. Ha, I knew you were a good kid. Yo, Tobi hot mom, come here quickly. Ji's eyes suddenly lit up. He waved to Uchiha Tobirama, who was not far away. After accompanying a chanting tang monk for so long, I finally met my own son of a bitch. Been waiting for this moment. Tobirama? Senju Hashirama turned his head and looked. Looking at the little kid running towards them, he couldn't help but feel confused. Second dad, Uchiha Tobirama shouted excitedly. Second dad not only takes him to do many fun things. He is such a strong man that even his most admired Uchiha-chan has to admit he is inferior to him. He wants to be this kind of person when he grows up. Hey, be good, call me big brother. Ji rubbed Uchiha Tobirama's head and pointed at Senju Hashirama beside him. Uchiha Tobirama looked at the long-haired lady beside his second father and frowned slightly. Never mind. It's never wrong to be obedient. Brother, Uchiha Tobirama said crisply. Okay, go play by yourself, and your second dad will help you next time. After silently adding a generation to himself, Ji gave Uchiha Tobirama a look. Uchiha Tobirama understood instantly and ran away with a proud look on his face. Hee, asterisk caret asterisk. That's a lot. Next time I will use a bigger size to teach you a lesson. Tobirama. Senju Hashirama looked at the small figure walking away, his mouth twitching. He seemed to be able to understand Tobirama a little. Yes, my godson. Ji nodded proudly. Just this one son of a bitch can directly raise his generation from grandson to great-grandfather. And you can also add more generations to your family in the future. Kushina, open the door. Don't hide in there and keep silent. I know you are at home. As soon as the knock on the door sounded, there was a loud bang, accompanied by the sound of tiger and leopard thunder, and the door was slammed open from the inside. Robbery. If you want to die, I can help you do that right now. Red-haired Tyrannosaurus has long flying hair. He ran out angrily with a frying pan and a spatula in his hands. There were some burnt unknown objects stuck on the frying pan and the spatula. Ji shrank his neck somewhat angrily. Although he can beat them, he is still very powerful and terrifying. Your manure pool is missing. Why do you suspect me? Do you think I would steal your shit? You are secretly trying to alienate the relationship between me and my wives. What are you up to? Ji puffed out his chest and questioned through gritted teeth. Fortunately, I discovered this incident early with my Mangekyo Sherinan and stopped it in time. Rumors like this are so scary. If Zionin and the others were allowed to discuss this in private for a while, they might even become obsessed with it. Snort. No matter whether you did it or not, whenever something bad happens in the village, you are the number one suspect. Kushina snorted. No, why can't it be Danzo? A big question mark appeared above Ji's head. In this situation, shouldn't Danzo be the one to take the blame? Danzo is dead. When it comes to Danzo, Kushina's face is filled with disgust and chill. It's so disgusting. Kushina, you are still too young and don't know Danzo well enough. Of the 10 bad things in the ninja world, Danzo was involved in at least 11 of them. Ji said with a very serious look on his face. When it comes to being bad, 10 of them combined are no match for one Danzo. He doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, doesn't exterminate a clan, and won't start a war. A pure and kind person. So, this shit must have been stolen by Danzo. Whispering sound. What are you doing here? Kushina didn't want to argue too much with such a shameless person, so she asked directly. Aren't you here to find Minato? Zed said with a smile. Come in and wait. Kushina rolled her eyes at that. Come here at mealtime, just to get a free meal. Ji followed in happily. As soon as he entered the door, he walked straight to the living room, as if he was returning to his own home. Hey, Naruto, how can a fight between kids turn out like this? That's too outrageous. I'll help you teach Tobi's mom a lesson later. When Ji saw Naruto sitting in the living room with a bruised face, he greeted him. No need, I will teach Tobi the hottie a lesson myself. Naruto pumped his fist with full momentum to encourage himself. However, while speaking, he inadvertently mentioned the injury on his face, and he couldn't help but grimace. I have to say, Tobi's mom is in really strong shape today, but he believed that as long as he ate well and rested well, he would catch up soon, just like what happened last time. Why? Look at other people's children. Ji shook his head and began to wait quietly for the meal. Soon, before all the dishes were served, the T0 level ninja Minato had already made a brilliant appearance. When he saw Zed appear in his house, Minato Namikaze's mouth twitched. I feel a little numb. He brought his whole family to the girl's house for 2 consecutive days, but the girl was too embarrassed to stop. Why is he here again? Minato is back, go wash your hands and eat, don't be polite, just treat it like your own home. When Zed saw Minato, he quickly greeted him warmly. Okay, you're welcome. The corners of Minato Namikaze's mouth twitched slightly, quietly entered the kitchen and helped Kushina the dishes served. Soon, the group sat down at the dining table filled with a variety of warm and delicious food and started showing off. Naruto, who has a desire for revenge in his heart, is most courageous when eating. The chopsticks in my hand are almost leaving after images. Minato, I need to sign a psychic contract with Mayaboku-san. After eating and drinking, G looked at Minato Namikaze who was standing beside him. He spoke out his purpose. But I don't hold out much hope for this. The giant toad hermit of Mayaboku Mountain has extremely accurate predictive abilities, and he must have already taken precautions against me. Really? A helpless smile appeared on Minato Namikaze's face. I'm so sorry, Zed. I don't know what happened at Mayaboku Mountain, they started to refuse psychic summons a few years ago. G nodded in understanding. If you want to enter Mount Mayaboku, you don't have to sign a summoning scroll with the toads of Mount Mayaboku. Although the location of Mayaboku Mountain is in a mysterious area of the ninja world, there is some information about it. It's just that the distance between it and Konoha is too far. It takes 3 days for Konoha to reach the Land of Wind. It takes 30 days to reach Mayaboku Mountain. This is based on the premise that you know the secret passage. Uchiha Kage came here and found the White Snake Immortal, and asked him for information about the location of Mount Mayaboku. As for why not go to the Wet Bone Forest to ask the Living Slug Immortal? That guy is just a otaku who has lived for thousands of years. Whether it's the Wet Bone Forest, Mayaboku Mountain, or our Ryokai Cave. These 3 holy places that have inherited immortal arts are all located in a different space between fantasy and reality. What is left in the ninja world is just a very obscure entrance. The old woman only knows that the entrance to Mayaboku Mountain that connects to reality is located in the life-restricted area west of the Wind Country. These entrances require some special methods to pass through. Other than that, you can only rely on luck. The White Snake Immortal lay coiled on his side and spoke slowly. As these 3 are the most prestigious spiritual sanctuaries in the ninja world, she naturally has some understanding of the other 2. But because they are all in a secret and different space, their understanding is very limited. Another space. After listening to what the White Snake Sage said, Uchiha Kage couldn't help but become interested. He could understand the forbidden zone of life. In the original drama, during the 4th Ninja World War, the incomplete Ten Tails only appeared for 1 day and ravaged the ninja world beyond recognition. Considering Kagaya Atsutsuki who lived 1,000 years ago and the complete 10 Tails, the description of the 10 Tails in the passages drinking the sea, tearing up the earth, and moving mountains may really be true. It dealt a devastating blow to the ecology, leaving only a small habitable settlement in the ninja world. Even so, there are still large areas of land with harsh environments such as the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth. But in his impression, apart from Kagaya Atsutsuki's Shikiya space and Obito's Kamui space, there were really no other different spaces in the original drama. And based on his feelings in the Dragon Cave and the Wet Bone Forest, these so-called holy places are not much different from other places in the ninja world, except that they have more natural energy. At that time, because they were worried that the ninja world would be destroyed by that shocking war, in order to continue the race, the 3 holy places moved into a different dimension attached to the real world. The White Snake Immortal began to explain. The Uchiha Kage nodded. 2. If the 3 holy places were located in the ninja world, no matter how secretive the location was, the Living Slug Immortal, whose body was as big as a mountain range, could be seen from dozens of miles away. Send all the big snakes under your command to find the location of Mayaboku Mountain. I'm a little tired of snake soup lately, I want to change the taste. The Uchiha Kage looked at the White Snake Sage and spoke. Thinking of the toad whose head could support a small hill, Uchiha Kage couldn't help drooling. Like dry pot bullfrog, spicy bullfrog, basil bullfrog, salt and pepper bullfrog, boiled bullfrog. We are not people who like to kill. All you need to do is cut off about 100 pounds of thigh meat from the smooth and delicate frog legs at one time, then wrap it with gauze bandages and send it for healing. After you've recovered, you can come back again. Focus on sustainable development. I get to eat the meat, you can still survive, and we all have a bright future. It's a win-win situation. The Land of Grass. Grass Ninja Village. This is a country that has established good diplomatic relations with Konoha. In fact, the small ninja village is engaged in selling intelligence between the neighboring Earth Kingdom, Wind Kingdom, and Fire Kingdom, and is good at using diplomatic means to deal with major powers and is good at protecting itself. A gentle breeze blew by. The strong grasses bent one after another. A ragged and distressed red-haired mother and daughter appeared together on the road in front of the Kusagakur village. Zionlin, hold on a little longer, I'll find you some food when we get to the village ahead. The woman with short red hair looked at her daughter beside her tenderly. The cracked lips looked like fallen leaves in autumn. It was obvious that he had not eaten or drunk anything for a long time. The skinny big-headed baby at the side held his mother's hand silently, not even wanting to waste the energy to speak. Since the destruction of the Vortex Kingdom, the Uzumaki clan has lost their original home and it is difficult for them to form a powerful force. The few survivors could only drift around in villages and live under the care of others. Unfortunately, more than a decade after their country was destroyed, the mother and daughter were once again forced into exile. The red hair feature of the Uzumaki clan was too conspicuous and was soon discovered by the ninja on duty in the Kusagakure village. "Hey, look over there, red-haired, it's someone from the Uzumaki clan." A sharp-faced Kusanagi ninja quickly poked his companion beside him. He looked at the mother and daughter on the road with shining eyes. "I will report to the village chief, you go and drag them away." As soon as he finished speaking, the sharp-faced and monkey-faced grass ninja ran away in a flash. Seeing this, we have to talk about another major characteristic of this small ninja village of fence-sitters with no morals at all. Good at studying other countries' ninjutsu. As long as you see a bargain in front of you, you will squeeze in to take a chance even if it breaks your head. The mother and daughter from the Uzumaki clan who had fallen on hard times and wandered here naturally became a piece of delicious, steaming fat meat in the eyes of the grass ninja. Whether it is the Uzumaki clan's massive chakra or their powerful physique with tenacious vitality, or it could be the sealing technique that the Uzumaki clan is famous for in the ninja world, these are the things they desire so much. Really? Another short and fat grass ninja curled his lips and spat, and couldn't help cursing his pointed-faced companion in his heart. This is a good opportunity to show off in front of the village's top leaders. Shaking his head, he could only walk helplessly towards the mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan. "Hello, how can I help you?" The short and stout Kusanagi ninja greeted him with a very kind smile on his face. Can you give us some water and food?" The woman with short red hair subconsciously stood in front of her daughter. See the kind smile on the other person's face. He breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his needs hesitantly. They really need water and food to fill their stomachs right now. "Here you go, I have some dry food prepared for lunch." The short and fat grass ninja handed the bamboo tube filled with water from his waist to the two men, and enthusiastically took out a thick dry food cake from his lapel. "Thanks." The short-haired red woman thanked him in a dry voice. He broke the dry food and ate it with his daughter without caring about his image. The mother and daughter wolfed down a thick, hard, and even tooth-irritating dry food biscuit in less than 2 minutes. "Thank you, uncle." After Karen had filled her stomach, she thanked the short and fat Kusanagi ninja. "Can we live in this village?" The short-haired red woman rubbed her daughter's somewhat dull hair and looked at the short and fat Kusanagi ninja with hope. The kindness of this meal at a time of hunger and cold made these exiled women feel the long-lost warmth. "If I could live in this simple and sincere village, my daughter would surely grow up healthy, right?" "Sure, we have a simple and honest culture in the Kusagakure village. People help and care for each other. We welcome you to join our village." The short and fat Kusanagi ninja's eyes lit up and he quickly agreed. "Now, I have made a contribution to the village." Right at this moment, a group of people came from the village in a mighty procession. Seeing this, the woman with short red hair shrank back. However, considering that his daughter was still by his side, he had to muster up his courage and pretend to be calm. Xiao Xianlin was so scared that she hugged her mother's legs tightly. The short and fat Kusanagi ninja stepped forward and said something to the old man in the lead, who nodded and walked over to meet the mother and daughter. "Hello, I am the mayor of this village. The Kusagakure village welcomes everyone who wants to live and work here." The chief of Kusagakure village said with a kind look on his face. Feeling the warmth and kindness in this village again and again, the woman with short red hair couldn't help but feel at peace. So with the warm reception of the village chief of Kusagakure village, the mother and daughter eventually settled down in a temporary storage room. Night. A dark and indoor room. A few candles were burning with flickering flames. The chief of Kusagakure village and several high-ranking Kusagakure officials sat around a tatami kotetsu, but compared to their kind faces during the day, under the dim candlelight, the greed in everyone's eyes was clearly visible. "Let's do it tomorrow. With that little girl as a bargaining chip in my hand, I don't believe that woman will not surrender obediently and tell me all the secret ninjutsu she knows. I suggest waiting for a few days to confirm whether the news has been leaked. The wife of the 4th Hokage of Konoha is a member of the Uzumaki clan. So what if he is from the Uzumaki clan? The Uzumaki country has already perished. When the Uzumaki country perished, didn't Konoha just stand by and watch? After a quarrel, everyone held their own opinions. But the core purpose is very unified, which is to get as much benefit as they can. Ding ding. The Kisashi village chief tapped the table lightly with his knuckles. Under the glance of those sinister eyes, everyone in the room fell silent temporarily. The strength of Konoha is not something that our Kusagakure can afford to offend. That you have lived to such an old age, don't you know that you should be cautious in doing things? The chief of Kusagakure village said with dignity. Seeing that he could easily shock everyone, he felt very pleased. We can wait until they settle down in the Kusagakur village before we talk about it. Even if the meat is rotten, it has to rot in the pot and it can't escape, the chief of Kusagakur village said in a cold voice. He waved his hand and dismissed everyone. In fact, he had already settled the mother and daughter. It was indirectly deduced that the two were just ordinary civilians of the Uzumaki clan. Even if they had some secret ninjutsu, their value would not be very high. There is no need to take any risks for this little benefit. Anyway, it will fall into the hands of the Kusagakur village sooner or later. Moreover, the most valuable thing about the mother and daughter is the bloodline from the Uzumaki clan. At the same time, Rain Village, the base of Akatsuki organization. Nagato stood alone under the rock, calmly looking at the raindrops falling outside, his thoughts having already flown away to who knows where. Nagato, we have to speed up the growth of Akatsuki. A large aloe vera slowly poked its head out from the rock wall on one side, looked at Nagato and spoke. Unlike the original drama, Obito is controlled throughout the whole process. The mentality of a bootlicker is different from that of a spare tire. Based on his cautious treatment of Black Zetsu plans to take this insurance directly by himself. When treating the seriously injured and unconscious Nagato, in order to enable him to master the power of the Rinnegan sooner, Hashirama's cells were deliberately added to his body. With the consumption of Hashirama's cells to support the Rinnegan, Nagato's current condition is far from the skinny skeleton in the original drama. Too many people died here, and their pain made me grow. Only when ignorant and foolish children know pain can they grow up, Nagato stated with a cold expression. He stretched out his hand to catch the raindrops falling from the sky, then turned his head to look at the black and white aloe vera on the wall. Do you have a suitable target? Nagato looked coldly at the will that claimed to be born after he activated the Rinnegan, and asked. I can't help it. My brain is not working well. Scratching my head. JPG, Scorpion of the Red Sand, grandson of Cho, the advisor of the Kingdom of Wind. When he was young, his parents were killed by the Konoha ninja Heitake Sakumo. After that, he assassinated the Sandaime Kazekage and defected to Tsunagakur. Kakuzu, a former elite ninja from Takigakur village, failed in his mission to assassinate the Shodaime Hokage. He stole the secret technique from Takigakur village and defected from Takigakur village. He is now active in the underground gold exchange office. Shimizu Ken. After introducing Scorpion and Kakuzu, Black and White Aloe, he then introduced a few rebellious ninjas who were well known in the underground gold exchange industry, and then stopped. Let's continue to gather information about the ninja world. Nagato nodded calmly. Step into the rain. The ninja world will have its peace, but it will be in his way. An inland lake in the wild. Kakuzu was dragging a corpse with one hand, and was already calculating his own gains in his mind. At this moment, a figure stood in front of him. How dare someone block his way? Didn't you know that he once fought against Konoha's first Hokage, the god of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju? Kakuzu frowned. Most of the good mood of the day was gone in an instant. Get out of the way, boy, your life is worthless in the underground exchange for gold, don't block my way, Kakuzu said coldly. Faced with the worthless guy, he didn't even have the desire to take action. Immortal ninja, Kakuzu, I am here to welcome you as a member of Akatsuki. Nagato spoke slowly. He is in good health and will not become weakened by the consumption of the Rinnegan, so he does not need to create puppets to act on his behalf. I have no interest in this kind of organization. The only thing that attracts me now is money, Kakuzu said calmly. Whether you are interested or not, you must join the ranks of Akatsuki, Nagato stated calmly. You are such a boaster. It seems you are just another idiot who doesn't know the huge difference in our abilities. Kakuzu's brows were furrowed, and clusters of black lines appeared on the stitches all over his body. That's fine. If I win, I'll take you back to join Akatsuki, Nagato said, taking a step forward. In his heart, Akatsuki is no longer the ignorant, foolish and naive Akatsuki organization. The members of the organization only need to carry out his orders and execute God's command. This guy, Kakuzu frowned. He was very upset by Nagato's condescending and nonchalant attitude. In the underground gold exchange, whoever sees him must not show respect? Immediately, a large number of dense black lines of earth resentment emerged from the seams of Kakuzu's body and madly wrapped around Nagato in front of him. Wait until we dig out his heart and see if he can still maintain this posture. Nagato was not moved at all, and looked calmly at the flying black line. One arm is raised slightly forward. Shinra Tensei boom dash. A powerful repulsive force suddenly appeared, and there seemed to be an invisible transparent chasm in front of Nagato, which instantly bounced away the oncoming black line of earth resentment at an even faster speed. The corner man who was controlling the black line of the earth's resentment could not avoid it, and his body suddenly bent over and flew backwards under the impact of the repulsive force. What, this guy? Jiaodu's expression suddenly changed. He only saw the other party raise his arm, and didn't even know what the other party did, but he was already in the range of the technique. However, under the influence of the magic, he couldn't even raise his hands. This feeling of powerlessness with no power to resist. It was no less impressive than when he received the mission to assassinate the Shodaime Hokage decades ago, and shot a kunai from 800 miles away and turned around and ran away. All things are attracted by the sky. Nagato opened his lips slightly. Kakuzu, who was originally flying backwards rapidly under the repulsive force, flew back quickly under the influence of gravity. As the force field disappeared, Kakuzu stopped not far in front of Nagato. You lose. Nagato spoke calmly. What exactly is this power? Kakuzu asked in a panic, his chest heaving. The violent back-and-forth impact of repulsion and gravity alone made the 5 hearts in his body beat violently and ache slightly. And judging from the other party's attitude, they are not serious at all. I will be the god who corrects this world. Come, you who are as old as heaven and earth, I can give you a place to stay, west of the Kingdom of Wind. In an extremely desolate desert, a handsome red-haired boy with a bandage on his arm walked slowly forward in the wind and sand. What a desolate village. There is almost nothing that can be used as materials. Hopefully we'll have some harvest in the next village. Scorpion whispered calmly. Not far behind him was a dilapidated small village that had become ruins. Ever since he defected from the sand village, he has been wandering aimlessly in the vast desert. From time to time, he would obtain some materials for making puppets from the small villages he passed by to satisfy his spiritual needs in pursuit of eternal art. Suddenly, accompanied by a gust of wind sweeping up the yellow sand, a figure landed in front of Scorpion. Who are you and what is your purpose? Scorpion looked at the figure falling from the sky in front of him with great vigilance. There are only a handful of ninjutsu that can perform flying in the ninja world. Even in the 5 major ninja villages, it is a secret technique that only a few high-ranking officials are qualified to learn. And such a person would never come to look for him, a traitor, for no reason. I'll take you to join the Akatsuki, Nagato stated in a calm voice. No one can refuse the invitation of a god who possesses the eyes of God and will push the world to learn to grow and put an end to this war-torn world. Xiao, never heard of it, haha. Look at your tone, you look down on me. Scorpion sneered and pulled out a scroll from behind him. After it was spread out on the ground and opened, a human puppet made from the corpse of the Sandaime Kaze cage emerged from it. You want to challenge me too? Nagato asked. It seems that I am lucky. Although I came up empty-handed in the village just now, some good quality materials have been delivered to my door. The corner of Scorpion's mouth curled up into a cold smile and said, be happy, I will make you into a collection on the same level as the Sandaime Kaze cage. As the words fell, Scorpion opened his 5 fingers, and the invisible chakra lines controlled the human puppet of the Sandaime Kaze cage to eject 2 sharp long blades that flashed with cold light. Then, the Sandaime Kaze cage's human puppet brandished a sharp blade, spun and flew towards Nagato at a rapid speed. Shinra Tensei. Nagato slowly raised his arms. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A powerful repulsive force sent the rapidly attacking Sandaime Kaze cage's human puppet flying backwards. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Scorpion raised his arms to block the raging sand that was swept up along with the terrifying repulsive force. He looked in horror at the human puppet of the Sandaime Kaze cage that had landed not far from his feet, with both the chakra strings and puppet parts scattered all over the ground. Whether in terms of the texture of the materials or the artistic techniques, the human puppets of the Sandaime Kaze cage can be regarded as his proudest works. The opponent only used one move. He defeated his most proud work. You lose. You have no choice but to join Akatsuki, Nagato said calmly. Since I can't beat you, I have no choice. I will follow you. Scorpion nodded and chuckled, then took back the human puppet of the Sandaime Kaze cage that was scattered on the ground. Anyway, I have been wandering aimlessly all these years, and now I have just changed the place to continue pursuing the eternal art in my heart. After recruiting Kakuzu and Sasori, Nagato followed the information provided by Zetsu and recruited several rebel ninjas who were well known in the ninja world, and rebuilt the framework of the Akatsuki organization. Subsequently, the task of recruiting new members was delegated to these people. Maybe he saw that Kanaha's development was better than he had imagined. It may also be due to the extremely deep bond between him and Uchiha Madara. Hashirama Senju has a high tolerance for G. Her enthusiasm for working is much better than Tobi's mom. Whether it is combat skills or some secret techniques of wood release. Even though Hashirama Senju was unable to use the immortal techniques, wood release, and true thousand hands in his current state, Hashirama Senju generously taught them all to G. Although there is a lot of chakra in G's body, it is still not as good as the Senju Hashirama's sage technique, wood release, and true thousand hands, which even he has to use all his strength to perform. Only the original Uchiha cage can fully display it with the help of the subsequent replenishment of shadow tears. As for G, who is a clone, the amount of chakra in his body is only enough to perform the Woodman technique. It can't be said to be weak, but it still falls short of my expectations. Orochimaru, if I inject Hashirama's cells into my body, will the child I give birth to still be my own? Uchiha Kage found Orochimaru who was soaking in the laboratory again and asked with some confusion. Naturally, he was well aware of the power of Hashirama's cells. After a successful transplant, the body's energy can be greatly improved, the recovery ability can be greatly enhanced, and at the same time, the power of ninjutsu and the amount of chakra will also be significantly improved, and it can also have the effect of prolonging life. It can be said to be a strong hipster. But the Uchiha Kage, who had a good relationship with Orochimaru, knew. The most important thing about transplanting Hashirama cells is the genetic material inside that if Hashirama cells are integrated into my body, then I can have children with my wives in the future. It's very strange. Etc. Senju Hashirama talked about integrating the Senju clan into Konoha. Could this be the way they are integrated? Lord G, I recommend that you just get a new body like I did. Orochimaru spoke seductively. A crazy desire for knowledge flashed in his vertical pupils. He also had a strong interest in studying G's original body. Yinten Chakra can create things out of nothing, but G's clone can actually retain his real body. This ability is truly beyond his imagination. In the background of LOL, Zed once deceived Kane. Here, it is set so that it can be decided subjectively whether to keep it. In Orochimaru's eyes, the body of G is just as mysterious as that of the first generation. Orochimaru, you should hurry up and research new directions for immortality. If this continues for a few more times, I'm afraid you'll be knocked down by just one illusion, right? The Uchiha Kage looked at Orochimaru and patted his shoulder gently. I couldn't stop shaking my head in my heart. Just think about how influential the three ninjas of Konoha are in the ninja world. As a result, Orochimaru was killed instantly by Itaka's illusion, which almost destroyed the reputation of the three ninjas of Konoha, allowing Itaka to step on him and ascend to the altar. You worry too much, Lord G. With this pair of Mangekyo Sharingan you sent me, ordinary illusions are useless to me. Orochimaru touched his eyes in his eye sockets and forced a smile on his face. The powerful power of the Mangekyo Sharingan can see through most illusion effects, which can just make up for the loss of his mental strength. Although his dream of being invincible was shattered by a severe beating from Senju Tobirama, his current strength is definitely far superior to his previous self. After chatting for a few more words, Uchiha Kage waved goodbye to Orochimaru. He was naturally aware of Orochimaru's greedy thoughts. The purpose of Uchiha Kage's visit to Orochimaru was only to urge him to research the direction and progress of immortality, not to transplant Hashirama's cells as he said, to increase the amount of chakra in one's normal state. He had other plans in mind. Not to mention the distant ones, Tsunade's wife's Yin Seal and 100 Healings technique are good choices. Accumulate and seal the chakra that is not used normally, and then release it when a battle is needed, to achieve the effect of temporarily providing an all-round buff bonus. However, the accumulation of chakra that is not used normally is always slow to recover. In addition, his clone needs to work on a daily basis, so this method can only be used by the original body. In addition, Uchiha Kage had a very strong premonition in his heart. When one's control over the shadow tears reaches 100%, the ultimate yin-dun energy will be fed back to oneself and improve one's physical fitness. The yin and yang forces that Indra and Ashura inherited from the Six Paths Sage are so strong. However, his shadow tears are yin forces absorbed directly from natural energy. It is equivalent to directly abandoning the absorption and filtration of the 10-tailed divine tree, as well as the inheritance of bloodline. Without the middleman to make a profit from the price difference, it will undoubtedly be purer. So the question now comes back to how to find Maya Bokuzen, where the delicious stir-fried bullfrog is stored. How about we go check out the dragon vein first? The Uchiha Kage held his chin with one hand and thought to himself. The dragon vein, as the lifeline of the earth, is described in the original drama as possessing infinite chakra. And chakra was converted from the natural energy absorbed by the Otsutsuki clan after they came to the ninja world and planted the sacred tree. So there must be some natural energy left, right? Even if there is nothing left, take the big sword Samehada and let it work hard, absorbing chakra to quickly replenish the yin seal of the clone G. No matter what, he won't suffer any loss. Uchiha Kage has always been decisive and acted quickly, always doing what he thought. First, the party he sent out the summoning beast Little Snake to notify Hashigaki Kisame, who was working outside to earn money for his wife and capture the bounty-bearing rebel ninja. After that, he left all the rest of the work to the worker and went for a stroll with his arms swung. Uchiha Kage turned a "it's not my job anyway" Hokage building. G ignored the Umbu ninja on duty. He walked into the Hokage's office as if no one was around. "Minato, I want to go to the Dragon Vein, find me a map." G looked at Minato Namikaze and expressed his needs. He had looked for it before coming, but unfortunately he did not find the marked location related to the Dragon Vein on the ordinary map of the ninja world. Dragon Vein. Namikaze Minato looked up and put down the documents in his hand, staring at G. The Dragon Vein is the lifeblood of the earth. It contains chakra that surpasses other places on earth. If used carelessly, it is very likely to destroy the entire earth. What are you going to do? To be fair, he didn't want dangerous people going to dangerous places. But at the same time, he also knew that there was really no way he could stop G's actions. Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth, feeling an inexplicable toothache. Live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the sea, eat by the sea. Of course I'm going to the Dragon Vein to get some chakra. G spread his hands as a matter of course. Could he still be like his original self, wandering around aimlessly after having nothing better to do? I will go with you after I have dealt with the affairs of the village. There are the seals and the flying thunder god marks I left behind on the Dragon Vein. Namikaze Minato's mouth twitched and he spoke. In such a dangerous place, even if he cannot stop G's behavior, he must go and see it with his own eyes, otherwise he will feel uneasy. Liver pain. Okay, I'll come find you later. G waved his hand and turned to leave. Leave a quiet office environment for Minato Namikaze. This trip is worth it. Otherwise, you would have to hurry on your journey. Although the speed is fast, you would still be exposed to the wind and sun, right? The little white snake raised its head. He looked around with his red eyes, quickly crawled towards G, and opened his mouth to spit out a small scroll. Hiss, Z picked up the scroll and wiped the slime off of it. His eyes moved back and forth between the scroll and the little white snake, and he couldn't help but gasp. No? There's something wrong with this body shape, right? Hoshigaki Kisame is not as honest as imagined, just force it. G shook off the useless garbage in his mind, unfolded the scroll and read the contents of Hoshigaki Kisame inside. Pooh, fuck the honest man. If you follow Itaki, you will never give in. But now it's your turn to work under me, and you surrender when the situation gets bad. Zed spat softly and closed the scroll in his hand. The content is also very simple. It records how Hoshigaki Kisame was recruited into the Akatsuki organization by Nagato. It also specifically explains that he was in Cao's camp but his heart was with Han, and he was secretly trying to find out the internal intelligence of the Akatsuki organization. Why didn't I realize that Hoshigaki Kisame had this kind of talent when I watched the drama before? Besides, when did he need Hoshigaki Kisame to find out information about the Akatsuki organization? He doesn't need it, either in terms of strength or understanding of Akatsuki. Oh shit. Could this guy have run away with my knife and money bucket? Although there is no vacation arranged for Hoshigaki Kisame, he has been out and about all the time, so every day is a vacation. No, the idea of my subordinates changing jobs is very dangerous and must be stopped in time. Make a prompt decision when faced with a crisis. Returning to the Hokage's office, he explained to Minato Namikaze the plan to delay the trip to the Dragon Vein. He can't escape the fate of being a worker for the unscrupulous original body, so why should Hoshigaki Kisame? Then, call a few companions and work together with 3 or 5 good friends. G then set off towards the Rain Country. Hoshigaki Kisame has the mark of his own Flying Thunder God technique on his body, but due to the distance beyond his perception, he can only get close to the Rain Country first. The distance between Konoha and the Land of Rain is actually not much different from that between Konoha and the Land of Wind. But because he had the habit of leaving the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique everywhere, G's figure kept flashing forward on the map. In less than a morning, they reached the border of the Rain Country. We need to find some time to level the mountain in the southeast. G looked at the drizzle above his head. He turned his head again to look at the unclear shadow in the distance and murmured softly. When I came here for the first time, I didn't feel anything. The cool raindrops falling on my body, accompanied by the gentle breeze, made me feel refreshed. But now, the Ninja World War has ended for several years, and the border of the Rain Country is still desolate, and refugees can still be seen everywhere. Apart from large areas of lush rainforest and moss, there was no farmland to be seen on the road. Those who suffer from drought will die of drought, and those who suffer from floods will die of floods. If there was a Dragon King who was in charge of the weather in the ninja world, he would definitely be bombarded by the people of the Wind Country and the Rain Country with cannons. Knowing that Black Zetsu had been carefully avoiding him all these years, G did not swagger into the territory of the Rain Country. The figure turned into a shadow between visible and invisible, and disappeared into the dim rain curtain. He sneaked a short distance further. However, G sensed the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique that he left on Hoshigaki Kisame in the direction of the grass country adjacent to the Rain Country. His brows relaxed, and the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique was immediately triggered. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a large distance and appeared in the elongated shadow behind Hoshigaki Kisame beside the river. Once this mission is over, I will propose to the leader that we form a separate team. Kakuzu's green eyes were fixed on the corpse that Hoshigaki Kisame was dragging in his hand, and from the sound of his voice, it could be heard that he was very uneasy. Mr. Kakuzu, the strong prey on the weak. Your name is not written on your prey, Hoshigaki Kisame said indifferently. Since he lost his life goal and followed G found him a new life goal, just 2 words, make money. Although his inner interest is not here, the fact that he still has something to do in his life is fulfilling in itself. Sitting in the shadow of Hoshigaki Kisame behind him, G silently observed Hoshigaki Kisame. I couldn't help nodding with satisfaction in my heart. He knew that Hoshigaki Kisame was an honest man, and he never forgot to work and earn money to support his wife. G's gaze turned to Kakuzu standing beside him. Maybe this guy can also work and earn money for himself? The financial manager in the original drama was able to keep the Akatsuki organization running while allowing Conan to save up 600 billion detonating tags, which shows his extraordinary talent in making money. As a consumable item in battle, the price of a detonating talisman is not cheap at all. One piece costs 300 taels of silver. 600 billion pieces is. If the country could sell it, it could buy out the entire ninja world, right? Zed stared at Kakuzu with a burning gaze. If you recruit all the corners to work for you, how many beautiful wives can you afford to support? There are simply too many to count. Even the secret technique of Dun you could not make Jiao Du become a person who lives as long as the heaven and earth. He must be too. Because the money slipped away from him, he was holding his breath and suddenly felt a chill on his back and his body shivered. Looking back, Kakuzu's brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that the owner of the recently replenished heart is in poor health? Ji quietly lurked in the shadow of Hoshigaki Kisame without moving. Kakuzu and Hoshigaki Kisame first exchanged the bounty on the body for cash at an underground gold exchange, and then began to return to the land of rain. Soon, the two of them were unaware of it. He brought Ji to the base of Akatsuki. Chief, this recruitment is there are no qualified people on the list of candidates. Kakuzu looked at Nagato's back and spoke. Really, not even one, Nagato said in a calm voice. There was not a single fluctuation in emotions. The team of the two has not succeeded in recruiting a single member into the organization so far that if he still can't guess that the two have treated the recruitment list he gave as a bounty order, then he has no point in living. Of course, those subordinates who fail to carry out their orders seriously must be given some unforgettable punishment. He and Yahiko had also tried various channels to find out information about Conan. After hearing that Ji, who took Conan away, had a very bad reputation in the ninja world, the two of them were angrily preparing to go to Konoha to rescue Conan. However, when he learned on the way to Konoha that Conan was living a good life in Konoha, he chose to give up. After Yahiko's death, he also thought about telling Conan the news, but he couldn't bear to pass the pain in his heart to Zionin. In the days that followed, he realized that even the will that was born after he activated the Rinnegan was intentionally or unintentionally avoiding Konoha, so he completely gave up this idea. Only the beautiful memories of a few people are firmly sealed in the deepest part of memory. Now that he sees someone related to Conan, how can Nagato remain calm? What? Someone has been following us. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu immediately turned around with a look of vigilance, feeling very uneasy. It turns out that the discomfort I felt at that time was not an illusion at all. Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes moved slightly, and he turned around silently. This is the right way to make an appearance. Ji noticed the look Nagato was giving him, and he wasn't surprised at all. If the Rinnegan, which is known as the eye that controls life and death and has the highest power, cannot find me, then it would be too bad. Hey, long time no see. Zed emerged from the shadows. He greeted Nagato with a smile. Afterwards, he displayed two extremely dazzling Mangekyo Sharinan and began to observe and search the surroundings. My eldest son is very good at stirring up trouble. The ninja world has been in turmoil and war for thousands of years, and he is responsible for everything. At the moment, Nagato has entered the bag of rice mode again. He simply cannot believe that there is no shadow of his big son behind him. How is Conan doing in Konoha now? Although Nagato's voice remained calm, his inner turmoil had already been exposed to Ji's eyes. Great. I can fold paper, arrange flowers, take care of the flower beds in the yard, or go shopping every day. It should be quite fulfilling. Zed replied easily. What is your purpose here? Nagato nodded upon hearing this. Looking at Ji's Mangekyo Sharinan, his eyes moved slightly. Suddenly, a powerful pupil power instantly cut off Ji's pupil perception. Ji's brow furrowed slightly. This was the first time since he opened the Mangekyo Sharinan that someone had been able to cut off his eye perception, not even Hashirama Senju, the reincarnation of Ashura. Looking at the Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes, Ji had a vague guess in his heart. Could it be the strength of pupil power that has an impact? Ji shook his head to get rid of these thoughts, looked at Nagato and said, "Come and find my eldest son. The child is ignorant and has been hiding from me. He hasn't come home for a long time." Nagato's lips parted slightly. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Ji appear outside the Akatsuki base at an extremely fast speed and slapped the ground heavily with one hand. Earth escape, earthquake core. Ji did not hesitate to consume his own energy and madly injected chakra into it. There was a rumbling sound from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, a huge earth pillar more than 10 stories high rose up. Immediately afterwards, Ji continued to spit out a powerful stream of water towards the rising earth pillar about 3 meters above the ground. In the blink of an eye, a huge and ferocious dragon head appeared on the water. Water style, water dragon bullet boom. The water dragon opened its huge mouth and tore off a section of the earth pillar. The powerful force instantly caused the rising earth pillar to collapse. Afterwards, the water dragon continued to rise into the sky carrying a column of earth with unstoppable force. There's nothing wrong with a father beating his son. Ji looked at the water dragon bomb rising into the sky, his eyes lit up with a dazzling red light. After a little thought, he immediately decided to increase his bet. What about Earth style, rock cannon technique, water style, heaven's cry, fire style, phoenix claw red, wind style, wind blade, call everyone, burning escape, over steaming, melting escape, dissolving monsters, ice escape, thousands of killing water. The bloodline limit of escape technique is also important. The people watching the show from a distance were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. His small green bean-like eyes trembled uncontrollably, and his entire back was soaked in cold sweat. This person is too cruel. And judging from the previous words, he is teaching his eldest son a lesson? Is there really no deep hatred? Hoshigaki Kisame and Nagato are not much better off. The former was glad that he did not make the wrong choice, while the latter was constantly questioning and guessing the true identity of Ju. What is the purpose of approaching me? This big boy is quite tough and can take a beating. Ji looked at the fireworks flying in the sky that were unable to come down after being hit by the combo. He looked at the dust release raisin shuriken circling on his palm again, and finally, his father's love as high as a mountain was more powerful. Wait until the afterglow of the fireworks ends. Why do you keep hiding from daddy, you big boy? Ji walked to the front of Heiju, who was lying limply on the ground, where only a puddle of mud remained, and he stretched out his hand and climbed onto the head that was no longer round. There is a big pocket when you go up. Even if I give you a chance, you can't do anything about it. You bastard! Heizetsu bared his mouth full of sharp teeth in hatred. He was clearly avoiding being robbed. Why did he get beaten up at my doorstep? The child just wanted to save his mother. What could the child do wrong? Woo woo woo, oh. Heiju stared at the calamity in front of him with his dull eyes. The body turned into a pool of sticky liquid, which quickly spread along Ji's arm and climbed up. In the blink of an eye, it had occupied most of the body. Ji noticed that Black Zetsu was fighting for control of the body, and his brows raised, then start absorbing the natural energy in the air. After the sage's eyes appeared, the sage chakra in his body vibrated, and Black Zetsu was blown backwards and turned into a puddle of mud again. Both Black Zetsu and the Deo Seeking Jade are products of yin-yang escape. You tell me, why can't you just listen to your daddy? Ji hit Black Zetsu's back of the head with a big punch after another. It's not like we don't want to save him, but you have to make trouble here. If you really can't do anything, why don't you go and join Toby's hot mom in blowing up shit? Why do you have to stay here and run around? This guy is. Nagato took a deep breath, walked forward, looked at Black Zetsu and asked coldly. Such a being who deceives and approaches oneself for unknown purposes, the role it plays behind the scenes is truly thought-provoking. Some things simply cannot stand up to careful scrutiny. He even suspected that Ju was involved in Yahiko's death. How could a village that was plundered by bandits and so poor that people couldn't even afford food possess a mixture of toxins that was so precious even among ninjas? This is the child that my wife, whom I have never met, left behind secretly. Ji looked at Nagato, whose aura was becoming increasingly colder. He played with Heizetsu's head in his hand, sighed, and spoke. Kakuzu and Hoshigaki Kisame, who were eavesdropping on the side with their ears perked up, had their eyes rolling around and their brains working at high speed. They all recognized this word or this character when picked out individually. But why can't I understand what this means when put together? Moreover, could a human produce this pool of black mud? Zed, you know that's not what I want to ask. Nagato shouted coldly. His arm was slightly raised in the direction of Ji and Heizetsu. Okay, just ask whatever you want to ask. Zed shrugged indifferently. He picked up the Black Zetsu who was lying limply on the ground and threw him to Nagato. Nagato raised his arm to control gravity and sucked Black Zetsu into his hand. Then, the eyelids drooped slightly. A pair of cold eyes were cast on Heizetsu. Ju, tell me. Forget it, I'll do it myself, Nagato said in a cold voice. A transparent light suddenly appeared on the palm of his hand. To perform the soul-sucking technique, Black Zetsu's soul must be extracted from his body. However, no matter how he increased the power of the soul-sucking technique, Black Zetsu remained motionless, and was not affected at all. Nagato's expression suddenly changed. This is the first time his abilities have failed since activating the Rinnegan. Nagato-sama, don't be fooled by him. I am the product of your will that was born after you activated the Samsara Eye. The power of the Samsara Eye is naturally ineffective against me. Black Zetsu saw the change on Nagato's face and quickly spoke to him in a bewitching tone. If he fell into the hands of Ji, he would at most just be beaten up, but facing Nagato who possessed the Rinnegan, the power of Chibuka Tensei could really seal him. Yeah. Upon hearing this, Nagato stopped the soul-sucking technique in his hand, and the transparent light on his palm also dissipated. Just when Black Zetsu thought that Nagato had been successfully bewitched by him and was feeling happy, chakra fluctuation suddenly appeared on Nagato's palm again. Suddenly, a powerful yin and yang chakra was absorbed into Nagato's body. Black Zetsu, who already looked like a puddle of mud, now looked even weaker and powerless. Even the outline of his head could not be maintained. Only a pair of lifeless eyes and a mouth were left hanging in the black mud. Can you tell me why you approached me now? Absolutely. Nagato asked, staring at Zetsu with a ruthless gaze. Black Zetsu huddled into a ball weakly, his heart filled with panic. Although for thousands of years, he has mastered a large number of ninjutsu in the ninja world by relying on the corpse-eating technique. However, his chakra, which only had yin and yang attributes, limited him from learning these ninjutsu. The only ninjutsu he controls are yin-yang escape techniques, such as mind fusion, mind possession, mind assimilation, etc. Only by relying on White Zetsu's body can he possess a certain level of strength. At this moment, the body of the possessed White Zetsu was destroyed by the inhumane beating he had inflicted earlier. The yin and yang chakra in the body was also sucked away by Nagato. Now all he has left is a shivering pile of mud. But he waited for thousands of years and approached generations of reincarnations of Indra and Asura. Finally, he waited for Uchiha Madara to successfully open the Samsara Eye, and finally saw the hope of saving his mother. How could he be willing to fail here? Nagato-sama, I really am, Heiju said unwillingly. But before he could finish his words, two mechanical arms suddenly appeared on Nagato's shoulders. Several mechanical chains spread out and entangled Black Zetsu's body, and the other mechanical hand turned into a cannon barrel. After accumulating chakra, it shot a terrifying laser at Black Zetsu. Boom! The terrifying potential energy instantly broke the mechanical chains that were wrapped around Black Zetsu. The flying laser cannon carried the extremely tough Black Zetsu and turned him into a fleeting meteor, flying away rapidly. Hey, don't. Ji stretched out Urkang's hand, looking at the great boy flying away. If I let him slip away, he will have to hide from me even more in the future. All things are attracted by the sky. A low shout was heard. Under the influence of the astonishingly strong gravity, a howling wind suddenly blew up at the scene. The drizzle falling from the sky suddenly turned sideways, outlining a fantastic scene of time and space distortion in the air. It had already flown far away from sight, leaving only a vague black dot that gradually grew larger in sight, and finally, with a pieth sound, it landed in Nagato's palm again. Wow! WG looked at this scene with great surprise. With this casting distance, Nagato is now an upgraded version of Pro Max. But Black Zetsu is still his own son after all, so he can't just watch him get beaten like this, right? Well, this kid is tough and indestructible. It's just right to seal him with the Chibuka Tensei. Ji silently offered his suggestions on the side. This guy is as bad as Danzo when it comes to causing trouble in the ninja world. It would be most appropriate for Nagato to put him in solitary confinement for a few years. Nagato looked at Ji with some surprise. I don't understand why he knows the ability of the Rinnegan. However, noticing the trembling Black Zetsu in his hand after hearing the Chibuka Tensei, his attention shifted to his body. Superior. Tell me the truth about what happened in that small mountain village, Nagato asked coldly, applying slight force with his 5 fingers. If he doesn't figure this out, he will never be able to let go of this obsession. The truth of the matter is just what you think in your heart. So, what are you going to do next, Nagato? Seeing that things were completely out of his control, Black Zetsu simply tore off his disguise. He looked at Nagato and sneered, saying, after all, Nagato is not the real master of the Rinnegan. Even if he can use the power of the Rinnegan, it is impossible to seal him forever. He has been waiting for thousands of years and doesn't mind waiting for the next opportunity. Hateful. Nagato's guess was confirmed by Black Zetsu, and his emotions instantly got out of control. With an angry roar, a terrifying repulsive force instantly knocked the Black Zetsu in his palm into the air. Afterwards, Nagato put his hands together and concentrated the large amount of chakra in his body into a black sphere. Under Nagato's control, the black sphere instantly overlapped with the figure of Black Zetsu. Earth-shattering star, the rainforest is broken and the soil and rocks are cracked. The terrifying gravitational force attracted everything around it on a large scale, gathering into a planet-like rock sphere in the sky. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Cold sweat broke out on Kakuzu's forehead. His small, green bean-like eyes were almost popping out of his sockets. Although he knew that the leader of the Akatsuki organization who could easily defeat him was very strong, but to this extent, is there really no way to kill this guy? Nagato looked unwillingly at the rock sphere floating in the sky, not hiding the crazy murderous intent in his eyes. Haven't you tried it already? Ji spread his hands casually and said. In the original drama, even Naruto, who was in the Six Paths Sage mode, finally chose to throw Black Zetsu into the Six Paths Chibuka Tensei to seal him. He is just an avatar working for the original body. What good solution could he have? That jutsu you put away earlier doesn't work either. Nagato looked at Ji and asked. He could see the incredible destructive power contained in the ninjutsu that Ji had put away after a moment's hesitation. Can I say that I put it away because the fireworks from that move aren't bright and pretty enough? Ji was silent for a moment, but still took off the sign of his fatherly love as high as a mountain. The dust escapes duds really don't look very pretty when they are fired. Nagato looked at the rocky sphere above his head. In the end, I could only give up with gritted teeth and full of reluctance. Can you tell me what you are going to do next? Inside the Akatsuki base, Zed looked at Nagato and asked. This feeling of not being able to see through other people's inner thoughts is really a bit unusual. It seems that I have to urge the main body more after returning, so that it can swallow the shadow tears in big gulps. I will use my own way to help the world learn how to grow and help Yatako fulfill his unattainable dream, Nagato said slowly. At this time, he regained his calm demeanor and looked at Jideo. Don't tell Konan about Yahiko. Zed nodded. Even if Nagato didn't say it, he would not let the gentle Konan become the cold-blooded angel in the original drama, the flower that was not afraid of withering. By the way, these things are just a little help from me to you. As he spoke, Ji slammed the seal on the ground. Suddenly, a large scroll was summoned, and after it was spread out on the ground, the remnants of the tailed beast's chakra were summoned from the ritual seals engraved with the numbers 1, 2, 3. These were collected by him while practicing the art of blood escape in the past few years. Because I didn't collect it specifically, I only have the chakra of the 1 to 5 tails. Nagato looked at the chakra remnants of the tailed beast on the ground, and there was an obvious fluctuation in his eyes when he looked at Ji again. From the previous Ji who could tell the forbidden ability of his samsara eye, to the current tailed beast chakra, the other party seemed to have completely seen through his thoughts. If you need any help later, please contact me, although I may not necessarily help. Ji finished as he nodded to Nagato. Afterwards, he joyfully performed the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared. Now the eldest son who had been hiding from me has finally calmed down. Besides, someone else continued to take care of his wife's rescue plan, and the task of recruiting Kakuzu was secretly given to Hoshigaki Kisame to work on. This wave is simply perfect. After leaving, Ji did not rush back to Konoha. While passing through the land of grass in search of Hoshigaki Kisame, Ji's wise mind finally remembered the poor woman who was bitten to death in the original work. The Kyuzagakur village, Ji murmured softly. After coming to the ninja world for so many years, he may not know much about those countries and ninja villages that are far away from Konoha, but for this ninja village that is adjacent to Konoha, it is definitely not unfamiliar. Especially the Land of Grass, a small ninja village that served as a buffer zone between Iwagakure and Konoha during the Third Ninja World War. Its ability to play both sides and act like a fence-sitter is well known in the ninja world. Not only is there no moral ethics in diplomacy, often selling intelligence on neighboring countries, but the politics within the village are also extremely corrupt and chaotic. In addition, in the original drama, Karen's mother was bitten to death. It can be said that as long as one is a normal person, he or she will not have any good feelings towards the Kyuzagakur village. After a brief sense, he found that the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique he left during the Third Ninja World War was still there. After several consecutive jumps, Ji quickly approached the territory near the Kyuzagakur village. Because he did not try to hide his tracks, Ji was quickly discovered by the Kusanagi ninja team who were on guard duty outside the perimeter. The Land of Grass was an important battlefield in the Third Ninja World War, and the ninjas of the Grass Village were naturally familiar with Ji, who had once shined on the battlefield. Master Ji, I wonder what you want to do with me since you have come here. A triangle-eyed Kusanagi ninja stepped forward. He asked in a very humble and respectful manner. You know what, the Kyuzagakur really is something up their sleeves. It feels great to be treated with such compliments. Of course, it would be another matter if one knew the inner thoughts of these humble Kusanagi ninjas. Just now, I was still far away and these people didn't recognize me. But in his mind he was thinking about how to kill people and steal the goods to put the money into his own pocket. You're not thinking about how to get rid of this evil star like me as soon as possible, are you? Zed sneered. He glanced at the triangular-eyed Kusanagi ninja in front of him, looking down and submissive. No, absolutely not, sir, you are joking. The triangle-eyed Kusanagi ninja's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his eyebrows drooped even lower. It's better not to. Ji nodded and walked in front. Noodle. The triangular-eyed Kusanagi ninja breathed a sigh of relief and was about to follow closely when a calm voice sounded in front of him. By the way, don't call me a damn bastard in your mind anymore. Just say it out loud. The restaurant you often go to at night to relax and shouldn't be expensive, right? And you ordered too. Not expensive, the triangle-eyed Kusanagi ninja blurted out unconsciously. After he came to his senses, his heart suddenly tightened and he looked up at the figure in front of him with horror. You actually cursed me in your heart. You are already seeking death, Zed sneered. A high-speed water needle shot out of his mouth. It instantly hit the triangular-eyed Kusanagi ninja in the chest and went straight through his heart. Bah, a mean person who says one thing in public and another behind one's back. Ji spat lightly and looked at the corpse on the ground with contempt. These bastards from the Kyuzagakur village are just like the little notebooks in our previous life, truly despicable and shameless. Several other ninjas in the team were not spared either, and were all kidnapped and turned into fertilizer to nourish the land. Afterwards, Ji had a smooth journey without encountering any other ninja teams. Soon they arrived at the gate of Kusagakure village. That is, the pointed-faced Kusanagi ninja had sharp eyes and saw the figure of Ji from a distance. His expression suddenly changed. I will report to the village chief, you are responsible for the reception. As soon as he finished speaking, the sharp-faced and monkey-faced grass ninja ran away in a flash. F***ck off, how could it be this monster? The short and fat Kusanagi ninja saw who was coming and jumped 3 feet high in fright. In his heart, he couldn't help cursing his sharp-nosed and monkey-faced companion. In the eyes of these ninjas who are not strong and have poor mobility, the Susanoo that is galloping madly on the battlefield is definitely an existence that makes them despair. Witness the heroic figure of Ji galloping on the battlefield. The short and fat Kusanagi ninja could not think of anything inappropriate other than secretly cursing his companions. Master Ji, what do you need? The short and fat Kusanagi ninja stepped forward. He tried hard to force a somewhat stiff smile on his face and asked with a nod. But when he raised his head slightly, trying to observe the expression on his face, a pair of scarlet pupils suddenly came into view. Clang! The short and fat Kusanagi ninja immediately seemed to be in a daze, standing there in a daze. Have a pair of red-haired mother and daughter entered your village. Inside the grass ninja village. A week has passed since Xionlin and her daughter moved in here. Apart from the extreme enthusiasm that the mother and daughter felt when they first arrived, the neighbors' attitudes gradually became indifferent. This didn't matter to the two of them. All they want in their hearts is a small home where they can live a simple and peaceful life. However, the peaceful life of mother and daughter is ultimately just a vision. In order to keep the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan in the Kusagakure village, the village chief privately gathered all the adult unmarried men in the village and did some ideological work on them. As a result, the mother and daughter encountered a lot of troublesome harassment in their daily lives. Ms. Yueying, is there anything I can help you with? My name is a private one, I can't find any relevant content, I just caught 2 rabbits to date, I'll go buy a bottle of wine and have dinner at your house tonight. Thank you, but that's not necessary. After politely rejecting an older-looking man with squinty eyes, Yueying frowned, carried a bag of vegetables she'd bought on the way, and quickened her pace to hurry home. These days she found some odd jobs in the village, and the income she earned was enough to feed both mother and daughter. If there was one thing about Kusagakure that made her feel bad, there are always some passers-by who seem to know each other and harass her, which is very annoying. Get out of the way. Just as Yueying was about to turn the street, a line of Kusanagi ninjas appeared on the street, hurriedly carrying a stretcher on which lay a seriously injured man wearing a bull head mask. Yueying's eyes trembled slightly. She recognized at a glance that this was one of the senior elders of the Kusagakure village who followed the village chief that day and warmly entertained the mother and daughter. Do you want to save? Yueying was conflicted and struggling. She knew that once she revealed that she had awakened the special healing ability of the Uzumaki clan, she would most likely face the test of her humanity. And she also has a daughter to take care of herself. Just when Yueying was still hesitating, the high-ranking elder of the grass ninja, who was lying on a stretcher groaning in pain, suddenly caught a glimpse of red hair in his sight, and his spirits immediately perked up. Oh, right, the Uzumaki clan. Stop now. The eyes of the high-ranking elder of the grass ninja flashed with a gleam of light, and he groaned in pain and shouted rapidly. The Uzumaki clan is famous in the ninja world for their sealing techniques. The amount of chakra in the bodies of their people is enormous, and their vitality is equally strong, but in addition to this, there are 2 hidden talents that should not be underestimated. One is powerful perception ability, and the other is magical healing ability. Although Uzumaki tribe members who possess the latter 2 abilities are very rare, but at this time, the high-ranking elder of the grass ninja, who was seriously injured and tortured by pain, could no longer think so much. No matter what, try it first. Come over. The high-ranking Kusanagi elder growled as he looked at Yueying on the street. Seeing him standing there motionless, he looked at the Kusagakure ninjas following him and said hurriedly, go and capture her. The surrounding Kusanagi ninjas immediately took orders and began to act. Yueying looked at the Kusanagi ninja approaching her. He subconsciously took a small step back out of fear, but quickly stopped. My daughter is still in the village. The lives of mother and daughter have just settled down. Yueying bit her thin lips. The mouth was filled with a taste of rust. After an inner struggle, he finally chose to accept his fate. Just as several Kusagakure ninjas grabbed Yueying's arms, as he walked towards the seriously injured high-ranking Kusagakure elder, a light shout suddenly rang out. Water style, heaven's cry. Suddenly, water needles reflecting cold light shot out at high speed. It accurately hit the chest of the Kusanagi ninja around Yueying, and then brought up a drop of bright red and passed through the chest. Who is it? All the people who saw him were wiped out in an instant. The high-ranking elder of the grass ninja instantly forgot the pain in his body, turned his head with horror and looked in the direction where the water needle came from, and then his face turned pale. How could it be this evil star who hunted down elite jonin at will on the battlefield? When did they mess with this guy? The high-ranking Kusagakure elders even held their breath. Their Kuzagakur is just a small ninja village, and the strongest ninja in the village is as powerful as the jonin of the 5 major ninja villages, or even inferior to them. For example, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist village could conquer a small country overnight. The small countries in it are referring to them. The high-ranking elders of the Grass Ninja were still in a daze. G used a teleportation technique to appear in front of him, put his hand on his head, and used a secret mental technique to search for memory fragments in his brain. Not bad, not late. The search was over, and G nodded with satisfaction. A shadow tentacle immediately pierced the heart of the senior elder. Just at this moment, the village chief of Kuzagakur village, who received the notice, arrived late with a group of senior elders. Master G, this. The chief of Kisashi village looked at the body at G's feet. The hesitation on his face disappeared in an instant, and was immediately replaced by anger. This damn guy, how dare he offend the honorable Lord G? The chief of Kuzagakur village stepped forward and fiercely kicked the corpse of the senior elder with the bullhead mask, then turned and said with a flattering smile, Master G, I wonder what brings you to the village. Do I have to let you know about my affairs? Zed said casually. However, his eyes glanced at the mask on the head of the senior elder of the Kuzagakur village who was standing behind, and anger rose in his heart. Convex, fuck dish fuck. A small ninja village that has no morals and acts despicably and shamelessly, just like a small book, and the senior elders in the village are wearing animal head masks of the 12 zodiac animals. When the chief of Kuzagakur village heard what G said, he suddenly panicked. As soon as he said the denial, he heard a voice that frightened him greatly. You have already received your death, G said coldly. The shadow beneath him suddenly stretched out tentacles, shoot towards the high-ranking Kusanagi elder wearing a beast head mask behind him. Puff, puff, puff. Alluring blood-red flowers blossomed on their chests, and the nutrients for the growth of these flowers were their worthless lives. The chief of Kuzagakur village fell to the ground with a thud. His fingers pointed at G with trembling hands, his lips kept shaking, and he was unable to utter the following words for a long while. He just asked a simple question. How can there be a way to die? Can we still play? I don't like them wearing these masks. G looked at the chief of Kuzagakur village and explained in a flat voice. Upon hearing this, the chief of Kuzagakur village almost vomited blood. If you don't like it, just tell me and I'll ask them to change it. You have killed me and left me alone. How can I still be the village chief? I don't like you as the village chief either. When the chief of Kuzagakur village heard this, he immediately felt uneasy. But there was no time to react. An equally enchanting blood flower bloomed on his chest. The chief of the Kuzagakur village stared at G with wide eyes, and the light in his eyes quickly disappeared, looking at the pedestrians on the street shouting in fear and running away. G's sight quickly caught the red-haired figure mixed in the crowd, and he moved his body and quickly chased after it. This is a power bank for battle. Who doesn't want it? The moment Yuying saw blood on the street, she fled with the terrified crowd. Although her hands and feet were shaking uncontrollably, she finally ran back to the storage room where the mother and daughter lived. Bang! I returned to my home and closed the door heavily. Yuying leaned against the door for a while before she dared to take a deep breath. Mom, what's wrong with you? When Xianlin, who was in the house, saw her mother come back, she immediately went to greet her. As if he noticed her uneasiness, he asked with some concern. Be good, Karen. Mommy's fine. Yuying looked at her well-behaved and sensible daughter. His tense heart finally calmed down, he gently rubbed Xianlin's head and spoke. Xianlin squinted her eyes as she felt comfortable being touched on the head. At this moment, his eyes suddenly caught a tentacle emerging from the shadow under his mother's feet, and his little hand grabbed it curiously. Hard, but smooth to the touch. The feel is very good. Karen, drop it now. Yuying finally discovered the tentacles in her daughter's hands. His heart, which had calmed down, suddenly started beating faster again and he shouted in panic. Xianlin obediently dropped the things in her hand. Then he looked up at his mother, but only saw a large bag. Just when Xianlin's little head hadn't figured out what was going on, a flash of red light flashed before her eyes, and her consciousness immediately became silent. I love to eat rice with toppings. G was in a good mood as he looked at the 2 sacks, one big and one small, in front of him. With these 2 power banks, not to mention that his second brother is invincible, even the hopeless Ado can be defeated 7 times in Changbanpo. Although he was extremely disgusted with the actions of the Kuzagakur village, G was not a murderous person after all. He won't do anything that has no benefit. After collecting some of his spoils from the home of a high-ranking elder of the Grass Ninja, he set out on his journey home in high spirits, carrying 2 sacks on his shoulders. Kanaha. Yo, come on, both of you, do a good job. G enthusiastically greeted the 2 Kanaha gate gods who had already taken up their posts, Kamishu Izumo and Gang Zaitetsu. If nothing unexpected happens, the future of these 2 players will be spent as goalkeepers. After entering Konoha, people passing by on the street would occasionally look at G. After all, he hadn't brought any spoils into the village for a while. G also missed these gazes a little. Otherwise, why not just use reverse spiritual communication to store it in the Longdedong family compound? It's the same principle as the fisherman who passes by his home 3 times without entering, just showing off. Although there will definitely be some hypocritical people who will take the opportunity to ruin their reputation in the ninja world, but when you turn off the lights and get into bed at night, only those who are crying with envy know it, and if anyone goes too far, he will warn that the soap will be out of stock. This way, because it was not yet time for the ninja school to finish school, the Uchiha Kage was lying leisurely in the rocking chair, admiring Konan, who was slightly bending over to water the flowers. Well, this arc very big. Hello. At this time, Yukito, who came in from outside, saw this and shouted at Uchiha Kage. When he looked at Zionin, he immediately changed his tone and said softly, "Sister Zionin, this bad guy is secretly watching you from behind again. I can't control his sight, so you can help me supervise him from the side." Zionin straightened up after hearing that. She rolled her beautiful eyes at Uchiha Kage, pursed her lips and smiled softly. While they were chatting and laughing, G, carrying 2 sacks, slipped into the yard. The two of them stopped immediately. Chat. He took one look at the 2 sacks and immediately changed his gaze to one of disgust, as if he were looking at a beast. His eyes kept lingering on G and Uchiha Kage. Hey, although I have long known that this bad guy likes to kidnap beautiful girls from outside, the experiences of both of them coming here were similar, but that small sack is too. The workers have no rest. After settling the mother and daughter in his own house, G immediately set off for the Hokage building to look for Minato Namikaze, preparing to continue his previous plan and head for the Dragon Vein. Unexpectedly, I came back empty-handed. After searching for a while, just wandering around, I finally found him at Minato's house. Brother, I call you big brother. Naruto has already gotten home from school. After dinner, it will be dark in a few hours and time for bed. Can we wait until tomorrow to go? Namikaze. Minato pulled a wry smile from the corner of his mouth and said helplessly. Kushina, who was rolling her eyes almost to the sky, was very considerate and directly added another set of bowls and chopsticks on the table. Very good and promising. G, who couldn't even make a living at home, silently gave Kushina a thumbs up in his heart, and turned around to join Naruto's army of people eating. Minato Namikaze looked at the 2 people who were concentrating on eating, and made crazy eye contact with Kushina. How could he not understand G's intention of coming here at mealtime? I just don't want to understand. If I understand, I'll have to pay for my meals. Kushina was speechless and gave Minato Namikaze a blank look. This guy is so thick-skinned. Do you think you can chase him away by pretending to be ignorant? After Namikaze Minato explained the village's affairs, he set off for the Dragon Vein at the urging of G. According to Minato Namikaze, the Dragon Vein is located in the ruins of Lulin under the desert of the Land of Wind. Once the Dragon Vein power containing nearly infinite chakra gets out of control and riots, it is very likely to destroy the entire earth and cause unimaginable disasters. It is also because of its serious danger that long ago, major countries worked together to block the intelligence information of Dragon Veins. The cover is out of people's sight. Both of them were quite fast, and they were assisted by the Flying Thunder God technique. One afternoon later, the 2 of them appeared in front of a war ruin buried by sand. When I came here to carry out my mission 9 years ago, this place did not yet belong to the Kingdom of Wind. At that time, the ancient Kingdom of Lulin was still a very prosperous city. Namikaze Minato looked at the ruins in front of him with a bit of melancholy and sighed. Witnessing with his own eyes the decline and decay of a prosperous city really made him feel very complicated. Minato, what was your last mission here? G raised his eyebrows and instantly became energetic. 9 years ago, he was not yet old enough to attend ninja school. Apart from eating and sleeping, his daily routine was to go to the clan's training ground to admire the beautiful Uchiha elder sister's heroic figure and kill time. He didn't know about these things. Could it be that even if I were to travel through time and be reborn into this world, some things would still happen as expected? The mission given to us by the 3rd Hokage at that time was to protect the Queen of Lulin. I don't remember exactly what happened during that time. Namikaze Minato pointed to his head and said with a smile, "Is it a technique to erase memory?" Zed asked immediately. Namikaze Minato smiled and nodded. Although he didn't remember what happened exactly, he could vaguely feel that it was an experience that made him feel a little regretful but also very happy. G looked thoughtful. Perhaps the Dragon Vein travels through not just time, but a new parallel world? After all, the incombustible aliens that came later traveled back and forth, and they didn't cause any different changes to the history of the ninja world. If they traveled through different times in the same world, at least those who encountered aliens would have some impression in their memories, right? The sealing technique at the source of the Dragon Vein cannot be tampered with, otherwise it will cause unimaginable disasters to the ninja world. I will check and reinforce the seal here. If you have any ideas, you can follow the Dragon Vein to the outskirts of the ruins and try. Namikaze Minato looked at the sealing ritual that was operating normally on the stone altar and spoke with a serious face. His main purpose in accompanying Ji here was naturally to prevent Ji from causing trouble and disaster. But, since we are here, we might as well reinforce the seal here. It's always a good idea to take more protective measures, lest there will be another person with a mental disorder like Ji who will come to the Dragon Vein to seek excitement. Okay, I'm not stupid. Ghana Ji waved his hand absent-mindedly, then left with a teleportation technique. The Dragon Vein was well protected by the ancient kingdom of Lulin. Along the way, you can see bluestone buildings that are still solid under the wind and sand, as well as various sealing techniques. Until you are far away from the source of the Dragon Vein, J.E.K. discovered traces of a Dragon Vein that had been developed in an open space, a standing stone with a special ritual mark engraved on it. One can clearly sense a constant flow of huge amounts of chakra on it. The art of spiritual communication. Ji placed one hand on the ground. With a bang, a scroll appeared out of thin air. Afterwards, he summoned the large sword Samehata stored in the scroll. Ji grasped the hilt of the knife and pressed the big knife Samehata on a hole in the center of the stone. Sensing the huge amount of chakra contained within, the sword Samehata did not hesitate at all and swallowed it up directly, and the blade quickly swelled and became bloated. Then, a powerful chakra flowed along the blade towards Ji's body. Great job, keep eating. Ji's eyes lit up and he praised generously. He then controlled the chakra that was diverted from the big sword Samehata and concentrated it precisely according to the method of Yin seal, eventually leaving a diamond-shaped mark on his forehead. As time passed, the amount of chakra diverted from the sword Samehata became larger and larger. If it was just a flowing faucet at the beginning, it has now slowly turned into a stream. Amazing, it was full in just over an hour. Ji let out a long breath. The amount of chakra in the Yin seal on the forehead has reached the limit of what it can store. After sensing it carefully, he found that although the chakra in the seal was not as huge as that of a tailed beast, it was still 2 or 3 times his normal amount. For some people who are physically weak and lack mana, this is definitely a well-deserved S-level medical sealing technique. Then, one figure after another emerged from Ji's shadow. They lined up one by one, picked up the big sword Samehata and pressed it against the hole in the stone. Hiccup, the big sword Samehata burped weakly. As it ate and pooped, it felt like its career as a knife was about to end. Give it to me. Samehata and ***. The other side. After Namikaze Minato reinforced the seal at the source of the Dragon Vein again and again, he waited and waited, but there was no sign of Ji returning. As the 4th Hokage of Konoha, it was not easy for him to leave the village for a long time, but after leaving behind his shadow clone, he got up and returned to Konoha. Shortly after Minato Namikaze's real body left, a figure with long crimson hair entered the Lulin ruins through the entrance of the ruins. You are the 4th Hokage. I sensed some changes in the Dragon Vein power underground. Did you find anything here? Sala, the former queen of the ancient Lulin kingdom, entered the ruins of Lulin. From a distance, he saw the shadow clone left by Minato Namikaze at the source of the Dragon Vein, and vigilantly drew out a chakra knife from his waist. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw clearly the identity of Minato Namikaze. Perhaps because of her identity, her related memories were not erased at that time. Don't worry. I think I should know something. Minato Namikaze's shadow clone smiled, and then told Sarah everything he knew. The 4th Hokage-sama. You should know that the power of Dragon Veins is very dangerous. Why don't you try to stop it? The last incident was caused by someone trying to develop the power of Dragon Veins. Sarah frowned and asked. Even though the ancient kingdom of Lulin had been destroyed in the war, she and the surviving people of Lulin still lived near this homeland, guarding the Dragon Veins they had guarded for generations. Minato Namikaze looked embarrassed and was speechless. He must also have the ability to stop it. Coming here and watching to prevent Ji from messing around and causing big trouble is already the limit of what he can do. I'll go find him myself. Seeing that Minato Namikaze was unmoved, Sarah turned around and searched for Ji alone along the ruins. Minato Namikaze looked at Sarah's back as she left. I have a bad feeling in my heart. As the former queen of the ancient kingdom of Lulin, which has lived on Dragon Veins for generations, Sarah herself has the innate ability to sense the power of Dragon Veins. Looking for the direction of the flow of the sensed Dragon Vein power. More than an hour later, Sarah found a group of people who were queuing up and waiting for Samehata to give them food to replenish their energy. When Sarah found Zed naturally noticed the other person's figure. He couldn't help but raise his brows. Warmth is coming to your door? This beautiful girl, are you looking for a husband? Ji used a teleportation technique to get close to Sarah and asked. Sarah was frightened by the sudden action of the robber and took a step back. When she realized what was going on, she couldn't help but feel angry. As soon as his brows were furrowed and the words were not yet out of his mouth, a red light flashed in Ji's pupils as he got the answer he wanted. Clang, then, a sack was thrown over his head with a swish. Come. Whose Yin seal is full, hurry up and carry the sack and wave it in front of Minato. Soon, the shadow clone of Minato Namikaze left at the source of the dragon vein saw Ji carrying a sack on his back. Ji, she is the queen of the ancient kingdom of Lulin. The corner of Namikaze Minato's shadow clone's mouth twitched. Well, my bad premonition has come true. I know. The ancient kingdom of Lulin was destroyed. What did you learn in your intelligence gathering class? Information must keep up with the times, Minato. Ji glanced at Minato Namikaze's shadow clone and saw him following him. He was surprised and said, "Aren't you worried about the dragon vein? Why are you following us? There are still people working over there." "Anyone else?" "Yes, you should be prepared to work here for a long time. There's so much chakra here." Ji sighed with a smack of his tongue. After leaving Minato Namikaze's sight, he used reverse summoning to place the sack in the Ryukadon family compound. The main point is to show off. "Kanaha!" hissed the little white snake, spit out its tongue and looked at Uchiha Kage with its round eyes. "Yeah, got it." The Uchiha Kage waved his hand casually. He took out a scroll from his fourth-dimensional treasure bag, unfolded the seal, and slapped his hand on the ritual mark with the word printed on it. The art of spiritual communication. With a bang, a large cloud of light mist appeared. The figures of Ji with diamond-shaped marks on their foreheads appeared in front of Uchiha Kage. This is how Fukazakugama's summoning technique works. Afterwards, one after another they turned into shadows and merged into the surrounding shadows before quietly dispersing. "I have to go there myself." Uchiha Kage stretched his body and stretched. After the Ji who stayed in the village without the yin seal was replaced, the Uchiha Kage entered the Ryukai Cave transit station with his clones. The sack that appeared here was spotted at a glance. Tisk tisk, you are worthy of being my clone. You have a good eye." The Uchiha Kage stepped forward and untied the sack, his eyes suddenly brightening. The sleeping woman has an exquisite and delicate mature face, and her waist-length dark red hair and burgundy dress perfectly highlight her gentle and mature temperament. Her figure is also curvy, and although not as big as Tsunade's, it is definitely not to be underestimated. Love at first sight. Absolutely love at first sight. With just one glance, Uchiha Kage confirmed that this mature older sister was definitely one of the wives he had married first and then fell in love with. His wife's sensors were all reacting. After waiting for a while, Uchiha Kage was summoned to the dragon vein with joy. As a person of very noble status, Uchiha Kage certainly couldn't queue up like the workers and quickly get his hands on the sword. Samehada is exhausted. "Hey, as soon as I came, you became so weak that you couldn't stand up straight. Who are you staring at here? My second brother is invincible. If you don't want to turn into an explosive knife or a long sword, then eat it with big mouthfuls." After hearing the instructions from Uchiha Kage, Samehada realized his mistake and immediately stood up, swallowing huge amounts of dragon vein chakra. "Big sword Samehada, Byuwu, I miss you, Kisame, come and save me." As time passed, the chakra in the yin seal on Uchiha Kage's forehead gradually filled up. When it sensed that the capacity of the yin seal was approaching its limit, it stopped. "It's okay." Uchiha Kage pursed his lips. He casually handed the broadsword Samehada to the next person in line, Ji. After the yin seal is released, the powerful temporary buff will significantly enhance the strength of the clone Ji, at least in a protracted bladder battle. But for the main body, a mere 2 or 3 times of chakra is dispensable, and the golden finger shadow tears will take action. This is also the reason why he is not in high spirits. There is no natural energy left in the dragon vein. The 10 Tails divine tree is so abominable. How much natural energy would this amount of chakra require before being converted? "You can't eat so much, why are you wasting it?" "Damn it, it's all Danzo's fault that he doesn't know how to protect the natural energy of the ninja world." The Uchiha Kage was secretly unhappy. After wandering around the Lulin ruins for a while and stealing 2 bottles that looked pretty good, he quickly returned to Konoha via the Ryukai Cave transfer station. "Xiao Nan wife, this is for you." "This is." The Uchiha Kage threw 2 bottles to Konan to arrange the flowers. He also introduced Sarah and settled her down in the yard. Although this strong and brave queen of a fallen country found it hard to accept the fact that she was kidnapped, there was nothing that couldn't be solved with a spanking. If there is, beat him in public. The slapping sounds had just ended, and Sarah, the person who had surrendered, had not yet walked far. The sound of footsteps came from far away. Second dad, Uchiha Tobirama trotted over. After greeting Zionin and the others in the yard, he looked around with a shrewd look, then approached Uchiha Kage and whispered, "I want to play for you, Naruto, danger." A figure walked up to the podium. The students in the classroom who were originally chattering suddenly became quiet, and each of them sat upright and stared at the front of the podium. Except for 2 guys who were secretly communicating with their eyes and engaging in a battle of consciousness. "Everyone, this is Karen who is transferring to our school from today. Welcome the new student." Irika looked at the students in the class and introduced them with a smile. Then, he patted Zionlin's shoulder gently and looked at her encouragingly. "I'm Zionlin, please take care of me in the future." Karen mustered up her courage and spoke loudly. Regarding the kidnapping incident, the little girl was quite open-minded and accepted it quickly. Both the living environment here and the prosperity of the village are much better than the 30 to 40 square meter storage room they had in Kusagakur. There is an older sister who is very gentle to her in the yard where she lives, and now she has to make new friends. Xionlin is looking forward to her future life. The students in the class were also observing Karen. It's already the second semester for the freshmen in this class, so how come there are still new students entering the class? Nara Shikamaru lay on the table, looking at Karen thoughtfully. Hineda's tiny body huddled in her seat. After secretly observing Xionlin, his little face immediately drooped slightly and he felt a little nervous. During these days, her father told her some things specifically, asking her to be especially careful of certain people and to wait for him to pick her up after school. Based on the straightforward words from her father, she more or less realized something in her heart. She was targeted when she was just born. Hineda, terrible, there's a pervert. Weavu. As a frequent visitor to the courtyard, Uchiha Tobirama naturally knew Karen. However, at the moment he was completely immersed in the battle of consciousness with Naliachuo and had no time to take care of this matter. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the outdoor practical class began. Some boys who are active and competitive by nature are ready to perform well in front of the class. No way, you'll just have to wait for me to wash you this time. Uchiha Tobirama looked at Naruto with twinkling eyes, raised his little head proudly, and spoke provocatively. When it comes to talent between the two, he is slightly better than Naruto. But Naruto also has his own advantages. The blood of the Uzumaki clan has given him a powerful amount of chakra. In addition, he is willing to work hard and there is no Nine Tails to disrupt his chakra, so his progress is still steady. However, Uchiha Tobirama always liked to stir up trouble and did not focus all his attention on training, so the result of the battle between the two was still the same. In the last battle, Uchiha Tobirama was dazzled by Naruto's many clones, and in the end the young Hinejika was hit by the ultimate technique of Konoha's ninjutsu, the 1,000 Years of Death. However, this time he invited a king to coach for him. I will definitely take revenge. Tisk, Tobi, I'm stronger than the last time we fought. Wait until I admit defeat. Naruto crossed his arms and pouted in disdain. What the hell, Tobi Hottie, finally. After the two little rascals made a seal of reconciliation with each other, the two people who had been fighting in their minds since the first class of the day also ushered in their official opening. Uchiha Tobirama walked out from the crowd. When passing by a green shade, his body trembled slightly. When he opened his eyes again, the person who logged in had become a King of Glory leveling player. Yoshi, both parties are now forming opposing seals. Under the teacher's command, the two of them formed opposing seals with each other, and the battle officially began. Tobi, if you beg me now, I can let you off a little in the fight. Naruto raised an eyebrow and chuckled. I was somewhat proud of the result of the last battle. This is how men get along with each other. Whoever wins the battle gets to overshadow the other for a week, and has the right to brag and show off. You born evil, I will teach you a lesson myself, Uchiha Tobirama said with an evil smile on his face. Then he controlled his body and rushed towards Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto went forward without showing any weakness. How could he be inferior to others in his life? The art of clone. Naruto quickly formed seals with his hands while running. Several puffs of mist suddenly exploded around him, and several clones were running along with the original body. In the blink of an eye, he couldn't tell which one was the original one. Once you have an advantage, you must use it reasonably. It is obvious that Naruto has already begun to develop his own fighting style. Oh, water release, water crush wave. Uchiha Tobirama sneered. The running steps suddenly stopped and the hands quickly formed seals. Then, a stream of water like a waterfall came out of his mouth and rushed towards Naruto and his clone who were running about 2 meters in front of him. Under the impact of the water flow, Naruto's intangible clones instantly disappeared. The only real body was also washed several meters away by the water flow, and when Naruto was soaked and still struggling in the puddle, the figure of Uchiha Tobirama quietly appeared behind him. With an evil smile on his face, his sinful little hands formed seals, and then stabbed out. Naruto cried out in pain in a melodious voice and immediately stopped struggling. He lay on the ground with his butt slightly arched, his hands tightly covering the parts of his body that were badly injured. His little face was flushed red and his body was shaking. You are born evil. My goal is to become a ruthless and cruel person like the second generation Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Uchiha Tobirama smiled smugly. He was picking his nose with the fingers he had just made a seal with. After taking out the snacks, he gently pinched and rolled them into a ball with his fingers, and flicked them casually, while also mentioning Senju Tobirama's name. He caught a glimpse of the disgusted look on Xionlin's face who was watching from the side, and nodded with satisfaction in his heart. Very good. The child bride that I have worked so hard to raise must not be allowed to fly away in the future. Uchiha Tobirama's body shook slightly again, and the boss of the account quietly came online. Snort, no matter what, you will always be defeated by me. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Naruto with his butt arched in front of him. Uchiha Tobirama snorted arrogantly, and he felt so great. But what he didn't know was, with the slight flick of the finger involved in the seal casting, the male god filter in the hearts of the girls who were originally impressed by his looks was also quietly shattered. Is that familiar stench? When the ninja school was over, the students all ran out in a hurry. There was only a soft and cute little girl waiting quietly at the school gate. She did not leave the school until her father with a serious face came in to pick her up. Tobirama, I heard that you defeated Naruto with the water-style water rush wave during the practical class at the ninja school. Within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku always has a serious face. However, the look in his eyes when he looked at his naughty little son was filled with satisfaction. Water-style water rush wave is a B-rank ninjutsu that is very difficult to learn. Even in the hands of some veteran shinins and even jonins, these were powerful ninjutsu that could be used as a trump card, but his little son actually learned it in his first year at the ninja school? Even Uchiha Itachi, who is known as a genius in the clan, cannot compare to such talent, right? Perhaps his youngest son will be a strong man who can open the Mangekyo Sharinan like Uchiha Shisui in the future. We must never let him waste his talent like this again. Uchiha Fugaku thought to himself. Father, my chakra consumption is too great today. Uchiha Tobirama opened his mouth with a somewhat stiff expression. His eyes rolled around a few times and he finally thought of an excuse to fool his father. But before he could relax, a serious voice that could not be refused sounded. Tobirama, you will follow me to carry out the mission this weekend and experience the daily life of a real ninja in advance. By the way, I will teach you some ninjutsu on the way. Uchiha Fugaku nodded calmly and spoke. But his heart is full of enthusiasm for his son to become successful. No, I guess not. Uchiha Tobirama shook his head frantically, a layer of cold sweat oozing out of his little face due to nervousness. If my father tests his ninjutsu on the road, wouldn't that be a disaster? If my father knew the truth, I'm afraid he'll get so angry that he'll kill himself. Although Uchiha Tobirama was small, he had a very active mind, and his own tragic end soon emerged in his mind. Damn it! Clearly, the training that I hired from my second father before always used fists and feet. Why did he use ninjutsu this time? Could it be that Naruto has really become stronger? Thinking of this, Uchiha Tobirama's face tightened. Tobi's hot mom is never inferior to others in his life. Before Uchiha Fugaku could express his dissatisfaction with his attitude, Uchiha Tobirama's expression changed, and he said passionately, Father, please teach me some ninjutsu this weekend. Akatsuki Organization. After Nagato absorbed the chakra remnants of the tailed beast left by Ji into the body of the Outer Path demon statue, sensing the terrifying power contained in the Outer Path golem, the hesitation in his heart about the plan became firm again. Although I don't know what purpose that damn guy has in approaching me, but by collecting the tailed beasts, they can definitely turn the Outer Path demon statue into the most terrifying weapon in the world, and then use it to bring unbearable pain to the world. Only when the ninja world understands true pain will it realize how rare and precious peace is. Only then can you know what peace is. Although Nagato believed that he possessed the power of God, he had no intention of challenging the ninja world alone. Therefore, Akatsuki's plan to recruit new members can continue. The mission to capture the tailed beasts also began ahead of schedule. The Land of Earth. Outside the Uegakur village. After getting addicted to doing evil, Deidara inevitably carried out terrorist attacks again and again in the Hidden Rock village. The tragic consequences each time are unbearable to watch. Even from a few blocks away, the smell of the tragedy could make people turn pale and retch uncontrollably. Oniki, who was troubled by this, had no choice but to expel his favorite disciple Deidara from the village under the strong wishes of the villagers. Onoki, this evil disciple is finally gone that I can live a few more years. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. This day, Deidara was holding a ball of white explosive clay in his hand, concentrating on studying his art in his house outside the village. After the support from his senior last time, Deidara felt that his artistic level had been sublimated. Look how long it has been, and there is no one in the Uegakur village who doesn't know about his art. Although he was driven out of the village, Deidara was extremely sincere and passionate about his art in his heart, and he would not give up so easily. He is now studying how to give the clay creatures he creates the ability to perceive with synchronized vision, and how to control them from a distance. If the research is successful, even though he was far away from the Uegakur village, he could still witness his art blossom and flourish in the Uegakur village. Sparasi, just think of that wonderful picture. Deidara's body couldn't help but twist into a ball. Suddenly, Deidara's brows moved slightly and he turned his head to look in one direction. He faintly sensed a chakra fluctuation caused by the battle from that direction, and, very familiar. Who messed with Uncle Steam? He really asked for his own death. Idiot. I'm bored, let's go over and take a look, Deidara muttered to himself. He put away the clay spider in his hand, stood up and pushed the door open to walk out. As they got closer to the battle site, the inexperienced Deidara couldn't help but become nervous. Although he has participated in and completed many missions with the village's ninjas, the gap between those previous scenes and the current battle is too great. Steam Uncle is the village's tailed beast Jinchuriki, an absolute top combat force. Who could fight him so fiercely? Deodara was a little unsure and didn't dare to approach the battlefield rashly. He took his hand out of his waist pocket and created two small, sentient clay creatures, controlling them to move toward the battlefield. Deodara placed his fingers on the ground and released chakra, concentrating his mind to sense what the clay creature was observing. Steam Uncle's chakra aura is getting weaker. Deodara's brows couldn't help but furrow. Because his research on ninjutsu has not been successful yet, he can only sense the general situation. A desolate valley with rocks all over it. The battle on the field was extremely fierce. Han, the five-tails Jinchuriki, had already entered the half-tailed beast state at this time, his body covered with red-tailed beast chakra. The terrifying high-temperature properties of the boiling escape caused clouds of gas to rise around his body. Ordinary ninjas would be seriously injured or even killed by the burning steam from the boiling soup if they just got close to him. But his opponent at this time was not ordinary. There was a slight smile on Scorpion's face. Not far in front of him, there was a dead body in red cloud and black robe. At this time, Scorpion had not yet transformed himself. The guy who is on the same team with him does have some strength. It's just that this extremely confident guy was so stupid that he didn't even bother to collect intelligence about his opponent in advance. You deserve to die. Red secret technique, 100 machines maneuver. Scorpion unfolded a scroll and suddenly summoned hundreds of puppets in red robes in front of him. The densely packed figures blocked out the sky for a moment. Then, under the control of Scorpion's perfect skills, these puppets lit up all kinds of weapons in their hands that flashed cold light and attacked Han. These weapons are also coated with horrific toxins carefully developed by Scorpion. Such a number of puppets. Seeing this, Han, who had transformed into a half-tailed beast, couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Astonishing chakra began to gather in front of him to form the shape of a sphere. Before the first wave of puppets in the front row were about to approach him, he quickly shot out the tailed beast balls that gathered in front of his face. Boom! There was a sudden burst of dazzling explosion. The red-robed puppet that attacked head-on was turned into ashes in the horrific explosion of the tailed beast ball. However, in addition to these melee puppets holding knives, hammers, axes and halberds, there are still many red-robed puppets in the air around them with their jaws open to spit out poisonous needles, or spit fire, water, and poisonous mist. The chakra of Han's half-tailed beast was suppressed by the puppet's powerful firepower and quickly dissipated out of the gap. The poisonous needles flashing with cold light covered everything with an impenetrable frequency of attacks. Relying on the all-round physical improvement provided by his half-tailed beast transformation, Han continued to charge towards Scorpion under the siege of the red-robed puppets. In the ninja world, it is a consensus among all ninjas when facing puppet masters that they should capture the leader first. As expected of the tailed beast Jinchuriki, it can actually last this long despite being poisoned, and it's really a very high-quality material. Scorpion looked at Han on the field. There was a gleam of interest in his eyes. But I can't let you get any closer. As he spoke, Scorpion took out another scroll from behind him. The repaired human puppet of the third Kazekage emerged from it. As soon as the Saname Kazekige's human puppet appeared, it quickly formed hand seals under Scorpion's control and summoned a wave of sand iron out of thin air. Magnetic style, sand iron rain. All the red-robed puppets in the air scattered instantly. Countless fine needles formed from iron sand formed a huge black current in the air, which shot towards Han, who had transformed into a half-tailed beast, with unstoppable force. Puff puff puff. Han's rampaging momentum was stopped by a high-quality iron sand-covered attack, and his body was pushed backward by the subsequent continuous attacks. Click! The earth and rocks beneath my feet collapsed under the weight. Han's body staggered, and then he was smashed into the ground by countless dense sand and iron sea currents, causing a large amount of flying sand and rocks. 5 tails. Han muttered weakly. The tailed beast chakra on the body is almost gone. At the same time, the effect of the poison gradually manifested itself, making his consciousness hazy. Don't worry, I got it. A gentle and mature female voice sounded in Han's consciousness, and his consciousness immediately became silent. And in the outside world, a melodious cry suddenly sounded amid the flying sand and rocks, and at the same time a faint light appeared in the dust and haze. That's such strong chakra. It's the tailed beast ball. Jinchuriki is really hard to deal with. A solemn look appeared on Scorpion's face. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying tailed beast ball shot out from the flying dust in the distance, instantly shattering the iron sand sea current in front of him. Then, a huge, pure white beast with 5 for horns on its head came running out of the smoke and dust, and its enormous force caused a rumbling sound to echo on the ground. Whispering sound. It's just a clumsy beast. Scorpion sneered confidently. With the attack methods of ordinary puppeteers, they are helpless when facing a huge monster like the tailed beasts, but this definitely does not include the human puppet like the Saname Kazekage he created. Magnetic style, sand iron Beyblade. Scorpion controlled the human puppet of the third Kaze cage to quickly form hand seals. He manipulated the iron sand to gather into a huge triangular cone of iron sand in the air, which quickly rotated in the air and crashed into the five-tailed King Mew. Horned fold. King Mewvine Mew lowered his head. The four sharp horns on its head lit up, and it leaped up with all its might to crash into the flying iron sand triangular pyramid. Bang! Tailed beasts are tailed beasts after all. The enormous force of the five-tailed King Mew directly smashed the iron sand triangular pyramid into pieces. However, its body had not yet completely landed on the ground, and the shattered iron sand scattered and quickly condensed to form a densely packed barrier field with long thorns. Magnetic release, sand-iron realm technique. The huge body of the five-tailed King Mew cannot be avoided being hit by the densely packed long iron sand spikes. With a mournful cry, it broke through the sand-iron barriers and fell heavily to the ground. Magnetic style, sand-iron 3. Sand-iron wall. Scorpion was about to continue attacking the five-tailed fox. Sensing the terrifying chakra of the five tails gathering in front of him, his face changed slightly. He quickly controlled the human puppet of the third Kaze cage to change moves and form hand seals to defend, while he himself was also quickly looking for a place to hide. Boom! The terrifyingly powerful tailed beast ball easily tore through the sand-iron wall, and the huge explosion destroyed most of the sand-iron barrier. Even the Sandaime Kazekige's human puppet had nearly half of its body destroyed by the aftermath of the explosion because it did not dodge in time, and all of its chakra lines were broken. Damn it! I will definitely make Uegakure's Jinchuriki into my art collection. Scorpion looked at the human puppets of the Sandaime Kaze cage scattered on the ground and cursed angrily. This is his masterpiece. Out of the corner of his eye he suddenly caught a glimpse of a white creature approaching him from the rubble. Scorpion became alert and quickly reached for a scroll behind him. Drink, as if realizing that it had been exposed, the white creature's movements suddenly accelerated. Accompanied by a childish low growl, the white creature's body suddenly lit up with an explosion of fire. Boom! Then two more white objects flew over in a parabolic trajectory. The childish voice sounded again. Art is an explosion, drink. The flames from the explosion quickly dissipated, revealing a wide metal chain tail that was stained with a bit of burnt black. Behind it, there is a human puppet wearing a black robe with red clouds, Fei Liuhu. I thought the battle just now had attracted the ninjas from the Hidden Rock Village, but I didn't expect that the one who came over was just an ignorant idiot. Scorpion's voice slowly came out from Feliahu. However, the words of this little kid in front of him would not affect his mission of bringing the Five Tails Jinchuriki back to Akatsuki. The metal chain tail quickly stretched out, and the tail spike flashing with icy light shot straight towards Deodara. Puff! The tail spike easily pierced Deodara's body. Laugh! You've been fooled, idiot. Deodara had a smile on his face, showing that his plan had succeeded. The body quickly softened, revealing its true nature as mud. Before it completely lost its form, it grinned and growled, drink, boom. The explosive clay contained in the clay clone is naturally far more than that of the previous small clay spider. Following a loud bang, the intense flames completely obscured the figure of the Feliahu puppet. Although Deodara's personality is relatively straightforward and simple, but his performance in combat is also that of a calm and cunning character. After a successful attack, Deodara did not stop. He took out some white-skinned clay grasshopper creatures with a faint yellowish-brown color from his pocket and scattered them on the field. Let me show you my art, Deodara shouted excitedly. As the grasshopper creatures continued to rush into the flames, small explosions were immediately heard. At the same time, an intriguing smell spread throughout the venue. This is the explosive clay creature with artistic fillings that Deodara carefully prepared in advance. Important note, not freshly made. You can't eat shit with your palm. Hiryu Amber, prosthetic 1,000 hands. Suddenly, a sharp sound of metal breaking wind was heard in the flames of the explosion, followed by a strange mechanical sound, and densely packed wooden cylinders flew in all directions. At the same time, the thousands of poisonous needles inside also scattered in all directions. Large groups of grasshoppers were pierced and exploded by the 1,000 poisonous needles while they were still jumping, and pale yellow mucus scattered everywhere. The fire in the center was quickly extinguished. Ugh, this is your art, ugh. The scorpion's voice was heard from the red flow amber. With the sound of retching, he finally managed to utter a complete sentence. He originally thought that his art of turning living people into human puppets was already advanced enough, but he didn't expect that there was someone here who was more courageous than him. This puppet can't be used anymore. Ugh, that's right. Don't you think the brilliant explosion and sublimation at that moment is very beautiful? It's really great. Deodara put his hands under his chin, looking excited with orgasm. He was extremely keen on the explosion and sublimation at that moment, but when the yellow flower bloomed brilliantly, it would also bring indescribable excitement and happiness to his heart. And combining the two can make people more impressed with their own art. Senior is really a genius. Ugh, art is meant to be long-lasting and beautiful, and to last into the future. The beauty of longevity is art. When it comes to the concept of art, Scorpio becomes more talkative. Even if the other person was just a kid, he would speak out about his understanding and pursuit of art regardless of the occasion. Really? It seems that the art I showed you earlier still cannot leave a lasting impression on you. Deidara had a smirk of the old man on his face. Then he formed a seal with his fingers and said in a low voice, "Drink." Boom. There was a sudden explosion underground where Fei Liuhu was. Scorpion noticed it in time and controlled the metal chain tail to block, but while he was blocking, Deidara threw out another handful of clay grasshopper creatures with artistic fillings. Drink, after a short and rapid explosion. Although Scorpion designed the Philiahu human puppet to be both offensive and defensive and extremely sturdy, it still stood completely still, and only the sound of retching could be heard coming from it. It's full of paste. This time it's really full of paste. Scorpion was so moved by Deidara's art that he burst into tears and lay inside the scarlet amber. When he tried to use chakra lines to control the movements of the puppet, he could clearly feel the sticky blockage at the puppet's joints. Ha ha ha, the explosion is a moment of sublimation, and it leaves a lasting and profound impression. My art is the most perfect. Deidara twisted his body and laughed. He didn't believe that he could defeat the opponent who had defeated the village's five tails Jinchuriki so easily. So, it must be his art that conquered the other party. Well, just like those people in the village. Just when Deidara was feeling very proud, a loud noise suddenly came from a distance, accompanied by the mournful cry of the five-tailed king. What? That person? Deidara quickly looked in the direction of the voice. What he saw shocked him so much that he fell to the ground. I saw a red-haired figure wearing a black robe with red clouds floating in the air. At his feet was a huge deep pit. The five-tailed king Mew, who was as big as a hill, fell powerlessly into the pit. The movement that just happened lasted only a brief moment. How did he do that? Deidara was horrified. This is the strongest person he has ever seen. Immediately, Deidara used the Earth-style, Earth Dragon Hide technique, used chakra to soften the soil, dived into the ground and dug to escape. Facing such a terrifying guy, he didn't have any inappropriate thoughts. This matter must be told to the stinky old man as soon as possible. Deidara concentrated on digging in the soil while sneaking, but soon, a terrifying gravitational force suddenly enveloped the area where he was. The soil above his head quickly flew up into the sky under the influence of gravity, and then it was the turn of Deidara, who was lurking underground. Not bad. Nagato looked at the unbearable tragedy happening to Scorpion, and his calm face twitched a few times. He paused and said, "Kid, you are qualified to join the Akatsuki organization. Tell me your choice." Nagato asked calmly while grabbing Deidara with one hand. He could see Deidara's talent in combat, and although he was young, he did have the qualifications to become a strong man. "You bastard." Deidara looked at Nagato nervously. He looked at the Five Tails King Mew, who had disappeared back into the body of the Jinchuriki in the pit below, and a little cold sweat slid down his face. The art he pursued has not yet blossomed before the world. I struggled and was entangled in this issue for a long time. Deidara pointed at the Hiriko at the art tragedy scene, looked at Nagato and said, "I joined the Akatsuki organization, but I want to team up with that guy." Teaming up with a guy who is conquered by his art is like joining a strange little organization. You won't be bored anymore. Within the Uchiha clan, Obito confirmed that there was no one around, carefully closed the doors and windows of his house, rubbed his hands excitedly, and took out a treasured photo frame from the drawer. Hiss! He tore off pieces of white tape to cover up Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, and himself in the photo. Only the girl in the middle with a smile on her face and her hands making a V sign was left. "Lin-chan," Obito murmured, blushing as he looked at the photo. After looking around nervously again, she pouted her lips shyly and was about to kiss the photo. But at this moment, the closed door was suddenly slammed open. Obito suddenly shuddered nervously. His heart was filled with panic as he was caught doing something bad, and he quickly stuffed the photo frame into his clothes. "Yo, Obito, why do you look so nervous? You didn't just hide at home and use your hands secretly, did you?" Zed slowly lowered his raised foot. The corner of his mouth curled up in an ambiguous arc, and he looked at Obito with a playful look. Behind him, Kakashi, who was already immersed in the paradise of intimacy, also had doubts in his eyes and looked at Obito with the same interest. And Nohara Lin followed quietly at the end with an awkward but polite smile on her face. Although G didn't finish his words, she knew what they meant. "Don't talk nonsense. I was just," Obito yelled in anger. But he stuttered for a long time and couldn't say the words to explain himself. He glanced at Nohara Rin, who was following behind him. He felt like a ditch cockroach that was thrown in the sun and exposed to the sun, facing social demise in front of the person he loved. "Okay, no need to explain to us. Those who understand will understand, and those who don't understand will still not understand no matter how much you explain." Zed kindly patted Obito, who was about to cry but had no tears. Kakashi followed suit and raised an eyebrow, giving him a "brother I understand you" look. Obito looked at the two of them with gritted teeth. Isn't this equivalent to forcibly labeling him? but he didn't even use his hands just now. Take it easy on yourself. Compared to the beatings you get every day, this little thing is nothing. Zed smiled reassuringly. You farted. We are clearly sparring with each other, it's sparring. Don't get complacent after winning a few times. Gee, today I'm going to teach you a lesson and show you my true strength. The rustic man jumped 3 feet high, rolled up his sleeves and walked out while talking. Even if you have been beaten for several years, he, Obito, is still those 2 words. Not convinced. 10 minutes later, Obito was lying on the ground with a bruised face, while Kakashi and Nohara Rin, who were watching from the sidelines, looked as if they were used to it. This kind of scene is just like a daily check-in. They would be surprised if they couldn't see it one day. Okay, get ready, there's a new mission. G used the Palm Immortal technique to heal Obito's injuries and spoke. Such a suitable sandbag must be well maintained so that it can be used for 100 years. Snort. Don't be complacent. Next time I will definitely let you see how powerful I am. After Obito recovered from his injuries, he immediately became lively and energetic and spoke harshly. He glared at G with a very unhappy look. If G hadn't been there, the one who would have treated his injuries would have been his beloved Linear Zed. Looked at the energetic Obito and nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, this kind of stubborn idiot is a high-quality punching bag, unlike Weasel, who just takes a beating and doesn't have to treat it like a serious training. Afterwards, the group went to the Hokage building to find Minato Namikaze to receive the mission. Not long ago, there was a coup d'etat in the Snow Country, and the daimyo of the Snow Country was assassinated. Someone anonymously issued a mercenary mission to Konoha, requesting Konoha to send a ninja to take the only descendant of the daimyo of the Snow Country to escape the coup and civil strife, and stay away from the Snow Country. This is the specific content of your mission. After explaining the situation, Minato Namikaze handed over a mission scroll. Snow Country? Kakashi heard this and a hint of caution flashed in his eyes. The Land of Snow is adjacent to the Land of Earth, one of the 5 great countries. Even if a mercenary mission is issued, it should be issued directly to the Uegakur village, rather than being issued to Konoha across the territories of several countries as it is now. The former daimyo of the Snow Country had some old ties with our Konoha, so those old ministers chose to hand this task over to our Konoha. Minato Namikaze saw the doubt in Kakashi's heart and began to explain. Kakashi nodded. Afterwards, the group received their mission and set off for the Snow Country. G, who was tasked with training Obito, naturally followed the others and left. Obito must take a beating every day. The Land of Snow. Located in the remote polar region, it is covered with ice and snow most of the year. The distance from Konoha to the Snow Country is more than twice that to the Wind Country. However, Kakashi and his crew traveled by water, and after much haste, they finally arrived at this land of ice and snow at noon 7 days later when the sun was shining brightly. Nice weather, looks like we'll be lucky this time. G looked up at the warm sun in the sky, which was not too blaring, and smiled. I'll go get some information. Kakashi looked around at the surrounding environment and disappeared with a flash of light. After more than 10 minutes, Kakashi returned again, with a faint smell of blood on his body. I can't contact the client of the mission. All the main roads nearby are blocked by the rebels. However, I found out that the hired snow ninjas are concentrated near the daimyo prefecture. Kakashi panted slightly and spoke. Whispering sound. I don't think there's any need to be so cautious, we can just go straight ahead. Obito's eyes flashed with excitement, and he said eagerly. Ever since the 5 major countries entered a period of peace, apart from being constantly beaten by robbers and carrying out some simple mercenary escort missions, he has rarely had a satisfying battle. Now that I see the opportunity, I naturally want to perform well in front of Nohara Linear. The enemies of the Snow Country can't be as strong as G, right? Are you an idiot? Kakashi gave Obito a speechless look. After some discussion, the few of them determined the next action plan. I wish you good luck on your mission. I won't continue to play around with you guys. G smiled lightly. The figure turned into a shadow and poured into the ground, quickly disappearing before the eyes of several people. Although the black shadow was somewhat conspicuous in the white snow, G's speed was fast enough. Even though G was tasked with the arduous task of training Obito, it was impossible for him to come to the Snow Country in vain. As mentioned before, the ninja world has technology. Not to mention what's far away, the steam train with a kuka-kuka sound just ran past in front of G's eyes. You can even see the smoke rings emitted by the locomotive. Fuck, there's also a fucking airship. G looked at the mechanical airship passing overhead and couldn't help but be shocked. However, when I thought about the chakra cannons of the hidden cloud village in the Land of Lightning that were bombarding directly into space, I didn't care too much. It's just an airship, it's just the beginning. It is said that where there is demand there is development. The environment in the Snow Country is so cold that G doesn't believe that no one here has researched and produced a technological product like air conditioning. You should know that the secret treasure in the secret treasury of the Snow Country in the original drama is a geothermal generator that can change the local climate. With air conditioning, you can walk your bird around the house freely in the winter. although this is a treatment only available to the main body. While G was busy buying home appliances, Kakashi and his cruise operation went very smoothly. They had broken through layers of blockades and sneaked into the area near the daimyo's mansion in the snow country. Kakashi carefully sent his clone to infiltrate the secret contact location agreed upon with the mission client. "You're finally here. I am Asama Santaifu, the client of this mission." A bearded man wrapped in bandages saw Kakashi in his Konoha ninja attire, and with a look of joy on his face he quickly stood up and came forward to greet him. "Well, where is the target we are protecting in the mission?" Kakashi's clone carefully observed the surrounding environment and found no ambush. Not wanting to get too involved, he took out the mission scroll and asked directly. Because the coup by the rebel ninjas came too suddenly, the ministers loyal to the daimyo only had time to secretly hide the princess in the secret basement of the daimyo's mansion. But the daimyo's mansion has been blocked by the rebel ninjas. We have no chance to rescue the princess. We can only ask for help from Konoha. Asama Santaifu began to describe the current situation. "Learn." Kakashi's clone asked for directions to the basement. It immediately turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated. Afterwards, the three people hiding in a safe place once again made a plan to break into the daimyo's mansion and rescue the princess of the snow country. In a secret basement in Daiming Prefecture, Fenghua Xiaoxu was shivering all over and huddled in bed with her head covered with the quilt. Even though more than half a month had passed, the bloody scene of her father being killed by her uncle still emerged in her mind from time to time. The night when Daiming Prefecture was shrouded in flames of riot was an unforgettable nightmare in her mind. Bang, bang. The sudden crisp sound from above made Fenghua Xiaoxu's pupils shrink. Her body shrank even more, and her trembling little hands covered her mouth tightly, not daring to make the slightest sound. But the people outside would not stop because of her fear and reluctance. After the first crisp sound, the people outside were able to determine the target's location, and the sound of heavy objects destroying the wall was getting closer and closer. Finally, with a loud boom, a big hole appeared in the wall above the basement. "Come quickly! There's a discovery here." One by one, the rebellious ninjas jumped into the basement. Soon Fenghua Xiaoxu was found curled up under the bed with a look of fear on her face. Afterwards, the group excitedly brought Fenghua Xiaoxu to the initiator of the rebellion, Fenghua Nudao, the younger brother of the daimyo of the snow country. "Xiaoxu, tell me, where did you hide the hexagonal crystal?" Fenghua Nudao had a winner's smile on his face. He looked at Fenghua Xiaoxu, who was sitting on the ground, and asked. Upon hearing this, Fenghua Xiaoxu subconsciously clenched the front of her clothes with her hands, but she didn't know that this action had already exposed what Fenghua Nudao wanted to know. "Xiaoxu, uncle will send you to accompany your incompetent father." Fenghua Nudao had a sinister smile on his face. He drew out a dagger and walked towards Fenghua Xiaoxu. But at this moment, something strange happened at the scene. Fire style, great fireball technique. With a bang, the wall was broken. A huge fireball burst into the cave entrance. "Who is it?" Fenghua Nudao immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. But when he looked outside the cave, Kakashi, who had used transformation techniques to disguise himself and blend into the rebellious snow ninjas, suddenly jumped out, picked up Fenghua Xiaoxu and ran away from danger. "Damn it! Ice escape, Black Dragon Storm Kill." Fenghua Nudao turned around and cursed, quickly condensing chakra in his palm. Suddenly, a black dragon formed by snow, frost, etc. gathered and flew towards Kakashi. "Lin!" Kakashi looked back at the black dragon that was chasing him closely, and threw Fenghua Xiaoxu hard towards Nohara Lin, who was not far away. He paused, formed seals quickly with his hands, and slapped his hands on the ground. "Earth escape, earth flow wall." Amidst the rumbling sound, an earth wall with several dog heads on it rose from the ground, blocking the black dragon in front of it. Boom! The earth wall blocked the black dragon for a moment, then collapsed under the continued attack. But Kakashi and his companions took advantage of this brief opportunity to quickly withdraw. Their mission is just protect Fenghua Xiaoxu from the Kuan rebellion, stay away from the snow country, instead of fighting with these rebellious ninjas from the snow country. Wolf Fang Snow Collapse. "I don't care what method you use, you must bring the hexagonal crystal back to me." Fenghua Nudao had a dark face and his chest heaving violently. He looked at the strongest snow ninja under his command and said angrily. "Yes." Lanja Bengxiu responded and accepted the order. He led a group of snow ninjas under his command and quickly rushed out of the daimyo's mansion to chase after Kakashi and his group. "Damn Konoha ninja!" Fenghua Nudao growled angrily. Obviously, he was just one step away from obtaining the treasure in the secret treasury of the Wind Country, but he was ruined by the sudden intrusion of the Konoha ninja. These meddling big countries. Yes, when Kakashi and his crew were evacuating, Fukan Nudao saw a Konoha forward protector revealed by some idiot. Puff! Right at this moment, Fenghua Nudao felt a sudden pain in his chest. A surge of hot blood surged up from my throat, and the taste of rust instantly filled my entire mouth. Fenghua Nudao looked down. However, the chakra armor with strong protective ability was easily pierced by a black tentacle, which quickly drained away all the strength in his body. Consciousness also quickly sank into darkness as the heart filled with ambition shattered. Tisk tisk. I told you, you can't make this trip in vain. G chuckled and silently retracted his tentacles. Then he summoned a scroll. A scroll with the spell seal of the word was engraved on it, and a G was summoned from the transfer station of the Ryakai cave to replace Fengguan Nudao as the daimyo of the Snow Country. He himself sensed the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique left on Obito's body. Quickly return to the team you came from. Obito must receive the beatings he deserves, not a single day less. Why? On a huge ice floe near the sea, Kakashi and his companions were fighting with the rebellious snow ninjas who were chasing them. Perhaps because they rely too much on chakra armor, these snow ninjas are weak in close combat skills. Even the medical ninja Nohara Rin can use the chakra scalpel to defeat the snow ninja who bypassed Kakashi and the other man and approached her, while protecting Feng Hanakoyuki. Ice release, white whale. Lanja Banksue quickly formed seals with both hands. A huge narwhal made of ice suddenly jumped out from under the floating ice on the sea. After breaking through the floating ice, it slammed heavily towards Kakashi and Obito who were on the ice. Fire style, great fireball technique. After forming a hand seal, Obito spit out a large fireball at the oncoming narwhal. But compared to the narwhal, which was as big as an icebreaker, this fireball was only 1/5 of its size. Just when narwhal was about to break through the great fireball technique and smash into Obito, Kakashi turned into an extremely fast afterimage and pushed him aside. Boom! The narwhal broke through the ice, causing a large splash of water, and then sank to the bottom of the sea. Are you really not an idiot? Kakashi shook off the ice on his head and glanced at Obito with disgust. Even though he already knew that the opponent's ninjutsu, which was enhanced by the chakra armor, was very powerful, he still insisted on using ninjutsu to counter the opponent's advantage. How on earth did this guy graduate from ninja school at that time? Please understand, Kakashi. After all, this guy is known as Kenji in the 8 ninja ratings. At this time, G just happened to appear behind Obito using the Flying Thunder God technique. Hearing Kakashi's words, he couldn't help but chuckle. Note, the 8 items of ninja also appear in the personal files in the Naruto world. Depending on the translation, Cien equals G. You know, even the essence that is obviously sunken in Kakashi's personal profile icon has 6 points. You can imagine how outrageous Kenji's rating is. Well, maybe the teacher was lenient and didn't give him a 0. Turned A. Tisk, here comes another one. Lanja Banksue sneered. The Snow Country is located near the poles and in a remote area. He does not know about G's deeds and information in the ninja world. Or maybe he knows a little, but he doesn't care too much. Ice release, Wolf Fang avalanche technique. Lanja Banksue quickly formed seals with both hands. An avalanche suddenly occurred on the snow peak on the ice floe. As piles of snowflakes flowed downward, they condensed into huge snow wolves, charging towards the people and biting them. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Reikari. Kakashi and Obito also used powerful ninjutsu in their hands, and G disappeared in an instant using a magic technique. He came to a place near Nohara Land that was about 2 meters higher than the surrounding area, and spit out high-speed water needles at the small snow ninjas below, quickly clearing the area. This little girl. G frowned and stared at Fengwa Zyaksu in Nohara Lin's arms. He stretched out his hands and began to pinch, pull, knead, and rub her soft little face. Finally, when a pleasant cry was heard, a smile appeared on G's face as expected. That's right. Children should cry if they want to. Kanaha. Uchiha Kage was staying at home. I was sitting in front of the TV, enjoying the air conditioning and playing video games. On the wooden floor next to me was a bottle of cold Coke, which had just been taken out of the refrigerator. Hiss, so cool. After taking a sip of iced cola, Uchiha Kage was in such a good mood. It is true that technology changes our lives. Even if you are in the ninja world, you can still dream back to your otaka life before traveling through time. If there was a bucket of instant noodles, it would be even more similar. Up, down, left, right, BA. The Uchiha Kage, who was concentrating on completing the game, looked at the darkening screen and couldn't help but let out a soft and shrill scream. It's because you came in suddenly and scared me. Tell me, do you want to be cooked into soup? Uchiha Kage dropped the game controller and looked around. After staring for a long time, a pair of cold and ruthless eyes finally fixed on the innocent little white snake, whose tongue was half sticking out from the crack of the door and whose head had not yet crawled into the house. Little white snake, ... The little white snake's tongue immediately retracted into its mouth. It looked at the Uchiha Kage and shook its head wildly, its body curled up and trembled uncontrollably. Okay, bring it here. The Uchiha Kage knew its innocence and said with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, the little white snake immediately crawled over, spit out a small scroll from its mouth, and then, not daring to stay for a moment, turned into a wisp of light smoke and returned to Longdi Cave. I was afraid that it would be made into snake soup if I was too late. After wiping the mucus off the scroll, Uchiha Kage picked it up, unfolded it, and looked at the contents inside. Finally, there's news. Uchiha Kage's eyes lit up. At this time, several months had passed since the White Snake Immortal sent the giant snake from Ryokai Cave to search for Mayaboku Mountain in the human forbidden area west of the Wind Country. Now the news has finally arrived. According to what is written on the scroll, some giant snakes mysteriously disappeared when they entered a deserted forest somewhere in the homeland of the now-destroyed Kingdom of the Underworld, west of the Kingdom of Wind, and were unable to send back any information. Subsequent dispatch. The same was true for the big snakes that gathered intelligence in the past. Such an unusual phenomenon naturally attracted the attention of the White Snake Immortal. So there was this scroll. Uchiha Kage did not hesitate any longer and immediately handed this difficult task to the worker G. I continued to play video games happily in the air-conditioned room. With the existence of the long-decayed transit station, G's ability to travel around the map has definitely improved by a lot. Deep in a deserted forest, a group of G's figures, including clones of clones, and an unknown number of giant snakes were scattered among them, carefully searching every corner that might be suspicious. There are also portals to different dimensions in the ninja world. What G and Orakai are looking for at this time is the gateway of Mayaboku Mountain in the ninja world. Hard work pays off. As the scope of the search continued to narrow, G finally witnessed the magical scene of entering the different space with his own eyes. I saw a big snake climbing on a rocky hill, but its figure suddenly exploded into a cloud of smoke and disappeared from sight. Come quickly! We found the entrance to Mount Mayaboku. When G saw this scene, he immediately shouted loudly, and his companions around him quickly rushed over after hearing the sound. Afterwards, the group of robbers quickly turned into shadows, gathered and hidden in the shadow of one person. Afterwards, the last G who stayed in place resolutely stepped to the place where the previous big snake disappeared. The figure also turned into a puff of smoke with a bang. Toxic pollen filled the air, weakening Jijin's condition. The plant vines under his feet were also constantly absorbing the chakra in Jijin's body to strengthen itself. You must know that neither the Atsutsuki clan nor the Rinnegan's ability to absorb ninjutsu are able to absorb living natural products such as plants. The chakra left outside the field previously continued to provide sufficient nutrients for the plants. In addition, the wood-release plants could absorb the enemy's chakra to recover and strengthen their own abilities when in contact with them. The sphere woven by Uchiha Cage is undoubtedly the most suitable cage for trapped animals. The next step is catch the turtle in the jar. He. Your body is unable to move now, but The Uchiha Cage looked at Jijin with an evil smile on his face. While his body maintained the shadow imitation technique, his mind controlled his mental power to form an invisible palm, which he slapped towards Sixian, who had a proud and indifferent expression on her face. At the same time, under the control of the mind, the shadow tentacles extended several branches on their own, bringing out a whistling sound of breaking wind, and violently whipped towards the body in front of the tiny Sixian. Snap, snap, snap. The crisp and loud sounds of fighting and the somewhat dull sounds of whipping were mixed together. Jijin could no longer maintain his calmness and arrogance. He stared at Uchiha Cage with extremely fierce eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. With a bang, Jijin's body returned to size and leaped up, breaking free from the shadow mimicry technique. While the man was still in the air, he raised his arm and aimed at Uchiha Cage. Several chakra sticks that had been shrunk to extremely tiny shot out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Although Jijin's move was so fast that even the Rinnegan's observation ability found it difficult to react. But Uchiha Cage's eye power is now unimaginable, and he has been using his eye techniques to see through Jijin's thoughts. Before he raises his hand, his body has already taken action. After a slight sideways dodge, Uchiha Cage injected chakra into the plant vines under his feet, giving birth to a large number of side branches and vines, which attacked and whipped Jijin from all angles. That pupil technique. Jijin looked at Uchiha Cage's charming eyes with a serious expression, raised his hand to create a chakra stick, and swung it to block the plant vines that were attacking him. The other party seemed to know that he could not absorb products from nature, and had just dodged his attack. Is it the power of those eyes? Oh, give me Zine. The Uchiha Cage used the Flying Thunder God technique mark and the spread shadow as a stepping stone, instantly appeared behind Jijin, and stabbed out the black chakra stick in his hand. Jijin reacted the moment Uchiha Cage appeared, and swept the black stick in his hand to block. The next second, the figure of Uchiha Cage appeared again on his upper left, and Jijin turned around again with amazing reaction ability to block. But at this moment, several shadow tentacles and plant vines stabbed at Jijin's body from different angles. Jijin instantly activated the little Viguna to shrink his body again. While dodging several attacks, he used Mahakala to summon the sealing cauldron stored in the space where time stood still, and blew it down on Uchiha Cage's head. However, the Uchiha Cage, who saw through it in advance, used the Flying Thunder God technique to easily dodge it. You bastard! As soon as Sixian landed, the shadow stuck to his feet again. The extremely insulting whipping was repeated, making Sixian so angry that she almost died. Jixian restored his body shape and was about to break free from the shadow imitation technique again when he suddenly felt tired. His legs went weak and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. It has the effect of pollen toxin. But more importantly, this unqualified container cannot bear more of his power. Kill him while he is ill. Uchiha Kage would not miss such a good opportunity. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and several huge red torii gates fell from the sky. Immortal technique, Mingshenman. As the saying goes, flak guns are leveled, military courts. In the original drama, after the red torii that could suppress the Ten Tails movements fell, Jijin was immediately smashed into a dead dog. Uchiha Kage stepped forward, condensed the huge amount of pure spiritual power that had not been transformed into his palm, and pressed his palm on the half of the head exposed under the red torii. Not the Atsutsuki spirit? Uchiha Kage looked at the empty soul of Jijin that he had pulled out and curled his lips in boredom. However, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. Uchiha Kage immediately used the fairy technique Yintan Chakra to dissolve and swallow it, and began to absorb and digest it on the spot. As he absorbed and digested it, Uchiha Kage's eyes suddenly lit up. Some of Atsutsuki Ishaiki's strength data and information have been integrated into Jijin's unconscious and empty soul. The basic power of the Atsutsuki clan, the Byakugan. The Uchiha Kage's consciousness moved. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes faded quickly like ripples, transforming into a pair of pure Byakugan. Note: Byakugan is also a manifestation of Yinsakushi. The original Sharingan was also derived from the Byakugan of the Atsutsuki clan. The 360 degrees view without blind spots made Uchiha Kage temporarily feel a little uncomfortable. The degree of control over the surrounding environment is like an enemy who has been locked and seen through by his Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique, and there is nowhere to hide. However, his own Mangekyo Sharingan technique is undoubtedly more powerful and more practical than the basic Byakugan ability. Today is really my lucky day. The Uchiha Kage's eyes flickered, and his enchanting Mangekyo Sharingan returned to its original state. With a slight smile on his face, he looked at the huge red torii in front of him. The Byakugan only needs to integrate the chakra of the Atsutsuki clan to evolve into the Rinnegan, which has the same status as the Rinnegan of the Six Paths Sage. The fairy Yintan chakra that has been transformed by the shadow tears has the ability to absorb and devour chakra. It's perfect for recycling the waste in front of us. Under the gaze of Uchiha Kage, the red torii gate suddenly shrank into invisibility, and Atsutsuki Ishaiki, wearing a white long-sleeved tailcoat, slowly walked out of it. We have never met, but you seem to recognize me. Atsutsuki Ishaiki stood elegantly and looked at the Uchiha Kage. Although his expression appeared calm, Uchiha Kage's Mangekyo Sharingan technique revealed the anger in his heart. He was forced to use an unqualified container for reincarnation, so he was not fully resurrected. Although he recovered all his strength and chakra, he only had a few days left to live. The wedge that was planted in Nagato's body before also ceased to dissipate due to this unexpected reincarnation. If he cannot plant the wedge again before his life runs out, he will really die. Of course. Just like you, the Atsutsuki clan like to devour the lives of planets in the universe, and thereby continuously evolve your own life level. Is there any predator in the world that doesn't recognize its prey as food for its own growth? The corners of Uchiha Kage's mouth rose confidently. There was a sharp light filled with greed in his eyes as he looked at Atsutsuki Ishaiki. How could it be more profitable to just plunder these wealthy space pirates by practicing step by step, or planting the ten-tailed sacred tree and waiting for it to bear chakra fruit? The originally elegant and indifferent expression on Atsutsuki Ishaiki's face had disappeared, and a layer of cold and frosty anger appeared on it uncontrollably. The clan members of the Atsutsuki clan all have a condescending and arrogant attitude towards their own status. How could I tolerate being treated as prey or food? Ja Tian. A cold light flashed in Atsutsuki Ishaiki's eyes. Several tiny black cubes stored in the different dimensions of the still spacetime of Daiko Kyuten instantly appeared above the Uchiha Kage's head. After being magnified by the little-known Viguna, it fell heavily on the head. The Uchiha Kage had anticipated this and directly performed the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared in front of Atsutsuki Ishaiki, and the ninja sword made of the truth-seeking jade in his hand stabbed out rapidly. It's useless. As prey, you must have the self-awareness that prey should have. The problem in the previous chapter has been corrected. After Atsutsuki's reincarnation, the other wedges will dissipate on their own and will not affect normal reading text, facing the cold light coming straight towards him. Atsutsuki Ishaiki dodged sideways and suddenly punched at the Uchiha Kage's forearm holding the knife. The Uchiha Kage had anticipated this, and after he dodged sideways, he quickly turned his wrist and stabbed the ninja sword with his reversed hand towards Atsutsuki Ishaiki's fist. Atsutsuki Ishaiki's eyes flashed. The moment his fist was pierced by the ninja sword and blood began to flow, he quickly activated the Xiaoming Baikon to shrink his own body size, stepped on the Uchiha Kage's arm and quickly flew upwards. But as he was flying, he suddenly felt a strange sensation at the wound on the back of his hand. It was left behind when we touched each other just now. Atsutsuki Ishaiki quickly looked at the back of his hand. Feeling that his blood was being controlled by the chakra remaining in the wound, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. He quickly raised his other hand, ready to absorb the remaining chakra on the wound. But at this moment, Uchiha Kage condensed a huge fairy technique, yin escape, and a super large jade raise non in his palm, which directly covered everything in front of him. Damn it! Isahiki Atsutsuki looked at the huge raise non in front of him, which was as huge as a planet to him at that moment. There was no time to think, and he immediately used the little Bicon to restore his body shape. At the same time, he turned his arm and aimed at the oncoming super large raise non to start absorbing it. He. While absorbing ninjutsu, your body can't move quickly, right? The Uchiha Kage maintained the huge raise non in his palm and sneered. The next second, a wooden clone emerged from the plants and appeared behind Atsutsuki Isahiki. The fist blade flashing with sharp cold light extended along the forearm from the front of the back of the hand and stabbed at the back of Atsutsuki Isahiki's neck. Don't be complacent too soon. Atsutsuki Isahiki glanced behind him and spoke in a flat voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a black and red space portal appeared and wrapped around his body. When the space portal was about to disappear, the blood bomb that had been unleashed finally exploded, and a roar mixed with muffled groans came out from it. Seeing Atsutsuki Isahiki disappear from his sight, Uchiha Kage was not panicked. This space portal created in an instant does not support him to teleport too far. Sure enough, in the next second, Isahiki Atsutsuki's figure appeared again in the spherical space. The only difference was that at this time, most of his white long-sleeved tailcoat began to disappear from the shoulders, and his entire left arm was covered in blood from the explosion. The ability to control blood? I was forced into this state by an ant, but I really can't be careless at any time. Isahiki Atsutsuki brushed his right hand across his left arm, checked that there was no residual chakra on it, then looked at the Uchiha Kage and muttered to himself. As the voice fell, Atsutsuki Isahiki's figure instantly flashed in front of Uchiha Kage and kicked out with an extremely fast whip kick very swiftly. The Uchiha Kage had always been aware of Atsutsuki Isahiki's thoughts, and he immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear. However, Atsutsuki Isahiki's reaction speed was equally fast, and his figure followed closely. With no other choice, Uchiha Kage could only raise his arms and change the form of the truth-seeking jade to cover his arms to fight off the attack together. Bang! In terms of strength, Uchiha Kage had no advantage at all, and was knocked back several meters by Atsutsuki Isahiki's powerful kick. Before his body could stop, the next attack came again. Hateful! The 8 gates of ninjutsu. The first gate, open. The second gate, rest gate, open. 8 gates of ninjutsu, the 6th gate, Jingmen, open. The Uchiha Kage was on his way backwards. The chakra in the body constantly impacts the acupuncture points in the body, releasing the limitations of the body's strength. In a flash, a circle of green energy appeared around the body. It's not that he doesn't want to open more acupoint restrictions. Before he masters the shadow tears to 100%, he really can't say that he has any talent in his physique. Relying on the hard work of his clone G, Uchiha Kage was able to open the 6th gate, Jingmen, by lying down after a few years. He was already very satisfied with this. If it's more, the body will experience childbirth level pain. After opening the 6th gate of the 8 gates, the Jingmen, and comprehensively improving his attack and speed, Uchiha Kage's side is obviously much better looking. After several consecutive jumps to dissipate his strength, Uchiha Kage swung his sword to cut off the attacking chakra black stick, and then shot out the ninja sword in his hand with his backhand. Young name is Viguna. Atsutsuki Isahiki glared. He instantly activated the Xiaoming Bicon to shrink the ninja sword, and raised his hand to shoot out a large amount of chakra black sticks again. Bang! Several thick vines spread rapidly, intercepting the incoming chakra black sticks and blocking Atsutsuki Isahiki's sight. The Uchiha Kage instantly flashed to the upper and rear of Atsutsuki Isahiki, and the huge jade raise non of the immortal technique Yintun condensed in his palm smashed down towards him. It's useless, is that all you know? Atsutsuki Isahiki turned around and spoke coldly. He used the little biguna to shrink the giant raise non, and at the same time raised his right hand to absorb it. Oh, this line should belong to me. Besides that, you might as well open your eyes and take a good look at your surroundings. But this is the cemetery I carefully built for you. The corner of Uchiha Kage's mouth slightly raised, and he looked at Atsutsuki Isahiki with a playful look. What? Did you start from the very beginning? When Atsutsuki Isahiki heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately focused his pupil power to look around, but the scene he saw made him horrified. All the poisonous pollen in the air was attached with a trace of chakra, and the inner wall of the space woven by plant vines was covered with a dense layer of mysterious sealing spells. Without waiting for Atsutsuki Isahiki's reaction, but he didn't care about his own injuries at all, he created a black and red space portal in front of him and quickly immersed himself in it. When he appeared again, he found that he was still in the space inside the ball. Damn it! Atsutsuki Isahiki looked at the Uchiha Kage and shouted angrily. The figure quickly rushed towards the outside, and his right fist slammed hard on the inner wall of the space woven by plants. Bang! A heavy punch directly broke 4 or 5 thick vines that several people had surrounded. But in the next second, the broken parts were quickly repaired by new plant vines at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. He kicked the inner wall of the plant again with all his might. Seeing that the situation remained the same, Etsutsuki Ishiki was so angry that he was on the verge of collapse. His emotions were completely out of control. If he can't plant a wedge in Nagato's body again before his remaining life ends, his life will truly die. Damn it! You have completely pissed me off. Etsutsuki Ishiki stared at Uchiha Kage with a fierce gaze. The various stone statues, chakra sticks, and black cubes of Mahakala stored in the still space of Mahakala time. After being magnified by the young Biguna, they all smashed towards the Uchiha Kage as if they were free. Large pieces of heavy objects fell below like a meteor shower. Uchiha Kage relied on his ability of insight and the shadows spread out on the field. While dodging the falling heavy objects, he did not forget to control the chakra along with the poisonous pollen attached to Etsutsuki Ishiki's wound to create blood bombs, continuously causing damage to him. After several rounds in a row, Etsutsuki Ishiki's condition deteriorated rapidly and he began to gasp for breath. The Uchiha Kage controlled the plant vines and quickly tied up and wrapped up Etsutsuki Ishiki. Then he slammed him left and right, front and back, and physically tortured him like the Hulk slamming Loki. He. The strong prey on the weak, and the Etsutsuki are just a stronger link in the food chain, the Uchiha Kage sneered. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Etsutsuki Ishiki was not paying attention, he casually created several chakra black sticks and shot them all into Etsutsuki Ishiki's body with his backhand. Stop talking nonsense. It's too early to say that the battle between us is over. The veins on Etsutsuki Ishiki's forehead bulged as he roared hysterically. He glared at the black stick of chakra on his body and used the little Viguna to shrink it, but it was in a place he didn't notice. A wooden clone's arm stretched out from the vines beside his head and suddenly grabbed his eyes. Puff! Accompanied by a string of blood splattering everywhere, the wooden clone's arm grabbed off Etsutsuki Ishiki's black eye, and quickly performed the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Ugh! How is it possible? Etsutsuki Ishiki screamed in anger and covered his empty eye sockets with his hands in disbelief. Now, can we say it's over? The Uchiha Kage instantly appeared in front of Etsutsuki Ishiki. In his palm, a huge jade Raisnon filled with the chakra of the immortal technique Yintun was gathered, and it hit him heavily in the face while his eyes were filled with resentment and disbelief. Ah! Ishiki Etsutsuki let out a shrill scream under the huge Raisnon of the fairy technique Yintun. The body was quickly worn out and destroyed, and the chakra was also absorbed by the fairy technique Yintun chakra. Even the soul that was about to dissipate after losing its body was constantly dissolved and devoured by the giant Raisnon. The Uchiha Kage absorbed the chakra that was transmitted back to him by Etsutsuki Ishiki. The color of his eyes quickly faded into pure Byakugan, and he controlled the flow of chakra to his eyes. As Etsutsuki Ishiki's chakra entered his eyes, a little light soon lit up in his Byakugan, and then, nothing changes anymore. 6. Uchiha Kage looked speechlessly at the water mirror created with chakra in front of him. It's a waste of time to expect so much. Perhaps it was because his Byakugan was learned and applied by himself based on the information data after the thawing of the Etsutsuki clan's wedge, and it was somewhat different from the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? The Uchiha Kage controlled the chakra belonging to the Etsutsuki clan in his body and expelled it from his body, and let his would-release clone seal it in the scroll. I can give it to my 2 concubines later. If there is any left, it can be given to Orikimura to study a little. Give full play to the noble quality of waste recycling. As Etsutsuki Ishiki's soul was dissolved and devoured, Uchiha Kage also began to concentrate and started to digest the legacy left behind by Etsutsuki Ishiki with great focus. Etsutsuki Ishiki lived up to his status. The spiritual power that was dissolved and devoured from his body was greater than that of the conscious gods of death and evil gods combined. Nearly 2 weeks passed before the Uchiha Kage completely digested Etsutsuki Ishiki's legacy. The first is the space portal that every member of the Etsutsuki clan has. According to the information learned from Etsutsuki Ishiki, this ability can be exerted as long as one's own pupil power reaches a certain level, and there are no restrictions on pupil techniques. Secondly, it is the spiritual power that allows one to grow again. As for Etsutsuki Ishiki's 2 great divine arts, Shokai Biguna and Mahakala, both are abilities that can only be performed based on the black eyes. Besides worth mentioning, it is the other 10 tails that Etsutsuki Ishiki sealed in a different space. The Uchiha Kage controlled the plant vines to open the cage. After taking a look at this strange space, he turned around without any nostalgia and stepped into the black space portal. The land of wind, the sand village. A black space portal appeared out of nowhere on the rooftop of Fengying building. The figure of Uchiha Kage stepped out from it. After sensing the situation a little, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly appeared in the Kazekige's office, and quietly covered Ye Kang's eyes with his hands from behind. Guess who I am? Is it childish? Let go, Ye Kang said unhappily. He was not frightened at all by the sudden attack from behind, and reached out to pull away the hands that were covering his eyes. He just turned his head and gave Uchiha Kage a coquettish look, but when he saw that he did not appear in the form of G this time, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Which little thief said that you're not afraid of thieves stealing, you're afraid of thieves thinking about it. Why aren't you afraid of trouble coming to your door now? Ya Kang looked at the Uchiha Kage and joked. Uchiha Kage first glanced at the melancholy handsome guy who was looking at the scenery by the window and acted very pretentious, and immediately cancelled the shadow clone technique. Then, with a calm and confident look on his face, he said, "A mere gravel is not even half as good as me." After taking a deep breath of my sweet and soft wife to relieve my mood, Uchiha Kage passed through the space portal and came to the different space that Itsutsuki Haiki used to seal the 10 tails. The young 10 tails. No wonder Itsutsuki Haiki just used him as a mobile health pack. I wonder if he can defeat the 9 tails in this state? Uchiha Kage felt somewhat disappointed as he looked at the small 10 tails that was nailed to the ground by the black chakra stick. Although the amount of chakra in the young 10 tails in front of him is also very huge, it can only be called the seed of the sacred tree at best. No wonder the Itsutsuki clan needs someone to watch over the trees when they plant them. If there is no one to guard it, someone will suddenly jump out and say, "Your power is too strong, I can't let you do whatever you want," and then pull out the sapling directly. The Uchiha Kage rested his chin on his hand. He really hadn't figured out how to deal with this young 10 tails. Instead of using it to replace the grown-up 10-tailed divine tree to unlock the seal on his wife Kagaya, it would be better to let Ben Barba get rid of Tang Seng and his disciples. He has plenty of chakra, and sealing it inside his body won't improve his strength, and he'll also have an extra eye spying on his private life. As for letting it go out to absorb chakra and planting trees in the ninja world by yourself, he can't drain all the fish out of the pond. He doesn't have the crazy idea of destroying the world. I'm sorry, 10 tails, your power is too strong, I can't let you go free. The Uchiha Kage looked up at the 10 tails and said calmly. In his hand, a super large jade raise-nan of the immortal technique Yintun was condensed and it hit the young 10 tails Rinnegan directly. Roar, dash dash. The young 10 tails roared hysterically. The huge body twisted and struggled frantically, but his 10 tails were all nailed to the ground by the chakra black stick, and any resistance was futile. In the end, its body was completely destroyed by the super large raise-nan. A ball of chakra was absorbed and condensed in the palm of Uchiha Kage's palm. Even though it had been compressed, it was still very large in size. Perhaps it is because the young 10 tails has not yet absorbed chakra from the outside world to grow. The chakra absorbed back only has yin and yang attributes. The Uchiha Kage thought about it, and then absorbed the 10 tails chakra and sealed it in the yin seal, which had been expanded due to his improved physique. It would be nice to unlock the yin seal in the future and give myself a 10 Lama mode to play with. Konoha, deep in the forest of death. Even though sparring has no meaning in improving strength, Uchiha Kage would not be so kind as to provide Senju Tobirama with benefits that exceed those of 006. On the court. Even though Senju Tobirama has maximized the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique, he still looks extremely embarrassed in front of the current clone G. Various bloodstain escape techniques emerge one after another. Wherever he appears, that place will become G's home court. A kunao or shuriken that has already missed its target, or an ordinary piece of gravel or a puddle of water on the ground, or even just an inconspicuous branch. He may be attacked from any unexpected direction at any time. In the past, Tobirama Senju had the idea and motivation to study space-time ninjutsu, and successfully developed a special sealing technique. Now he has completely accepted his fate and laid down. Just as Senju Tobirama used the Flying Thunder God technique to avoid Zhao's attack, Uchiha Kage, who had transformed into the image of Uchiha Madara, appeared behind him silently through the space portal. "You are really ugly now, Tobirama." The Uchiha Kage kicked Senju Tobirama with a whip kick. Before he landed, he casually shot out a few chakra black sticks, turning it into the cockroach form that emerged in the original drama, and imitated Uchiha Madara's tone, speaking contemptuously. "Uchiha Madara, you finally showed up." Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Madara in front of him with sharp eyes. As he spoke, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and a high-speed, high-pressure water needle quickly spit out from his mouth. "Little Tobirama, I didn't expect that until now. I still haven't been able to replace the shadow in your mind. This really disappoints me." Uchiha Kage slightly turned sideways to avoid the water needle. The corners of his mouth curled up gently in a warm arc full of kindness, and he reached out and touched Senju Tobirama's head, gently caressing it. "I'm in a good mood recently, so I can give you a chance to return to the Pure Land." The Uchiha Kage rubbed Senju Tobirama's head with a smile and spoke seductively. "What is your purpose?" Upon hearing this, Senju Tobirama immediately looked at Uchiha Kage with a wary look. He was naturally very tempted, but based on his understanding of the inherently evil Uchiha kid in front of him, he knew that this villain could never have any good intentions. "Do you remember the dance we did last time? As long as you take the initiative to dance and revel in the square in front of the Hokage building, I will let your soul return to the Pure Land. I mean what I say," Uchiha Kage said with interest. Although he controlled Senju Tobirama's body and performed a great show in front of the people of Konoha last time, it was his own consciousness that dominated, so it was somewhat unsatisfactory. He sensed the extremely strong rejection in Senju Tobirama's heart. Uchiha Kage quickly raised his stakes and said, "You can have one of your shadow clones disguised as Uchiha Madara to compete on the same stage." Chien Shao Tobirama heard this. The sneer that had just appeared on the corner of his mouth froze, and the words of stern refusal were stuck in his throat. Uchiha Madara. The image of Uchiha Madara performing the devilish dance around a stick emerged in Senju Tobirama's mind. The corners of his mouth rose wildly into an evil smile. "Can I become?" "No, don't even think about it." Before Senju Tobirama could finish his bargaining, he was sternly rejected by the Uchiha Kage. "If you still can't agree to this, I'm going to go find Sarutobi Hiruzen and ask him if he's willing to swap with you." The Uchiha Kage looked at Senju Tobirama and chuckled. "Monkey? By the way, where has the monkey gone these days?" Senju Tobirama heard what Uchiha Kage said. Only then did he realize that he hadn't seen Sarutobi Hiruzen for a long time. "We are all here together, why are you the only one not coming to work?" "Oh, when he was alive, he was very concerned about the safety of hot springs, so I placed him under the toilet of a public hot spring shop. I think I have fulfilled the great wish of the Saname Hokage to serve the people with his whole heart." Senju Tobirama looked at the gentle smile on Uchiha Kage's face with a stiff expression. This guy is definitely a devil, right? He did not dare to hesitate any longer and agreed immediately, fearing that he would follow in the footsteps of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because the Chinese New Year is approaching, Senju Tobirama's big stage was scheduled for the day before New Year's Eve. During this period of time, Senju Tobirama can get more familiar with the dance and arrangement. The Uchiha Kage found Orochimaru and took him through the space portal, directly appearing in the mountain cemetery. "Kage-kun, even now when I see you, I still find it hard to accept." Orochimaru looked at the Uchiha Kage and licked his tongue. He turned around and looked excitedly at a coffin sealed in the cave. "This is the former patriarch of your Uchiha clan. Do you really want to give me his body for research?" Orochimaru swallowed. At this time, Uchiha Kage's status in his mind began to rise infinitely. Yingjun is such a nice person, he is willing to give him all the good things. Woo woo woo, the snake is so touched. Think about how to make Uchiha Madara's reincarnation younger. If that doesn't work, prepare another body container. The Uchiha Kage nodded and spoke. The figure then retreated to a relatively open area outside. Every profession has its own specialties, and professionals should do professional things. It would be better to let Orochimaru, an expert in bone examination, deal with this kind of grave where the time of death is not long and the body has probably not completely turned into bones. It didn't take too long. The Uchiha Kage's eye twitched as he saw Orochimaru walking towards him, rolling up a scroll with his tongue and swallowing it into his stomach. As for what was in the scroll, he didn't need to think about it after considering the whole process. "Shadow-kun, let's go." Orochimaru walked over with a satisfied look on his face and spoke. The Uchiha Kage didn't say much. He opened the space portal to wrap the two of them and returned to Orochimaru's laboratory in the back mountains of Konoha. "It's a very convenient ability. Kage-kun, is this one of the abilities of your Mangekyo Sharinan?" Orochimaru looked at the disappearing space portal and asked with envy and curiosity. As a great scientist in the ninja world, Orochimaru is extremely curious about anything he doesn't understand yet and wants to find out the truth about it. It's not a pupil technique. When your pupil power reaches a certain level, you can perform spacetime ninjutsu. Even the Byakugan can do that, the Uchiha Kage explained. "I see. That way, I also have a chance to master this ability." Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly when he heard that. Then he looked at Uchiha Kage and nodded. "Since I changed into this body, I have been studying how to prolong my life in other ways. At present, the research and development of the impure world reincarnation technique is still at the stage of soul transfer without corpse reincarnation, and has not made any further progress. If Yingjun is not in a hurry, can you give me some time?" Orochimaru smiled. "How long does it take to reclone a body?" the Uchiha Kage asked. "Without considering the quality of the body, it will take at least a month for the clone to mature. Do your best. I need it before New Year's Day." Uchiha Kage nodded silently. The figure disappeared into the dark space portal again. When he appeared again, Uchiha Kage had arrived in front of a newly opened courtyard in Mt. Mayaboku. "Master." After sensing the presence of Uchiha Kage, Princess Ichikijima quickly flew out and spoke respectfully. Because Ryokai Cave had previously been used as a family compound and a transit station, the three goddesses and the white snake sage were familiar with the image of Uchiha Kage. The Uchiha Kage nodded. He stretched out his hand and pinched her soft and cute white face, and asked, were the two of them tricked by Tsunade into going out to play together again? "Well, master, do you want me to call them back now?" Ichikijima asked in a cute manner. But as a true femme fatale, this cute and well-behaved appearance actually hides deadly dangers that are hard for ordinary people to imagine. However, these issues are not at all within Uchiha Kage's consideration. The Uchiha Kage rubbed her little head and nodded in agreement. Princess Ichikishima took out a scroll and unfolded it. After forming seals with his hands, he slapped the ritual mark engraved on it. Suddenly, a cloud of mist exploded in front of his eyes, summoning back Ting Xinshenji, Rujinji, Tsunade, and Shizun. Bang! All bets are big. Tsunade, who was drunk and bleary-eyed with a bottle of Fenjiu in her hand, let out a light cry and her palm missed and fell to the ground. Looking at the changing scene before his eyes finally became a little clearer. Hey, Xiaoying, I'm about to start winning money in this round, you're responsible for compensating me. Tsunade looked at the Uchiha cage and said in a bad mood. The Uchiha cage ignored Tsunade and looked at Mizutsuim and Tana Shinjinhame beside him. I made 17 million taels. I made 21 million here. When the two saw Uchiha cage's gaze, they immediately understood what he meant and started talking. Yeah, not bad. Uchiha cage nodded in satisfaction. He had specifically told the three goddesses that if Tsunade wanted to go out and play, she should be taken to remote areas of the ninja world that she had never been to, and go against her. According to the law of cause and effect of the big fat sheep in the ninja world, not only will you not lose money, you will also make a lot of money. Tsunade's wife, Shizun. We are celebrating the festival in Konoha this year. I heard that on New Year's Eve, there will be some very exciting performances in the open-air square in the center of the village that can be watched for free. After the Uchiha cage finished speaking to Tsunade and Shizun, he looked at the three gods and said, and you guys too. When there is something happy, of course we want to share it with everyone. What's the show? Shizun had an expectant look on her face. Tsunade also had some expectations and intentions in her heart, but at the same time she wanted to resist in a contradictory way. She has been avoiding the past all these years, including Konoha, which is filled with her past memories. He ignored Tsunade's conflicting feelings. Uchiha cage took a few people directly back to Konoha through the space portal. Because they did not conceal their aura, as soon as Uchiha cage and his group appeared, they were discovered by Konan, Yukito, and others who were sitting in the yard chatting about gossip. Sister Zionin. Isn't this the unlucky kid you mentioned who had his house robbed by bad guys and who was fighting around Konoha with a willow branch? When Yamujin sensed the familiar chakra aura from Uchiha cage, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he jokingly said. She walked forward lightly, pinched Uchiha cage's face with her white fingers, and said with a sly smile, little brother, do you need your sister to help you get revenge? The house in Mayaboku Mountain has been built, but I specially left a large bed of more than 10 meters in it. The Uchiha cage grabbed Yukito's dishonest fingers, looked at her with an aggressive gaze, and said with a smile on his face. When the wooden man heard this, his face immediately turned red. However, when he saw the Uchiha cage in front of him, he quickly shook off the unhealthy images in his mind and chuckled, tisk, a little brat. Konan and the others were also very surprised to see the Uchiha film queen, and the doubts that had troubled Konan for many years were finally answered. No wonder it hasn't been eaten for so many years. At the same time, a new question arose in the minds of several people, and they looked at Uchiha cage with puzzled eyes. Of course, the sooner you find a wife the better, otherwise, all the pretty ones will be snatched up by others in advance. Uchiha cage saw the confusion in everyone's hearts and spread his hands. Listening to Uchiha cage praising their beauty in a roundabout way, although Konan and the others didn't say anything on the surface, but as girls, they all felt a sense of pleasure and satisfaction in their hearts. Tsunade senpai, let me help you arrange the room. Konan smiled and stood up and walked forward, speaking gently to Tsunade and Shizun. You are the little girl from the rain country. Tsunade looked at Konan and found her appearance somewhat familiar, and gradually she reunited with the little girl she met in the land of rain. He glanced at the Uchiha cage and nodded, thank you for your help. So much time has passed, and who knows how much dust has accumulated in the Senju clan's ancestral home in Konoha. And given the temper of this little enemy, he wants me and Shizun to live here, right? Wow, that's really good. Uchiha cage looked at his wives getting along harmoniously and nodded with inner satisfaction. I am so wise. From the very beginning, a psychological expectation was left in the wives' minds. After adapting to it over the years, how could there be any surer scene? After Senju Tobirama learned the true identity of Uchiha cage, everyone in the village who should know also soon found out. In the days that followed, Uchiha cage stayed quietly at home with his wife and didn't wander around the village much. It was not until the afternoon of New Year's Day that Uchiha cage came to Orochimaru's laboratory. Cage-kun. The time is too short. The clone container has only grown to this extent. Orochimaru brought the Uchiha cage to a glass petri dish, in which sat a hedgehog-headed boy with a nutrition tube inserted into his back. It's okay, that's enough. The Uchiha cage looked at the clone in the glass dish and smiled softly. I believe that even if Uchiha Madara appears in this image, Hashi, his lifelong enemy and best friend, will be able to recognize his beloved Madara at a glance. King-kun really has a lot of bad taste. Orochimaru also guessed what Uchiha cage was thinking, and an expectant smile appeared on his face. Afterwards, Orochimaru found a very poor quality sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation, carved the curse sealing ritual, and then slapped his hands on the ground with seals. Immortal reincarnation technique. A large amount of dust quickly condensed and attached from the surroundings, soon completely covering the sacrifice, creating the image of Uchiha Madara in his old age before his death. Finally, we've waited until this day. Nagato has finally grown up. After Uchiha Madara regained consciousness, he began to talk to himself. But soon, he realized that something was wrong with his physical condition. Why did he feel so weak that he might fall down at any time even when walking? How so? Resurrection from reincarnation shouldn't be like this. Uchiha Madara lowered his head tremblingly and stroked the old skin on his arms and the dry white hair that hung down, his face full of disbelief. If he is resurrected in this haggard and old state, how can he complete the moon I project to cast infinite Tsukuyomi and bring peace to the ninja world? I'm afraid he will collapse after walking 2 steps. Who are you? Uchiha Madara's hollow eye sockets closed, and he looked at Orochimaru and Uchiha Kage in front of him. I'm so sorry, Master Uchiha Madara. I really don't have any suitable offerings for your impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru spoke up. Seeing that even someone as strong as the legendary Shura of the ninja world could become so weak under the ravages of time, my desire for eternal life became even stronger. Immortality. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel relieved when he heard this. As long as he confirmed that there was no omission in his plan, it would be fine. Master Madara. There is no time to explain to you. The evil Senju Tobirama is about to start his shocking conspiracy. The Uchiha Kage spoke. As the voice fell, a powerful spiritual force suddenly shot out from the dazzling Mangekyo Sharingan. It instantly penetrated into Uchiha Madara's body. After the mental power penetrated into Uchiha Madara's old body, the Uchiha Kage controlled his body and began to form hand seals. His mental power carried Uchiha Madara's dormant consciousness and broke into the clone body that had been prepared in advance. After taking back the spiritual power he had invested, Orochimaru quickly engraved a spell seal on the clone's body to restrain the soul. After doing all this, Uchiha Madara quickly regained consciousness. This body, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, looked at his current body, clenched his fist slightly to feel it, and said in a deep voice, "It's ridiculous how weak you are." Then he looked up at Orochimaru and Uchiha Kage. The Uchiha's descendant. What did you mean by that? Hasn't Tobirama Senju been dead for many years? Uchiha Madara asked coldly. He would not have a good attitude towards Tobirama Senju, who killed his brother Izuna. Lord Madara, this is too long to explain, so I will make it short. The evil Senju Tobirama has been hiding and secretly practicing a very mysterious sacrificial ritual recently. You also know his attitude towards our Uchiha clan. I suspect his goal is to deal with our Uchiha clan, the Uchiha Kage said with a serious face. I knew long ago that the Uchiha clan would be wiped out, so I called on the Uchiha clan members to leave the village with me, but no one was willing to follow me. The people I want to protect don't believe me at all. Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice with an unmoved expression. He had tried to save his people before. And now, he will follow his own ideas and devote himself wholeheartedly to the great goal of bringing peace to the entire ninja world and implement his own Moonai plan. Master Madara, please take a look at this first. The Uchiha Kage took out a stack of secretly taken photos from his pocket and placed them in front of Uchiha Madara. It was the scene where Senju Tobirama's shadow clone transformed into Uchiha Madara, posing around a stick and practicing dancing. Uchiha Madara, who didn't care much at first, just took a glance and immediately picked up the photos and started looking at them one by one. The more he looked, the darker his face became, and his forehead instantly became filled with blood. He extracted the chakra and concentrated it in his palm, preparing to burn the photos. But what emerged was a strong wind, blowing the photos all over the place. Inferior clone, lacking chakra properties. Orochimaru reached out to catch a falling photo, and after looking at it, the corners of his mouth immediately twitched. After observing that Uchiha Madara didn't notice this side, Orochimaru immediately put the photo in his hand into his sleeve and let the little snake inside open its mouth and swallow it. Where is Tobirama Senju? Uchiha Madara asked in a low voice. Regardless of whether it was the revenge for Izuna or this insult, he now desperately wanted to kill Senju Tobirama with his own hands. Master Madara, in your current state. Uchiha Kage's voice stopped at a stroke. After a pause, he continued, our people have found out that the evil Senju Tobirama will take action tomorrow, and the manpower has been deployed in advance. When the time comes, you will just need to come on stage to attract the attention of Tobirama Senju. Uchiha Kage said slowly, grinning in his heart. At that time, we will balance the combat power of both sides, cut Senju Tobirama with a sword, seal his chakra, and see if the two of them can beat his brain into a dog's brain. Also, is Hashi helping Tobi or his beloved Madara? Really looking forward to it. The next day, in the evening, as the sky gradually darkened, the lighted stage in the open-air square in front of the Hokage building became more and more attractive. What are you going to do here? I don't know. Judging from the layout, there should be some performances, right? It is human nature to watch the fun. The residents of Konoha who lived nearby quickly gathered over with small stools. Uchiha Kage and his entire family actively participated in the event, holding various peanuts, melon seeds, and snacks and occupying the front row seats with an excellent view. Konoha hasn't had any festival performances before. Xiaoying, do you know what the show will be like later? The wooden man was eating melon seeds while making small chattering sounds. From time to time, he would look up at the curtain covering the stage, demonstrating his expectations with practical actions. Won't you know soon? Uchiha Kage said casually without giving a direct answer. Only with full anticipation will the expressions on the audience's faces when they see the performance begin be particularly exciting that they are just waiting to enjoy it. As everyone waited expectantly, the curtain on the stage finally opened. Pleasant and rhythmic music started playing. A group of geishas in kimonos holding folding fans came onto the stage from the backstage. Their graceful figures moved with the fans in their hands to the beat of the music. Very smart. Uchiha Kage was admiring the dance of the geishas on the stage, while stroking the legs beside him, which were very smooth and soft. Needless to say, the new program added to the stage must have been the idea of Senju Tobirama. If two grown men were to start off by dancing a seductive and magical dance on the stage, he wouldn't know whether the audience below would feel embarrassed or not, but the dancers would definitely feel embarrassed. I have experienced this with Tobirama Senju's body. The next Uchiha Kage knew it very well. Watching his sister dance is also watching. He is not in a hurry anyway, so just take it slow. The other side. The unromantic Uchiha Madara watched the geishas performing dance on the stage, his young and immature face filled with impatience and dissatisfaction. Orochimaru, do you know when the plan will begin? Uchiha Madara said coldly. Master Madara, Shadokun did not tell me this, so please be patient for a moment. Orochimaru smiled politely. There was folding fan dance, flower dance, and then several song programs were performed in succession. Uchiha Madara finally waited for the finale appearance of Senju Tobirama and the shadow clone that turned into the image of Uchiha Madara. I finally waited for it, Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists and was about to rush forward. However, he was pulled back by the collar by the shadow clone of Uchiha Kage who suddenly appeared beside him. Master Madara, please wait a moment, I will tell you when we start the action. Second grandfather. Tsunade looked at Senju Tobirama who appeared on the stage with great surprise. Is this still my second grandfather with a very dull personality? Tsunade looked at the Uchiha Kage who was waiting to watch the show with suspicion. She always felt that this little enemy with evil intentions was behind this matter. Recalling the past, my tears never dry. The colorful building and embroidered balls matched the perfect match. Soon, a beautiful tune was heard on the stage. Senju Tobirama was openly playing a bad game. The shadow clone transformed into Uchiha Madara, sang in front of the stage and performed a very magical dance around a stick. I hid in an inconspicuous corner, dancing as a background and singing along quietly. What song is this? It's quite nice, and the dance is also very joyful. This is the original song and dance of the second Hokage. The last time the second Hokage was practicing on the street, I was lucky enough to be there and see it. So this song and dance was created by the Nidaime Hokage. This person who is standing in the front and stealing the limelight is really shameless. The enthusiastic crowd in the audience hummed along with the tune, and some curious audience members gathered together to discuss it with the people next to them. When Uchiha Madara heard these voices, the pent-up anger in his heart burned even more wildly. Who the hell wants to steal the limelight? Finally, Uchiha Madara, who had been staring at Senju Tobirama, caught a glimpse of a palm surrounded by chakra cyclones of various colors rising and falling quickly on Senju Tobirama's body. Then, a voice sounded in my ears. Tobirama is really . But if Madara could see this scene, he would surely be very happy, right? Hashirama Senju stood on the rooftop of the Hokage building. He looked at the people below who were dancing enthusiastically to the rhythm of the music with great joy and couldn't help but grin. If Konoha back then had also been infected by this kind of joyful and lively atmosphere, it would surely have been able to melt away Madara's self-enclosed heart, right? Just as Hashirama Senju was looking at the lights below in a daze, a figure from the depths of his memory suddenly caught his eye. Madara. No, is this child Madara's descendant? It's hard to imagine what kind of woman could be favored by Madara. Senju Hashirama stared over there. After murmuring subconsciously, he quickly shook his head to deny his answer. Before he could continue to look for the appearance of his old friend and the old friend, then the child who looked very much like Uchiha Madara when he was young rushed onto the stage angrily, clenched his fist and hit Senju Tobirama in the face. What followed was an Uchiha hug and throw, which threw Senju Tobirama to the ground, and the two of them wrestled with each other in an ugly manner. Not good. Hashirama Senju saw that the shadow clone dressed as Uchiha Madara was also about to join the chaotic battle. He cried out inwardly that something was wrong and quickly used the art of teleportation to get on the stage. He grabbed the shadow clone's arm, then looked at the two men lying on the ground, swinging their fists and claws at each other, and shouted, "Stop, Tobirama, brother." Senju Tobirama turned his head and looked at Senju Hashirama and shouted, He wanted to say something, but Uchiha Madara found the right opportunity and punched him in the eye. Then he said no more, lowered his head and punched the most evil-looking hedgehog-haired boy back. Although he cannot use chakra, this body is strong enough. Plus, his reincarnated body has no sense of pain, so he will definitely be able to survive. Uchiha Madara quickly realized this and began to use ninjutsu to fight back. The scene was in chaos for a moment. Bang, bang. Senju Hashirama's eyelids twitched as he watched, and a powerful chakra aura burst out of his body. He clenched his fists and hit each of the two men on the forehead. Hashi hot mom. Uchiha Madara, with a big bump on his head, turned around and shouted at Senju Hashirama. This familiar breath that went straight to the soul instantly stunned Hashirama Senju. He stood there in a daze. The hedgehog-headed boy in front of him gradually overlapped with the familiar figure in his memory. We are back, all are back. Uchiha Madara, who was angry, didn't care whether Hashirama Senju was dazed or not, and just gave him the same Uchiha hug and throw. Seeing this, Senju Tobirama immediately joined in. The scene suddenly became more chaotic. What's going on the stage? Who cares? Our second Hokage has worked so hard, so we should just clap and show our support. That is, Tsunade looked at the chaos on the stage, with some vague guesses in her mind, and turned to look at the Uchiha cage. Yeah, it's what you think. The Uchiha cage nodded proudly. When Tsunade heard that her guess was confirmed, the corners of her mouth twitched. He is still an ancestor of your Uchiha clan. Aren't you afraid of causing outrage within the clan by doing this? I don't eat beef. The Uchiha cage put his hands on his hips with a proud look on his face, and ended the topic with a remark that was irrelevant to the question, leaving Tsunade a little confused. Seeing that all the performances for today were over, Uchiha Kage also left the scene with his entire family. Inside the Hokage's office, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and the bruised Uchiha Madara sat at the table. The silent atmosphere made the room seem particularly depressing. There was no other way among the three, only Uchiha Madara returned to the real world in a similar way to taking over another body. In addition, his body only looked like a teenager. It is normal to suffer some losses in a melee. Madara, Tobirama just wanted to liven up the atmosphere of the festival. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara. He scratched his head, with an unnatural smile on his face, and was the first to speak to try to ease the atmosphere. Tisk. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobirama did not refute his brother's words. He just sneered at Uchiha Madara and turned his head away in dissatisfaction. Hash hot mom. Just keep this kind of talk to deceive yourself. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes dangerously. However, thinking of his current state, he could only temporarily suppress the impulse in his heart, looked at Senju Hashirama, and asked, Hashi, what's the situation with the young junior of Uchiha? After all, he is the Shura of the ninja world who came out of the Warring States period. Ever since he was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation and had a weak young body, Uchiha Madara began to doubt the behavior of Uchiha Kage and Orochimaru. Only after seeing those photos that insulted my image, it was difficult to suppress the urge to beat up Senju Tobirama, so he just went with the flow. Before being truly resurrected by the reincarnation technique, it would be nice to be able to move around in the ninja world in advance and find some boring things to release your emotions. After all, before his death, he had stayed in the dark mountain cemetery for decades. It's a long story. Madara, your Uchiha clan really has an extraordinary descendant. Senju Hashirama shook his head and sorted out his thoughts. He began to tell Uchiha Madara what he had learned. That guy is G's real body. Uchiha Madara heard the news from Senju Hashirama, and his pupils widened. Shrinking slightly, his fist suddenly clenched. Although he did not tell G about his true moon eye plan at that time, the current situation was somewhat beyond his control. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to test the thoughts of this junior. And Black Zetsu, almost the entire day. The laughter of children running around, playing and setting off firecrackers can be heard everywhere in the village. Konan and the others had already prepared the New Year's goods needed for the family. The Uchiha Kage was also happy to have some free time, and was ready to accompany Tsunade and Shizun, who had not returned to the village for a long time, to stroll around the bustling streets of Konoha during the new year. Just as he was about to turn the alley, he ran into Uchiha Tobirama and a group of children of his age playing with each other on an empty patch of grass. Naruto, Sakura, Ino, Shikamaru, Koji. None of the familiar little carrot heads were left behind. Uchiha Tobirama and Naruto, who loved to show off the most, each surrounded a bamboo pole used to hang clothes, competing with each other to replicate the magical dance moves they saw yesterday. The village has indeed changed a lot in recent years. I remember that in the past, not many ninja clans dared to let their children enter the Uchiha clan territory to play at will, Tsunade said as she looked at the scene in front of her. During the period when his second grandfather, Tobirama Senju, was the Hokage, the Uchiha clan was dissatisfied with the policies governing the Uchiha clan and was inciting emotions within the clan to prepare for a coup. Although this matter was discovered and stopped in advance by Senju Tobirama, but the other ninja clans in Konoha also saw the rift between the Uchiha and Hokage factions, and naturally did not want to get too close to them. Let's go, what's so good about a bunch of idiots? The Uchiha Kage glanced at his son and naturally pulled Tsunade's arm. Just as he and Tsunade were about to leave, they were noticed by the sharp-eyed Uchiha Tobirama. Something is happening. Uchiha Tobirama narrowed his clever eyes. When I saw Uchiha Kage and Tsunade holding hands, I immediately became alert. The beautiful sisters from other tribes who came in and out of the Uchiha clan were all his second uncle's wives. How dare this bad boss who wanted to suck his little dick hold his second uncle's wife? Second dad can tolerate it, but he can't. Stop right there. Uchiha Tobirama immediately stopped his enchanting dance, shouted angrily, and quickly chased after him. What do you want? I heard a voice coming from behind me. The Uchiha Kage stopped, looked back at Uchiha Tobirama, and asked, "Give me a free hot pot coupon, or I'll tell my second dad about what happened between you. Let my second dad chase you around the village and beat you up 5.10 times. Uchiha Tobirama stretched out a hand, raised his chin with a smug look on his face, and spoke threateningly. Pucci, Tsunade and Shizun both laughed at this. They also learned the whole story from Zionin and others. In order to hide his identity and make things seem more rational, he chased himself around the village and beat himself up. It was really interesting. 50 laps. The Uchiha Kage looked at Uchiha Tobirama and asked with a chuckle. Uchiha Tobirama was stunned when he heard this. But when he thought that 50 laps was obviously more intimidating than the 10 laps he mentioned, he nodded very seriously and said, "That's right, it's 50 laps, unless you give me a free hot pot coupon." Okay, wait, I'll give it to you," Uchiha Kage said with a smile on his face. Suddenly he picked up a branch or stick that had fallen on the roadside, grabbed Uchiha Tobirama's arm, turned him around, and started spanking his little butt. Uchiha Tobirama's originally smug little face was immediately filled with fear after seeing the small stick. When his buttocks came into direct contact with the small stick, he let out a mournful howl. Just wait for me. My father, Unii-chan, and my second father will definitely avenge me," Uchiha Tobirama howled while still uttering harsh words. Snort. "No matter who you ask to come today, the most they can do is run these 50 laps with you," the Uchiha Kage sneered. He formed a seal and released a shadow clone, then handed the small stick in his hand to him. "Naruto, Shikamaru, should we go up and help Tobirama?" The kind-hearted Koji saw this scene. He asked Naruto, who was standing nearby, and Shikamaru, who was lying on the ground looking at the clouds. "No, you deserve it, idiot Tobirama." Naruto saw Uchiha Tobirama's unfortunate end and grinned happily. Shikamaru silently turned sideways with his back facing Koji. He hates trouble the most. Watching the back of that bastard running away, the corner of Uchiha Kage's mouth curled up slightly, and he took the initiative to hold the hand of Tsunade's wife. "That child is called Uchiha Tobirama." Tsunade raised an eyebrow and looked at the Uchiha Kage. If something unexpected happens, it will be the idea of this little enemy. This child's father idolizes the Nidaime Hokage-sama. Is that normal? Uchiha Kage explained casually. Tsunade glared at the Uchiha Kage and didn't say anything more. She continued strolling on the bustling streets of Konoha. "Didn't you say you don't eat beef?" A very sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner. Konan and the others looked at the Uchiha Kage, who was chewing a few pieces of beef in his mouth with surprise. "Didn't you just say that yesterday? Could it be that they all remembered it wrong?" Uchiha Kage. As the saying goes, find a wife as early as possible. The Uchiha Kage, who had little patience to begin with, tried every possible means but still failed to accidentally meet little Hinata. On this day, the Uchiha Kage chose to appear openly in the Hyuga clan's territory. Inside the Hyuga clan leader's house, Hinata Hayashi sat at the table with Uchiha Kage with a gloomy face the whole time. Not to mention tea, he was in no mood to even prepare a cup on the table. "Father-in-law, what do you think of my marriage with Hinata and Hanabi?" Uka the Wave Shadow didn't care about Hinata Hayashi's attitude and smiled shamelessly. Bang! "Hanabi, she's only 1 year old now." Hinata Hayashi tried to endure it but finally failed. The veins around his eyes bulged, he slammed his hands heavily on the table, and shouted angrily, "This is really too much. Father-in-law, I don't eat beef." Uchiha Kage's eyes suddenly faded, revealing pure Byakugan. A powerful mental pressure was displayed, and the corners of his mouth still had a faint smile. "I roll, you." When Hinata Hayashi saw Uchiha Kage's eyes, his face suddenly changed. With his Byakugan open, he could clearly see that the chakra in the other person's eyes was extremely pure, and there was no abnormal flow. For thousands of years, the Hyuga clan has attached great importance to the protection of the Byakugan, the family's bloodline limit. One that was snatched away by the Hidden Mist village during the Third Ninja World War is still under the task of retrieving within the family. How could this guy from the Uchiha clan have the Byakugan of their Hyuga clan? Father-in-law. This won't dilute the bloodline limit of the Byakugan, right? And I also have the Uchiha clan Sharingan, Wood Release, Scorch Release, and Melt Release. The Uchiha Kage continued. He chuckled and looked at Hinata Hayashi, who was already slightly moved. Finally, he put down his chips and said, "You know my strength. The so-called main family and branch family system in the Hyaga clan is useless in my eyes. Your opposition is useless, and future children can also continue to have the surname Hyaga after their mother." Hinata Hayashi covered his chest. My heart was pounding as I listened to the words of the Uchiha cage. My own children will no longer be marked as caged birds because of the system of dividing the clan's main family, while the bloodline of the younger generation will not be diluted. They can also inherit more bloodline talents, and I can still use the last name Hinata. This is the legendary 3 wishes, fulfilled at once? Hinata Hayashi swallowed hard. He suppressed the impulse in his heart with great difficulty, pursed his dry lips and said hesitantly, "The Hyaga clan is a great ninja clan with a 1,000-year heritage. If he, as the clan leader, sells his 2 young daughters to the same person as child brides, this is a bit too obvious a flattery. How can we maintain the dignity of a 1,000-year-old ninja clan? Father-in-law, if you insist on saying so, then we will have to rely on our own abilities." The Uchiha cage spoke. He calmly reached into his 4-dimensional treasure bag, took out 2 small sacks of different colors, and slammed them on the table. The threat he expressed was self-evident. Hinata Hayashi looked at the 2 sacks on the table. The very active mental activities suddenly calmed down and quickly recognized the reality. Yes, this guy's past behavior was to just put people in sacks and kidnap them. The fact that he can sit here is like the sun rising from the west. How could there be any room for negotiation for him? Since my father-in-law doesn't say anything, I will take it as your agreement. If you have time, you can ask little Hinata to come play with Karen more often. The Uchiha cage chuckled and put away the sack. He waved his hand, then used the flying thunder god technique to quickly disappear. A child's childhood will be happier if his parents are around. As for the pressure from the Hyaga clan's traditions, if any old stubborn guy dares to say one more word and scare little Hinata, Uchiha cage will send him to accompany Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, the big rooster flew to the low wall behind the house and was crowing loudly. A small hand suddenly reached out from behind the low wall, grabbed the rooster's neck and pulled it off the wall. Uchiha Tobirama fell flat on his butt. His swollen butt was so painful that tears were coming out of his eyes, but when he saw the big cock in his hand, Uchiha Tobirama still put on a cheerful smile. The little hand that was pulling the chicken's neck exerted force, and the big rooster, which was already wilted from being pulled, died instantly. Uchiha Tobirama plucked the chicken skillfully, cut open its belly, lit a fire, put sharpened branches on it, and roasted it over the flames. When the remaining hair roots and the meat were burnt, the fat dripped from the chicken into the fire, stirring up an enticing aroma. Uchiha Tobirama could no longer resist such temptation. He casually pat his hands with leaves, then impatiently tore off a chicken leg and started to chew on it. Hiss, it's still the same as last time, not tasty. Uchiha Tobirama wiped the black dust from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, frowned and pouted in dissatisfaction. If everything went smoothly as I expected yesterday, I would be sitting in a booth at the hot pot restaurant right now, enjoying a delicious bullfrog hot pot. There are also people who get spanked and are disgraced in the village. I must take revenge for this. I must go to my second dad to complain. Uchiha Tobirama clenched his fists with a determined look in his eyes, then took off another chicken leg and started chewing it with his little face buried. Hiccup, I'll bring the rest to ER. Well, I'll leave half for Unai-chan first. Uchiha Tobirama opened his mouth and burped. After putting out the fire, he ran into the kitchen with his secret roast chicken, but was caught by Mikato, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Toby, you killed the rooster again. Mikato looked at her dark-skinned little son and was shocked but also found it very funny. But when he saw the black roasted chicken in Uchiha Tobirama's hand, his brows immediately frowned and he scolded angrily. Not good. Uchiha Tobirama saw his angry mother. He thought to himself that something was wrong, turned around quickly and ran out. He would never say that he was very unhappy with the majestic look of the rooster. Children have a lot of energy. Soon, Uchiha Tobirama ran to the vicinity of Uchiha Cage's house. Why, Unai-chan, you won't be able to enjoy this. I can only give it to my second dad. Uchiha Tobirama looked at the roast chicken he had worked so hard to make inside. He paced into the yard. Oh ha, Sister Zionin. Uchiha Tobirama greeted politely. Oh ha yo. Little Tobirama, come and wash your face. Seeing Uchiha Tobirama with a face full of coal, Konan chuckled. No need, Sister Zionin, I'm going to find my second dad. Uchiha Tobirama waved his hand and ran away quickly. Joke. If it weren't for this face full of black and gray, how could his efforts be highlighted? Do you really think that he has been in Konoha for nothing these years? The ways of the world, do you understand? Uchiha Tobirama ran skillfully to the door of Uchiha Cage's room and knocked on the door hurriedly. Oh no, second father. Something terrible has happened, second dad, you've been cheated on. I heard a noisy knock on the door. Uchiha Cage frowned in annoyance, moved his position, and just lifted a corner of the soft pillow to cover his ears when he heard the keywords. My eyelids opened immediately. I don't even eat beef anymore, who the hell dares to cheat on me? It's the little guy you beat around the village yesterday. Tsunade pointed in the direction of the door with a teasing look on her face and yawned lazily. She drank quite a bit of wine last night and was a bit groggy and reluctant to get out of bed. Squeaked little Tobirama, you only ran 1.5 laps out of the 50 yesterday, right? You seem so energetic today, why don't you pay off all the debts you owed yesterday? Uchiha Kage opened the door. He stared at Uchiha Tobirama with an unhappy look. When Uchiha Tobirama saw Uchiha Kage opening the door and walking out of his second father's room, his face turned pale and he fell to the ground. My second father. Does he want a man too? Ignoring the pain on his swollen but from yesterday's beating, Uchiha Tobirama used his terrified hands and feet to try to shrink back. The Uchiha Kage was stunned. He then opened his Mangekyo Sharinan and sensed his own son, his heart instantly turning into rage. This bastard not only disturbed my sweet dream early in the morning, he cursed himself for being cheated on, and finally regarded himself as a perverted male. Little Tobirama, you are already over 6 years old. When your dear Uniai-chan was your age, she had already been trained by me. It was under my hard work that she became stronger through training, Uchiha Kage said with a kind smile. He lifted the back collar of the terrified Uchiha Tobirama and used the instant body technique to bring him to the training ground. This beating can only be relieved by the main body himself. Although Uchiha Kage has flexible bottom lines, he is also very thick-skinned. But when it comes to some unimportant matters, he still keeps his word. When I was free, I suddenly remembered that I had promised Senju Tobirama to send him back to the Pure Land. The Uchiha Kage sensed the Flying Thunder God mark left on Senju Tobirama's body, and immediately performed the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared beside him in an instant. Hey, the naturally evil Senju Tobirama. I came here to fulfill my promise to you to return to the Pure Land. Do you want to say hello to Xiao Gang? The Uchiha Kage asked with a chuckle. Etc. I still have some things I need to leave behind in this world. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Kage and spoke quickly. He was worried about leaving the ninja world and returning to the Pure Land first, leaving his naive brother to face the scheming and sinister Uchiha Madara alone. No, that won't do. I'm a man of my words. Uchiha Kage saw through Senju Tobirama's thoughts at a glance and refused with a firm attitude. He is still waiting to use the old ancestor as a cushion to replace himself with a wife. How could we allow Senju Tobirama to come out and cause trouble? But don't worry, when Xiao Gang and I hold our wedding, I will summon you to attend. The Uchiha Kage chuckled. Then, as Senju Tobirama opened his mouth to speak, he resolutely formed a hand seal to cancel his impure world reincarnation technique. Shadame Hokage, do you want to return to the Pure Land with us? The Uchiha Kage turned his gaze to Senju Hashirama who was standing beside him and asked. Ha, young man, I still have a lot of things I want to discuss with Madara. Senju Hashirama put his arm around the shoulder of the young version of Uchiha Madara, who had a sullen face the whole time, and laughed heartily. Although this body of his cannot exert the strength he had before birth, Madara is weaker now. If you have anything to say, just press him down, he has to listen even if he doesn't want to. I am so sorry, Shadame Hokage-sama. Madara-sama doesn't seem to want to talk to you, Uchiha Kage said. Just as he was about to make a seal, his brows suddenly frowned. It seems like Hashirama Senju's impure world reincarnation seal has always been on Tobirama Senju's hand? Shadame Hokage, I won't bother you anymore. You can go see Tsuna when you have time. Uchiha Kage twitched the corner of his mouth. After saying this with a chuckle, he used the Flying Thunder God technique and left instantly. Never mind. It's better to give the young couple more time to be alone and reminisce about the past. He would not give up Yukito, who was already in his cup, just for his older wife Kagaya. It will take some time for the Ten Tails, which is missing some chakra, to recover and grow to its complete form. During this time, let Madara and Hashimaya get along well with each other. There was a group of people heading to the Hyaga clan's territory. Uchiha Kage finally successfully came into contact with the cute and soft little Hinata. In fact, if he wanted to have some contact, he could have many ways to do so, but he was afraid that he would scare the already timid Hinata. Like now, there is incense as the intermediate lubricant. It's only a matter of time to become familiar with it and even learn how to attack it in the future. If you have something to say, it will be long. If you have nothing to say, it will be short. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye, and it is the season of summer cicadas again. Although in the world before Uchiha Kage was reborn, summer was the off-season for hot pot restaurants. But for the ninja world, this kind of food that is so delicious that it can even be eaten by eating with shusoles has absolutely no seasonal distinction. In addition, the store is equipped with air conditioning and a variety of fruit and vegetable cold drinks. The passenger flow is no less than in winter. Hinata-chan, you need to eat more so you can get the nutrition you need to grow. Uchiha Kage kept picking up shabu-shabu meat for little Hinata. Looking at her cute face with shy blushing as she concentrates on eating, I feel very happy. In the original drama, little Hinata, who was always afraid to eat her fill, can now grow up to float. Now that he can have enough food to eat, won't he chase after Tsunade in the future? Second dad, I want one too. Uchiha Tobirama saw this scene, raised his little face expectantly, and looked towards Uchiha Kage. Eat, 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 that's all you know how to do. Why don't you go to the training ground on your own initiative at night? Uchiha Kage said impatiently, showing his hypocritical face to the fullest, but he still picked up a piece of shabu-shabu meat for his son. Tisk, fool. Xiao Xianlin glanced at Uchiha Tobirama with disgust. As a mature adult, she doesn't care about such a childish game of competing for favors. Hey, Karen has one too. Uchiha Kage quickly included Karen in the feeding army. At the same time, he glared at Uchiha Tobirama unhappily. I'm raising my child bride myself, why are you, an adopted son of a bitch, following me around to join in the fun? While he was feeding the three people, a small white snake and the slug in his pocket crawled out one after another. Master, the news from Lord Yakang said that the person dressed in Akatsuki uniform you mentioned appeared in the Kingdom of Wind. The Uchiha Kage reached out and took the slug. The slug soon began to spread the message over a long distance like a pager. Tell her not to conflict with the other party, just hand the tailed beast over to the other party. Forget it, I'll go there myself. The Uchiha Kage started to speak, but quickly changed his mind. His appearance caused the average quality of Akatsuki members to drop a lot with the space portal. It wouldn't take him much time to make a trip there, so it's better to just keep an eye on him. Hinata-chan, Karen-chan, I have to leave for a while, that you can rest here after you finish eating, Uchiha Kage said in a gentle voice. Then another waiter from the store was called in to help look after the baby. After everything was arranged, a space portal was released and the figure quickly disappeared into it. Who the hell asked you to come along? The Sand Village. Uchiha Kage looked at Uchiha Tobirama, who had hugged his thigh and followed him at the last moment, and kicked him in the buttocks twice. You are so good at seizing opportunities, why don't you awaken your heavenly hand power now? Laugh. Second dad, now it's time for an adventure for both of us. Uchiha Tobirama didn't care about the spanking at all. He looked around at the yellow sand that was completely different from Konoha, and smiled with his toothless mouth. The Uchiha Kage looked at the noisy and energetic Uchiha Tobirama beside him, rolled his eyes in disgust, and kicked him on the butt again. They are all children, so why is Hinata so cute and soft? The more I look at it, the more I dislike it. Fortunately, Uchiha Kage's threats are still very effective. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tobirama immediately turned into a good boy and followed him quietly, but looking at his cunning eyes, one could still see his true nature at a glance. I sensed the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique slightly. Uchiha Kage used the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly came to Yakang's side with his son. I knew you would come. When Yakang saw Uchiha Kage appear, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Where are the people from Akatsuki? The Uchiha Kage nodded and asked. The desert ninja beast contracted by the ninja team responsible for the alert outside was the first to discover the abnormality. According to the time it took for the intelligence to be transmitted back, the people of the Akatsuki organization should appear in the Sand Village today. The Uchiha Kage nodded. He naturally squeezed onto Yakang's chair and snuggled up to his beloved wife. The little white snake, who had been ruthlessly ignored by someone, became ruthless when he saw this. He collapsed on the table in embarrassment and twisted like a maggot, and finally got the attention he deserved. Uchiha Kage wiped the slime off the scroll, unfolded it and began to read. The above records the information passed on by the honest man Hoshigaki Kisame, and the content is very simple. It mainly explains that the Akatsuki organization has suspended the recruitment of members and the accumulation of activity funds, and has fully entered the stage of collecting tailed beasts. The Sand Village, one of the 5 major ninja villages where the legendary Uchiha Madara lives, is naturally under the charge of the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato. Uchiha Kage didn't have time to close the scroll after reading it. I sensed a powerful chakra aura appearing above the Sand Village. Is this preparation to resist the rice? Uchiha Kage raised his eyebrows. He instantly appeared on the rooftop of Fengying building with Yakang's wife. Uchiha Tobirama, who was filled with dog food, looked at the 2 people disappearing in front of him and blinked his big eyes in confusion. He shouldn't have come here. On the rooftop. The Uchiha Kage narrowed his eyes and looked at Nagato, who was flying over the Sand Village. The moment he appeared, Nagato turned his gaze towards the familiar pair of eyes on the rooftop. After seeing Yakang following beside him, the doubt that had just risen in his eyes immediately disappeared. He pursed the corners of his lips that were a little shriveled by the wind and sand, and 2 wide noodles flowed silently in his heart. So fucking envious. Hey, Nagato. Flying so high, are your eyes dry? Aren't you afraid of sand getting in your eyes? The Uchiha Kage shouted to Nagato, who was flying in the sky. Nagato staggered when he heard that. I was just preparing to resist rice, and you asked me if my eyes were dry. Am I afraid of sand getting in my eyes? No, I should call you Uchiha Kage now. Nagato flew down and landed on the rooftop. He glanced at Yakang beside him, then turned to Uchiha Kage. I shouldn't care about your affairs, but you. Xiao Nan knows this. Before he could finish his words, Uchiha Kage immediately followed up with an answer. Nagato closed his eyes. The wide noodles that were originally flowing silently in my heart instantly sublimated into two wide and broad rivers. Xionin, you are really depraved. Come and take your tailed beast, and leave my wife's territory. The Uchiha Kage was too lazy to continue talking to him, and directly took Nagato and Yekara to the temple in the sand village where Shikaku, the One-Tail, was imprisoned and sealed. The previous Jinchuriki, Bunfuku, had been dead for several years. Today's One-Tail Shikaku is a completely independent being. Although the size of the prison seems a bit crowded compared to the huge body of the One-Tailed Shikaku, as creatures gathered by chakra, changing size is also one of the abilities of these tailed beasts. At this time, Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, was playing drums and gongs and singing loudly in the prison with his shrill, hoarse voice for his own amusement. As for breaking the seal on the prison to fight for freedom? Stop kidding. It doesn't want to open and close its eyes and inexplicably turn into a beast ball without limbs and tailed up. That human being is simply too terrifying for the tailed beast. Shikaku, shut up, your singing is so awful. When Yakang heard Shikaku's sharp, hoarse voice from afar, her head began to ache slightly, and she shouted coldly, "Woman, why should I listen to you?" Shikaku grinned and instinctively shouted loudly towards the entrance of the passage. It is just that Shikaku likes to stay in this prison for vacation, and he does not succumb to the despicable and weak human beings. Sundara with arms akimbo. JPG, let me see what's going on. Uchiha Kage raised his eyebrows. You only remember to eat and not to be beaten. Are you entering the rebellious phase so soon? He instantly arrived in front of the prison door and looked at Shikaku, who was practicing his musical talent inside, with a smile. What are you looking at? You idiot human, you know your uncle Shikaku. The Uchiha Kage looked at Shikaku, whose face had stiffened, with a half smile, and spoke softly and gently. Nothing. Nothing. Shikaku swallowed and answered with difficulty. How many slaps did you get from Susanna last time because of your foul mouth? And the time before that, he was inexplicably chopped into a beast ball, and it took more than half a year for his body to recover. In short, nothing good will come of meeting this human. What are you afraid of, Master Shikaku? We are here to take you to see the body of the Ten Tails, the Outer Path demon statue. How is it? Are you excited? Are you surprised? The Uchiha Kage looked at Shikaku, who was emitting a nervous aura, and chuckled. What? Are you planning to resurrect the terrible monster, the Ten Tails? Aren't you afraid that this will destroy the world? Upon hearing this, Shikaku immediately became angry and his expression became extremely ferocious and terrifying. The powerful tailed beast chakra began to gather on its body surface, and its size began to rapidly increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before its short hands could form seals to perform ninjutsu, the Uchiha Kage's Mangekyo Sharingan flashed. Clang! Shikaku, who was about to go berserk, suddenly lost his temper and stood there stupidly. Take your tailed beast and leave my wife's territory. The Uchiha Kage looked back at Nagato and urged again. Nagato looked deeply at the Uchiha Kage. He faintly sensed a very strong warning of danger from the other party, which was much stronger than the feeling he had when he met Ji in the past. Was it because this was his real body, or was it? Nagato suppressed his speculations, stepped forward and forced Shikaku to sign a contract with him, then left alone despite Uchiha Kage's urging. This process. Everything just feels wrong. He and Yakang returned to the Kazekige's office. When he saw Uchiha Tobirama sitting in the Kazekige's position, reviewing the government documents on the desk very seriously, Uchiha Kage finally remembered this son of a bitch who came with him. What is the usual punishment for stealing the village's secret documents? Uchiha Kage looked at Yakang beside him with a serious face and asked. Yakang and Uchiha Kage looked at each other and instantly understood what he meant. The voice was deep and dignified. The prisoner will be taken away by the Umbu Interrogation Department for interrogation and torture. After the value of the stolen documents is determined, the prisoner will be sentenced to death. I didn't steal any secret documents. Uchiha Tobirama was immediately frightened, tears welled up in his eyes, and he shook his head with a pale face. He just wanted to experience what it was like to be the Kage of a village and learn in advance about his future work as the Hokage. He really didn't think about stealing any secret documents. The pitiful little eyes looked at Uchiha Kage with hope. Second father. I'm so sorry, Toby. Although as your second father I really want to save you, this is in the Sand Village after all. Even if the fourth Hokage comes here in person, he can't say anything about the decision of the Sand Village. Uchiha Kage looked at Uchiha Tobirama with pity and sighed helplessly. Sister Fangying. Uchiha Tobirama once again looked at Yakang at the side with his pitiful eyes that were full of pleading and sparkling with tears, thinking of the dog food that had been stuffed into his mouth before. His clever brain suddenly moved, and he quickly changed his words. Fangying mother. Puff. Uchiha Kage and Yakang laughed out loud, and their serious and heavy disguises were instantly broken. Okay, sister won't tell anyone about this. Yakang covered his mouth and chuckled. The smiling glassy eyes glanced at Uchiha Kage inadvertently. There shouldn't be much going on in the village, right? How about going to live in Konoha for a while? The Uchiha Kage asked. Okay, there are mostly trivial things in the village, it would be nice to go there and relax. Yeah, Kang agreed with a smile. Perhaps it's because Akatsuki has begun to speed up its activities. On the second day after returning to Konoha, Uchiha Kage once again received intelligence information from Hoshigaki Kisame. Uchiha Kage read the information with a frown, then closed the information scroll with another frown. A space portal opened in front of him and he walked in with a frown. After arriving at the approximate range, Uchiha Kage sensed the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique slightly. Then the figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had already come to the side of Hoshigaki Kisame. Who are you? Kakuzu, Hoshigaki Kisame's teammate in action and enemy in terms of achievements, suddenly noticed a figure in his peripheral vision, and cold sweat instantly soaked the back of his shirt. After jumping back to create some distance, black lines of resentment appeared from all the joints of Kakuzu's body. He looked at the Uchiha Kage vigilantly and shouted in a cold voice, "Tisk! I'm sweating all over the bottom of the cell." The Uchiha Kage looked at Kakuzu, who had a wary look on his face, and chuckled. In the blink of an eye, the image of the pupil suddenly changed, revealing a pair of dazzling and enchanting Mangekyo Sharinan, and said, "Do you know who I am now?" Kakuzu felt a little relieved when he saw those familiar eyes. Joints. The black line of earth resentment slowly retracted, but it still did not get too close to Uchiha Kage. The Uchiha Kage's spectacular bloodline jutsu that bombarded the gate of the Akatsuki organization's base definitely left a deep impression on him. "Kisame, how are your recent work performance?" The Uchiha Kage gently patted the honest man's shoulder and smiled. "Oh, there's always someone who likes to steal my prey. What do you think we should join forces to kill him?" Hoshigaki Kisame gave a mischievous smile and grinned at Kakuzu, who was standing aside and didn't dare to get too close. "Hoshigaki Kisame, it's you who's trying to steal my prey." Kakuzu looked at the two of them warily, baring his teeth in annoyance. "Alright, stop making trouble. Kakuzu is my choice as the future financial manager." The Uchiha Kage looked at the two people who seemed particularly incompatible and chuckled. "Little ghost, I didn't promise you." Kakuzu felt a little scared inside, but he still didn't want to show his weakness on the surface. He is the man who once fought with Konoha's first Hokage, the legendary god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama. Very loud. "You are my future financial manager," Uchiha Kage said seriously. "I don't," Kakuzu answered without even thinking. As he spoke, the bright and charming eyes of Uchiha Kage suddenly faded rapidly and turned into the white eyes of the Hyuga clan. Then, a powerful pressure suddenly descended upon him. Kakuzu's heart sank suddenly, and the air around him seemed to become sticky. "Who are you?" the Uchiha Kage repeated seriously. "I am," Kakuzu said with gritted teeth, a bead of sweat on his forehead. The psychological pressure caused by this powerful pressure alone was even more terrifying than the pressure he felt when facing the leader Nagato. Uchiha Kage nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at the little loli with short blue-green hair who was in a coma and was carried on Kisame Hoshigaki's shoulder. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Fu. This cute little girl with dark skin is not the type that would easily attract attention at first sight, but only Ino can compete with that impressive slender waist. And there is more than one path to charm. Just like some people like mature ones, while some people like Lolita. This silly and rough-minded girl whose dream in the original drama is to make 100 friends is definitely the most cheerful and optimistic character in the original drama. "I got it for free, what else is there to be picky about?" Uchiha Kage clenched his fist and coughed lightly, then said seriously, "Ahem." Uchiha Kage placed one hand on Fu's body and removed the seal on her. The violent-tailed beast chakra suddenly spread out, stirring up a powerful airflow. From the tailed beast coat to the final transformation into a complete tailed beast, the entire process took no more than 5 seconds. The originally cute little loli was replaced by a hideous-looking flying beetle. As soon as he appeared, Nanao Shijiki let out a sharp hiss and quickly soared into the sky, flapping his 6 huge scaly wings behind him. Obviously, he had already figured out the situation outside when he was still inside Fu's body. "Tisk! A little smarter than that stupid raccoon cat," the Uchiha Kage chuckled. The figure jumped up and instantly appeared at a height almost parallel to Nanao Shijiki's head. The chakra gathered precisely on the raised calf, and then a powerful force burst out, smashing down heavily. Boom! Nanao Shijiki's upward movement suddenly stopped, and then he suddenly fell to the ground. Before the hissing sound from his mouth stopped, a pair of dazzling and enchanting Mangekyo Sharinan suddenly occupied Nanabe Shijiki's entire sight, and everything became completely quiet. So strong, like a real monster. The corner man who watched the whole process couldn't help but wonder in his heart. The tailed beasts are terrifying existences that are deeply imprinted in people's minds along with disasters. But in front of this scary guy, they were as fragile as cats and dogs on the street. Is this the disparity in this world? The Uchiha Kage looked around Nanao Shijiki and observed him, stroking his chin in thought. According to the performance in the original drama, the Jinchuriki whose tailed beast is extracted does not necessarily die. As long as there is still some tailed beast chakra in the body, the Jinchuriki's life can be maintained. Besides, this flying beetle is not as good looking as the two-tailed cat, so there is really no need to keep it. The Uchiha Kage nodded. The future fate of Shijiki Nanao was decided so easily and happily. With a few quick moves and slashes of the sword, Shijiki Nanamibai unconsciously experienced the same beast ball treatment that Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, had experienced before. No way. Uchiha Kage doesn't know how much tailed beast chakra to keep, so he can only go by his own feeling. Turn A, he used chakra to forcibly erase the seal on Fu's body, and transformed 6 scaly wings and a long tail into tailed beast chakra and injected it into Fu's body. After sensing that her vital signs were still stable, Uchiha Kage clapped his hands with great satisfaction. Sure enough, my feeling is right. Nanao Shijiki, and it hashtag. Okay, take the tailed beasts back in hand in the mission. Uchiha Kage happily picked up the unwanted little loli on the ground, looked at Kakuzu and Hashigaki Kisame and said, after releasing the space portal and preparing to leave, something suddenly occurred to him. He walked over to Hashigaki Kisame again, glanced at Kakuzu who was a few meters away, then leaned close to Hashigaki Kisame's ear and whispered in a low voice, well done. He patted Hashigaki Kisame's shoulder and gave him an affirmative look. Only then did he turn around without any reluctance. He walked into the space portal with the help of his luck, picking up the little loli that fell on the ground and no one wanted. Kanaha. Ever since I met Uchiha Madara, Hashirama Senju followed Madara, whom he loved so much, almost 24 hours a day. He kept giving warnings. He wanted to use his will of fire to infect this once betrayed enemy and best friend again. His level of wordiness is just like that of Tang Monk who followed Sun Wukong. Uchiha Madara has a gloomy face every day, and the head of the boy version seems to be bigger than before. It's definitely top-level torture. Madara, look, Kanaha is developing very well now, nothing like what you said happened. Madara, do you still remember our original intention when we founded Kanaha together? There won't be so many sacrifices, and there won't be so many children dying. Madara, shut up. Hot Mom, you have already deviated from your original intention. Uchiha Madara endured again and again, but finally he couldn't bear it anymore. With his clenched fist, carrying a strong hatred accumulated in his heart that was enough to kill 100 evil sword immortals, he smashed it hard at the meat trumpet that was entangled with him. Bang! The fist full of resentment was tightly grasped by Hashirama Senju's hand and could hardly move forward. Madara, I know you have your own ideas, but war is inevitable in any era. Haven't you seen how the village we built together has developed now? Senju Hashirama smiled warmly. He started his annoying mouth-to-mouth again. Epsilon, hashtag. Save me, save me, save me. Uchiha Madara had tears in his eyes and looked at the sky above his head in silence. Damn it. If his current strength allowed, he would destroy Hashiram, the Kanaha he mentioned, and everything. Madara, you are going to see the Uchiha land today. Senju Hashirama looked at the direction the road led to and his eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that the motor do you still care about the Uchiha clan? It's good to have something you care about, because the will of fire itself is to protect the things you care about in your heart. Oh, Hashi, I'm going to meet the younger generation of the Uchiha family that you can also go and talk to your granddaughter. Uchiha Madara glanced at Senju Hashirama and sneered. This is the only area where he can gain an advantage over Hashirama Senju now. After all, he didn't have a granddaughter who was kidnapped to be a wife, and the object was just a little kid. Ah, Suna-chan. Senju Hashirama covered his face helplessly with one hand. He didn't really support this matter. After all, there was a big age difference between the two people. But what could he do? Talk about your granddaughter? This matter is not something that Xiao Gang can decide. Let's talk about the Uchiha Kage, right? They just put a sack around him and tied him up. How can that make sense? I don't have the ability to force a lesson. I don't know if it's because the timing was just right, or if it was some three-dimensional person's sense of failure at work. Uchiha Kage had just returned to the Kanaha yard holding the little loli he had just picked up. The little girl in his arms stretched lazily, blinked her dazed eyes, and woke up slowly. Hello, Unai-chan. Where are we now, and can we be friends? Fu looked around at the unfamiliar environment and spoke to the Uchiha Kage. The rough and nervous features on his face did not look like a normal human cub at all. Of course, from now on, this place will be your home, the Uchiha Kage said in a gentle voice, with an evil smile on his face that looked like he was kidnapping an ignorant little loli. Ha! Then we'll be friends from now on. Fu laughed excitedly. After a while, he remembered that he didn't know the name of Uchiha Kage yet, and said, by the way, Unai-chan, I don't know your name yet, my name is Fu. Uchiha Kage, just call me brother from now on. Uchiha Kage put the lively little loli down in his arms and rubbed her little head with a smile. It turns out that little loli is the cutest. People like your own son of a bitch would definitely be hated by everyone if they walked on the street. Fu, go play with the sister in that room first. I'll introduce you to some new friends tonight. Suddenly, the Uchiha Kage sensed a familiar chakra aura approaching, and he ruffled the little loli's very easy-to-rub hair, then spoke to Fu. Is she my Unai-chan's friend? I'm so excited. Fu's eyes lit up. He waved happily to the Uchiha Kage and ran quickly towards the room he pointed to. It really has to be a little loli. Uchiha Kage looked at Fu's back and couldn't help but sigh again. The chakra aura sensed before was getting closer. Soon, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama arrived together. Hashi-sama, there are some things I need to talk to this junior alone. Uchiha Madara stopped and looked at Hashirama Senju beside him with an expressionless face. I couldn't get rid of this meat trumpet that was sticking to me, so I just started hitting it straight. Okay, I'll go talk to Tsuna. Senju Hashirama also noticed Uchiha Madara's attitude, scratched his head angrily, and then walked away quickly. Don't you know what your granddaughter looks like? What makes you think she would stay at home in broad daylight? Uchiha Kage stretched out his hand and looked at Senju Hashirama, who was walking away quickly. He opened his mouth, but the word stuck in his throat could not be uttered. After watching Senju Hashirama walk away, Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Kage, stared into his eyes, and said calmly, "Youngster, you should have seen the contents recorded on the stone tablet of Nanga Shrine with your own eyes, right?" Although he had told Ji about what the six-path sage had left on the stone tablet at the mountain cemetery, people would only believe what they saw with their own eyes. Well, Master Madara, I'm already doing it. Uchiha Kage nodded seriously and said, I believe that the children of Tsuna and I in the future will be able to gather the power of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan and obtain the power of the universe. Don't be angry, don't be angry, don't be angry. The corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched slightly. I closed my eyes silently and kept doing psychological counseling for myself. How can a person who throws all hope and pressure to his offspring be worthy of such powerful strength? The six-path sage has pointed out a path for our Uchiha clan to lead to peace in the ninja world. This is something that only we, the descendants of the sage and the Uchiha clan, can do. Only then can you walk the path to becoming the savior of the ninja world. A layer of light and shadow covered Uchiha Madara's face. He looked at Uchiha Kage and spoke in a cold and firm voice. Yo, Madara, what are you guys talking about here? Senju Hashirama waved and greeted from afar, his figure gradually approaching. The light and shadow on Uchiha Madara's face quickly dissipated, and he turned his head with a very unfriendly look at Senju Hashirama, who was walking towards him. Ahahaha, I can't find Tsuna. He should be in a gambling house or pub at this time. Senju Hashirama laughed and hooked his arm around Uchiha Madara's shoulder as if they were good brothers. He looked at Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Kage with curiosity, grinned and said, if you have something to talk about, just keep talking. Don't worry about me. We have finished talking about what needs to be said, let's go. Uchiha Madara turned his head away unhappily, spoke in a cold voice, then turned and left. Uchiha Kage smiled as he watched the two people leave. Sure enough, facing Uchiha Madara, who couldn't wait to dance, it was still necessary to give him a hashtag. I'll let you get robbed a little later, so be prepared to thank me. The other side. Akatsuki Organization Base. Nagato silently looked at the beast balls brought back by Hoshigaki Kisame and Kakuzu. His eyes were calm except for the huge amount of chakra in his body. Where is the appearance of a tailed beast? Nagato's mind moved slightly and his fingers formed a seal. A chakra chain suddenly shot out from the huge outer path demon statue behind him, wrapped around Nana Shijiki's body, and dragged him into the body of the outer path demon statue. The outer statue so one eye was opened again. Looking up, there were only two completely closed eyes and one half open and half closed eye left on the heretic golem statue. Your next mission is to go to the hidden cloud village and bring back the 8 tails Jinchuriki. Nagato sensed the increasingly terrifying aura accumulating in the outer path demon statue, turned his head to look at the two of them and spoke. Same as in the original show. At the beginning, everyone was just minding their own business and watching each other's fun. However, as the tailed beast Jinchuriki among the 5 major countries disappeared one after another, the top leaders of the major ninja villages gradually smelled something unusual from this incident. Among them, the 4th Raikage was the most anxious. It has always been the case that only the hidden cloud village cares about other people's things, so how could others care about them? Not to mention the 2 tails Jinchuriki Yaboku, who had long been caught in a sack. That was the bait they laid in the hidden cloud village and the nest they dug. For this purpose, several beauty pageants have been held in the village, just waiting for the big fish to return to their nest. Even if they can't keep the big fish, at least they have to leave them a few nests of high-quality fish, right? But now an Akatsuki organization has appeared out of nowhere. It is very likely that he has already set his sights on his sworn brother, Killer Bee, the 8 tails Jinchuriki. How can I tolerate this? The 4th Raikage waved his hand and immediately dispatched a large number of Kumagakure ninjas to search for the intelligence information left by the Akatsuki organization in the ninja world. And at the same time, Kiribi, who had just finished a concert for his apprentices, was walking alone on the path leading to Turtle Island. While practicing rap, he also danced and made strange movements. Two figures wearing red cloud-colored black robes crossed from the woods nearby, blocked his way. It really took us a while to find it. Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the sword Samehada loves powerful chakra the most. I'm sorry, please be the bait of this sword Samehada, I won't kill you. Hoshigaki Kisame stared at Killer Bee in front of him with sharp eyes. As if he had spotted a tasty prey, he grinned with a mouthful of bloodthirsty shark teeth and spoke cruelly. I will kill you and let you see what the difference is. Wake up, you idiot, you bastard. Kiribi was dancing and singing some strange rap that only he understood, but judging from the serious expression on his face, he was obviously in a serious state. Kisame, why waste time talking to a prey? Fire style, had hard work. Kakuzu glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and a mask behind him suddenly emerged from his shoulders under the control of the black line of Dyuanyu, and a powerful flame spit out from its mouth. Kiribi has a rather frivolous and active personality, but even Minato had praised his talent in fighting, and he had been closely following the actions of Hoshigaki Kisame and Kakuzu from the very beginning. When the fire flashed in his eyes, he immediately jumped onto a tree on the side to hide. You are a despicable person who can only attack by surprise. That you are an idiot, a bastard. Kiribi took out two kunao from his waist. He used lightning release chakra to give it powerful high-frequency vibrations and shot it towards Hoshigaki Kisame and Kakuzu. Hoshigaki Kisame drew out the big sword Samehada behind him and directly knocked away the kunao that was flying at him. Kakuzu also controlled the ground resentment to wrap around the branches on both sides, and then he flipped backwards and jumped onto the branches to avoid it. At this moment, Kiribi's figure avoided the sight of the two. Before he knew it, he had a ninja sword in his hand and stabbed at Hoshigaki Kisame's back from the blind spot behind him. Call dash. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned. He turned around quickly, and swung the big sword Samehada in his hand with a whistling sound, and smashed it ferociously at Killer Bee, who was attacking from behind, as if he was fighting for his life. This guy Kiribi's eyes were slightly stern behind his sunglasses. He quickly pulled out another ninja sword from behind, overlapped them, and used it to block the attacking sword, Samehada, while at the same time leaping back with force. Clang! There was a sound of metal clashing. With the help of this huge force, Kiribi flipped backwards rapidly in the air to release the force. When he landed again, the 7 ninja swords were already fully armed all over his body, and the powerful tailed beast chakra also condensed and manifested on his body surface, forming a non-substantial tailed beast coat. Then, he rushed towards Hoshigaki Kisame again. Oh, in battle, the more ninja swords you have, the stronger you will be. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, revealing his hideous gums. At the moment of the confrontation, his body lowered. He dodged the 2 ninja swords that Killer Bee was attacking at his neck and head, and the big sword Samehada in his hand easily split the ninja sword that Killer Bee was holding between his legs. He picked up Killer Bee and smashed him to the ground behind him. It seems that Samehada really likes your chakra. This is the first time I've seen Samehada grow so big, and the way he gets excited is incredible. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the big sword in his hand, Samehada, which had more than doubled in size, and chuckled. Can the sword called Samehada absorb chakra? And the appetite is so huge. Want to transform into a tailed beast? In the space of consciousness, the 8-tailed cow demon asked in a muffled voice. No, you idiot, you bastard. If you come out, the damage will be too great and the surrounding area will suffer. Kiribi danced in the space of consciousness. So what do you want to do? Use form 2. The 8-tailed Jayuki's nose twitched. Please lend me your chakra. Without me, you would have already lost. How arrogant. I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. Kiribi and Yabi are like a communication channel between old friends. Outside space. As Killer Bee posed, a more violent chakra aura soon surged from his body, and darker chakra tails surrounded Killer Bee. Then, a powerful chakra wave spread out in the surroundings. Revealing the inside was a bullhead skeleton with double horns on its head and tailed beast-like bones at its elbows. There were 8 tails swaying behind it, and its entire body was covered in dark red chakra. Only its half-tailed beast state could be barely seen as a humanoid form. Samehada has become even more excited. The amount and quality of his chakra are completely different from before. Hoshigaki Kisame held the big sword Samehada in his hand, eager to try it out, and his pupils couldn't help but be infected by it, revealing a hint of excitement. Compound ninja technique, flame wind wave. Kakuzu came out from behind the tree. Masks of fire and wind attributes appeared on both shoulders respectively, aiming at Killer Bee, who had just completed the transformation into a half-tailed beast, and simultaneously released fire style, head trapping, and wind style, harm suppression. The wind helps the fire, and the fire borrows the power of the wind. Boom, with a loud bang. Everything in front of him, including Killer Bee, who had just completed his transformation into a half-tailed beast, was engulfed in this raging sea of fire. Oh, Kisame, your combat experience is far inferior to mine. Kakuzu looked at Hoshigaki Kisame with disdain and sneered. Seriously speaking, who would wait for the opponent to get a buff during a battle? It was at this time. Something strange suddenly happened in the raging sea of fire. The half-tailed beast Killer Bee rushed forward at a terrifying speed that was hard to react at. He broke through the restraints of the sea of fire and then, without losing momentum, used his elbows to cover the tailed beast's ox-headed bones. Hit Kakuzu hard. What? The guy who was opening the champagne at halftime only had time to turn his head hastily. Then with a bang, the whole person was knocked out like a rag, hit a tree trunk hard, and fell to the ground. Damn it, the Jinchuriki really has a monster-like vitality. The Daiyuanyu in front of Kakuzu quickly sutured the wound with the black thread and slowly stood up in embarrassment. If it weren't for the black lines of secret resentment in his body, he would have been seriously disabled if not killed by the collision. Even so, he still lost 3 hearts directly. Kakuzu, please step aside. This is my battle. Hoshigaki Kisame spoke slowly, his eyes filled with excitement as he saw the prey. Then he quickly formed seals with his hands at a speed unique to honest people, and chakra began to gather frantically at his throat. Water release, big explosive water wave, Hoshigaki Kisame growled. Without caring whether Kakuzu had left the range of the spell, he violently spat out a huge wave-like torrent from his mouth, instantly forming a huge oval water prison. How can I repair it? Kakuzu glared at Hoshigaki Kisame with gritted teeth. Strings of bubbles gushed out of the mouth and various joints of the body. Then he controlled the black line of the earth resentment to paddle outward in the water. The ugly swimming posture looked like a dense mass of wireworms. Yow, the advantage of terrain is now huge, Hoshigaki Kisame said slowly. The big sword in his hand, Samehada, began to merge into his body. The gills on his cheeks and shoulders, which were more like tattoos, opened and closed rapidly, and shark fins quickly grew on his elbows and back. A fish that looks like a human. No, a human that turns into a fish. Killer Bee, who has transformed into a half-tailed beast, still maintains his rationality. First he was burned by the raging sea of fire, and then he was trapped in a water prison, even though he was protected by the powerful tailed beast coat of his half-tailed beast. His own condition is not as good as it seems. Are you going to transform into a tailed beast? The 8-tailed cow demon asked in a muffled voice within the consciousness space. Well, there is still an enemy outside. If we don't go all out, we will be disrespecting our opponent. Come on, idiot bastard, Kirabi said in a slightly serious tone in the space of consciousness. As Killer Bee and the 8-tails made their decision, the dark red-tailed beast coat that was originally half-tailed beast in the outside world quickly solidified and grew larger, revealing the huge and ferocious tailed beast entity of the 8-tailed Jayuki. Bang! As soon as the 8-tailed cow demon appeared in the water prison, a figure with extremely terrifying speed quickly passed by in front of him, and he was heavily pushed back. Octopus is a prey on the shark's diet. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned grimly. Then it turned into an arrow in the water again and quickly rushed towards the huge body of the 8-tailed Jayuki. That guy took away a lot of my chakra. Besides, he is too fast in the water. We must leave the water prison first, otherwise it will only be a matter of time before we are defeated, the 8-tailed Ushiki said in the consciousness space. Hoshigaki Kisame, who has the ability to absorb chakra, and Samehada, a large sword that can absorb large amounts of chakra, are simply a match made in heaven in the ninja world. Especially when facing the tailed beasts formed by the gathering of chakra, they are completely natural opponents. I know, idiot asshole, Kirabi replied casually in his consciousness space. In reality, he controlled his huge body, which had completely transformed into a tailed beast, and fled quickly in one direction. After a large amount of chakra was taken away by Hoshigaki Kisame again, Killer Bee controls his completely tailed beast body, and with his own huge body as the center, he drives his 8 tails to spin rapidly, forming an extremely powerful underwater tornado in the water. Then, he spat out a ball of thick ink from his mouth and quickly continued to flee in one direction. Whispering sound. It's indeed a damned octopus that spits out ink. But after fusing with Samehada, I can sense the chakra fluctuations in the water through my skin. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the surrounding waters that were stained black with ink and sneered. Through the underwater perception of his skin, Hoshigaki Kisame quickly sensed the direction of the 8-tailed Jayuki's chakra fluctuations. Found it. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned ferociously with a mouthful of sharp shark teeth. The figure quickly turned into a fish swimming in the water and quickly chased in the direction Kirabi left. No, compared to, the water dungeon is moving with us. In the space of consciousness, the 8-tailed Jayuki soon discovered that something was wrong. The next second after it opened its mouth to remind him, Hoshigaki Kisame's figure turned into a sharp sword in the water and quickly cut off one of the octopus tentacle of the 8-tailed Jayuki. He actually caught up with me. Stupid guy asshole, Killer Bee controls his completely tailed beast body and gathers a large amount of yin and yang chakra into his mouth. After it is completely gathered and formed, he compresses it and swallows it into his mouth, then stares at the direction of Hoshigaki Kisame and spits it out in one breath. Boom dash. A terrifying and dazzling white light exploded instantly, easily shooting through the water prison, and finally crashed into a mountain, bursting into dazzling flames. Wherever it passed, it stirred up a trail of empty steam in the water dungeon. The destructive power is really so terrifying that it's exaggerated. It's a pity that this is my home field advantage. Hoshigaki Kisame's cold voice sounded behind Killer Bee. Along with it, there is another thick octopus tentacle floating in the water, which is separated from Killer Bee's complete tailed beast form, the eight-tailed Gyuki. Roar, bye, my chakra is running low. The eight-tailed cow demon let out a heart-shaking roar of anger and warned within the consciousness space. This body type makes it a target, you idiot you bastard, Kirabi complained in the consciousness space. Then, its body shape in the outside world also changed rapidly, returning to its half-tailed beast form. It looks like you don't have much chakra left. Hoshigaki Kisame sneered in response when he saw this. The fish tail behind him swung and rushed towards Kirabi again. Bang! I caught you, I won't let you consume so much chakra in vain. Killer Bee held the shark fin between Hoshigaki Kisame's elbows with both hands. At the same time, the tail formed by the dark red chakra behind him condensed into substance in a small area, turning into octopus tentacles and tightly grasping the suction cups on Hoshigaki Kisame's body. As soon as he opened his mouth, he gathered the yin and yang chakra in front of him. However, the tailed beast chakra on his body was taken away by Hoshigaki Kisame at an unimaginable speed. In just a few seconds, it degenerated into the state of a transparent tailed beast coat. Asshole, the first 8 cuts. Kirabi cursed inwardly. The head immediately slammed hard into Hoshigaki Kisame's head. Bang! Hoshigaki Kisame's rough shark skin turned slightly blue under the heavy blow, but under the effect of the abundant chakra in his body, it quickly recovered to its original state. As expected of someone who is known as the perfect tailed beast Jinchuriki, he actually turned part of his body into a tailed beast at this size. It must be painful, right? Although it's a good idea, but now that you've touched my body, the chakra will only get less and less. Hoshigaki Kisame felt that the power of the restraints on his body was getting weaker and weaker, and he grinned and sneered. Then he suddenly swung his arm with a shark fin and launched the legendary Etsutsuki elbow strike technique that shocked the entire ninja world at Killer Bee, who was gradually becoming weaker. Bang, 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 bang. Under the double blow of elbow strike and chakra absorption, Kirabi's body quickly lost strength and began to slowly sink in the water dungeon. Damn it, my chakra has almost been taken away. Bye, get up. The eight-tailed cow demon kept calling out in the consciousness space. If it still had plenty of chakra, it would still have a chance to struggle. But now, there is nothing it can do. Bang! The huge water prison broke open, turning into water stains all over the sky that nourished the surrounding woods. Yada is pretty vulnerable too. Hoshigaki Kisame exited the fusion state with the sword Samehada and said disdainfully. The big sword Samehada in his hand looked completely broken, with its tongue drooping listlessly. Hiccup, heavy flow, wind style, suppress. Just when Hoshigaki Kisame had just finished the battle here, a majestic roar suddenly came from the dense forest not far away. Then the sound of trees breaking could be heard one after another. Kakuzu retreated in a panic in the strong wind, and his feet left a long break mark on the ground. After he stopped, the black lines of the earth resentment at the joint slowly retracted and fell into the distance, and the tentacle fists that had been shot out earlier were reattached to his body. Kisame, be careful of the speed of the rakeage. Kakuzu said this with a serious face, and at the same time he couldn't help feeling a little depressed. In terms of strength, he can be said to be a powerful shadow-level warrior. There are no obvious weaknesses in the ninja body genie, the most important component of a ninja's strength. He is very proficient in every aspect, but because of this, he is in an awkward situation where he cannot compare with those guys who have reached the pinnacle of expertise in certain areas. Rakeage, how did you find this place? Hoshigaki Kisame looked past Kakuzu and turned to look at the fourth Rakeage in confusion. You bastards from the Akatsuki organization have really set your sights on Bai. The fourth Rakeage, who hurried over to the Great Water Prison, ignored Hoshigaki Kisame's thoughts. His eyes swept over Kirabi, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and a look of rage instantly appeared on his face. The lightning chakra mode that he had already entered immediately reached its strongest state. Every strand of his hair stood on end, and visible thunder and lightning wrapped around his body. After the lightning chakra activated the cells in his body, his speed was as fast as a blue lightning. In just a moment, he appeared on the side of Hoshigaki Kisame's body. Thunder level. The fourth Rakeage condensed powerful lightning chakra in his hand and chopped it towards Hoshigaki Kisame's neck in the shape of a hand knife. So fast. Hoshigaki Kisame, who originally didn't care much, suddenly had his pupils shrink, but he only had time to quickly turn sideways and raise his shoulder to block. Click! The dull thump was followed by a crisp sound of broken bones. Hoshigaki Kisame's body slammed heavily on the tree stumps on both sides of the road like a rag. The shoulder and half of the body were completely sunken, with white bones piercing the flesh, presenting an extremely miserable picture. Yi Lei Shen Fury Thunder Axe. The fourth Rakeage is in a dominant position and shows no mercy. The figure appeared in front of Hoshigaki Kisame, and one leg condensed with powerful lightning chakra, smashed down heavily on Hoshigaki Kisame's body. At the critical moment, suddenly, several bundles of thick black lines of earth resentment emerged from the ground, entwining themselves with each other and forcing the fourth Raikage's powerful kick to stop in midair. One of them took the opportunity to wrap around Hoshigaki Kisame's calf and dragged him out of danger. Composite ninja technique, strange face, explosive flame. The horns were standing not far away, making hand seals, with two masks of nature sticking out from his left and right shoulders. He spit out powerful wind and fire jutsu from his mouth, instantly forming a raging sea of fire in front of him, completely submerging the location where the fourth Raikage was. Every failure is a learning experience. Kakuzu stared at the sea of fire in front of him warily. While dragging the bodies of Hoshigaki Kisame and Killer Bee, he began to evacuate far away. Their mission objective this time has been accomplished, so there is no need to continue to tangle with the fourth Raikage. Sure enough, his vigilance was right. Although the strongest lightning release armor in its full strength state is still not comparable to the tailed beasts and the Uchiha clan's Susanoo, it is still one of the best defensive means in the ninja world. The fourth Raikage transformed into a blue lightning and rushed out of the raging sea of fire. Although his body and hair looked a little messy due to the burnt black, and his chest's breath was obviously fluctuating, the violent, thunder-like aura on his body had not diminished at all. Put by down. The fourth Raikage took a quick look around. His sharp eyes were immediately locked on Kakuzu. With a loud shout, his figure instantly turned into an aurora covered with thunder and suddenly chased after Kakuzu. Damn it! Kakuzu frowned and cursed inwardly with a grim look on his face. With only 2 nature hearts left, he had no intention of delaying the fight with the fourth Raikage. But the opponent's speed was too fast. Raito Ninja meets Shadowari Sword. It only took the fourth Raikage a few breaths to quickly circle in front of Kakuzu to intercept him. The arm wrapped with powerful lightning chakra was like a heavy sword with great force, attacking Kakuzu head-on. Kakuzu's small, long bean-like eyes suddenly shrank. His rich combat experience allowed him to immediately control the black line of the earth resentment hidden underground, wrapping it around his calves and the branches on the side of the road, and then he pulled it suddenly. The whole body suddenly moved sideways for a distance. After dodging the heavy attack from the fourth Raikage, he instantly leaped onto a tree branch. "Bye, are you okay?" The fourth Raikage came to Killer Bee, stared at Kakuzu on the branch with a vigilant look, kicked Killer Bee lying on the ground with his toes, and spoke. But before Killer Bee woke up, he heard a whistling sound of wind behind him. The fourth Raikage turned around instantly. The heavy punch condensed with lightning chakra was struck out with the force of a needle against a wheat spike. Bang! The unstoppable force he had imagined did not appear, instead his own fist was the spikes on the knife. Same had left some bloodstains. This knife, the fourth Raikage felt the lightning chakra condensed in his fist dissipating rapidly, and his brows raised, and his eyes glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame who was holding a knife. There was a hint of surprise in his cold eyes. How could he recover so quickly from such a serious injury? No. The fourth Raikage narrowed his eyes and glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame's shoulders. Where the skin and flesh had already grown back, one could still see the broken bones that pierced the skin and were exposed. As expected of the Raikage. "It's my first time facing such speed and power, and I'm really not used to it." Hoshigaki Kisame grinned. He didn't care at all about the pain from the bone chip in his shoulder piercing the newly grown flesh. "You are a good ninja. As a sign of respect, I will kill you without hesitation," the fourth Raikage said in a deep voice. With a flash of his figure, he instantly bypassed the broadsword Samehata and punched Hoshigaki Kisame in the face. There was a sound of bang. A ball of water splashed around Hoshigaki Kisame's figure, and at the same time, a voice sounded not far behind the fourth Raikage. "Water style, great shark bullet technique." Hoshigaki Kisame stood high on a tree branch with his hands in a seal. One of his shoulders was once again stained with blood due to the forced movement, but it still couldn't hide the crazy smile on his face. "Water clone." The fourth Raikage turned around instantly. Seeing the large shark-shaped water bullet coming at him at a high speed, the fist condensed with lightning chakra naturally fell on the shark-shaped water bullet. But what he never expected was that all the lightning chakra in his fist used for attack was swallowed up by the shark-shaped water bullet, and his body became even larger. The shark held his body in its huge mouth and quickly retreated into the distance. "Damn it!" The fourth Raikage's expression changed. The lightning chakra wrapped around his body was also being quickly absorbed by this shark-shaped water bullet that was growing bigger and bigger. "Kakuzu, take the 8 tails, let's go," Hoshigaki Kisame shouted at Kakuzu. It is true that he is an honest man, but he is not a fool who cannot distinguish the priorities. Since the goal of the mission has been achieved, why doesn't he leave but wait for support from the other side? This place is not far from the hidden cloud village. "Are you okay?" Kakuzu controlled the black line of the earth's resentment to quickly bring Killer Bee back, and looked at Hoshigaki Kisame's shoulder which was bleeding. "Oh, don't worry, I won't die before you," Hoshigaki Kisame chuckled and said with a grin. "Humph, I've reserved your heart in advance." Jiao Tu snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. "Go towards the water," Hoshigaki Kisame said. The two found the right direction and quickly evacuated with the unconscious Kirabi. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at a seaport. the art of spiritual communication. After Hoshigaki Kisame formed a seal, he immediately summoned 2 huge sharks from the water. He took the lead and dived into the shark's mouth. Disgusting fishy smell. Kakuzu frowned and complained quietly. Then he took Kiribi into the shark's mouth. Some time passed after they left. The disheveled fourth Reikage finally arrived, breathless, looking at the endless sea in front of him, his face extremely cold and dark. Akatsuki Organization. Kanaha. Inside the Hokage's office. In his hand, Minato Namikaze was holding a letter that had just been sent by the envoy of the Hidden Cloud Village, inviting him to start the 5-Cage Summit. Call, the Akatsuki organization that captured the tailed beast Jinchuriki. I seem to have heard Jiraiya-sensei talk about this organization. Minato Namikaze put down the letter in his hand, frowned, and muttered. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to my mind. That's right, the organization that Konan belonged to before was called Akatsuki. Namikaze Minato's brows quickly relaxed. This matter might involve Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and he cannot ignore it. Now that we have found a clue, as long as we continue searching along this clue, we will be able to find out the purpose of Akatsuki organization in collecting the tailed beasts and stop it in time. Could the Uchiha cage have any connection with the Akatsuki organization? As soon as Minato Namikaze thought of this, he shook his head and laughed out loud. If it was the Uchiha cage, how could he care about capturing the tailed beast Jinchuriki? He would definitely be more interested in kidnapping those beautiful big sisters, leaving behind a clone to continue handling the work in the Hokage's office. Minato Namikaze stood up and left the Hokage building, walking towards the Uchiha clan's territory. In the yard of the house, the Uchiha cage could sense Namikaze Minato's chakra approaching even though he was still far away. So he stood up and walked to the door to greet him, intending to see what he wanted. Uchiha cage, I came here to find Zionin to find out some information. Minato Namikaze saw the Uchiha cage standing at the door and greeted him with a smile. Xiao Nan is not at home right now, just ask me if you have any questions. The Uchiha cage opened his Mangekyo Sharingan and looked at Namikaze Minato, leaning his shoulders against the doorframe, and spoke casually. He didn't want this incident to affect his wife Zionin, who now had a gentle personality and made people feel comfortable and peaceful like the warm sunshine. When he creates the right opportunity, he will naturally let Zionin know. Let's not talk about the mad scientist or Akimaru for now. With just the Samsara Eye and the Black Zetsu who can possess spirits, he can mass-produce resurrection coins and make people jump back and forth in front of the gate of Hades' palace 100 times. Well, I wonder if you know anything about the Akatsuki organization, the Akatsuki organization that Konan used to belong to. Namikaze Minato also saw the attitude of Uchiha cage. After a moment of silence, he scratched his head and asked tentatively, the current leader of Akatsuki is Nagato, who is also your fellow disciple. Their goal is to achieve the ideal of world peace. Uchiha cage nodded, looked at Namikaze Minato and said, what you really want to ask is whether they will attack Kushina, right? The 8-Tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village was also captured by the Akatsuki organization recently. Currently, there are only the 9-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina from our Konoha village and the 2-Tails Jinchuriki Yukato in the ninja world. The 4th Reikage has sent an envoy to explain this matter and is preparing to invite the 5 major countries to hold a 5-Cage summit to discuss this matter. Namikaze Minato nodded, did not hide anything, and spoke. As long as the 5-Cage summit is held, there will be a lot of noise, so there will be no question of whether it is leaked or not. If you believe me, let's find a place to release the 9-tailed fox, and then give it a good beating. The Uchiha cage raised his lips with an evil arc, looked at Namikaze Minato and said temptingly, cut off a few tails and legs and throw them to the Akatsuki organization. I guarantee they won't pay attention to Kushina again. And the 9-tailed fox has also behaved well. This is a win-win situation. Is this possible? Namikaze Minato said hesitantly. That's the tailed beast that symbolizes disaster. How come it becomes like a kitten or puppy on the street in your mouth? No, even kittens and puppies cannot be abused like this. Will the tailed beasts die? The Uchiha cage saw through Minato Namikaze's thoughts at a glance and asked, won't. Can the tailed beasts recover? Ball. That's it. Uchiha cage clapped his hands and said, disobedient cats and dogs must be disciplined. Your 9 tails is disobedient too. What's wrong with letting it suffer a little? Kuwabai, Sigma, Your. Namikaze Minato pointed in the direction of the yard. Before he could finish his words, Uchiha cage gave his answer. My cat is more obedient, so I pulled out one of its tails. Uchiha cage sniffed and said with an unnatural expression. Because of this, Yamujin had been ambushing and attacking him for a long time, and he had to avenge the 2-tailed Matatabi in his body. But he couldn't help but save his wife Kagaya. What else could he do? Hearing that the Uchiha cage had already done this, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but feel a little moved. Is there anything wrong with teaching the disobedient 9-tailed fox a lesson? Although I don't know what the use of my junior collecting the tailed beasts is. But there's nothing wrong with helping your junior fellow student realize his ideal of world peace, right? Done. After reaching a consensus with Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Kage arrived at the outskirts of the Death Forest and waited first. Not long after, Namikaze, Minato and Kushina arrived together. Xiao Ying, you and Minato were talking about bullying the Kyuubi, right? Kushina frowned. Pointing at Uchiha Kage's nose with one hand and pulling Namikaze Minato's ear with the other hand, he asked with a bad face. Although the Nine-Tails has always been disobedient and caused her some trouble in the beginning, and when she gave birth to Naruto, she treated the Nine-Tails more like a disobedient and naughty little pet. When he was a child, he often confided his thoughts to Kyuubi. It is hard to say whether the bad fox Kyuubi has any feelings for her, but she does have some feelings for Kyuubi. Kushina. Let me make it clear again. From Tsuna's perspective, you should call me brother-in-law, but from Minato's perspective, you should call me uncle. Uchiha Kage pushed away the finger that was about to poke into his nostril and corrected him with a serious face. This concerns one's own seniority, so there must be no ambiguity on this point. There will be another wave of super-generational additions in the future. Tisk, Sister Tsunade would never fall for a shameless and lascivious brat like you. You're just like Konan. Kushina snorted coldly. She glanced at the Uchiha Kage with disdain, pouted and muttered, the fists clenched under her sleeves perfectly revealing her unhappy mood at the moment. I hate this kind of unreasonable and invincible guy. I was resting at home today, but Minato called me out, and now I'm here. If you don't let me beat up the Kyuubi, I'll use your Minato as a substitute. The Uchiha Kage ignored Kushina's contemptuous look and rubbed his hands with a smirk on his face. Set is itching to fight. You bastard. Kushina raised her eyebrows upon hearing that, her red hair flying. He was so angry that he wanted to hit her hard with Uchiha Kage's fist in the face. Kushina, calm down. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze hurriedly grabbed the furious Kushina with both hands and tried to dissuade her. After finally calming down Kushina and she breathed a sigh of relief, she immediately looked at the Uchiha Kage who was watching the show on the side with a pair of resentful eyes. The meaning is obvious. Why are you teasing my wife for no reason? Besides this method, are there any other options? Kushina took a few deep breaths and gradually calmed down. She looked at the Uchiha Kage and asked. Kushina came along because she saw how much Minato cared about her in this matter, but she also didn't want to see Minato spend all his energy on this matter. If she had to choose between Minato Namikaze and the Nine-Tails, she would definitely choose to let the Nine-Tails suffer the injustice. Even my well-behaved cat couldn't escape this. Your stinky fox who loves to string candied haws will definitely deserve this. Uchiha Kage spread his hands and said, does Juwei like candied haws? I didn't expect that the disobedient and naughty fox had such innocent hobbies, but how did Uchiha Kage know this? After this incident is over, I can send some raw materials and sticks to the wrong nine-tailed fox to comfort him. Kushina tilted her head in confusion after hearing this. I understand, but I can only cut off one of the nine-tailed fox's tails. Kushina raised a finger with a serious expression and bargained. Why do your cats only need to have their tails cut off, but my cat's nine-tailed cat has to have its tail and legs cut off together? Isn't this bullying an honest person? No. Uchiha Kage crossed his hands on the spot and refused verbally. Seeing that Kushina still wanted to continue bargaining, he immediately said, wait for me to tell you a story first. When the six-paths sage created the tailed beasts, one for one tail, one for 9 tails, one for 2 tails, one for 9 tails, one for the 8 tails, one for the 9 tails, and finally the sage of 6 paths saw that he still had a lot of chakra left, so he simply gave some to the 9 tails. As Kushina and Minato Namikaze listened, they were completely frozen in place. Could someone really be so biased? Uchiha Kage looked at Kushina and Namikaze Minato, who were full of question marks, pursed his lips, and asked, do you still want to discuss fairness with me now? But Kyuubi is actually very well behaved. Kushina frowned. She really didn't want to see a fox with only a head and a body in the sealed space inside her body when she closed her eyes at night. That would be too ugly. Don't you think chubby foxes are actually pretty cute? Ugly and cute. Uchiha Kage opened his Mangekyo Sharingan and sensed Kushina's thoughts a little. After finding out that it was just the last insistence of the appearance party, he took the opportunity to get close to her and whispered to her to seduce her. Really? Kushina asked with some self-doubt. Why didn't she think of the idea that if the 9-tailed fox's tail and limbs were removed, there would be no ugly cute picture? Really? Why would I lie to you? I am an expert at this kind of work. Uchiha Kage patted his chest confidently. This doesn't count as lying to her. Anyway, the beast ball of the one-tailed Shikaku looks pretty ugly and cute. Under the persuasion of Uchiha Kage, Kushina finally made a decision with some doubt. Xiaoying, you have to act more seriously when you act with us later. Kushina looked at Uchiha Kage with some concern and gave instructions again and again. Leave it to me, don't worry, little Kushina. The Uchiha Kage rolled his eyes in response. He casually made an okay gesture with his right hand and spoke in a deliberately elongated voice. How disrespectful, I am the elder. Kushina's expression immediately drooped, but she remained silent and said nothing. He placed one hand on the sealing seal on his body. Then, he resolutely controlled the chakra and slowly opened the dusty prison door in his body. Seal space. In the damp and dark cage, the nine-tailed fox, which was curled up in a ball, suddenly opened its cold, scarlet eyes that were filled with violent murderous intent, looking at the sealing power on the prison door gradually loosening and dissipating. The mouth full of sharp teeth emitting cold light involuntarily cracked into an exaggerated arc, saliva flowed out from between the teeth, and the scarlet eyes shot out an icy light that was ready to devour anyone. Roar! The nine-tailed fox opened its huge mouth and roared. Its four limbs were slightly crawling on the ground, and the nine tails behind it soared into the sky, dancing wildly. A huge and violent chakra turned into a raging torrent, easily breaking open the prison door. Outside world. After Kushina undid the seal on the nine tails, visible-tailed beast chakra soon spread from her body. Minato. Kushina nodded to Minato with a slightly painful expression. As she gave up resistance, the violent-tailed beast chakra turned into a scarlet half-tailed beast in the blink of an eye, and then condensed into substance. But in a moment, the ferocious-looking and huge nine-tailed fox was fully revealed in front of Uchiha Kage and Namikaze Minato. Roar! The first moment the nine-tailed fox appeared, it let out a deafening roar towards the sky. The air full of freedom made every fox hair on its body tremble with comfort. The Uchiha Kage and Minato looked at each other. Then he instantly appeared above the nine-tailed fox who was stretching his body. A kick condensed with powerful fairy chakra was raised high and hit the nine tails head heavily. Roar! Damn humans! Kuwabai howled in pain. The scarlet eyes filled with crazy murderous intent stared at the Uchiha Kage above and roared angrily. Oh, you rude beast! The Uchiha Kage sneered. The yin and yang chakra gathered in his palm, and suddenly a large black chakra rod shot out, nailing the nine tails firmly to the ground. The nine-tailed fox's scarlet pupils suddenly contracted. Its four limbs and nine tails struggled frantically, but facing the black chakra stick that could block the flow of chakra, its efforts were completely useless. Snort! As bad as Shukaku. The Uchiha shadow landed on the nine tails head, with a slight teasing arc at the corner of his mouth. Human, have you seen that damn stinky raccoon cat? Kuwabai glanced upwards and spoke through his teeth. That foul-mouthed raccoon cat was like you. I cut off its tail and limbs and made it into a beast ball. The corners of Uchiha Kage's mouth curled up slightly. As he said this, he used yin-yang escape technique and all attribute chakra to create the truth-seeking ball, which transformed into a ninja sword in his hand. With a flash of his figure, he quickly cut off one of the nine tails' tails. Roar! Damn human, I will eat you. The nine-tailed fox roared angrily and struggled violently and madly. Uchiha Kage's actions would not stop because of the nine tails' rage. His figure turned into a series of incomplete light and shadows in just a few breaths. The immobile nine-tailed fox turned into an exquisite beast ball in his hand. In the space of consciousness, Kushina, who had previously given up resistance and was engulfed by the hatred of the nine tails chakra, suddenly experienced a violent emotional fluctuation. Unforgivable. She was cheated. The beast ball nine-tail without a tail and limbs looks so ugly that it is even uglier than Minato's toad. The kids next door would cry when they see it. Ah, we of you, ah, we of you. Nine-tailed fox, go back and let me do it. Kushina said this in her consciousness space, tears streaming down her eyes, while gritting her teeth. She just wanted to go out and chop off Uchiha Kage's head. This ugly fox is now completely unwanted. Unforgivable. Shut up, human. Nine-tailed fox gnashed his back teeth and growled in his consciousness. It was nailed to the ground by the chakra black stick and had no way to resist, but it was allowed to return to the dark and humid sealed space. It is also unwilling. What did you say, nine-tailed fox? I'm super angry right now. Kushina roared in her consciousness space. Golden chains appeared out of thin air behind him. The whistling chains directly pierced through the limits of space, entangled with the nine tails chakra, and dragged it back bit by bit. How is this possible? My hatred should have overwhelmed your consciousness. The nine-tailed fox's pupil suddenly trembling, I came to my senses instantly. Its chakra was filled with hatred. How did this woman break free? Unfortunately, no one can answer its doubts at this moment. The diamond chain dragged its chakra and quickly pulled it into the dark and damp prison. No, Kuwabai yelled. His eyes were fixed on the door of the cage. Fortunately, the seal that at least wanted to see did not appear on the prison door again. Kuwabai's heart was pounding wildly. Without reservation, he transmitted his own chakra filled with pain and hatred to the outside of the cell door and into Kushina's body, hoping that this would be able to completely devour Kushina's will. Outside world. After making the nine tails into a beast ball, the Uchiha Kage followed Kushina's instructions and used his best acting skills to perform the standard pathetic scene of snatching and saving the fox with Minato. Uchiha Kage was just performing his smug act of cleaning up the remains of the nine tails when Minato took advantage of the opportunity and attacked from the dark, severely injuring him. Just as I was waiting for the next scene where Minato Namikaze took the opportunity to rescue Kushina, Nine Tails, and then had to escape in a panic due to the conspiracy between the two, I was surprised to see that the Nine Tails was gone. What appeared before him now was the legendary red-haired ancestor who made the heaven and earth pale in comparison. Minato, there's something wrong with this script, right? The Uchiha Kage turned his neck stiffly and asked Namikaze Minato. You should just wish yourself the best. Minato Namikaze swallowed and cold sweat ran down his forehead. A picture similar to this. He has only seen it once in his life. Xiao Ying, how dare you lie to me, unforgivable. Kushina yelled, clenching her fists. His red hair danced wildly in the sky, and his eyes, eroded by the Nine Tails chakra, turned into cruel and fierce vertical animal pupils, emitting two heart-piercing cold rays. As soon as the voice fell, the whole person suddenly jumped up and fell down like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Boom! The soil and rocks cracked and the earth collapsed. The red-haired old man standing in the pit still stared at Uchiha Kage with his glowing eyes mercilessly. Minato, stop your wife from going crazy. The Uchiha Kage quickly hid behind Namikaze Minato and pointed at the red-haired ancestor and said, Kushina. Minato looked at Kushina with an embarrassed expression. Before he could finish his words, the red flash of the ninja world came running over, grabbed him by the collar and threw him away, then continued to stomp towards the Uchiha Kage step by step. Always irritating me. Unforgivable, I will make sure you pay for it today, Kushina shouted angrily. It was obvious that he had been harboring resentment for a long time. I have endured it again and again, but I can't stand it anymore. A person who is good looking actually has a fox that is so ugly that it makes people cry. It's simply unforgivable. When the Uchiha Kage saw Kushina's current state, he couldn't help but gasp. With his extremely high anger value, he was able to completely suppress the erosion of the Nine Tails chakra, and if the evil sword immortal came over at this time, he would have to endure a few big fights before leaving. The Uchiha Kage looked at Namikaze Minato, who was thrown out with sympathy. He quickly formed seals with his hands and performed the shadow clone technique. At the same time, he took advantage of the exploding smoke to perform the flying thunder god technique and disappeared in an instant. It turns out that other people's wives are easier to tease. The most important thing is that you don't have to coax them after you've made fun of them. When Uchiha Kage thought of Namikaze Minato's eyes full of resentment and helplessness afterwards, he felt very happy. With the collected remains of the nine-tailed fox, after opening a space portal, they arrived at the base of Akatsuki. Nagato, when are you going to start your plan? The Uchiha Kage threw the scroll containing the remains of the Nine Tails to Nagato. His gaze turned towards the outer path demon statue, which had a huge amount of violent-tailed beast chakra accumulated in its body, and whose several open eyes carried a suppressed aura that seemed ready to make a move. Just absorb the Nine Tails chakra into your body, and the huge outer path demon statue in front of you will be able to change its own form. The Ten Tails appearance is initially revealed. Thank you very much. You know so much about Akatsuki because of your eyes, right? Nagato reached out to take the scroll, looked at the Uchiha Kage with a gloomy gaze, and asked, now, can you tell me your purpose? Perhaps once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. With Black Zetsu in front of him, he didn't think that relying solely on Konan's relationship would allow the other party to help his plan repeatedly. As for the purpose, does it count as wanting to see how far you can go? By the way, let's find a wife. The Uchiha Kage rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before answering. This doesn't count as cheating him, right? Nagato looked at the Uchiha Kage in silence. After a while, he nodded indifferently, turned his back to Uchiha Kage and said coldly, once the Akatsuki organization's plan begins, it will not stop in advance for any reason. The 5 great nations are all within the scope of my plan. That you'd better take Xionin and find a place to hide in advance. Uchiha Kage glanced at Nagato's back, and his figure was gradually enveloped by a dark space portal. He had already seen the answer he wanted from Nagato. And Nagato's first anti-me goal. It's Konoha. The other side. Konoha. The moment the Nine Tails chakra aura filled with pain and hatred appeared on the outskirts of the Death Forest. Sitting on the Hokage rock enjoying the breeze for their honeymoon, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha immediately sensed the Nine Tails' unique chakra aura. This chakra aura. Kua by Uchiha Madara's lips curled up slightly. He looked sternly towards the outskirts of the Death Forest. This is one of the prerequisites for him to complete the Moonai project, so he should pay attention to it in advance. Nine-tailed fox. Did something happen to Kushina? Senju Hashirama looked towards the outskirts of the Death Forest with a serious face. As the person who personally captured the Nine Tails and sealed it in Konoha, he was of course familiar with the Nine Tails chakra full of pain and hatred, and he deeply understood the harm of this chakra to the ninja world. It can easily erode and destroy a person's will, dragging him / into an endless abyss of hatred. Madara, I need to go over and take a look at the situation. The words haven't finished yet. The figure of Hashirama Senju turned into a residual image and quickly disappeared from Uchiha Madara's sight. Finally left. Uchiha Madara looked at the disappearing figure of Senju Hashirama, and couldn't help but laugh wildly with the Uchiha clan's signature evil and crazy look on his face. It was the first time that he felt that Hashirama Senju's presence was so annoying. Now he has finally gotten rid of this meat trumpet. Finally I have the chance to find out about Nagato's situation and Black Zetsu's progress. Uchiha Madara quickly formed seals with both hands. The whole person quickly escaped into the ground and began to sneak away from Konoha, the outskirts of the Death Forest. Senju Hashirama had just arrived at the scene of the incident. Then we saw Uchiha Kage constantly using the obstacle of Minato Namikaze to move around. He kept pulling Kushina, who was in a rage with 2 stubborn tears on her face. Because the Uchiha Kage did it intentionally, and because Namikaze Minato was only trying to please his wife, the scene inexplicably became a scene of domestic violence. Poor Minato Namikaze was like the red cloth in the hands of a bullfighter. He was grabbed by the collar and thrown away countless times. The 4th generation. Hashirama Senju looked at Minato Namikaze, who looked aggrieved and embarrassed, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Did you deal with the Nine Tails rebellion like this? Forget about the Uchiha Kage, but you, the 4th Hokage, are you also following him and making trouble? When entering the temple, let your hands drop. Senju Hashirama shouted softly, and a dark ink-colored Zo character appeared on his palm. After injecting chakra into it, several wooden rectangles were immediately created, flying out from all directions, entwining and suppressing the Nine Tails chakra in Kushina's body. He is the legendary god of the ninja world, the 1st Hokage. Senju Hashirama. The nine-tailed fox sensed the chakra aura from the outside world that had taken away its decades of freedom and made it hate it so much, and its pupils suddenly contracted. But he also knew how powerful he was, and began to actively gather his own tailed beast chakra. Shot aim Hokage-sama. The tailed beast chakra on Kushina's body and the vertical animal pupils in her eyes quickly receded. Her stubborn eyes were filled with tears. She frowned and looked at Hashirama Senju in confusion. I'm glad you're okay. Senju Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Kushina's emotions were normal, he released the suppression of wood release. The next second, the violent-tailed beast chakra burst out of the body again. A scarlet figure flashed before his eyes. Hiss, .. When the Uchiha Kage saw Kushina's current state, he couldn't help but gasp. With his extremely high anger value, he was able to completely suppress the erosion of the Nine Tails chakra. That if the evil sword immortal came over at this time, he would have to endure a few big fights before leaving. The Uchiha Kage looked at Namikaze Minato, who was thrown out with sympathy. He quickly formed seals with his hands and performed the shadow clone technique. At the same time, he took advantage of the exploding smoke to perform the flying thunder god technique and disappeared in an instant. It turns out that other people's wives are easier to tease. The most important thing is that you don't have to coax them after you've made fun of them. When Uchiha Kage thought of Namikaze Minato's eyes full of resentment and helplessness afterwards, he felt very happy. With the collected remains of the nine-tailed fox, after opening a space portal, they arrived at the base of Akatsuki. Nagato, when are you going to start your plan? The Uchiha Kage threw the scroll containing the remains of the Nine Tails to Nagato. His gaze turned towards the outer path demon statue, which had a huge amount of violent-tailed beast chakra accumulated in its body, and whose several open eyes carried a suppressed aura that seemed ready to make a move. Just absorb the Nine Tails chakra into your body, and the huge outer path demon statue in front of you will be able to change its own form. The Ten Tails appearance is initially revealed. Thank you very much. You know so much about Akatsuki because of your eyes, right? Nagato reached out to take the scroll, looked at the Uchiha Kage with a gloomy gaze, and asked, now, can you tell me your purpose? Perhaps once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. With Black Zetsu in front of him, he didn't think that relying solely on Konan's relationship would allow the other party to help his plan repeatedly. As for the purpose, does it count as wanting to see how far you can go? By the way, let's find a wife. The Uchiha Kage rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before answering. This doesn't count as cheating him, right? Nagato looked at the Uchiha Kage in silence. After a while, he nodded indifferently, turned his back to Uchiha Kage and said coldly, once the Akatsuki organization's plan begins, it will not stop in advance for any reason. The 5 great nations are all within the scope of my plan. That you'd better take Xionin and find a place to hide in advance. Uchiha Kage glanced at Nagato's back, and his figure was gradually enveloped by a dark space portal. He had already seen the answer he wanted from Nagato. And Nagato's first anti-me goal. It's Konoha. The other side. Konoha. The moment the Nine Tails chakra aura filled with pain and hatred appeared on the outskirts of the Death Forest. Sitting on the Hokage rock enjoying the breeze for their honeymoon, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha immediately sensed the Nine Tails' unique chakra aura. This chakra aura. Kua by Uchiha Madara's lips curled up slightly. He looked sternly towards the outskirts of the Death Forest. This is one of the prerequisites for him to complete the Moonai project, so he should pay attention to it in advance. Nine-tailed fox. Did something happen to Kushina? Senju Hashirama looked towards the outskirts of the Death Forest with a serious face. As the person who personally captured the Nine Tails and sealed it in Konoha, he was of course familiar with the Nine Tails chakra full of pain and hatred, and he deeply understood the harm of this chakra to the ninja world. It can easily erode and destroy a person's will, dragging him / into an endless abyss of hatred. Madara, I need to go over and take a look at the situation. The words haven't finished yet. The figure of Hashirama Senju turned into a residual image and quickly disappeared from Uchiha Madara's sight. Finally left. Ahahaha. Uchiha Madara looked at the disappearing figure of Senju Hashirama, and couldn't help but laugh wildly with the Uchiha clan's signature evil and crazy look on his face. It was the first time that he felt that Hashirama Senju's presence was so annoying. Now he has finally gotten rid of this meat trumpet. Finally I have the chance to find out about Nagato's situation and Black Zetsu's progress. Uchiha Madara quickly formed seals with both hands. The whole person quickly escaped into the ground and began to sneak away from Konoha, the outskirts of the Death Forest. Senju Hashirama had just arrived at the scene of the incident. Then we saw Uchiha Kage constantly using the obstacle of Minato Namikaze to move around. He kept pulling Kushina, who was in a rage with 2 stubborn tears on her face. Because the Uchiha Kage did it intentionally, and because Namikaze Minato was only trying to please his wife, the scene inexplicably became a scene of domestic violence. Poor Minato Namikaze was like the red cloth in the hands of a bullfighter. He was grabbed by the collar and thrown away countless times. The 4th generation. Hashirama Senju looked at Minato Namikaze, who looked aggrieved and embarrassed, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Did you deal with the Nine Tails rebellion like this? Forget about the Uchiha Kage, but you, the 4th Hokage, are you also following him and making trouble? When entering the temple, let your hands drop. Senju Hashirama shouted softly, and a dark ink-colored Zo character appeared on his palm. After injecting chakra into it, several wooden rectangles were immediately created, flying out from all directions, entwining and suppressing the Nine Tails chakra in Kushina's body. He is the legendary god of the ninja world, the 1st Hokage. Senju Hashirama. The nine-tailed fox sensed the chakra aura from the outside world that had taken away its decades of freedom and made it hate it so much, and its pupils suddenly contracted. But he also knew how powerful he was, and began to actively gather his own tailed beast chakra. Shadaim Hokage-sama. The tailed beast chakra on Kushina's body and the vertical animal pupils in her eyes quickly receded. Her stubborn eyes were filled with tears. She frowned and looked at Hashirama Senju in confusion. I'm glad you're okay. Senju Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Kushina's emotions were normal, he released the suppression of wood release. The next second, the violent-tailed beast chakra burst out of the body again. A scarlet figure flashed before his eyes. Who is it? The supporting members of Akatsuki organization became alert immediately when they heard the sound of breaking wind beside their ears. The chakra stimulated the activity of the leg cells, and with a flash of the body technique he quickly dodged the attack of the kunao, but this also played into Uchiha Madara's hands. Wind style, vacuum wave. Uchiha Madara's figure appeared beside him at this moment, and a sharp breath spit out from his mouth. Although the Akatsuki member in front of him was just a supporting role randomly picked by Nagato, but there is still a basic lower limit of strength. When the sharp wind blade was approaching, there was a bang sound, and the essence of a piece of substitute wood was revealed. You little brat, if you don't have the ability, don't try to learn to play ninja games from adults. It'll kill people. A member of a supporting cast stands on a branch. With a sarcastic arc on the corner of his mouth, he looked at Uchiha Madara and spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, several hidden weapons clamped in the joints of his hands condensed with dazzling lightning chakra and shot out towards Uchiha Madara's figure. Just as a gleam of excitement and bloodthirstiness flashed in his eyes, there was a sudden pain in the shoulder, and the extra member subconsciously turned his head to look, and saw incredibly that his arm had been completely separated from his body and thrown into the air. Before his brain could react, a sharp pain came from the other shoulder. Ninja games are definitely not for children. A cold voice sounded behind the extra member. Uchiha Madara kicked him off the branch, then jumped down from the air, stood in front of his head, and asked condescendingly, now tell me all the information you know about the Akatsuki organization. Hand.my arm. The supporting member of Akatsuki organization lay on the ground, his pupils trembling violently, mumbling in a daze. After hearing the voice coming from in front of him, he suddenly looked up at Uchiha Madara with an expression as ferocious as a devil. You bastard, our leader possesses the eyes that only the legendary Six-Paths Sage possesses. It's the god of this world, the leader will definitely kill you. The extra member roared harshly. Without both hands, he also lost his qualification to be a ninja, and lost the qualification to be high and mighty in front of those weak people. Now he just wants to die. Because for him now, living is the beginning of pain. I'm not really good at interrogation, but I have seen quite a few of these methods. Uchiha Madara whispered with a cold expression. In the past, whenever he needed something, he would just use his Genjutsu Sharingan to solve the problem. What could he not get if he wanted to know it? Now it's really troublesome. Although I'm not a professional medical ninja, I am quite proficient in some medical methods. I don't have much patience. You'd better tell me everything you know. Uchiha Madara stepped on the bloody shoulder of the extra member and rubbed it gently. The thin and sharp wind attribute chakra gradually eroded the flesh and blood meridians at the cross-section of the shoulder. The voice was calm, yet it contained a chill that was colder than the devil. A terrifying scream emanated from the mouth of the extra. Almost in an instant, his entire body was soaked in cold sweat. The feeling of the thin and sharp wind attribute chakra eroding his flesh and blood meridians was no less painful than being eaten away by thousands of ants. The original passion to commit suicide only lasted for a few seconds before he turned around and chose to surrender. I say. The extras put in all their efforts. He managed to squeeze out a few words from between his trembling, uncontrollably teeth. Oh, Uchiha Madara retracted his foot and chuckled disdainfully. The extra member took a few deep breaths, glanced at Uchiha Madara with a cold face, subconsciously shrank his neck, and began to honestly tell what he knew about the intelligence related to the Akatsuki organization. Among all this information, Uchiha Madara was most concerned about the clues to Black Zetsu's whereabouts. Is there no half-black, half-white guy in the Akatsuki organization who looks like an aloe vera? After listening to useless information for a long time, Uchiha Madara frowned impatiently and asked. No. The extras shook their heads. Then he seemed to have thought of something, nodded quickly, and said, but I heard from the seniors in the organization. Previously, one of the members was sealed in the meteorite in the sky by the leader. He might be the person you are looking for. I've already told you everything I know. After saying that, he looked at Uchiha Madara with expectation and calmness. Uchiha Madara did not ignore his expectations and shot a kunai which instantly penetrated deep into his forehead. If it weren't for this powerless and defective body, coupled with the opponent's lack of cooperation, he would not have bothered to use such a petty method of torturing the enemy. There really was an accident with Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara had a gloomy face and looked far away in the direction of the rain country. Although there is no clear answer, all the signs now point to the truth of the matter. However, rescuing Black Zetsu is also a problem. Even though he is experienced in combat, with his defective body he can only cause damage at the level of a jonin at best. If you want to destroy the seal of Chibuka Tensei from the outside, you still need his help. The power of people. In Uchiha Madara's heart, the Uchiha Kage, who had started to play tricks after taking away his inheritance, was naturally eliminated at the first opportunity. The plan, which was already not going smoothly, could not withstand the involvement of an uncontrollable entity, to say the most suitable candidate at the moment. Of course, the one who has to be his best friend and nemesis is Hashirama Senju. That kind of character, which is even close to weakness in Uchiha Madara's eyes, is perfect to be utilized. Senju Hashirama, who has not found Uchiha Madara for several weeks, has seemed very distracted and depressed recently. Konoha today is indeed much more prosperous than before, but when walking alone in such a village, Hashirama Senju always has a feeling that things have changed. As an old person who has been eliminated by the times, it is a great blessing to be able to return to the world and take a look at the prosperous scene of the village that represents one's hard work. Senju Hashirama was already very satisfied with this and had no regrets. But Tobirama Senju, who had resurrected him from the impure world reincarnation, had already left. There is no way for him to return to the pure land now. My granddaughter Tsunade is not young anymore. It is impossible for her to be around to play with me every day like when I was little. As a lonely old man, Hashirama Senju now feels that he has been abandoned by the whole world. The sun sets. As usual, Hashirama Senju sat alone on top of the Hokage rock. He stared absent-mindedly at the Konoha village in the distance under the setting sun, his thoughts already drifting away, recalling the youthful and energetic memories of his past. Hot Mom. Madara. Hearing the clear and lively familiar voice, Hashirama Senju smiled and shook his head. Am I actually hallucinating? Hello, Hot Mom, what are you thinking here? Uchiha Madara walked to the side of Senju Hashirama, patted his shoulder, and sat down. Madara. Only then did Senju Hashirama realize that he was not hallucinating, and looked at Uchiha Madara with excitement. My partner is finally back. The life of elderly people living alone can be declared over. Where have you been all this time? Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara and asked in confusion. I went outside to gather some intelligence information. Uchiha Madara looked at Konoha under the setting sun, and a hidden light flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, after hearing this, Senju Hashirama took the initiative to bring up the topic. Madara, let's leave this world to the young people. We have all been eliminated by this era. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara with a smile on his face. The chattering mouth-to-mouth ninjutsu was performed again, hoping to convince Uchiha Madara to agree with his idea. Shut up first, Hashimaya. Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly interrupted Senju Hashirama's skill reading, glared at Senju Hashirama with an unhappy look, and said, First, listen to the intelligence I have gathered. Afterwards, he mixed the half-true and half-false information he had obtained from the extras and slowly told it to Senju Hashirama. The purpose of Akatsuki collecting the tailed beasts is indeed for world peace, but they naively thought that by bringing an extremely tragic war to the whole world, they would make people feel pain, fear war, and then push the world towards peace. Uchiha Madara spoke, with a slight sarcasm on his lips. Even though he could not agree with Hashirama Senju's upside-down thoughts and actions, he still could not deny what Hashirama Senju said. War is inevitable in any era. As Uchiha Madara expressed his idea that Akatsuki was dangerous, Senju Hashirama's attention was indeed drawn. Madara, is what you said about the 10 tails true? Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara and asked, his expression extremely serious. Although the strength of the tailed beasts is not a threat compared to his and Uchiha Madara's strength when they were alive, their powerful destructive power is also recognized by the entire ninja world. Now Uchiha Madara actually said that the 9-tailed beasts that the world calls a disaster are just parts separated from the 10 tails, and the Akatsuki organization has begun to gather them. This can be corroborated by the contents of the stone tablet left by the 6-path sage in the Nanga shrine of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara nodded. We found out too late. Uchiha Kage sent the 9 tails chakra remnants to the Akatsuki organization a few weeks ago. Senju Hashirama sighed softly. Then he suddenly stood up and said, Madara, let's go. Let's go find Uchiha Kage to find out the current situation. Don't let him continue to be deceived by the people of Akatsuki. Uchiha Madara's eyes moved slightly. He now feels more and more that Uchiha Kage is involved in Black Zetsu's affairs. It is impossible that the other party was deceived. It is more likely that he is intentionally helping Nagato collect the tailed beasts. But what is the purpose of doing so? It's impossible that he was persuaded by Nagato's naive idea and wanted to bring peace to the world through a brutal war, right? Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara sneered in his heart. The kid who took away his inheritance and did nothing but play it safe is really a shrewd kid. I really want to get rid of this unstable factor in advance. Uchiha Madara shook his head, shook off these thoughts, and quickly followed the figure of Senju Hashirama. In the yard, Uchiha Kage was having a barbecue party with his entire family. The rich aroma of barbecue and the light smell of charcoal, as well as the cumin and chili flavors stimulated by the charcoal, instantly weave a network of taste buds that is full of aftertaste in the yard. It makes people addicted. Xiao Nan, would you like some grilled fish? Uchiha Kage was holding a roasted fish with a charred aroma in his hand and turned to look at Konan. Suddenly thinking of the experience when Xionin first came to Konoha, he quickly added, don't worry, this is sea fish, I bought it in the land of water. You are the only one who talks too much. Xionin took the grilled fish and rolled his eyes at Uchiha Kage in annoyance. Uchiha Kage's words instantly reminded her of that disappointing experience. No wonder he has to use a sack to find a wife. If things had gone according to the normal process, the woman would have been blind if she could get one. Why, the Uchiha Kage, who was grilling lettuce, suddenly sighed for no reason. Tsunade, who was eating greasy food nearby but whose grilling speed obviously could not keep up with her appetite, immediately tilted her head and came over when she heard the sound. After stuffing a handful of fresh chicken wings into Uchiha Kage's hands, he asked, what's wrong? Does a lawless kid like you also have troubles? Tisk, if you can't bake it yourself, can't you ask your clone to do it? The Uchiha Kage smacked his lips speechlessly and glanced at her. He placed the fresh chicken wings in his hand on the grill in front of him and looked towards the door with a dim gaze. Why couldn't I let Senile Spot, who was using a crutch, go on stage to have a solo with the Pool's Max enhanced version of Senju Tobirama? I had to give his version a small boost to balance its combat power. Now that it's time for dinner, I have to feed him. Didn't wait long. The figures of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara came into view and appeared at the door. Yo, Uchiha Kage, Suna. Everyone is here. Senju Hashirama greeted everyone in a familiar manner, used would release chakra to create 2 small stools, and then sat down next to Tsunade with Uchiha Madara. Tsunade will not show favoritism. He stuffed a handful of fresh chicken legs into Hashirama Senju's hand and asked him to help him grill the meat. Uchiha Kage. Senju Hashirama took the fresh chicken leg with a smile. His hands began to busy themselves, while his eyes turned to the Uchiha Kage and he began to speak. Stop, let's find a place to talk after dinner. The moment he opened his mouth, Uchiha Kage interrupted him. Senju Hashirama smiled and didn't say much. He concentrated on being Tsunade's personal barbecue chef. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara gave a speechless look at the useless Senju Hashirama. The hot mom of hash will always be tough in front of him. He walked to the table nearby, picked up some pre-skewered ingredients, and rudely stuffed them into Senju Hashirama's hands. Here, help me grill the meat. Uchiha Kage. There are some things I must tell you. According to the intelligence that Madara gathered, Akatsuki's current target plan is very dangerous. In a remote and deserted alley. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Kage and said with an extremely serious expression, do you have any more information about the Akatsuki organization that you would like to add? In his perspective, Uchiha Kage is a descendant of the same clan as Uchiha Madara, and also one of the young generation with a strong foundation in Konoha. Apart from his mischievous personality and behavior, he did not cause any harm to Konoha, and all these were still within his tolerance range. After all, children who are emotionally stimulated have already opened their Mangekyo Sharingan, so what's wrong with them being a little naughty? Moreover, in the Third Ninja World War, the Uchiha Kage also participated in the war on the side of Konoha, so how could he not be considered the successor of the Will of Fire? It was also based on this firm stance of making small mistakes but not big ones that Hashirama Senju taught the wood release that he mastered to Uchiha Kage without reservation. So in his opinion, Uchiha Kage is definitely on Konoha's side. The reason why he helped Akatsuki collect the Nine Tails chakra was that he was completely deceived. Thank you so much. Uchiha Kage sensed the trust that Hashirama Senju had in his heart, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry or to sigh. He is truly worthy of being the Senju Hashirama who is known for his bold and open-minded character. All the thoughtful and thick-skinned attributes were used to deal with Uchiha Madara, and when it came to dealing with other people, he was just a naive person. He is very self-aware and never thinks of himself as a good person, but considering Hashirama Senju's trust in him, he decided to give him a warning in advance. Shodame-sama, I think Akatsuki's first target will be Konoha. Uchiha Kage thought about it. He pretended to be in deep thought for a moment, then looked at Senju Hashirama and spoke. Konoha? Senju Hashirama's expression turned serious. He looked at the Uchiha Kage with confusion. Whether from the perspective of strength or other aspects, the Akatsuki organization should not make Konoha the first target of its plan. What if the parents of Akatsuki leader Nagato died at the hands of Konoha ninjas? The Uchiha Kage saw the confusion in Senju Hashirama's eyes and spoke. I see. Upon hearing this, Hashirama Senju shook his head and sighed. These old accounts in the ninja world are the most difficult to settle. Maybe a detonating trap you casually buried while on a mission would accidentally kill some war refugees who were looking for food in the ruins. Not to mention that when carrying out some tasks that require confidentiality, innocent witnesses must be killed. All I can say is that being a ninja is not a glamorous profession. War and hatred will never be eliminated. We don't know the destructive power of the Ten Tails yet, but as a combination of nine-tailed beasts, its danger must be far greater than that of other tailed beasts. Next, we must prepare all protective measures in the village in advance. Even if we cannot stop them before the Akatsuki organization officially takes action, we must minimize the risks. I'll go tell the Yondaime about this right now, Senju Hashirama said with an extremely stern and determined expression. Afterwards, he couldn't wait to rush towards Minato Namikaze's house. A hidden light flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He glanced at Uchiha Kage and quickly caught up with Senju Hashirama. I watched them both leave my sight. The Uchiha Kage then turned into a wisp of smoke and quickly dissipated on the spot. Isn't it nice to lie in bed and cuddle with your sweet and soft wife at night? Only a fool would come out to chat with them at night. Minato Namikaze, wearing pajamas, had been lying on the bed hugging his wife for not long when he heard an irritating knock on the door in the quiet night. It's that annoying little bastard again. A symbol appeared on Kushina's forehead, and she was gnashing her teeth secretly. I'll go and take a look. Minato Namikaze smiled bitterly, put on his slippers, stood up and went to open the door. No way. According to Uchiha Kage's previous temperament, as long as you don't open the door, he will keep knocking outside. Shadaime Hokage-sama, Madara-sama, come in. After opening the door, a look of surprise flashed in Minato Namikaze's eyes, and he invited the two to sit down in the living room. Yondaime, I'm sorry to bother you so late at night. Senju Hashirama was the first to apologize. Then his face became serious, and he began to talk about the Akatsuki organization and the Uchiha Kage's guess that Akatsuki's first target might be Konoha. 10 Tails. Akatsuki is going to start a war against Konoha. When Minato Namikaze heard what Hashirama Senju said, an expression of disbelief suddenly appeared on his face, and he was unable to recover for a long time. In order to achieve the ideal of world peace, we need to start a brutal war that will make people all over the world feel pain and fear? I knock. Who on earth could be so smart to come up with this idea? Could it be that he is really a genius? I understand, Shadaime Hokage-sama. I will immediately notify all departments of Konoha to start arranging all protective measures. Minato Namikaze looked solemn and nodded seriously. Well, take us to the Hokage building as well. Senju Hashirama spoke. Afterwards, Namikaze Minato held one in each hand, performed the Flying Thunder God technique, and instantly brought Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara to the Hokage's office. See Namikaze Minato send out Umbu ninjas to notify the heads of various departments of Konoha and wait for the meeting. Uchiha Madara finally found the right opportunity and started to change the subject. Hot-mom, Minato. Akatsuki's plan is not just aimed at Konoha. I think it is necessary to unite the ninja villages of the other 5 major countries to discuss how to deal with this matter. Unite with the other 5 great nations? Senju Hashirama frowned and thought about the feasibility of this matter. Shadaime Hokage-sama, Madara-sama. Some time ago, the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village sent someone to send an invitation to the 5-Cage Summit, but at present, apart from the positive response from the Hidden Cloud Village, no news has been heard from other villages. Following Uchiha Madara's words, Namikaze Minato instantly remembered the invitation from the Hidden Cloud Village that he had put on hold. The 5-Cage Summit? Senju Hashirama's eyes lit up when he heard this. It was he who initiated the first 5-Cage Summit in the ninja world. After the meeting, the 5 major countries did achieve the goal of forming an alliance and maintaining peace in the ninja world, although the final result was that he took it for granted. Yandame, invite the other villages to the 5-Cage Summit in the name of Konoha. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands and spoke. Just because the Hidden Cloud Village can't take the lead doesn't mean that Konoha can't do it. During the time when he was resurrected by the Impure World reincarnation, he had heard more than once about the Hidden Cloud Village seizing the secret ninjutsu and bloodline ninjas of some small ninja villages. With a reputation like that, who wouldn't be wary of you? But Konoha doesn't have this concern. I'll have someone arrange it right away. Namikaze Minato nodded. A gleam of light flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In order for the 10 tails to grow into a sacred tree, it needs to absorb a large amount of chakra from the ninja world, and by doing so, it can gather together powerful ninjas from various ninja villages one step ahead of time, so that it can implement its Moonai plan more quickly. But before that, we still need to make use of Hashi's hot mom again and find a way to get him to help rescue Black Zetsu. Soon, the heads of various departments of Konoha arrived. Everyone started a meeting in the conference room of the Hokage building, the Land of Water, the Hidden Mist Village. Within just a few days, the invitation to the 5-Cage Summit initiated by Konoha appeared on the desk in the Mizukage's office. This is an invitation initiated by Konoha. Should I go and participate? Mei Terumi crossed her legs on the desk, leaning lazily on the back of the recliner, looked at Uchiha Kage and asked, if you don't want to go, then don't go. It's not a good thing anyway. The Uchiha Kage's eyes wandered around on Mei Terumi's beautiful legs, and he spoke casually without any concern. As a time traveler, and with the god's perspective of the Mangekyo Sharinan, Uchiha Madara's thoughts were all invisible in his eyes. He is not sick. Who would let his wife go to see Kangmai? It's not as simple as you think. The position of Mizukage is a life of hard work. The village leaders are still very concerned about the disappearance of the 4th Mizukage and the 6-tails Jinchuriki Yujeo. Mei Terumi turned around and glared at the Uchiha Kage, who was pulling her braids with his hands and feet, and sighed. The top leaders were not concerned about the people, but the 2 extremely intimidating tailed beasts that were lost. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kage couldn't help but loosen his hand of the pigtail that made him look very youthful, and looked at Terumi Mei with suspicion. The daimyo of the Land of Water was his own clone. The master of the Emperor of the Hidden Mist Village had also caused him to die naturally some time ago. In addition, the 4th Mizukage was not controlled by illusions, and the Hidden Mist Village has basically walked out of the influence of the Blood Mist Village. Don't these conditions allow you to do whatever you want in this position? Why is the Mizukage still feeling so frustrated? Judging from the performance in the original drama, this is not a problem of ability, right? It's all your fault. Mei Terumi saw the suspicious look in Uchiha Kage's eyes and rolled her eyes at him unhappily. As the first Mizukage to be forcibly taken away in a sack as a wife, are the ninjas under her easy to manage? Now that our biggest supporter, Master Yuen, is gone, won't the senior elders take the opportunity to sideline us? Who offended you? Tell me, and I'll go over and reason with them. Uchiha Kage frowned and spoke. Only you can bully your own wife, no one else can bully her. I can handle it myself. Mei Terumi smiled confidently. In terms of ability, she was confident that she was no less capable than those village leaders. Okay then, you will come with me to live in Mayaboku Mountain for a while, Uchiha Kage said. A space portal was created to wrap around her figure without any chance of rejection. Then, a figure flashed, and with a sharp knife, he headed towards the homes of several high-ranking officials in the Hidden Mist Village. The same applies to the Sand Village. Including the old man in Konoha, all the concubines were moved to Mayaboku Mountain by Uchiha Kage as his mistresses. Konoha. After waiting for several days, Minato Namikaze and his companions only received positive responses from the Uegakure village and the Kimagakure village, which made them feel somewhat disappointed. Especially Senju Hashirama, who couldn't understand it the most. How can you refuse such good reputation and conditions from Konoha? Shadame Hokage, the Kaze Kage and Mizukage just happened to have something to deal with in the village recently. That you don't have to do this. Minato Namikaze looked at Hashirama Senju, who was squatting in the corner drawing circles and whose painting style had become listless, forced a smile on his face and spoke. The first-generation master looks so unreliable. Hashi, let's go get some information about the Akatsuki organization in advance. Uchiha Madara made a timely invitation to gather intelligence before the war. If he wants Nagato to use the reincarnation technique to revive himself, the existence of Black Zetsu is an indispensable part. Yoshi, Madara. Upon hearing this, Hashirama Senju instantly perked up. can I finally fight alongside Madara again? Fourth Hokage, you stay in Konoha and continue to coordinate all affairs in the village, and meet the ninja team sent by the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. Senju Hashirama gave a hurried explanation, and then couldn't wait to leave Konoha with Uchiha Madara and head towards the Land of Rain. Along the way, Hashirama Senju was in a very good mood. Even the original mouth-to-mouth output turned into reminiscing about the glorious days of the past with Uchiha Madara. He has seen everything about Uchiha Madara's performance in recent times. Although Madara still had a cold face, he helped Konoha to set up some protective measures. He was indeed the familiar Madara with a cold face but a warm heart. Uchiha Madara felt similarly. Compared to the verbal debate where everyone holds their own opinions, he still prefers to reminisce about the past with Hashirama Senju, and even a slight smile appears on his face. The two of them traveled at a fairly fast pace and soon arrived at the Land of Rain. Hashi, the raindrops falling in front are a highly concealed perception ninjutsu. The two stood in front of the Hidden Rain village. Uchiha Madara spoke up to remind Senju Hashirama. Even he discovered this last time when raindrops were falling on his body. It seems that Akatsuki is indeed not simple. As they approached the target, Hashirama Senju's expression turned serious and he nodded in approval. Afterwards, the two of them used Earth Escape to sneak underground and sneak towards the depths of the Hidden Rain village. Madara, wait here, I'll go in and take a look at the situation. Hashirama Senju looked seriously at the huge meteorite floating above his head and the huge lake that stretched across the Akatsuki base below. This is a powerful force that directly changes the terrain. It is almost as powerful as the impact caused by the battle between him and Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End. After entering the cave, Hashirama Senju's Earth Escape stealth technique was useless in front of Nagato's powerful eye power and was completely exposed. Come out! Nagato stared at the ground where Senju Hashirama was and shouted coldly. Several chakra black sticks immediately shot out from his hands. The legendary six-path Sage's Samsara Eye, it's just as Madara said. Senju Hashirama jumped out from the ground. He dodged the incoming chakra black stick and looked away from Nagato's Rinnegan with a serious look. Looking at the 10 tails at the back of the cave, it is huge, shriveled, but exudes an extremely powerful, repressive and violent aura, and its scarlet 6 Magatama eyes reveal greed and madness. Is this the 10 tails that Madara was talking about? Senju Hashirama's expression was unusually solemn. Just by sensing its aura, the oppressive feeling of the 10 tails in front of him is far more powerful than that of the other tailed beasts. Konoha's forehead protector. It seems that you should be the legendary god of the ninja world, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Nagato's eyes swept across Hashirama Senju's ninja forehead protector and the very obvious Warring States armor, and he instantly understood his identity. After all, after his impure world reincarnation, Hashirama Senju has appeared in front of the people of Konoha more than once. This is no secret in the ninja world. My child, I understand the pain you have experienced, but this is no reason for you to let the war and pain continue to spread. Senju Hashirama looked at Nagato with a serious and sincere expression and spoke. I don't know if it's because he's the reincarnation of Ashura or because his personality is naturally like that, but the verbal combat before a battle always seems to be very important. Yeah? But aren't you 5 great nations always doing what it takes to spread war and suffering in the ninja world? A hint of sarcasm appeared on Nagato's face. He stared at Senju Hashirama with cold eyes and said impatiently in a cold voice, "Alright, Shadaim Hokage, let me see how powerful the legendary god of ninja realm is in front of the real god." As he spoke, Nagato suddenly raised his arm. The terrifyingly powerful repulsive force instantly attacked Hashirama Senju head-on. Hashirama Senju also realized that the environment inside the cave was not suitable for fighting, so he did not fight back, but simply condensed powerful chakra on his arms to resist the repulsive force in front of him. Seeing Hashirama Senju flying out of the cave, Nagato also jumped up and flew out immediately after him. Would release, Tree World arrives. After Hashirama Senju appeared outside the cave under the push of repulsive force, he quickly stabilized his flying body and landed on the water. He didn't care about the lake below him and clapped his hands. A huge amount of chakra was injected into the plant seeds dormant in the mud at the bottom of the lake. Large tracts of trees instantly sprang up from the bottom of the lake, and in a moment a field of tangled tree roots was formed on the surface of the lake. Thick tree roots shot up into the sky and chased after Nagato, who was flying in the sky. Shinra Tensei. Nagato's expression turned serious when he saw the powerful ninjutsu of Hashirama Senju. With a low shout, a powerful invisible repulsive aura centered on itself instantly broke all the approaching thick tree roots. Right at this moment, a huge hook-nosed wooden dragon suddenly flew out from below, wrapped around Nagato's body and locked it tightly, leaving only its head exposed. It's absorbing my chakra. Nagato sensed the chakra draining from his body, and quickly opened a shield around his body to seal the chakra. But what surprised him a little was that the sealing seal did not absorb the wood dragon directly, but was only rapidly absorbing the chakra from the wood dragon. My child, we can have better choices regarding the ideal of world peace. Hashirama Senju controlled the wooden dragon to control Nagato, and prepared to continue his mouth-to-mouth attack. Unfortunately, the next second, the wooden dragon wrapped around Nagato had its chakra sucked out and turned completely into a dead object. The sound of breaking was heard continuously, and several mechanical arms violently tore the wooden dragon apart from the inside. One of them turned into a cannon barrel and aimed at Hashirama Senju from a distance below. Then, a strong laser beam was fired instantly. Boom! The laser beam instantly turned all the thick tree roots in front of it into dust with great force, followed by a terrifying explosion. The raging sea of fire instantly enveloped a large area of trees. Darkness walking technique. A low voice sounded. Dark claws as black as ink suddenly spread out from the green shade under the sea of fire, eroding Nagato's figure from all directions. But the next second, a black chakra stick made a whistling sound and instantly pierced through Hashirama Senju, who was performing a spell below. Hashirama Senju's body quickly faded and turned into plain wood. Sure enough, illusions are useless in front of those eyes. Senju Hashirama's true form walked out from under the wooden shield with ghost faces and fangs and murmured. Then a powerful chakra aura burst out from his body, and he leaped up with a flash of body technique, quickly turning into a shadow and appearing in front of Nagato. Physical skills, punches and kicks followed one after another, and each blow was filled with terrifyingly powerful force. Bang! The mechanical arm that Nagato had hurriedly put in front of him suddenly turned into steel parts and fell all over the sky. Before he could launch any effective counterattack, the dozen or so mechanical wires and weapons guarding his body were easily destroyed by Hashirama Senju. Most of it was destroyed. Nagato's face was solemn. He instantly realized that there was an irreparable gap in practical experience between himself and top-level warriors like Senju Hashirama, who came out of the Warring States period. This also eliminated the idea of engaging in close combat with him. His eyes flashed, and the terrifying repulsive force once again centered on himself, quickly pushing back Hashirama Senju's body. You didn't choose to repel me at the first opportunity. Is it because of the limitation of the use of ninjutsu or because of my own carelessness? As Hashirama Senju retreated, he couldn't help but think to himself. After stopping, he jumped up again. Hell Road Psychic Summoning Technique. Nagato naturally didn't want to engage in close combat with him. The figure quickly dodged the entanglement of Hashirama Senju, quickly formed seals with his hands, and shouted coldly. A large amount of light smoke exploded with a bang. Cerberus, Yatagarasu, and Chameleon appeared on the field. Nagato jumped onto the Yatagarasu with the Chameleon, and then they both turned transparent and disappeared into the air. The hellhounds drooled profusely from their mouths, and several of their heads roared angrily as they pounced and bit Hashirama Senju madly. Hashirama Senju jumped backwards to avoid the bite of the hellhound. Then he controlled several thick tree roots on the field and whipped the hellhound fiercely, but then he saw the hellhound in front of him split from one into several in the blink of an eye. A summoning beast that will split apart when attacked? Senju Hashirama observed for a moment and made a guess in his heart. Before he could take corresponding countermeasures, a huge bird egg fell from above his head to his feet, and at the same time, a sound of breaking wind came to his ears. Catch you! Senju Hashirama quickly reached out and grabbed it. Grab a muscular, sticky tongue. When he turned his head, he was surprised to see a chameleon sweating coldly, and no sign of Nagato. It's over, the first Hokage. At this moment, Nagato's voice sounded from above his head. Senju Hashirama just hurriedly summoned a piece of wood from his side. At this moment, the bird egg at his feet suddenly burst into flames. Nagato did not miss this opportunity. The mechanical cannon barrel that was resummoned on his shoulder fired a terrifyingly powerful laser beam at the same time as the explosion sounded. Boom! The horrifying explosion of flames instantly engulfed Hashirama Senju's figure. The gnarled trees that covered the lake surface also collapsed with the continued destruction and slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. Nagato sat on the back of the Yatagarasu. After waiting in the air for a while, it flew back to the cave of the Akatsuki base. Looking at the ten tails, which was firmly locked in place by the black chakra stick and was very restless, a hint of hesitation flashed across Nagato's eyes. The ten tails aura now is too dangerous, especially its strong desire for chakra that seemed to have an endless greed, which made Nagato begin to doubt his own plan. Will the world really be destroyed in the end? However, sensing the control of the Samsara Eye over the ten tails, Nagato's somewhat worried heart could not help but withdraw a little. Haha, it's worthy of being the legendary Six Paths Sage's Samsara Eye. This body is still a little weak. Under a remote and deserted shelter, Senju Hashirama scratched his head, looked at Uchiha Madara and laughed. Now I really embarrassed myself in front of Madara. But this is not his fault. Although this body is still pretty good, it is far worse than when he was alive. Hashi-sama, did you see the ten tails in there? Uchiha Madara asked. Just from the feeling of its aura, the ten tails is much more dangerous than the other tailed beasts, especially the very obvious, seemingly endless greed in it. Senju Hashirama nodded solemnly and said with a serious expression, the other tailed beasts, even the nine tails whose chakra is filled with pain and hatred, have very obvious independent self-awareness. But in the 10 tails, he only saw the creature's manic primitive instinct. It's as if it exists just for the purpose of greed and unlimited demands. While you were gathering intelligence, I also found some new information. A murky look flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He began to intentionally bring up his own agenda, directing the conversation towards the conspicuous meteorite that was floating above the Akatsuki base. Are you saying that the key to stopping the Akatsuki organization lies in that meteorite? Senju Hashirama frowned in thought, looked at Uchiha Madara and asked in confusion, that meteorite has been floating in the sky for so long, how could the people sealed inside still be alive now? You have just seen the power of the Rinnegan. Do you think the guy who made him choose to seal it with great effort instead of killing it directly is an ordinary existence? Uchiha Madara asked back, crossing his arms. At this point, he already knew that Hashirama Senju would definitely act according to his ideas next. According to Hashirama Senju's personality, even if it's just a try, he will never give up this possible opportunity. Madara, I will arrange for the wooden clone to trick Nagato away first. After rescuing the people sealed inside, you will quickly take them away. Senju Hashirama made the arrangements with a serious expression, then sighed and said, if only Tobirama was still here now. Wood release is not known for its destructive power. If his current body wanted to destroy the meteorite in the sky, he could only ride on the wooden dragon and fly to it, then use the wooden man technique to forcibly destroy it. If the plus max version of Senju Tobirama was here, whether it is the mutual detonation talisman or the water style water break wave, I believe it can easily break open the meteorite above the head. When Uchiha Madara heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. That cunning descendant did a good thing unintentionally. If Senju Tobirama were still alive, he would have to think carefully about his plans. After making arrangements, Senju Hashirama did not delay and immediately split a wooden clone from behind him that was difficult to distinguish between the real and fake. The clone was exposed under the rain without any concealment and went in the opposite direction. He and Uchiha Madara hid themselves, patiently waiting for the wooden clone to successfully lure the tiger away from the mountain. Inside the Akatsuki base, as expected, Nagato was immediately attracted by the wooden clone released by Hashirama Senju. Sensing the familiar chakra aura with which he had just fought not long ago, a hint of doubt flashed across Nagato's face, and then he flew towards the aura and chased after it. Just a short while after Nagato left, Hashirama Senju rode a hook-nosed wooden dragon into the sky and flew towards the huge meteorite floating in the sky. Wood style, woodman technique, arrived on the meteorite. Senju Hashirama didn't hesitate at all and immediately clapped his hands together after forming a seal. With the unreserved output of chakra, a huge wooden arhat was immediately summoned from the body of the hook-nosed wooden dragon. Then, the wooden arhat raised his two strong arms high. He slammed the meteorite below him heavily with an extremely violent attitude. Crack! The meteorite suddenly made a sound as if it could not bear the weight, and several rough cracks appeared. Without any pause, Hashirama Senju controlled the wooden arhat and fired a series of fierce attacks at the meteorite below, ola ola ola, and muta muta muta. Finally, under Uchiha Madara's expectant gaze, with a loud bang, the huge meteorite turned into rubble all over the sky and fell down. A stream of dark mud mixed with the rubble and fell together. Black Zetsu, I'll settle the score with you later. Uchiha Madara used the technique of instant body movement, rising and falling continuously between the falling rocks. He picked up the Black Zetsu, who was grinning with his teeth bared because he had escaped from trouble, glared at it fiercely, and quickly used the earth escape technique to evacuate stealthily. Senju Hashirama also fell quickly to the ground with the rubble, following closely behind Uchiha Madara. Not long after they left, Nagato returned with a gloomy face. He looked at the Desha star that had disappeared in the sky with an extremely ugly expression. He experienced two major pains in his life. One was the death of his parents, who died at the hands of Konoha ninjas. The other was the death of Yahiko, which has been confirmed to be related to Black Zetsu. And now, Black Zetsu, who killed Yahiko, is also related to Konoha. Madara, is this the person sealed inside? In the land of fire. Senju Hashirama looked at the strange black thing in front of him and asked in confusion. Even with his rich experience in the ninja world over the years, he couldn't recognize what it was. Yes, thank you very much for saving me this time. Black Zetsu grinned foolishly, showing his teeth. When they were alone with Uchiha Madara, they had already agreed on a plan to fool Senju Hashirama. This guy was born with a mysterious yin-yang escape technique, the bloodline limit, so he was chosen by the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, to seal him. Uchiha Madara said calmly, the bloodline limit of yin-yang escape technique. A look of surprise flashed in Hashirama Senju's eyes. He looked deeply at Black Zetsu and nodded in understanding. Such as the shadow imitation technique of the Nara clan of Konoha, the doubling technique of the Akimichi clan, and medical ninjutsu. These are just changes in the properties of yin and yang, and can only be regarded as the application of yin done and yang done. Even so, they are already extraordinary. The yin-yang escape technique, which is a combination of yin escape and yang escape, is a skill mastered by the legendary six-path sage. Creatures from nothing, given life and form. No wonder this guy was chosen to be sealed by the Akatsuki organization, and he can still survive after such a long time. Then he said nothing more and quickly headed towards Konoha. Uchiha Madara looked in the direction of Konoha. A hidden look flashed across the slightly sinister face, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The direction of events is now back in his control, and the only person who may have an impact on his plans is Uchiha Kage, his junior with unclear goals. According to Black Zetsu, the reason why it was sealed by Nagato was also due to the other party's participation. What a nasty Uchiha brat. As the saying goes, a skilled person is a bold one. Compared to the lingering depressing atmosphere lingering over Konoha, the Uchiha Kage still seemed very calm. Xiaoying, do you know if there is anything important going to happen in the village recently? Inside the hot pot restaurant. In order to take into account the taste of red beans, I specially ordered a Shuanyuan hot pot with tomato and spicy hot pot base. Hongdu picked up a glutinous rice ball covered with sweet and sour tomato juice and put it into her mouth, chewing while asking vaguely. Such a strong depressing atmosphere. Coupled with the emergency recall of ninja teams that were out on missions, many people in Konoha instantly recalled the eve of the Third Ninja World War. I just don't know which ninja village Konoha will go to war with next. Hinata Rika, who was taking care of picking up food for little Hinata, couldn't help but prick up her ears. After all, the friendship between these people grew up eating together. Although the two were surprised at the huge gap in strength between them and the Uchiha Kage, they did not show any restraint in front of the delicious food. Why think so much? It's none of your business. With your 3 punches and 2 kicks, you'll just be cannon fodder if you rush forward, Uchiha Kage replied casually without caring. As I was enjoying the spicy beef roll, a small white snake suddenly appeared on the edge of the pot, just a few centimeters away from completing the lifelong achievement of eager to go home. Hold on for now. The Uchiha Kage grabbed the little snake's neck in disgust, picked it up and walked out the door. Only then did he let it spit out the wet scroll so as not to disturb everyone's mood for dinner. Tisk. Finally, we're going to start fighting rice. Uchiha Kage casually glanced at the content above and curled his lips slightly. Without Obito's brainwashing and deception in the original drama, even if Nagato pretends to be indifferent on the surface, his character is still full of hesitation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been convinced by Naruto's words in the end. Now I have waited so long. I finally made up my mind to come and fight against Rice. The Ten Tails, the Rinnegan, Madara, and Black Zetsu. The resurrection coin package for Kagaya's wife has been prepared, and all I have to do now is wait to win her heart. He. In that case, we can start preparing for the finishing work in Konoha, the Uchiha Kage murmured in a low voice. Back to the private room. Before Hongdu, who was showing curiosity, could ask, the Uchiha Kage put a sack over her head. Wu, let me go. What are you doing, Xiaoying? Hongdu's vision suddenly went dark and she began to struggle in the sack, waving her arms. The sudden change made Hyuga Rika and Hinata stop eating. They looked up and stared at the Uchiha Kage blankly. You. Hinata Rika looked at the Uchiha Kage, and her eyes swept over the sack struggling and squirming on the seat opposite. Suddenly he thought of Uchiha Kage's other identity during his time in hiding, his face turned red, and he pointed at the squirming sack, unable to speak for a long time. Yes, this is the normal process. The Uchiha Kage looked at her with a smile. He nodded affirmatively, then waved the remaining sack in his hand towards Hyuga Rika and Hinata. Sure enough, it has to be a sack. There is a strong sense of satisfaction in having something exclusive with your own name engraved on it. Is this the person sealed inside? In the land of fire. Senju Hashirama looked at the strange black thing in front of him and asked in confusion. Even with his rich experience in the ninja world over the years, he couldn't recognize what it was. Yes, thank you very much for saving me this time. Black Zetsu grinned foolishly, showing his teeth. When they were alone with Uchiha Madara, they had already agreed on a plan to fool Senju Hashirama. This guy was born with a mysterious yin-yang escape technique, the bloodline limit, so he was chosen by the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, to seal him. Uchiha Madara said calmly, the bloodline limit of yin-yang escape technique. A look of surprise flashed in Hashirama Senju's eyes. He looked deeply at Black Zetsu and nodded in understanding. Such as the shadow imitation technique of the Nara clan of Konoha, the doubling technique of the Akimichi clan, and medical ninjutsu. These are just changes in the properties of yin and yang, and can only be regarded as the application of yin done and yang done. Even so, they are already extraordinary. The yin-yang escape technique, which is a combination of yin escape and yang escape, is a skill mastered by the legendary six-path sage. Creatures from nothing, given life and form. No wonder this guy was chosen to be sealed by the Akatsuki organization, and he can still survive after such a long time. Then he said nothing more and quickly headed towards Konoha. Uchiha Madara looked in the direction of Konoha. A hidden look flashed across the slightly sinister face, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The direction of events is now back in his control, and the only person who may have an impact on his plans is Uchiha Kage, his junior with unclear goals. According to Black Zetsu, the reason why it was sealed by Nagato was also due to the other party's participation. What a nasty Uchiha brat. As the saying goes, a skilled person is a bold one. Compared to the lingering depressing atmosphere lingering over Konoha, the Uchiha Kage still seemed very calm. Xiaoying, do you know if there is anything important going to happen in the village recently? Inside the hot pot restaurant. In order to take into account the taste of red beans, I specially ordered a Xuanyuan hot pot with tomato and spicy hot pot base. Hongda picked up a glutinous rice ball covered with sweet and sour tomato juice and put it into her mouth, chewing while asking vaguely. Such a strong depressing atmosphere. Coupled with the emergency recall of ninja teams that were out on missions, many people in Konoha instantly recalled the eve of the Third Ninja World War. I just don't know which ninja village Konoha will go to war with next. Hinata Rika, who was taking care of picking up food for little Hinata, couldn't help but prick up her ears. After all, the friendship between these people grew up eating together. Although the two were surprised at the huge gap in strength between them and the Uchiha Kage, they did not show any restraint in front of the delicious food. Why think so much? It's none of your business. With your 3 punches and 2 kicks, you'll just be cannon fodder if you rush forward, Uchiha Kage replied casually without caring. As I was enjoying the spicy beef roll, a small white snake suddenly appeared on the edge of the pot, just a few centimeters away from completing the lifelong achievement of eager to go home. Hold on for now. The Uchiha Kage grabbed the little snake's neck in disgust, picked it up and walked out the door. Only then did he let it spit out the wet scroll so as not to disturb everyone's mood for dinner. Tisk. Finally, we're going to start fighting rice. Uchiha Kage casually glanced at the content above and curled his lips slightly. Without Obito's brainwashing and deception in the original drama, even if Nagato pretends to be indifferent on the surface, his character is still full of hesitation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been convinced by Naruto's words in the end. Now I have waited so long. I finally made up my mind to come and fight against Rice. The Ten Tails, the Rinnegan, Madara, and Black Zetsu. The resurrection coin package for Kagaya's wife has been prepared, and all I have to do now is wait to win her heart. He. In that case, we can start preparing for the finishing work in Konoha, the Uchiha Kage murmured in a low voice. Back to the private room. Before Hongdu, who was showing curiosity, could ask, the Uchiha Kage put a sack over her head. Let me go. What are you doing, Xiaoying? Hongdu's vision suddenly went dark and she began to struggle in the sack, waving her arms. The sudden change made Hyuga Rika and Hinata stop eating. They looked up and stared at the Uchiha Kage blankly. You. Hinata Rika looked at the Uchiha Kage, and her eyes swept over the sack struggling and squirming on the seat opposite. Suddenly he thought of Uchiha Kage's other identity during his time in hiding, his face turned red, and he pointed at the squirming sack, unable to speak for a long time. Yes, this is the normal process. The Uchiha Kage looked at her with a smile. He nodded affirmatively, then waved the remaining sack in his hand towards Hyuga Rika and Hinata. Sure enough, it has to be a sack. There is a strong sense of satisfaction in having something exclusive with your own name engraved on it. Not to mention Tenten, Ino, and Sakura-chan, who are similar to Hinata. Even Hanabi, who just learned to walk and wets the bed every other day, was very fairly rewarded with a small sack. When Obito was in a sad mood like a plum blossom, Uchiha Kage was already at the Mayabokuyama family compound, looking at the beauties of all ages with satisfaction, yet he lamented that his future was bleak. But it's not a big problem. Let's not talk about Xionlin and her daughter, who serve as portable power banks. Just by looking at his own 4-dimensional treasure bag, the corners of Uchiha Kage's mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. My second brother is invincible. Time passes slowly. After Namikaze Minato and others arranged the responsibilities of the elite jonin in the village in advance, they waited patiently for the Akatsuki organization to arrive. Nagato did not disappoint them. On the afternoon of the next day after setting out from the Hidden Rain village, a group of members of the Akatsuki organization came to the vicinity of Konoha village. It seems that Konoha has already made preparations in advance. I will be in charge of the front battlefield from now on. Once we break through Konoha's defensive barrier, you can go on your own. Nagato looked at Konoha's fully activated defensive barrier, glanced at the people behind him, and spoke calmly. The members of Akatsuki remained silent upon hearing this, but the high spirits on their faces were clearly visible to the naked eye. With the strength of a single organization, the Hidden Leaf Ninja Village is fully committed to challenging the 5 major nations. This was unthinkable in the ninja world in the past. It can be predicted that from now on, the name of their Akatsuki organization will surely resound throughout the entire ninja world. In the crowd, Deidara, who was just as tall as the hunched-over Kiriwako, was looking in the direction of Konoha with his eyes shining frighteningly. A powerful ninja village ranked among the top 5 major countries is at his mercy. Now his art will surely be perfectly displayed before the world. The words fell. Nagato no longer hesitated that he quickly formed seals with his hands and slammed them heavily on the ground. With a bang, a large cloud of white smoke appeared. The Ten Tails appears with a terrifying aura and a body as huge as a mountain. Without the control of the chakra black stick, the tail behind the Ten Tails immediately soared into the sky, dancing wildly, and a huge roar like muffled thunder emanated from its ferocious mouth. "Let's get started," Nagato said coldly. Then he controlled the Ten Tails to gather a huge amount of chakra in front of him to form a dark red-tailed beast ball with a diameter of several meters, and suddenly shot it towards Konoha. The tailed beast ball flies at an extremely fast speed. The residual air pressure stirred up by the body alone plowed a clear and deep trench on the ground. Just when the tailed beast ball was about to hit the Konoha barrier, it disappeared with a swish. At the same time, in the depths of the death forest in the distance, there was a sudden horrifying explosion that affected an area of dozens of miles. The turbulent air waves could even be felt by the location of the Akatsuki organization. The members of Akatsuki organization all looked at him with awe. If this tailed beast ball falls on them, they will be silent, right? Sieve. A kunao suddenly fell to the ground. Minato Namikaze appeared in front of the Akatsuki organization with cold sweat on his forehead. He looked at Nagato and the huge Ten Tails behind him with an extremely solemn expression. The next second, a large number of kunao engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique suddenly shot out from his hands. Shinra Tensei. It seems that Nagato also understood Minato Namikaze's fighting style. Without giving him a chance to set up the venue, a powerful repulsive force suddenly erupted from in front of him, rolling back all the kunao that were shot at him. Would release Kaibukuro no Jutsu. At this time, Hashirama Senju suddenly took action. Countless large wooden hands emerged from the ground around them and set up the scene in an instant. Their elusive abilities caused the members of the Akatsuki organization to scatter in all directions. And Senju Hashirama also took advantage of this opportunity. The branches that were secretly controlling the underground movements carried the previously shot down kunao engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared around the Ten Tails. Minato Namikaze was always aware of the changes in the position of the Flying Thunder God technique. He instantly appeared at the feet of the Ten Tails, put one hand on the Ten Tails, then activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared again with the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails. Nagato's face suddenly changed when he sensed the Ten Tails disappearing behind him, but he just turned around and lost his mind for a moment. A large wooden hand seized the opportunity to break out of the ground and grab his body. Shinra Tensei. Nagato's heart tightened. Subconsciously, he wanted to use Shinra Tensei to break free from the restraints on his body. But at this moment, a yellow light suddenly flashed before my eyes, followed by a dizzying sensation. By the time Shinra Tensei's repulsive force completely exploded around his body, pushing away everything around him, he had already appeared in a remote and uninhabited wasteland. The Ten Tails that had disappeared earlier also appeared not far in front of him. Then, several more rays of light flashed. The figures of Senju Hashirama and others appeared around him. Shad Aim Hokage-sama. The Ten Tails' body can absorb chakra very quickly. After just a short moment of contact, there is not much chakra left in my body. Namikaze Mizuki panted at the entrance and said with a serious face. That is, his reaction was quick enough. In that case, you should go back and take charge of Konoha's overall situation first. Hashirama Senju nodded to Minato Namikaze. The Reikage AI and Onoki on the side were a little dissatisfied that they had lost a lot of combat power before the war officially started, but seeing Minato Namikaze's current state, it was hard to say much. Fortunately, Minato Namikaze's withdrawal was not without achievement. In the battle between ninjas, any intelligence is an extremely important part. The third Tsuchikage Onoki, the fourth Reikage AI. It's better to deal with you all in one go, so I don't have to come to your door one by one later. Nagato spoke calmly. Although I was a little surprised that the two of them appeared here, I could accept it. Then, Nagato flew into the sky. While controlling the Ten Tails to continue condensing the tailed beast ball in front of him, he himself burst out with a powerful repulsive force from top to bottom towards the few people, trying to suppress them severely below. Hateful. You little brat who doesn't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. The Oniki, which was originally floating above the ground, was directly stuck to the ground with a pia sound under the powerful repulsive force. The old man was so angry that his face turned red. Oniki gritted his teeth and struggled to get up. The chakra suddenly condensed between the clasped palms into an extremely dazzling white light. After changing its form, a cylindrical dazzling white light suddenly shot out from between Oniki's palms towards Nagato, who was flying in the sky. Dust release, original realm separation technique. Faced with this terrifying dust release that can separate everything into atomic state, Nagato looked indifferent. When the dust release was about to hit him, it was completely absorbed by the transparent barrier in front of Nagato and had no effect on him. How is this possible? The dust release technique that the teacher left behind is actually ineffective. Onoki looked at the scene in disbelief. This is the most powerful blood elimination technique of the Uegakure village. Even the tailed beasts have to avoid its sharp dust release. The fourth Reikage AI also had difficulty moving under the powerful repulsive force. However, as a master of ninjutsu, after entering the lightning release chakra mode, he quickly stabilized his body and turned into a blue lightning that quickly circled to Nagato's flank. Thunder level. The fourth Reikage AI leaped into the air. The arm condensed with powerful lightning chakra suddenly slashed towards Nagato. Nagato also knew that he had no advantage in physical skills, let alone facing an opponent like the fourth Reikage who was an expert in ninjutsu. His arm was still raised, aiming directly at the flying fourth Reikage. Shinra Tensei. The fourth Reikage's pupils suddenly shrank. Afterwards, under the terrifying repulsive force that was almost close to the person, the whole person's expression was violently deformed, and the style of the painting was directly reduced in dimensionality. At a glance, the figure was knocked back dozens of meters and finally fell on a low hill. It's over. Nagato looked down and said coldly. He would then control the 10 tails to shoot out the tail beast ball that was condensed in front of him. As a result, in the next second, huge red torii gates fell from the sky. In an instant, the 10 tails' tail, limbs and hands were all suppressed and bound, and its head was pressed to the ground, causing the tailed beast ball it spewed out of its mouth to change its trajectory. Boom! The dark red-tailed beast ball flying close to the ground plowed a ditch several meters deep and several kilometers long on the ground, and finally landed on a hill. The horrific explosion completely devoured the slope of hundreds of meters. Click! The crisp sound of wood cracking was heard. Under the tremendous force of the 10 tails, the huge red torii gate shattered into pieces of debris. So strong, I'm afraid even with my strength in life I would have to take it seriously, Senju Hashirama said with a serious expression. Even though his current body of impure world reincarnation can only exert a fraction of the strength he had before birth, the summoned Maya Jinman should be able to easily suppress the 9 tails until it completely loses the will to resist. But in front of the 10 tails, he was able to break free by brute force. Several mechanical arms emerged from Nagato's shoulders. Then he fired missiles, laser beams, and other attacks in the direction of Senju Hashirama. However, he saw that his attacks were either directly avoided by Hashirama Senju, or blocked by the trees created by his wood release, and his brows could not help but slightly frown. The powerful tailed beast balls need time to be cast, while the weaker ones are easily blocked. My own attack methods and combat skills are still a little weak. In that case, Nagato's eyes flashed, and his figure rose in the air. A bag of rice has to be carried to several floors, a bag of rice has to be carried to the second floor, a bag of rice has to be given too much. The cold voice slowly spread. That guy, Oniki looked at Nagato who was gradually rising in the air with serious eyes, and he had a very strong premonition in his heart that was frantically warning him. Nagato's next attack will definitely not be ordinary. He must be stopped. Although the fourth Reikage AI looked a little disheveled, his aura showed no signs of decline, but he hadn't yet started to act. The terrifying giant palm of the 10 tails swung down towards his head. Thunder level Chomai. The fourth Reikage AI dodged quickly. Then he jumped up, and the powerful lightning chakra formed a high-intensity electric current concentrated on his hands. He leaned down and struck the arm of the 10 tails. Remember the sharp knife and cut it off directly. Roar! The 10 tails roared violently. The broken arm grew back in an instant and attacked the fourth Reikage again. But before it could make any progress, Nagato's resistance to rice had reached its end. Starting from here, let the world feel the pain. Nagato opened his arms and shouted coldly. Shinra Tensei. Suddenly, this terrifying repulsive force that consumed a huge amount of chakra in Nagato's body formed a dazzling white light that was almost condensed into substance, and suddenly burst out from around his body. Boom dash! The ground beneath Nagato's feet was completely pushed away, exposing the solid bedrock underneath, and the affected area was still expanding into the distance. The unlucky 10 tails and Senju Hashirama were affected by the terrifying repulsive force in the first moment because they were close to each other, floating and sinking along with the sand and rock flow that was like a tsunami. Ridiculous! Nagato looked at the devastated ruins below with an indifferent expression. Suddenly his expression changed, and his sight caught sight of the dust slowly covering up half of the body of Senju Hashirama, so he flew down towards him. I see. Shadame Hokage, where is the black Zetsu you rescued now? Nagato stood in front of Senju Hashirama and asked. Your idea is very dangerous, but it's not too late to stop now. Senju Hashirama stared at Nagato with serious eyes. If they had not moved the main battlefield immediately, if this move had landed on Konoha, Konoha could have directly announced its expulsion from the ninja world. You have seen the trees but not the forest. That is because you do not understand the meaning of peace. Nagato spoke indifferently. Not wanting to continue listening to Hashirama Senju's meaningless speech, he immediately grabbed half of his body with one hand. The soul-sucking technique directly and forcibly destroys the ritual seal on the body of the impure world reincarnation that is used to restrict the soul, slowly extracts his soul from the body, and sends it to the Pure Land. After doing all this, Nagato was also breathing slightly. His consumption was also not small. Just one Super Shinra Tensei consumed most of the chakra in his body. Fortunately, he now has Hashirama's cells in his body, which can help him recover faster. Just when Nagato felt a little relieved because he had completely dealt with Hashirama Senju, a pool of black mucus suddenly emerged from the ruins beneath the Senju Hashirama, who turned into dust and scattered everywhere. It tightly stuck to Nagato's legs and quickly spread upwards. Black Zetsu. The moment Nagato saw Black Zetsu, a look of anger suddenly appeared on his face. However, he also vaguely sensed a strong aura of danger from Black Zetsu's behavior, and immediately released a powerful repulsive force from around his body. Shinra Tensei. In that case, you should go back and take charge of Kanaha's overall situation first. Hashirama Senju nodded to Minato Namikaze. The Reikage AI and Onoki on the side were a little dissatisfied that they had lost a lot of combat power before the war officially started, but seeing Minato Namikaze's current state, it was hard to say much. Fortunately, Minato Namikaze's withdrawal was not without achievement. In the battle between ninjas, any intelligence is an extremely important part. The third Tsuchikage Onoki, the fourth Reikage AI. It's better to deal with you all in one go, so I don't have to come to your door one by one later. Nagato spoke calmly. Although I was a little surprised that the two of them appeared here, I could accept it. Then, Nagato flew into the sky. While controlling the 10 tails to continue condensing the tailed beast ball in front of him, he himself burst out with a powerful repulsive force from top to bottom towards the few people, trying to suppress them severely below. Hateful. You little brat who doesn't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. The Oniki, which was originally floating above the ground, was directly stuck to the ground with a pia sound under the powerful repulsive force. The old man was so angry that his face turned red. Oniki gritted his teeth and struggled to get up. The chakra suddenly condensed between the clasped palms into an extremely dazzling white light. After changing its form, a cylindrical dazzling white light suddenly shot out from between Oniki's palms towards Nagato, who was flying in the sky. Dust release, original realm separation technique. Faced with this terrifying dust release that can separate everything into atomic state, Nagato looked indifferent. When the dust release was about to hit him, it was completely absorbed by the transparent barrier in front of Nagato and had no effect on him. How is this possible? The dust release technique that the teacher left behind is actually ineffective. Onoki looked at the scene in disbelief. This is the most powerful blood elimination technique of the Uegakure village. Even the tailed beasts have to avoid its sharp dust release. The fourth Reikage AI also had difficulty moving under the powerful repulsive force. However, as a master of ninjutsu, after entering the lightning release chakra mode, he quickly stabilized his body and turned into a blue lightning that quickly circled to Nagato's flank. Thunder level. The fourth Reikage AI leaped into the air. The arm condensed with powerful lightning chakra suddenly slashed towards Nagato. Nagato also knew that he had no advantage in physical skills, let alone facing an opponent like the fourth Reikage who was an expert in ninjutsu. His arm was still raised, aiming directly at the flying fourth Reikage. Shinra Tensei. The fourth Reikage's pupils suddenly shrank. Afterwards, under the terrifying repulsive force that was almost close to the person, the whole person's expression was violently deformed, and the style of the painting was directly reduced in dimensionality. At a glance, the figure was knocked back dozens of meters and finally fell on a low hill. It's over. Nagato looked down and said coldly. He would then control the 10 tails to shoot out the tailed beast ball that was condensed in front of him. As a result, in the next second, huge red torii gates fell from the sky. In an instant, the 10 tails' tail, limbs and hands were all suppressed and bound, and its head was pressed to the ground, causing the tailed beast ball it spewed out of its mouth to change its trajectory. Boom! The dark red-tailed beast ball flying close to the ground plowed a ditch several meters deep and several kilometers long on the ground, and finally landed on a hill. The horrific explosion completely devoured the slope of hundreds of meters. Click! The crisp sound of wood cracking was heard. Under the tremendous force of the 10 tails, the huge red torii gate shattered into pieces of debris. So strong, I'm afraid even with my strength in life I would have to take it seriously, Senju Hashirama said with a serious expression. Even though his current body of impure world reincarnation can only exert a fraction of the strength he had before birth, the summoned Maya Jinman should be able to easily suppress the 9 tails until it completely loses the will to resist. But in front of the 10 tails, he was able to break free by brute force. Several mechanical arms emerged from Nagato's shoulders. Then he fired missiles, laser beams, and other attacks in the direction of Senju Hashirama. However, he saw that his attacks were either directly avoided by Hashirama Senju, or blocked by the trees created by his wood release, and his brows could not help but slightly frowned. The powerful tailed beast balls need time to be cast, while the weaker ones are easily blocked. My own attack methods and combat skills are still a little weak. In that case, Nagato's eyes flashed, and his figure rose in the air. A bag of rice has to be carried to several floors, a bag of rice has to be carried to the second floor, a bag of rice has to be given too much. The cold voice slowly spread. That guy, Oniki looked at Nagato, who was gradually rising in the air with serious eyes, and he had a very strong premonition in his heart that was frantically warning him. Nagato's next attack will definitely not be ordinary. He must be stopped. Although the fourth Reikage AI looked a little disheveled, his aura showed no signs of decline, but he hadn't yet started to act. The terrifying giant palm of the Ten Tails swung down towards his head. Thunder level Chomai. The fourth Reikage AI dodged quickly. Then he jumped up, and the powerful lightning chakra formed a high-intensity electric current concentrated on his hands. He leaned down and struck the arm of the Ten Tails. Remember the sharp knife and cut it off directly. Roar! The Ten Tails roared violently. The broken arm grew back in an instant and attacked the fourth Reikage again. But before it could make any progress, Nagato's resistance to Rice had reached its end. Starting from here, let the world feel the pain. Nagato opened his arms and shouted coldly, Shinra Tensei. Suddenly, this terrifying repulsive force that consumed a huge amount of chakra in Nagato's body formed a dazzling white light that was almost condensed into substance, and suddenly burst out from around his body. Boom dash! The ground beneath Nagato's feet was completely pushed away, exposing the solid bedrock underneath, and the affected area was still expanding into the distance. The unlucky Ten Tails and Senju Hashirama were affected by the terrifying repulsive force in the first moment because they were close to each other, floating and sinking along with the sand and rock flow that was like a tsunami. Ridiculous! Nagato looked at the devastated ruins below with an indifferent expression. Suddenly his expression changed, and his sight caught sight of the dust slowly covering up half of the body of Senju Hashirama, so he flew down towards him. I see. Shadame Hokage, where is the black Zetsu you rescued now? Nagato stood in front of Senju Hashirama and asked. Your idea is very dangerous, but it's not too late to stop now. Senju Hashirama stared at Nagato with serious eyes. If they had not moved the main battlefield immediately, if this move had landed on Konoha, Konoha could have directly announced its expulsion from the ninja world. You have seen the trees but not the forest. That is because you do not understand the meaning of peace. Nagato spoke indifferently. Not wanting to continue listening to Hashirama Senju's meaningless speech, he immediately grabbed half of his body with one hand. The soul-sucking technique directly and forcibly destroys the ritual seal on the body of the impure world reincarnation that is used to restrict the soul, slowly extracts his soul from the body, and sends it to the Pure Land. After doing all this, Nagato was also breathing slightly. His consumption was also not small. Just one Super Shinra Tensei consumed most of the chakra in his body. Fortunately, he now has Hashirama's cells in his body, which can help him recover faster. Just when Nagato felt a little relieved because he had completely dealt with Hashirama Senju, a pool of black mucus suddenly emerged from the ruins beneath the Senju Hashirama, who turned into dust and scattered everywhere. It tightly stuck to Nagato's legs and quickly spread upwards. Black Zetsu. The moment Nagato saw Black Zetsu, a look of anger suddenly appeared on his face. However, he also vaguely sensed a strong aura of danger from Black Zetsu's behavior, and immediately released a powerful repulsive force from around his body. Shinra Tensei. Block number 76 has been destroyed by the enemy. Just when the battle situation seemed to be going well, Yamanaka Inoichi's expression suddenly changed. He immediately immersed himself in the matter, and projected his spiritual power through the barrier into the area near number 76, contacting his own ninja team nearby. Team Shisui, the barrier number 76 on your left has been breached by the enemy. Go ahead and stop the enemy now. Yamanaka Inoichi's voice rang directly in Shisui's heart. Clear. Shisui replied solemnly in his heart. He then led his team members in the Umbu to stop them. After crossing more than a dozen streets, Shisui and his companions soon saw Scorpion of the Red Sand squatting in front of a corpse, processing the human puppet materials that he could use. I was just complaining to myself that these Konoha ninjas don't have many puppet materials that I can use. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Don't worry, Uchiha Shisui, I will make you into one of my most perfect collections. Seeing that there were people nearby, Scorpion simply put the corpse at his feet that had not been dealt with into the scroll. Looking into Uchiha Shisui's eyes, he spoke with an emotion in his heart. The two Umbu ninjas following behind Shisui felt angry when they saw that Scorpion was openly insulting the corpse of a Konoha ninja in front of them. Suddenly, several shurikens and kunao shot out from his hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shisui naturally did not fall behind. After quickly forming seals with his hands, he spit out a huge fireball from his mouth and attacked the Scorpion. Scorpion controlled the Filiahu and swung out the saw chain tail behind him at the first moment, blocking all the shurikens and kunao that were attacking him first. However, facing the subsequent fireball technique, Filiahu could only quickly withdraw and avoid it with his ability. Hiryu Amber, prosthetic thousand hands. The mechanism on Filiahu's left arm opened directly, and a machine gun filled with cylinders filled with poisonous needles shot into the sky. Suddenly, the cylinder on the machine gun flew in all directions, and the poison needles inside were shot out, forming a rain curtain of poison needles at the scene. Shisui relies on the powerful dynamic vision of the Sharingan. The moment the poison needles shot down, he activated the skeleton of Susanoo, but he only had time to protect himself. Several Umbu ninjas nearby were shot into hedgehogs by the unavoidable rain of poisonous needles. Hateful. Shisui looked back at his fallen teammate. The Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly flashed a red light, and at the same time, he used the Phantom Body Instant technique to quickly rush towards Scorpion in front of him, and swung the ninja sword in his hand down fiercely. Clang! Sparks flew. The saw chain tail, flashing with sharp cold light, blocked Shisui's ninja sword. Fei Liu kept opening the mechanism on his mouth and spitting out countless fine poisonous needles at Shisui. The Phantom Flash technique. Scorpion, who was inside the Filio Amber, saw that all the poison needles had pierced through Shisui's body, and the light in his eyes became even brighter. He must make Shisui his masterpiece. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. Shisui's voice sounded from the side. 3 huge fire dragons emerged from its mouth and flew towards Fei Liu from different directions. Magnetic style, Sand Iron Wall. Scorpion quickly controlled Fei Liu to summon the human puppet of the third Kaze cage. Then he used magnetic escape to create a huge iron wall made of iron sand and dust in front of him, blocking all of Shisui's attacks. Magnetic style, Sand Iron Rain. The Sandaime Kaze cage continued to control the massive amount of iron sand. It formed countless densely packed fine needles, and formed a carpet-covering attack on the large number of Shisui's clones on the field. Seeing this, Shisui released the second stage of Susanoo without any hesitation, forming a powerful defense around his body with no blind spots. The crisp sound of clanging continued, but it was still difficult to break Susanoo's defense. Magnetic style, Sand Iron Triangular Pyramid. Seeing this, Scorpion also stopped the rain of iron sand. He manipulated the massive amount of iron sand around him to condense a huge triangular cone in the air, and quickly launched it towards Shisui's Susanoo. Shisui's Susanoo held a high-speed rotating spiral sword in one hand, and slashed at the flying triangular pyramid without showing any weakness. Bang! With a loud noise, large sparks flew everywhere. Although Shisui's Susanoo sank under his feet, the high-speed rotating spiral sword pressed firmly against the sharp point of the sand iron triangular pyramid, constantly grinding off large pieces of sand iron dust. This is the great power of the Uchiha clan. Scorpion in the Scarlet Flow Amber looked at the Susanoo in front of him with excitement, and his desire to make Shisui into a human puppet was almost overflowing. Susanoo. 99. Catch the leader first. The puppeteer's weakness has always been the main body. With one sword, Shisui cut off the powerless sand iron triangular cone. Susanoo's breastplate opened, and countless green chakra arrows shot out from it, bombarding Filiaho, who was hiding behind. Scorpion controlled the human puppet of the Sandaime Kaze cage to gather the iron sand in front of him again, forming an extremely thick iron wall. Boom, boom, boom. The chakra arrow instantly submerged Scorpion's location, stirring up a large amount of dust and rubble. The arrow had just stopped, and before the Scorpion could show its head to observe the situation outside, Shisui's Susanoo carries a spiral sword and fangs strangled and stabbed heavily. Boom! The earth cracked. The thin layer of sand iron wall that remained shattered by this blow. The saw chain tail spike that followed closely couldn't hold out for long either, and was shattered into pieces by the terrifying power of Susanoo, turning into pieces of debris. The last of the Crimson Amber was completely shattered by the spiral sword, turning into pieces that flew everywhere. The Sandaime Kazekige's human puppet also lost control of the chakra lines and fell to the ground helplessly. The remains of the Sandaime Kaze cage. What a powerful puppeteer! There was a slight wheeze in Shisui's chest. After checking the surrounding puppet parts and debris and finding no reaction, he cancelled Susanoo. The enemy is very strong in poison making and puppet making. If he does not have Susanoo, which is powerful all-round defense, he will be restricted in battle. Just the next second when Shisui relaxed, the Scorpion's regeneration core buried in the puppet's wreckage quietly connected to a mechanism part and triggered the mechanism. When Shisui heard the crisp sound of the mechanism being triggered and realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Countless fine poisonous needles invisible to the naked eye instantly enveloped Shisui's figure. The carefully prepared powerful poison quickly paralyzed Shisui's body nerves, draining all his strength, and then he fell heavily to the ground. A large amount of chakra threads extended from the regeneration core, connecting with the surrounding parts and debris to quickly form the main body of the Scorpion. I'm very sorry, it seems that I am better, but don't worry, your value will be best presented in my hands. Scorpion looked at Shisui and spoke. Although the torso is a puppet part of a dead object, one can see obvious excitement and enthusiasm in his eyes. After summoning the puppet parts from the scroll and simply restoring its main body mechanism, Scorpion controlled the human puppet of the Sandaime Kaze cage to follow him on guard, and was about to move forward to process the human body materials needed to make the puppet on Shisui. At this moment, a burst of thunder suddenly sounded in the distance. Boom dash! There was a loud bang accompanied by an echo, and the ground seemed to be shaking. Scorpion looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a huge sphere that was light white with a hint of dark yellow, and even faintly black inside, rising continuously in the air. Scorpion's puppet face, which was clearly wearing a faint smile, now vaguely showed a hint of fear. He immediately threw away his favorite material Shisui, quickly ran to the shop that was locked and refused customers, and broke in directly. That stupid brat Deidara. Scorpion hid in the room, staring through the window at the huge sphere rising in the sky. He had naively thought that by making himself into an immortal puppet that would never decay and rot, and that after losing his sense of smell, he would be able to ignore Deidara's so-called art. But the fact is, I can't do it. That damn thing is purely a mental attack. At this time, Hoshigaki Kisame and Kakuzu, who had just picked up unwanted silver and banknotes from the Shimura clan's territory, were about to leave. After hearing a loud thunder in the dry land, a huge sphere was seen flying into the sky. The two of them looked at each other immediately, and then ran into the house with their arms swinging as if they were running a race. Deidara. The shit-hitting brat that even the leader regretted recruiting and who needs to be avoided. This time they really got a big one. What happened? Look, what's that in the sky? The Konoha and Kumagakure ninjas who were carrying out combat missions were attracted by the thunder in the dry land, and stared in surprise at the giant sphere that was rising in the sky. Although I don't know what it is, the loud noise of the prelude alone indicates that this move is not simple. Clay. Not good, quickly find shelter. The Uegakure ninja team scattered on the street saw the huge clay sphere rising rapidly into the air, their faces suddenly changed, and bad memories instantly occupied their entire brains. Under everyone's attention, the huge clay sphere finally reached its critical point. The originally white outer skin was quickly infected by black, and then suddenly burst into an extremely dazzling white light. Here it comes. Many ninjas stared blankly above their heads, dazzled by the dazzling white light and unable to open their eyes. Immediately afterwards, a strong wind with a foul smell swept towards me. Before they could come to their senses, spots of wet and thick rain began to drip like cold icy rain, hitting their faces randomly. What's this? A Kumagakure ninja had a confused look on his face and reflexively stuck out his tongue to lick the corner of his lips. The experienced Konoha ninjas instantly analyzed the result just by the foul smell swept in by the wind. Ugh, it's shit. What's falling from the sky is a mixture of manure and water. The Konoha ninja frowned and quickly covered his mouth and nose with his arms to prevent the water from going directly into his mouth. There was no need for anyone to explain to the exploratory Kumagakure ninja at this point. The naturally fermented, sticky taste with a strong sour and rancid odor instantly attacked his brain through tens of thousands of taste buds in his mouth, almost making his eyes roll back. The companions around him were not in a much better condition. They knelt on the ground with weak limbs and continuously spit out foul matter from their mouths, one after another. It was as if he was going to vomit to death. The performance of the Konoha ninjas, who already had some resistance to this, was undoubtedly much better than that of the Kumagakure ninjas. Although he looked weak due to the severe stomach discomfort, he still retained some basic mobility. On the Hokage rock, Uchiha Madara drooped his eyelids slightly, staring at the scenery of Konoha below him with boredom, waiting for the outcome of Black Zetsu's actions. Not to mention that he has no strength in this body now. Even if there was, he wouldn't care about the group of kids playing games below. The art of reincarnation. After waiting for so long, Black Zetsu finally succeeded. Finally, Uchiha Madara's eyes moved and a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Dense and numerous spell seals used to restrain the soul quickly appeared on the body, becoming brighter and brighter, until finally, they shattered with a loud bang. Uchiha Madara's soul left his body. In front of the fallen young body, a new body formed, which was old and frail. This body never mind, it's enough. Uchiha Madara frowned and clenched his fists, then relaxed his brows and spoke confidently. At this moment, a loud thunderclap sounded from Konoha below. Uchiha Madara looked in the direction of the sound with curiosity and scrutiny. Although he couldn't see the target through his empty eye sockets, he could sense the powerful chakra aura over there. The next second, the dazzling white light of the explosion appeared. A foul-smelling gale carried a large amount of contraband, treating every lucky person below equally. Uchiha Madara, who was drenched by the mixture of feces and water, sniffed and his face immediately turned gloomy. He had been roaming the ninja world for so many years, and no one had ever dared to wash his hair with feces water. Very good. Everyone else can enter the infinite Tsukuyomi and live in their own ideal world in the dream of illusion. And this damn bastard, just wait to dance in the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara's face was gloomy as he burst out with powerful chakra aura, washing away all the filth on his body. Master Madara. He didn't have to wait too long. Black Zetsu then appeared in front of Uchiha Madara with a pair of Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara silently took back his Rinnegan from Black Zetsu and placed it in his eye socket. After opening his eyes, he began to make seals with his hands quickly. The art of spiritual communication. With a bang, a large cloud of white smoke dispersed. The huge 10 tails instantly appeared above the Hokage rock, letting out a manic roar. Uchiha Madara expressionlessly controlled the pipes that emerged from the 10 tails and connected to his own body, transmitting powerful life energy into his body. His dull white hair quickly turned black under the nourishment of the powerful vitality of the 10 tails, and the wrinkles on his face also quickly disappeared. After a moment, Uchiha Madara's condition was obviously refreshed, although not as good as in his prime. The whole person looks energetic. Not bad, kid. It can be seen that your vision is much better than that of the idiot next to you. Deidara's mouth curled up proudly. He looked at Uchiha Tobirama with approval and said, "But you don't have to become my disciple, you can just call me senior." Senior. Uchiha Tobirama behaved very well. Those little eyes full of admiration also made Deidara feel extremely comfortable. I will accept you as my little brother. What are your chakra attributes? Deidara nodded in satisfaction, and put his hands behind his back, pretending to be an expert. He now has younger brothers. Let Scorpion, the defeated general, see clearly that there are many people willing to be his younger brothers. Fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, I have all 5 chakra attributes, Uchiha Tobirama said excitedly. Not to mention the giant sandwich bomb that just now affected the entire Konoha. Just the sight of Deidara crawling out of the sewer during a battle and using the grasshopper sandwich shells that could autonomously track their targets made him extremely jealous. Once you learn this trick, from now on, won't everyone in Konoha be terrified upon hearing his name? Not bad, you really have a talent for learning art. Deidara was more and more satisfied with his little brother. He walked forward and untied the rope on Uchiha Tobirama, then brought him to the eaves at the door. Deidara turned his head and looked at Uchiha Tobirama. Suddenly remembering that I didn't know his name, I asked, "My name is Deidara, what's your name?" "Senior Deidara, my name is Uchiha Tobirama." Uchiha Tobirama straightened his back and replied in a spirited manner, "Yeah, Tobi Hati. You must remember that we must be ready to devote ourselves to art at any time." Deidara nodded and began to educate his younger brother like a teacher. But before he could finish his words, he saw Uchiha Tobirama seriously starting to collect the dried mud that had previously stained his body. He immediately swallowed the words that were stuck in his throat. Well, this guy has the spirit of devoting himself to art. Deidara swallowed his saliva and said with a sullen look, "In fact, if it is not necessary, we should try to avoid sacrifices that can be avoided." As he spoke, Deidara put his hand into the clay pocket at his waist. The mouth on the palm injects chakra into the clay to make it into explosive clay, and also changes its shape. Deidara spread out his palm, revealing a handful of ultra-small spider clay creatures inside. Under Uchiha Tobirama's puzzled gaze, Deidara threw them all outside the pink and jade-like roof that was filled with a strong smell. Afterwards, a large number of densely packed ultra-small clay creatures seemed to have found delicious food, and they lay on the powder makeup on the ground and enjoyed it with big mouthfuls. The originally pure white clay creature after eating, the body gradually became swollen, and a different color was faintly revealed in the belly. A tiny spider with a bulging belly crawled back into Deidara's hand, and then Deidara threw it at Itaki in the door like a firecracker, causing it to explode. Every gesture and movement exudes a sense of elegance and calmness. Of course, all this is based on ignoring the lingering smell on him. "Tobi, have you figured it out?" Deidara looked at his younger brother calmly and spoke in a deep voice. He is now a senior in the art world, and he must be careful about his status in front of his younger brother. A certain Errol who was playing with shit with her bare hands looked at Deidara in a daze, her fingers twitching. He had clearly relied on his strong willpower to overcome his psychological problems, but why did he suddenly start to feel churning in his stomach and feel nauseous? The sticky and soft feel coupled with the foul smell that rushed into the nostrils. Uchiha Tobirama couldn't hold it back, he knelt on the ground and started vomiting. Unfortunately, the food in his stomach had been emptied long ago, and now only a small amount of transparent and colorless gastric acid flowed out of his mouth. Deidara raised an eyebrow and looked at Uchiha Tobirama. "Although I felt that this little brother was a bit embarrassing for me, when I thought about how I vomited everything I ate for more than half a month when I first started, I put myself in his shoes and didn't say anything else. This little brother of mine still has a lot to learn." Suddenly, a loud roar came from afar. The sound was like that of thousands of horses galloping, and it made people feel panic for no reason. Deidara reached his palm into the clay pocket. In a short while, a giant bird of gigantic size was created. It leaped up, increased its altitude, and began to observe in the direction of the sound. With just one glance, Deidara's expression suddenly changed. The countless huge vines surging and crashing in from the distance were even thicker than houses. "Tobi, come on up, let's go." Deidara quickly controlled the giant bird to lower its altitude and shouted loudly to his new brother. "As a senior, when you go out, you must be loyal to your younger brothers, because birds of a feather flock together." Although Uchiha Tobirama, who likes to play pranks and tease dogs, is hated by people and dogs, he is also very shrewd and smart most of the time. The huge roar like thousands of horses galloping, combined with Deidara's sudden reaction, Uchiha Tobirama instantly realized that a great danger was approaching them rapidly. Kazan, Anasan. A look of fear appeared on Uchiha Tobirama's face. After shouting, he quickly ran back into the house. Tobi's hot mom, how can you fix it? Deidara shouted at the figure of Uchiha Tobirama. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied that this younger brother did not listen to him as a senior, he was still a senior after all. Quickly create a grasshopper clay bomb. After spilling it, he formed a seal and shouted softly. He immediately blew a big hole in the wall and controlled the giant bird to fly into the house. The bird's claws grabbed the back of Uchiha Tobirama's collar, as well as the tied-up Uchiha Mikato and Itaki. Then the roof exploded with a loud bang, and he flew into the sky riding the giant bird. Tobi, how many enemies have you made in Konoha before? Deidara turned his head and looked at the huge vine roots only a few dozen meters behind him, and the ninjas who were sucked dry by the slightest contact with them. His teeth were chattering uncontrollably and his expression was very ugly. Such a terrifying power, this direction. His defeated reserve brother, who he had not yet successfully recruited, might have met with an accident. The leader of their Akatsuki organization, Nagato, had clearly said that he would bring them to cause trouble for Konoha. Now it seems like it was just a coincidence, and they really found big trouble. Now I'm afraid that everyone will be buried with Konoha? Uchiha Tobirama and Uchiha Mikato were also completely shocked when they saw the tragic scene behind them. The ninjas and Konoha citizens who were caught up by the huge vine roots were all turned into mummies without exception, from the Hokage Rock in the distance to the Uchiha clan's land in front of them. It was a terrifying scene of total silence. Kazan, Tobi hot mom, what happened? Sensing the trembling of the body beside him, the blindfolded Itaki also realized that something was wrong and asked in a calm voice. But at this moment, the two people were so frightened that they had no time to answer him. The roots and vines of the sacred tree spread very quickly. Even though Deidara was trying his best to increase his flying speed, he even created a giant bird to carry Uchiha Mikato and Itaki. In the end, they could not avoid being caught up by the roots of the sacred tree. The vines entangled and bound them, turning them into nutrients for the sacred tree to accelerate its growth. The roots of the sacred tree are still spreading to every corner of the planet, absorbing large amounts of chakra. On the cliff of the former Hokage Rock, at this time, it has completely turned into a place with towering sacred trees. Uchiha Madara stood quietly at the foot of the sacred tree, patiently waiting for the sacred tree to absorb chakra, grow to maturity, and bloom the bud of the moon eye. With his current strength having reached that of the Sage of Six Paths, he will surely be able to eliminate the conflicts in the ninja world as the savior. The only thing I feel is some regret. I just failed to invite that Uchiha Jr. to dance with me so that he could learn how to respect his elders. After a long wait, the sacred tree finally changed. The originally quiet flower bud on the branch of the sacred tree shook, and from the center of the flower bud appeared the Rinnegan with 9 Megatama, the Eye of the Moon. Eye of the Moon, the time has finally come. Uchiha Madara looked at the Rinnegan in the flower bud of the sacred tree with satisfaction. Just when he didn't know what to do next and was about to give it a try, suddenly he heard a voice in his ears, as if shrouded in heavy fog, vague, distant, empty and mysterious. Absorb me into it. Who is it? Uchiha Madara looked at the Eye of the Moon on the bud of the sacred tree with confusion. Absorb the sacred tree, absorb the 10 tails, absorb everything. The hollow and mysterious voice sounded again. This time, Uchiha Madara realized that this was a reminder from the sacred tree. He stepped forward, placed his hands on the sacred tree, and began to absorb it quickly. The huge sacred tree that towered into the sky seemed to have encountered a black hole. The main body of the sacred tree twisted, and along with the endless chakra that had been absorbed from the ninja world before, it quickly poured into Uchiha Madara's body. I see. The sacred tree itself. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara sensed the extra powerful force between his eyebrows and laughed wildly and defiantly. After absorbing the sacred tree, he sensed that he had gained complete immortality and became eternal. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's laughter fell silent. He stared expressionlessly at Konoha in front of him, which had become a dead ruin. Now that he has become eternal, another path has appeared before him. With his own great power, he can watch over the world and move towards peace. However, hot mom, the longer you live, the clearer you see. The reality is actually helplessness, pain, and emptiness. Uchiha Madara muttered to himself, and the confusion on his sinister face disappeared. He did not desire eternity, so why should he disrupt the decision he had already made in his heart for this unexpected thing? Guarding over this world may alleviate one's eternal emptiness, but isn't this itself the beginning of another kind of helplessness, pain, and emptiness? The decision was made in my heart. Uchiha Madara no longer hesitated, and his figure slowly flew into the sky and approached the suddenly turning red moon. According to the records on that stone tablet, when the owner of the power of reincarnation approaches the moon I used to realize infinite dreams will open and illuminate the world. Infinite moonlight reading. Uchiha Madara broke off the forehead protector, revealing the moon eye between his eyebrows. With the blood-red moon and the sky shining together, he formed a seal with one hand and activated the infinite Tsukuyomi. What he didn't notice was that the moon eye between his eyebrows had already jumped on its own for the second time. The moon reflecting the Rinnegan suddenly burst out with endless bewitching moonlight. Even though it is night now, the whole world is illuminated as if it were daytime, and no matter whether it is a house or any building, it cannot block the intrusion of the bewitching moonlight. What happened? It should be dark outside. People in every corner of the ninja world noticed something strange happening in the moon and the sky. However, they did not have the time to discuss the doubts in their hearts as they were all eroded by the bewitching moonlight. Projections of the Rinnegan appeared in their eyes, and they fell into the eternal dream of infinite Tsukuyomi. The god of the tree world has been born. Uchiha Madara clapped his hands together 11 times. The roots of the sacred trees that were rooted in various places in the ninja world all broke out of the ground, and straps emerged from them, binding all the people trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi. After doing all this, Uchiha Madara slowly landed on the ground, looking calmly at Konoha, which was covered with bewitching moonlight and had long been reduced to ruins. It was also the Konoha that carried the good intentions of him and Hashirama Senju back then. Lama, reality has proven that what I made was the most correct choice. The piece of this world was created by me personally. Outer Path, the art of reincarnation. Uchiha Madara confided in a deep voice. He quickly formed seals with his hands and summoned the king of hell from the pure land of the underworld. He stood up and opened his huge mouth, releasing countless souls of the dead. All the people who were previously sucked dry by the sacred tree were resurrected one by one under the art of reincarnation. He was quickly illuminated by the bewitching moonlight that fell from above, and fell into the infinite moonlight, bound by the ties that stretched out from the roots of the sacred tree. Then it's my turn next. Uchiha Madara looked up at the scattered moonlight. He was just about to pull the sacred tree out of his body and return to the perfect world he created. Puff! A hand suddenly burst out from the chest. Don't move. Uchiha Madara was shocked by Black Zetsu's sneak attack, and his pupils trembled violently. Now that his body was unable to move and he could only try to move the peripheral vision of his pupils, he suddenly realized that, while he was using Nagato as a chess piece, he might also be a chess piece of others. Madara, you are not the savior of this world. You are actually in an illusory dream. That is the dream I painted for you. Black Zetsu grinned excitedly. After thousands of years of planning and waiting, he finally waited for this moment. Black Zetsu, what are you talking about? I created you, and you are my consciousness. Uchiha Madara's heart sank. Although he already had some guesses in his mind, he still found it hard to accept that he, who was so proud, had actually been living in a lie created for him by others. You are wrong, Madara, my consciousness. It's Kagaya. Heiju raised the corner of his mouth and grinned. Afterwards, he resolutely launched yin-yang release, spirit possession, and assimilation to resurrect Kagaya. Under the erosion and assimilation of Kagaya's will, Uchiha Madara suddenly let out a creepy scream like a night owl. The huge amount of chakra that the sacred tree absorbed from people who were trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi in all corners of the world broke out of the ground along its roots and madly poured into Uchiha Madara's body. Uchiha Madara's body began to swell rapidly, and the black viscous liquid quickly swallowed him up. Afterwards, the bloated body began to gradually shrink into a human shape, revealing Kagaya Atsutsuki with long blue-white hair like a waterfall, twin horns on her head, and a beautiful face. Kazan. When Black Zetsu saw Kagaya, who was finally rescued from the seal by him, there was only a silly smile on his happy face. It really deserves its thousands of years of enduring humiliation, sacrificing its life for justice, and being eager to save its mother. Woo woo woo. Now it is also a child with a mother. At this time, a space portal appeared silently behind Heiju, and a hand covered with a layer of black Tao-seeking jade quietly stretched out from it. Puff! It directly replicated Black Zetsu's previous actions against Uchiha Madara. Allah, you did a great job. You are worthy of being Dad's eldest son. Uchiha Kage slowly walked out of the space portal and praised his eldest son with all his heart. He looked at his naive wife Kagaya with satisfaction. Then he turned his head and looked at Konoha, which had become a dead ruin, and frowned slightly. The Six-Paths Sage is really a piece of shit. He's too lazy to even show up now. Why don't you allow my son Tobirama and Naruto to cheat? Who says children can't be saviors? This is blatant discrimination. Uchiha Kage pursed his lips in displeasure. The Six-Paths Sage possesses the power of yin and yang. After swallowing and digesting it, it can provide himself with a lot of nutrients. Now I have to wait and find it later. Black Zetsu, you did a good job. Kagaya Atsutsuki floated on the ground with an expressionless face, ignoring the Uchiha Kage, and praised Black Zetsu calmly. As Kazan's will, it is my mission to rescue you. Black Zetsu maintained his posture of being exposed, but also ignored it and said with a happy face, "Oh my god, my mother actually praised it. It is definitely Mom's favorite child. Hey, Kagaya, my wife, don't take advantage of my love for you and ignore me. Be careful or I'll teach you a lesson." Uchiha Kage pulled out his hand. He kicked Black Zetsu on the butt and said unhappily to Kagaya, I'm a grown-up standing here speaking my heart out, and you guys are just fooling around and chatting among yourselves, ignoring me. This is just pure contempt for me. Call her the first wife? Etsutsuki Kagaya was stunned and immediately attracted the attention of Uchiha Kage. Well, although this little guy does look pretty good, but is she such a superficial woman? This land is my precious nursery, I cannot let it be harmed again. Well then, my junior from UE, I will finish you off right here. Kagaya Etsutsuki looked at the Uchiha Kage's bright and enchanting Mangekyo Sharinan and spoke in a flat voice. As the voice fell, the space suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the two of them and Black Zetsu appeared in a world full of magma. Hey, my dear wife Kagaya. The figure of Uchiha Kage floated in the air. He took out a large sack from his four-dimensional treasure bag without paying any attention to the people around him, and smiled brightly at Kagaya Etsutsuki. Are you coming in on your own, or should we go through the process? Etsutsuki Kagaya's pretty face looked expressionlessly at the sack in Uchiha Kage's hand, and a hint of doubt flashed in her pure and flawless white eyes. Kazan, that guy has always liked to use sacks to kidnap beautiful women and make them his wives since he was a child. As if knowing the confusion in Kagaya Etsutsuki's heart, Black Zetsu took the initiative to explain. Is he serious? Kagaya Etsutsuki retreated tactically in her mind and looked at the Uchiha Kage with a confused face. Why does this descendant of Yui look so abnormal? But I want to focus my chakra into one again. Kagaya Etsutsuki opened her Byakugan, and the chakra around her body exploded to the extreme. She quickly rushed towards the Uchiha Kage. The huge amount of chakra condensed on her palms, releasing countless powerful and invisible fist shadows in the air. This is an extraordinary physical skill that only Kagaya Etsutsuki can perform, the one that can shake the Sky 80 God's air attack. Black Zetsu, what are you talking about? I created you, and you are my consciousness. Uchiha Madara's heart sank. Although he already had some guesses in his mind, he still found it hard to accept that he, who was so proud, had actually been living in a lie created for him by others. You are wrong, Madara, my consciousness. It's Kagaya. Heiju raised the corner of his mouth and grinned. Afterwards, he resolutely launched yin-yang release, spirit possession, and assimilation to resurrect Kagaya. Under the erosion and assimilation of Kagaya's will, Uchiha Madara suddenly let out a creepy scream like a night owl. The huge amount of chakra that the sacred tree absorbed from people who were trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi in all corners of the world broke out of the ground along its roots and madly poured into Uchiha Madara's body. Uchiha Madara's body began to swell rapidly, and the black viscous liquid quickly swallowed him up. Afterwards, the bloated body began to gradually shrink into a human shape, revealing Kagaya Etsutsuki with long blue-white hair like a waterfall, twin horns on her head, and a beautiful face. Kazan. When Black Zetsu saw Kagaya, who was finally rescued from the seal by him, there was only a silly smile on his happy face. It really deserves its thousands of years of enduring humiliation, sacrificing its life for justice, and being eager to save its mother. Woo woo woo. Now it is also a child with a mother. At this time, a space portal appeared silently behind Heiju, and a hand covered with a layer of black Tao-seeking jade quietly stretched out from it. Puff! It directly replicated Black Zetsu's previous actions against Uchiha Madara. Allah, you did a great job, you are worthy of being Dad's eldest son. Uchiha Kage slowly walked out of the space portal and praised his eldest son with all his heart. He looked at his naive wife Kagaya with satisfaction. Then he turned his head and looked at Konoha, which had become a dead ruin, and frowned slightly. The Six Paths Sage is really a piece of shit. He's too lazy to even show up now. Why don't you allow my son Tobirama and Naruto to cheat? Who says children can't be saviors? This is blatant discrimination. Uchiha Kage pursed his lips in displeasure. The Six Paths Sage possesses the power of yin and yang. After swallowing and digesting it, it can provide himself with a lot of nutrients. Now I have to wait and find it later. Black Zetsu, you did a good job. Kagaya Etsutsuki floated on the ground with an expressionless face, ignoring the Uchiha Kage, and praised Black Zetsu calmly. As Kazan's will, it is my mission to rescue you. Black Zetsu maintained his posture of being exposed, but also ignored it and said with a happy face, "Oh my god, my mother actually praised it. It is definitely Mom's favorite child. Hey, Kagaya, my wife, don't take advantage of my love for you and ignore me. Be careful or I'll teach you a lesson." Uchiha Kage pulled out his hand. He kicked Black Zetsu on the butt and said unhappily to Kagaya, "I'm a grown-up standing here speaking my heart out, and you guys are just fooling around and chatting among yourselves, ignoring me. This is just pure contempt for me. Call her the first wife?" Etsutsuki Kagaya was stunned and immediately attracted the attention of Uchiha Kage. Well, although this little guy does look pretty good, but is she such a superficial woman? This land is my precious nursery, I cannot let it be harmed again. Well then, my junior from UE, I will finish you off right here. Kagaya Etsutsuki looked at the Uchiha Kage's bright and enchanting Mangekyo Sharinan and spoke in a flat voice. As the voice fell, the space suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the two of them and Black Zetsu appeared in a whirl full of magma. "Hey, my dear wife Kagaya." The figure of Uchiha Kage floated in the air. He took out a large sack from his four-dimensional treasure bag without paying any attention to the people around him, and smiled brightly at Kagaya Atsutsuki. "Are you coming in on your own, or should we go through the process?" Atsutsuki Kagaya's pretty face looked expressionlessly at the sack in Uchiha Kage's hand, and a hint of doubt flashed in her pure and flawless white eyes. "Kazan, that guy has always liked to use sacks to kidnap beautiful women and make them his wives since he was a child." As if knowing the confusion in Kagaya Atsutsuki's heart, Black Zetsu took the initiative to explain. "Is he serious?" Kagaya Atsutsuki retreated tactically in her mind and looked at the Uchiha Kage with a confused face. "Why does this descendant of Yui look so abnormal? But it seems that I need to go through the process again." Uchiha Kage stuffed the large sack in his hand back into his own four-dimensional treasure bag and shook his head slightly. "If your wife is disobedient, it's probably because she's spoiled. Just catch him and give him a spanking." His eyes narrowed slightly. The huge amount of chakra in the body automatically gathered in front of the body to form a number of truth-seeking jades, which changed their shape to construct a round shield with no defensive blind spots. Boom, boom, boom. Countless dense fist shadows fell on the defensive round shield constructed by Chudeo Jade, forming a series of depressions of varying depths, but with the subsequent replenishment of Chudeo Jade, it quickly returned to calmness. "Wait until the 80 gods are defeated." The art of seduction. The Uchiha Kage chuckled and quickly formed seals with his hands. He released a large number of shadow clones while performing the transformation technique. In a large cloud of white mist, the shirtless clones blew kisses to Kagaya Atsutsuki. Seeing this, the naive Kagaya Atsutsuki couldn't help but stand there in a daze again. Uchiha Kage took advantage of this opportunity. The figure turned into a beam of light and appeared in front of Kagaya's wife in a flash, and kissed her pink thin lips. Kagaya Atsutsuki's pure and flawless pupils trembled violently. "Looking at the face in front of me that was almost touching my own, a faint blush appeared on her pretty fair cheeks, and my body became a little stiff out of helplessness." "Woo!" Kagaya Atsutsuki's eyes widened. It was not until he felt the touch on his lips getting closer and closer to his teeth that he came back to his senses somewhat slowly and felt the blood flowing in his body again. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He transformed the bones into a strong weapon and took it out from his palm, then suddenly shot it at the Uchiha Kage in front of him. Uchiha Kage was always paying attention to Kagaya Atsutsuki's reaction. The moment she made a move, her figure was quietly swallowed by the space portal and appeared behind Kagaya Atsutsuki. "It's just a mouthful of food. Is it necessary to murder your own husband?" The Uchiha Kage chuckled. The sack sealing technique effectively trapped the distracted Kagaya Atsutsuki. Unfortunately, the next second, countless densely packed sharp thorns shot the sack into tattered pieces from the inside out, revealing the figure of Kagaya Atsutsuki inside. "Tisk! As expected of my wife Kagaya, you are amazing." Uchiha Kage was not surprised at all when he saw this. Although Kagaya seems a little naive in combat, she is definitely top-notch in terms of configuration. After coming out of the sack, Kagaya Atsutsuki was filled with low spirits and stared at Uchiha Kage expressionlessly. Her mood was indescribably complicated. She is the ancestor of chakra in the ninja world. How could he be molested by his own son, a descendant who was passed down through who knows how many generations? Sealed in the moon and lonely for thousands of years. It would be a lie to say that she didn't feel any excitement in her heart, but all her past experiences have shown her that there is no good man in this world, and the only one she can trust is herself. Even the child she is closest to and the one she wants to protect the most is no exception. "Your strength is indeed very good, but I have reasons why I must do this," Kagaya Atsutsuki said in a cold voice. His palm pointed toward the depths of space on the side, and suddenly penetrated a space portal that appeared out of thin air, grabbing Uchiha Kage from behind. And the Uchiha Kage had already seen through her thoughts. The figure dodged slightly to the side, and at the same time, he stretched out his fingers to gently scratch Kagaya's palm twice. Then a perverted smile appeared on his face, and he winked at Kagaya Atsutsuki in a mean way. Kagaya Atsutsuki's eyelids trembled and she felt a chill in her heart. Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Kagaya Atsutsuki's sleeve, also had a dazed look on his face and gritted his teeth from the very beginning. "So cold. Its Kazan has been taken advantage of by the other party. No wonder he's always called Hadayar. This damn bastard really wants to be his father." Clang, veins began to appear around Kagaya Atsutsuki's eyes. The powerful pressure immediately swept towards Uchiha Kage madly, but Uchiha Kage's eyes quickly faded, and a powerful pressure emerged at the same time, and finally cancelled each other out. "I never thought that after thousands of years, there would be someone as outstanding as you among the younger generation of Yui," Kagaya Atsutsuki said in a cold voice. Although her current strength has not yet recovered to its peak state, just from the few fights now, it can be known that Uchiha Kage's strength is definitely stronger than Yuger when he sealed her. "Must be treated with caution." As the voice fell, Kagaya Atsutsuki activated Aim no Monica again, and in an instant, several people were transferred to the space of the starting ball created by Kagaya. Hey, my dear wife Kagaya. It's only been a short while and you've already forgotten that I also know space-time ninjutsu. The Uchiha Kage saw through Atsutsuki Kagaya's intention to use the expansion truth-seeking ball and kindly spoke up to remind her. He even created a temporary space portal and pointed at it. She is truly a naive person. It's only been a few minutes and you've forgotten how I put the sack on you? If you continue to expand your Dao Jade like this, you will only destroy the original spherical space that you have worked so hard to compile and construct. If you are like this, we are all a little uncomfortable. I am so embarrassed to bully you. Oh, Kagaya Atsutsuki paused when she heard this. Seeing Uchiha Kage's eyes as if he was looking at a fool, his brows couldn't help but frown slightly, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. No. It seemed like he knew what I was thinking just now. There was a slight glimmer in Kagaya Atsutsuki's eyes. She received the long-awaited visit of the goddess of wisdom. My dear wife Kagaya, you finally realized it, right? You have no chance of winning against me. The Uchiha Kage was also somewhat surprised at Kagaya Atsutsuki's sudden wisdom. He looked at her with affirmation and nodded. Then the powerful yin and yang chakras in the body gathered towards the two palms, forming the ultimate yin and yang power. She spread her hands casually and said, Here, this is my sincerity. If you wanted to seal it, you would have done it long ago. P.S. The yin and yang powers of Hagoromo and Hamura were originally cultivated by themselves. Hagoromo supplemented the missing yin power after becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. What do you want to do? Kagaya Atsutsuki looked at the yin and yang power condensed in Uchiha Kage's palm, and a rare look of fear appeared on her face. She had no doubt that if the other party had used the power of yin and yang on her directly from the beginning, he would definitely be able to seal her again. Even now that she knew this, she was not at all sure of winning. I thought you wanted to come home with me. Uchiha Kage looked at Atsutsuki Kagaya seriously and took out another sack from his four-dimensional treasure bag. Kagaya Atsutsuki floated in the air, looking at the Uchiha Kage expressionlessly. As the two looked at each other, she felt at a loss. Oops, this little guy seems to be serious. Black Zetsu gritted his teeth and shrank into Atsutsuki Kagaya's sleeve. As the ancestor of the conspiracy world that has been stirring up trouble in the ninja world for thousands of years, it suddenly realized a problem in its heart. The Uchiha Kage was so powerful, but he didn't intervene to stop the big commotion that Uchiha Madara had caused in the outside world. In addition, the other party called him Big Boy when they first met. It was definitely intentional. I don't know where this guy got the information from, but he has been secretly coveting his mother since the beginning. I should have waited until this guy died before rescuing my mother. Thousands of years have passed since I started waiting, but now there is another person who is trying to snatch my mother from me. Woo. Mom, please love me again. I have more important things to do. Kagaya Atsutsuki also looked at the Uchiha Kage with a serious expression, especially his bright and charming eyes. In the pupils that were like shattered glass, countless images of myself were reflected. She once believed in love, but both times, the emotional trust was exchanged for betrayal. She knew that those enchanting eyes that could see through people's hearts could see the decision she had made in her heart. You want to come home with me? The Uchiha Kage stretched the sack and continued to repeat. Kagaya Atsutsuki frowned and opened her mouth silently. Convex, fuck. I came from the distant sky, from a faraway place that you cannot reach. One day, the people who will greet me will come here. For them, only strength can speak. As a member of this world, you can't escape it. Kagaya Atsutsuki avoided the topic of Uchiha Kage and started talking on her own. In her opinion, with the powerful strength that Uchiha Kage has now demonstrated, he is a natural ally to work with her to deal with the visitors from the Atsutsuki clan. Madam Kagaya, we are talking about serious matters. Uchiha Kage noticed that the topic was suddenly changed and tilted his head to remind him. At the same time, in the ninja world, after Kagaya left the ninja world and entered her own different dimension, a powerful soul force directly condensed in reality, revealing the appearance of the Six Paths Sage. The soul power rippling around his body was like clouds rolling and unrolling, highlighting his immortal demeanor. Kazan, I didn't expect that after thousands of years, you would come back again. The Sage of Six Paths looked solemnly at the people who were bound to the roots of the sacred tree and sighed deeply. Now, are the two little guys still the ones who inherited the souls of Ashura and Indra? His eyes were fixed on the two small mummies hanging on the tree, and the Six Paths Sage shook his head with some regret. Fortunately, he had prepared for this and had a backup plan. The souls of Ashura and Indra have been reincarnated continuously over the past thousands of years, and they have many predecessors. The art of spiritual communication. The Six Paths Sage growled. Powerful soul power surged around, and two spirits suddenly crossed the space and were summoned from the Pure Land of the Underworld. Before Hashirama Senju's soul had been dormant in the Pure Land of the Underworld for long, he was summoned again and woke up with a dazed and confused look on his face. Why did he torture a dead man day after day? The other person who was summoned, Uchiha Yuichi, who was wearing ancient armor and possessed a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, had just woken up and was shocked when he saw the eyes of the Six-Paths Sage in front of him. These eyes. It is the Rinnegan of the legendary Six-Paths Sage. Then, an excited and greedy arc appeared on Uchiha Yuichi's face. The figure flashed, and suddenly rushed out, and his palm quickly grabbed towards the eye socket of the Six-Paths Sage. Seeing this, the corners of Six-Paths Sage's mouth twitched slightly. As expected, he is the reincarnation of Indra, he has his own characteristics. A pair of eyes glared with intimidation without even being angry. A powerful soul force immediately suppressed Uchiha Yui, causing him to fly back and fall to the ground. Ha 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 ha. As expected, it is the samsara eye possessed by the legendary Six-Paths Sage. Your eyes have been reserved by me. After being repelled, Uchiha Yuichi was not panicked. Instead, the expression on his face became more excited. The corners of his mouth curled up wildly, and he laughed wildly towards the sky. Who are you? Senju Hashirama looked at him for a while as if he were an idiot. After he was sure that this person was mentally ill, he shifted his attention to the Six-Paths Sage and asked, "My name is Yui, the founder of the ninja clan, also known as the Sage of Six Paths." The Six-Paths Sage didn't even bother to look at the mentally unstable Uchiha next to him. He just looked at Hashirama Senju and said in a deep voice. Afterwards, he told Hashirama Senju about his past experiences and the stories of Kagaya at Satsuki. "What did you say?" "This is Kanaha." When Hashirama Senju heard the Six-Paths Sage's story, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Especially the completely silent and unfamiliar ruins in front of him, which turned out to be the Kanaha village that he and Madara built together. Everything was clearly fine before I returned to the Pure Land. Black Zetsu also perfectly followed the plan and hid under himself, waiting for an opportunity to attack Nagato. But it only took me a nap and Kanaha, as big as me, is gone? The infinite Tsukuyomi will eventually transform everyone into a weapon, and the sacred tree will absorb all the chakra in the ninja world if you can't use the power of yin and yang to seal Kagaya again in the end. The history of the ninja world ends here. The Six-Paths Sage gave the instructions solemnly with a serious face. "Hey, Six-Paths Sage, you mean I want to become the savior of this world together with this guy from the Senju clan next to me? In my opinion, you might as well give all the power to me." Uchiha Yuichi also listened to the entire conversation between the two. He glanced at Senju Hashirama with disdain, looked at the Six-Paths Sage and spoke. "Savior? Who else but him? This guy from the Senju clan next to him who looks so stupid should just go back to the Pure Land and sleep." The Six-Paths Sage glanced at him calmly and simply ignored him. Afterwards, he gave the yin and yang power condensed in his palms to the two people respectively, and the powerful soul power surged and rushed madly towards Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Yuichi. At the same time, the soul body of the Six-Paths Sage faded rapidly. In a short while, only a faint shadow remained of the Six-Paths Sage, as if it would disappear if a breeze passed by. "The future of this world is in your hands." The Six-Paths Sage looked at the two of them and gave serious instructions again. After saying this, the figures dispersed. After Kagaya at Satsuki absorbed the power of the Six Paths of Yin, Uchiha Yuichi, who had turned into a pool of residue, suddenly began to emit a dense soul power, which gradually condensed into the image of the Six-Paths Sage. It's just compared to the sage-like appearance he had when he appeared in front of Hashirama Senju before. Now his figure seemed unusually dull, and he could barely make out the area from his head to half his shoulders. "Oh, mother, believe in the power of love once again." The Six-Paths Sage had no choice but to show up, looked at Kagaya at Satsuki and began to persuade him. Kagoramo. When she saw the Six-Paths Sage, Kagaya at Satsuki's tears instantly overflowed from her eyes and flowed down her pretty face, adding a touch of weakness to her. Biting her trembling lips, she said in a deep voice, "I hate you. Mother, Hamura told me everything before he left. You did that to protect us. I don't know what you are afraid of, but there is more than one way in this world." The Six-Paths Sage stared intently at Kagaya at Satsuki. Thousands of years ago, he knew about his mother's arrogant personality, which was difficult to convince with words. If the conditions to seal it again were not lacking at the moment, there would be no other way that he would not have shown his love, which was not feasible for Kagaya at Satsuki, but would have spoken with strength. "Alright, my wife Kagaya. Don't bother with this unfilial son, we'll give birth to an obedient one later. Be good." The Uchiha Kage held at Satsuki Kagaya's hand a little tighter and consoled her. Not to mention, when this fragile feeling of shedding tears and sobbing is put on Kagaya at Satsuki, the resentment of a widow comes up instantly. No wonder the legacy of Emperor Wu of Wei is so popular. Anyone who sees this will be confused. The Prime Minister really did not deceive me. Mother. When the Six-Paths Sage saw this scene, his emotions instantly went haywire. He yelled at Kagaya at Satsuki and glared at the Uchiha Kage. The guy in front of me is Indra's younger generation who has been passed down in the ninja world for who knows how many generations. Now he is actually betraying his teacher and ancestors and seducing his ancestor's mother. And you want to give him a brother? Hagoromo, you just said that you want your mother to believe in love again. Just leave it to me and don't worry. The Uchiha Kage acted like an old father and gave earnest instructions to the Six-Paths Sage. The Six-Paths Sage was already furious with the Uchiha Kage's pretentious behavior. When he saw Kagaya Atsutsuki standing aside silently with a clear attitude of acquiescence, his anger instantly soared, and his condensed soul body suddenly became agitated. It disappeared with a puff. Hagoromo, Kagaya Atsutsuki murmured softly, but did not make any move. The moment the Six-Paths Sage showed up, she knew that he was already at the end of his strength. Senju Hashirama looked at all this in complete confusion. In my heart, I silently felt deep sympathy for the Six-Paths Sage's experience. He now discovered that no matter how outrageous the matter was, it would seem very reasonable if it happened to Uchiha Kage. Let go of these thoughts for a moment. Senju Hashirama looked at the Uchiha Kage and gave him a crazy look. She wanted him to persuade Kagaya Atsutsuki